In the mundane world, blessings of fortune, love, and promotion were advertised as if they could simply be signed for and collected at will. Quanching No. 2 High School. On one side of the teaching building lay a small grove of trees. There a teenage boy stood before Lin Zhiyi and confessed, "Lin Zhiyi, I like you. Please be my girlfriend." Faced with the boy's confession, Lin Zhiyi felt a trace of disdain in her heart, yet she did not lash out. Instead, she spoke with a serious expression, "Suyin, thank you for liking me, but I don't plan to date anyone before I graduate from university. I hope you can devote more of your energy to your studies." As soon as her words fell, she turned decisively and strode out of the grove. Watching Lin Zhiyi's departing back, a deep sense of loss flashed across Suyan's eyes. Yet in the very next instant, his expression suddenly shifted, the sorrow in his gaze dissolved into blank confusion. His core self had changed. He was no longer the 18-year-old boy who had just finished the college entrance examinations and failed in his confession. He had become the mature Suyin who had been reborn from the future, a man tempered by countless hardships. Interesting, truly interesting. I never thought that rebirth would really exist, let alone happen to me, he murmured. Suyin whispered under his breath. Just as he strained to recall what year it was, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Once this flood of memories fused with his consciousness, Suyin understood precisely where in time he now stood. The year 2016, shortly after the college entrance exam, on the very day designated for filling out university applications. After completing his choices, he had invited Lin Zhiyi to the grove to confess his feelings. It was obvious his confession had failed. In his previous life, he had sunk into dejection for quite some time because of it. Later, however, when he learned that Lin Zhiyi's grand fishpond of suitors had exploded, his emotions grew complicated. He did not know whether he should thank Lin Zhiyi for never keeping him as one of her pets, or resent her for deeming him unworthy even to be a fish in her pond. Indeed, Lin Zhiyi was a consummate sea queen, an expert at raising a pond full of suitors. Later, someone dug up the truth that at her peak, she was juggling no fewer than 28 fish. These fish were not only students, some were already working professionals, even married men. That she could toy so easily with naive students was one thing, but the fact that even employed and married men were thoroughly ensnared by her spoke volumes about how formidable her skills at maintaining this fish pond truly were. Of course, beyond her manipulative talents, one had to admit that Lin Zhiyi was stunningly beautiful. Calling her a goddess was no exaggeration. Just then a crisp chime sounded in Suyan's mind. Ding. Rebirth subject detected. Goddess Treasure Chest System requests binding. Do you wish to bind? Suyan froze for a moment, then blurted out, bind. To hesitate even a second would be disrespectful to the system. In his previous life, while he was not a die-hard web novel addict, he did occasionally read online stories to pass the time. So he knew exactly what a system represented. Put simply, once a system arrived, your fate was destined to be rewritten. Moments ago, he had still been pondering how to earn his first pot of gold. Now, however, it seemed there was no longer any need to worry about that. Ding. Goddess Treasure Chest System successfully bound. Ding. You have a beginner's gift pack awaiting collection. Do you wish to receive it? Receive it. Hurry and receive it. Suyin said impatiently. Ding. Collection successful. Do you wish to open the beginner's gift pack? Open it. Ding. Beginner's gift pack opened successfully. System usage information will now be injected into the host. In the next instant, another stream of information poured into Suyan's mind. After reading through this influx of information, he understood what functions the system possessed and how it was to be used. In essence, it was a system that opened treasure chests by increasing the favorability of goddesses. What kind of woman qualified as a goddess? Any whose beauty score reached at least 80 points. Goddesses were further divided into 4 tiers: T3, T2, T1, and T0. A beauty score from 80 to 85 defined a T3 goddess, 86 to 90 a T2 goddess, 91 to 95 a T1 goddess. Scores from 96 to a perfect 100 belonged to T0 goddesses. The higher the goddess's tier, the more valuable the prizes drawn from her treasure chests. Worth noting was that every 10 points of favorability gained would allow 1 treasure chest to be opened. However, favorability from 10 to 60 points merely opened basic chests. At 70 and 80 points, intermediate chests would appear. At 90 and 100 points, advanced chests could be unlocked. Basic chests yielded money or items. Intermediate chests produced special tools, while advanced chests. Moreover, once favorability reached 100 points, the system would lock it so that a goddess's affection could never drop. In addition, a special treasure chest would be granted. The system also provided detection and binding functions. The detection function could scan for goddesses within a radius of 100 meters. The binding function could be used only on goddesses. Once bound, he would be able to know the target's location, physical condition, and emotional state at any time. After fully understanding the system's capabilities, Suyin turned his attention back to the beginner's gift pack. The system had provided a dedicated system space, which could only store rewards granted by the system. The open beginner's gift pack currently sat within that space, containing a total of 5 prizes. The first was a body-strengthening elixir capable of enhancing both physique and spirit. Su Yin immediately took out the elixir and drank it down. At once he felt his body grow markedly stronger, his mind becoming extraordinarily clear, and memories he had long forgotten surged back into focus all at once. System interface appear. Su Yin silently commanded. In the next moment, an attribute panel manifested in the air before him. Host Su Yin. Age 18. Physique 90. Spirit 90. Skills none, only system granted skills displayed. Treasure chests none. Bound goddesses none. Seeing both physique and spirit at 90 points, Su Yin knew these were the results of the body-strengthening elixir. Su Yin closed the system interface and continued examining the second prize, a black bank card containing 1 million in cash. Any money obtained through treasure chests would be deposited directly into this account. The card's permission level was extremely high. If anyone attempted to investigate the source of his funds, the system would simply show insufficient authority. This function was far from trivial. With it, he could at least borrow the tiger's might. So to speak, anyone trying to investigate him would be forced to stop imagining a powerful background instead. Such assumptions would reduce many potential troubles and threats. Next came the third prize, a network card. Once used, this card would grant him a valuable connection. Someone who would step in to resolve the greatest problem he was facing at that moment. Thus, this card could not be used lightly. To expend it on a trivial issue would be a waste. The fourth prize was a property, a duplex apartment in the Jingwenqing residential complex in Nandu City. Just 3 kilometers from this apartment stood Nandu University, an unquestionable school district property. Su Yin had applied to Nandu University, barring surprises he would be admitted. The final prize was a car, a brown Mercedes G-Wagon, worth more than 3 million. One had to admit the beginner's gift pack was astonishingly generous. It had given him money, housing, and a car all at once. Su Yin was thoroughly satisfied. These rewards would greatly facilitate his efforts to gain the favor of goddesses. But winning a goddess's favor was absolutely not the same as being a fawning pushover. Su Yin was incapable of playing the sycophant. As the saying went, when the flowers bloom in full splendor, butterflies come of their own accord. As long as he proved outstanding enough, he would not need to chase anyone. Goddesses would naturally gravitate toward him. In the next moment, Su Yin strolled out of the grove, completely unfazed by his failed confession. The instant he stepped through the school gate, his gaze was drawn to a brown G-Wagon parked by the roadside. He pulled a key from his pocket and pressed it. The vehicle unlocked with a soft click, and Su Yin walked straight to the door, pulled it open, and climbed inside. This scene happened to be witnessed by 2 teenage girls walking out of the school gate arm in arm, their expressions intimate as they watched him. The girl on the left revealed a hint of astonishment. Almost instinctively, she cried out, "Shu Ran, that person seems to be Su Yin." The one called Shu Ran was a girl in a pale yellow long dress with an oval face and exquisitely delicate features. A trace of astonishment also flickered across her face. "It really does seem to be him," she added softly. "Who would have thought this guy actually hid so deeply?" Huang Ziyue spoke as though she had uncovered a shocking secret. Su Yin was in the same class as the two of them. Normally, he wore only cheap stall-bought clothes that had been washed until they were faded white. Because of this, everyone subconsciously assumed his family was very poor. None of them had expected that he was hiding so deeply, his means of transport actually being a Mercedes G-Class worth several million. At that moment, seated in the driver's seat of the G-Class, Su Yin reached over to the front passenger side and picked up a bag. Inside were the purchase contract, the insurance policy, the registration certificate, and his driver's license. The driver's license was a gift from the system. "The system really is considerate," Su Yin murmured under his breath as he held the license, otherwise he would have had to spend time taking the test. Suddenly a system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! A goddess has been detected nearby. Would you like to view the goddess's information?" "View," he answered without hesitation. Su Yin replied decisively. Name Yin Shu Ran. Tier T3. Age 18. Physique 65 points. Spirit 72 points. Appearance 85 points. Figure 90 points. Favorability 8 points. Special 0. Su Yin was far from unfamiliar with this girl, named Yin Shu Ran. She and Lin Zhiyi were known as the twin flowers of Class 7. However, in terms of looks, Lin Zhiyi was slightly superior. Su Yin estimated her appearance to have reached 90 points. Yet when it came to figure, Yin Shu Ran held a slight edge over Lin Zhiyi. "Ding! Would you like to bind goddess Yin Shu Ran?" The system's voice rang out once more. Su Yin answered bind. Once bound, he could view the goddess's current emotions and state of mind. Su Yin chose to access them. Yin Shu Ran's current emotions: astonishment, curiosity. Yin Shu Ran's current thoughts: she never expected that the quiet, unassuming male classmate would turn out to be a rich second-generation heir. After reading Yin Shu Ran's emotions and thoughts, Su Yin instinctively glanced out through the car window toward the school gate. Sure enough, he saw Yunshu Ran and another girl from the class, Huang Ziyue, studying him from a distance. He withdrew his gaze. For the moment, he had no intention of approaching Yunshu Ran. If his memory served him right, Yunshu Ran had also applied to Nandu University. Besides, they would meet again that evening at the teacher's appreciation banquet. He planned to spend some time remaking himself. His looks could only be called mildly handsome, and his hairstyle was rather poor, a slanted fringe that completely covered one eye. As for his clothes, he wore a t-shirt and jeans that had been washed until the fabric turned pale. His parents had died in a car accident when he was in his third year of junior high. The main cause lay with his father, who had been driving under the influence and was judged primarily at fault. Thus, he had not received a single cent in compensation. Fortunately, his parents had left him a small amount of savings and an apartment. Most of the savings had already been spent, and what remained was only just enough to pay the first installment of his university tuition. In his previous life, in order to complete his studies, he had worked countless part-time jobs during his 4 years at university. Now he pressed the start button, released the handbrake, and smoothly shifted into drive. Su Yin drove toward the city center and found an upscale hair salon with parking spaces. Under his guidance, the stylist cut his hair into a slightly layered bowl cut. Gazing at the mildly handsome youth in the mirror, Su Yin nodded in satisfaction. With this hairstyle paired with his refined facial features, his appearance score had risen by at least 5 points in his own estimation. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he protested to the system. "System, why is my panel not displaying my appearance score?" "Ding. It has now been added," the system replied. Su Yin immediately brought up the system panel again. Host Su Yin. Age 18. Physique 90. Spirit 90. Appearance 75. Skills none. Only skills granted by the system are displayed. Treasure chests none. Bound Goddess T3 Goddess Yin Shu Ran Favorability 8. After declining the shampoo girl's attempt to sell him a membership card, Su Yin left the salon and drove to Fuyuan Mall. Parking in the mall's underground level, Su Yin took the elevator up to the 3rd floor. Quanqing could at best be considered a third-tier city, and no global luxury brands had opened flagship stores there. After a round of careful selection, Su Yin chose 3 sets of clothing from inner to outer layers. He put on one set immediately, and his whole person took on a completely refreshed appearance. As for his old clothes, he entrusted the sales assistant to throw them away. The 3 sets of clothing cost him 4650 yuan, roughly 1500 yuan per set on average. With a thought, he summoned the system interface once more. His gaze swept over the appearance column. It still showed 75 points. It seemed the system's appearance score referred to initial looks, not one's dressed-up state. He was rather pleased with that. After all, even someone with a 60-point appearance could raise it to 80 through makeup and styling. If the system calculated appearance after grooming, he would have found it somewhat off-putting. Carrying his shopping bags down to the underground parking lot, Su Yin placed them on the back seat and prepared to drive home. Suddenly, he remembered that his current mobile phone was both slow and old and decided to replace it. 10 or so minutes later, Su Yin drove to a mobile phone shop and spent 3999 yuan on a Huawei P9 Plus. Back home once again, Su Yin quietly calculated his expenses: 88 yuan for the haircut, 4650 yuan for clothing, 3999 yuan for the phone, totaling 8737 yuan. That was roughly 1% of his entire net worth. He needed to open treasure chests as soon as possible. Appearing at the teacher's appreciation banquet tonight with his new image and earning 2 more points of favorability from Yunshu Ran should not be too difficult. Unfortunately, treasure chests could only be triggered by women with an appearance score of 80 or higher. If they could be triggered by all women, it would be perfect, he imagined. He would be opening chests until his hands went numb. Pouring himself a glass of plain water and taking a sip, Su Yin noticed that the class WeChat group had become active. The message was from the class monitor Song Qingyu. The message read, "Everyone, the hotel for the teacher's appreciation banquet has been booked. Chongdao Hotel, 6th floor, Bohemia, Hall 7 p.m. this evening. I hope all classmates can arrive on time." Lida replied to Song Qingyu, "Got it, I promise to be on time." Gao Ning replied, "Thanks for the work, monitor. I'll definitely be there." Song Qingyu then replied in the group, "It's not hard work. Just the last time I can do something for everyone." Seeing Song Qingyu's name, a portion of Su Yin's memories resurfaced in his mind. He remembered that 12 years later, when he was 30 and had returned to Quancheng to treat Sunja to a meal, Sunja being his middle school and high school classmate. They had shared the same class and even the same desk in middle school, though not in high school. During their casual chatter over the meal, Sunja had mentioned that at just 30, Song Qingyu was already the president of Quancheng Commercial Bank. To become president of a commercial bank at 30, either her family background had to be extraordinary or her husband's family was. Even so, he felt no urge to cozy up to Song Qingyu now. With the system in his possession 12 years later, he might not necessarily be the richest man alive, but as long as he operated wisely, he would at least stand among the very top echelon in the country. After all, the treasure chests granted by the system contained far more than mere money. There were all kinds of tools and skills as well. As the saying goes, speak of Chow Chow, and he appears. The moment he thought of that rascal Sun Zhi's phone rang with a call from him. Answering, Su Yin instinctively held the phone slightly away from his ear. Sure enough, the next instant Sun Zhi's booming voice came through the speaker. Old Su, where are you? Get over to Star Internet Cafe, I've got a beauty to introduce to you. Su Yin replied, got it, I'll be right there. After hanging up, he recalled that in his previous life Sun Zhi had called around this time, as well inviting him to the Internet Cafe and saying he would introduce a beauty to him. However, back then, having just failed in a confession, his mood had been poor and he had not gone. Because of that, he was now quite curious about what kind of beauty Sun Zhi intended to introduce to him. At Xingxing Internet Cafe, Su Yin pushed open the door and stepped inside. His gaze swept across the rows of computers and quickly fell upon Sun Zhi, whose head was crowned with a striking mop of golden-dyed hair. Sun Zhi was the kind of man who valued loyalty, yet when it came to studying, he was utterly hopeless. If Su Yin remembered correctly, Sun Zhi had only scored a little over 200 points on the exam. He did not go to university. After a few years of idle play, he went on blind dates, got married, and had a child. In the end, he inherited his family's supermarket and spent his days guarding the shop while playing games. Before Su Yin was reborn, even Sun Zhi's second child was almost 5 years old. Suddenly, Su Yin noticed two girls sitting to the left of Sun Zhi. A chime echoed in his mind. Ding, a nearby goddess has been detected. Would you like to view the goddess's information? Su Yin chose to view it. Name Pei Nanan. Rank T2. Age 18. Physique 70 points. Spirit 71 points. Appearance 87 points. Figure 79 points. Favorability 0 points. Special 0 times. Could this Pei Nanan be one of the two girls sitting beside Sun Zhi? Su Yin pondered silently. Ding, would you like to bind the goddess Pei Nanan? Bind. Once the binding succeeded, her position manifested in Su Yin's mind. It was the second girl sitting next to Sun Zhi. Noticing an empty seat on Sun Zhi's right, Su Yin went to the front desk and used his ID card to activate a computer. Then he walked up behind Sun Zhi and clapped him on the shoulder. Old Su, you're here. Hurry up and get on. Sun Zhi turned his head to glance at Su Yin. But as soon as he turned back to the screen, he whipped his head around again and scrutinized Su Yin from head to toe. Damn, old Su, after changing your look, you actually do have a bit of handsomeness about you. Su Yin pulled out a chair and sat down beside him, replying with a smile, I've always been this handsome, you know. Sun Zhi curled his lips, inwardly muttering that Su Yin must have heard there were pretty girls around and gone to get a makeover on purpose. Yet when he thought about the time, it did not quite add up. Fortunately, he was not the type to chase every answer. If something puzzled him, he simply let it go. Pointing at the girl beside him, he introduced old Su. This is my cousin Zhang Qing. Nice to meet you, cousin. Su Yin turned sideways and waved to her. Zhang Qing was quite pretty as well, though her looks had not quite reached the 80-point threshold. Hello, handsome. I'm Zhang Qing. My cousin said you were a pretty boy and I didn't believe him. But I didn't expect you to really be quite handsome. Zhang Qing exclaimed in an unrestrained, straightforward manner. She then pointed at the girl beside her. Handsome guy, this is my classmate and bestie Pei Nanan. Isn't she gorgeous? She's the campus belle of our school. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not Pei Nanan, protested shyly. Hello, classmate Pei Nanan. Su Yin greeted her with a warm smile. Hello, classmate Su Yin, Pei Nanan replied, her cheeks tinged with red. By the way, let me treat you to some drinks. What would you two like? Su Yin asked. Old Su, you're really blinded by beauty. Why aren't you asking what I want to drink? Sun Zhi jeered. Like I don't know you. You're definitely going for happy soda. True enough. Thank you, handsome. We'll both have juice, Zhang Qing declared, directly making the choice for Pei Nanan. So Su Yin called the network admin over and ordered 2 bottles of cola and 2 bottles of juice. Soon the network admin delivered the beverages, and Su Yin handed out 3 bottles. Seizing the moment, he logged into his game account and began playing together with the 3 of them. During this time, Su Yin did not deliberately search for topics of conversation. An internet cafe was hardly the ideal place for chatting, and with 2 people sitting between him and Pei Nanan, it was inconvenient to talk. Time slipped by and noon was fast approaching. Just as their team had finished off a boss, Su Yin spoke up. Old Sun, it's getting late. Let's go eat. How about we just order fast food? Sun Zhi hesitated. In the past, when he and Su Yin played games, they would casually call in a couple of fast food meals or instant noodles to tide themselves over. If it were just the 2 of us, fast food would be fine. But with your cousin and her classmate here, fast food isn't exactly appropriate, is it? Su Yin said with a smile. Exactly, cousin. It's rare that I come to your place, and you'd have me eat fast food in an internet cafe. Careful, or I'll complain about you, Zhang Qing said, feigning a hint of displeasure with a playful note of threat. All right, then we'll eat out. Sun Zhi immediately changed his tune. Zhang Qing's home was in Sanyuan County, though she attended high school in Quanqing. His mother, Zhang Shui, had learned that her niece would be coming to the city to fill out her college applications, so she had deliberately called Zhang Qing and invited her to stay as a guest. Unable to get away at noon, She had even transferred 1,000 yuan to Sun Zhe, asking him to take his cousin out to play and eat, then host Zhang Qing properly at home in the evening. If his mother ever found out he had fed his cousin fast food in an internet cafe, she would surely scold him to no end. They logged off and stepped out of the internet cafe. Zhang Qing, what would you and your classmate like to eat? Sun Zhe asked. Zhang Qing thought for a moment. I heard there's a seafood and steak buffet near Fuyuan Mall. How about we go there? Sounds good, we'll take a taxi, Sun Zhe agreed with a nod. He had been there before, and the price was not too high, just over 70 yuan per person. No need for a taxi. I drove here, Su Yan interjected, taking out his keys and pressing unlock for the Mercedes G-Class parked outside the cafe. No way, a Mercedes G-Class. Old Su, don't tell me this car is yours. Sun Zhe was utterly stunned, his tone exaggerated with disbelief. He had noticed the vehicle when they walked out of the cafe, but had never imagined it was Su Yan's. Yes, it's mine, Su Yan replied calmly. Come on, let's get in, he added with a nod. At that moment, a notification sounded in Su Yan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pei Nanen's favorability toward you has reached 19 points. You are awarded 1 primary treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not for now, Su Yan replied silently in his heart. Once all 4 of them were in the car, the other 3 could not help but look around curiously. Sun Zhe took the front passenger seat, while Zhang Qing and Pei Nanen sat in the back. Old Su. Sun Zhe began, then trailed off, unsure how to phrase his question. Su Yan knew exactly what he wanted to ask. As he started the engine, he explained, I know what you're wondering. I really was pretty poor before. But a month before the college entrance exam, my second grandfather overseas suddenly sent someone to find me and had me inherit his estate. How much did you inherit? Zhang Qing, who had been listening intently, could not help asking. Su Yan chuckled. Let's just say I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life. Old Su, this is torture, Sun Zhe groaned, pretending he was about to throttle Su Yan. I get it. You fear your brother living in hardship, yet you also fear your brother rolling up in a luxury SUV, Su Yan said with perfect understanding. The 2 girls in the back burst into laughter. Another chime echoed, ding, congratulations to the host. Pei Nanen's favorability toward you has reached 25 points. You are awarded 1 primary treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Hearing the announcement again, a faint smile curled at the corner of Su Yan's lips, so subtle that no one else could notice. You're picking up the tab for lunch today, Sun Zhe shouted. No problem, Su Yan agreed without the slightest hesitation. He turned the steering wheel, guided the car off the side road, and headed toward the city center. In the back seat, Pei Nanen's gaze towards Su Yan now carried a trace of envy and something more indefinable. She took out her phone and began searching online for the price of a Mercedes G-Class. When she saw the figure displayed on the screen, she was inwardly shocked. It was that expensive. In Xuanqing, that amount could buy 3 apartments. A brown Mercedes G-Class appears in the underground parking lot of Fuyuan Plaza. 2 pairs of young men and women step out of the vehicle. It is Su Yan and his companions. The 4 chat as they walk toward the elevator, take it up to the 4th floor of the mall, and arrive at the entrance of a self-service seafood and steak restaurant. The restaurant is newly opened and already bustling with customers. Payment is made before dining. After Su Yan queues up and pays for all 4 of them, a waiter leads the group into the interior of the restaurant. After choosing an empty table and sitting down, they order steaks first, then split into pairs to fetch food from the buffet. Su Yan with Sun Zhe and Zhang Qing with Pei Nanen. Old Su, what do you think of Pei Nanen? Sun Zhe asks in a low voice. Why are you interested in her? Su Yan replies with a teasing smile. I know my limits. Sun Zhe gives a bitter little smile and shakes his head. I heard from my cousin that she's not only the school beauty of 3rd High, but also a top student. She did well in the college entrance exam and put Nandu University of Finance and Economics as her first choice. By the way, which university did you apply to? I applied to Nandu University, Su Yan answers casually, while a hint of contemplation flickers in his eyes. Nandu University and Nandu University of Finance and Economics are both located in Nandu City. They are only 7 or 8 kilometers apart. Originally, he had planned to earn just a few elementary treasure chests from Pei Nanen, but unexpectedly the university she applied to is also in Nandu. Under such circumstances, there is now a chance to earn intermediate treasure chests. Sun Zhe continues, if you get into Nandu University, you might really have a chance to develop something with Pei Nanen. We'll talk about it later, Su Yan replies. On the other side, Zhang Qing says to the girl beside her, Hey Nanen, what do you think of that, Su Yan? What do you mean, what do I think? Pei Nanen pretends not to understand. TCH. Zhang Qing curls her lips, knowing full well that Pei Nanen is playing dumb, and continues on her own. Su Yan's looks and height are both great, and now he's inherited an estate. A guy like that will definitely be popular once he goes to university. If you're interested, you should seize the opportunity early. Although Zhang Qing's family lives in the county while Pei Nanen's is in the city, in reality, Zhang Qing's family situation is far better. Pei Nanen comes from a single-parent family. Right after finishing the college entrance exam, she went out to work to earn her tuition, clearly showing her poor family circumstances. If she found a wealthy boyfriend, her financial situation could improve. After Zhang Qing's words, a trace of contemplation flashes through Pei Nanen's eyes. She is indeed somewhat moved, silently thinking perhaps I could give it a try. At that moment, a chime sounds again in Su Yan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Pei Nanen's favorability toward you has reached 31 points. Reward 1 elementary treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not for now, Su Yan answers calmly in his mind. A few minutes later, Su Yan and Sun Jia return to their seats carrying large plates of food and drinks. The two begin eating and drinking while chatting idly. After a few minutes, Zhang Qing and Pei Nanen return together. Su Yan glances at their plates. Zhang Qing has taken relatively little meat. Pei Nanen, however, has piled on more meat. Combined with her outfit and overall appearance, Su Yan guesses that her family's financial situation is probably not very good. Once the two girls sit down, Su Yan smiles and says, "We were starving, so we started first. Hope you don't mind." Zhang Qing dismisses it with a wave of her hand. "It's fine, it's a buffet." That's right," Pei Nanen echoes softly. The four of them keep eating for more than an hour before finally finishing their buffet meal. Especially Sun Jia, who eats with the mindset of getting his money's worth, stuffing himself until his stomach bulges. At the same time, this shared meal significantly brings them all closer. After the meal, the four walk out of the restaurant. Zhang Qing smiles as she takes out her phone. "Su, handsome guy, thank you for treating us. Let's add each other on WeChat and keep in touch." "Sure," Su Yan replies, easily taking out his own phone. "Are you scanning me, or am I scanning you?" "I'll scan you," Zhang Qing says. "I'll add you on WeChat too," Pei Nanan says at this moment, proactively pulling up her own QR code and holding it out. "Done." Su Yan scans the QR code and taps to add her to his contacts. Pei Nanan promptly hits accept. Su Yan sends her a smiling emoji, and she replies with a shy one. Seeing them add each other, Zhang Qing knows that Pei Nanan has taken her advice to heart. An idea flashes through her mind as she says, "Su, handsome guy, are you busy this afternoon? If not, how about we team up for a movie?" "What's so great about a movie?" "I'd rather keep surfing the net," Sun Jia reflexively retorts. Zhang Qing snaps back, "Then go online by yourself. We're going to the movies." "What do you say, Su, handsome guy?" "Don't call me Su, handsome guy. Just call me Su Yan or old Su." Su Yan says with a laugh. "I agree with my cousin's suggestion. 3 against 1. Cousin, are you coming to the movies with us or going online alone?" Zhang Qing asks triumphantly. "Then I'll go watch the movie with you," Sun Jia replies, sounding a bit depressed. "I'll book the tickets. I happen to have coupons," Zhang Qing says, pulling out her phone and starting to make the reservation. After a flurry of taps, she looks up at the three of them. "All right, the tickets are booked. The movie starts in just over 20 minutes. If we head over now, we'll be able to go straight to ticket checking." Thus the four of them make their way to the cinema on the 4th floor of the mall. In the cinema lobby, Zhang Qing and Pei Nanan collect the tickets from the self-service machines, while Su Yan takes Sun Jia to the concession counter. Su Yan buys 4 portions of popcorn, 2 cups of cola, and 2 cups of milk tea. Zhang Qing and Pei Nanan, having retrieved the tickets, walk over to join them. Seeing the popcorn and drinks that Su Yan has purchased, Zhang Qing cannot help joking, "Wow, Su Yan, you're really thoughtful. You even remembered the popcorn and drinks." Here Su Yan says, handing 2 cups of cola and popcorn to Zhang Qing, and Pei Nanan smiling, as he adds, "Movies are best with popcorn. Let's go find somewhere to sit and wait for ticket checking." "Oh, and here's your ticket," Zhang Qing says, passing 1 movie ticket to Su Yan and another to Sun Jia. "Thanks, Su. You're welcome," Zhang Qing answers breezily. After about 2 minutes, an announcement comes over the speakers informing them that ticket checking has begun. The four stand up and head toward the ticket gate. Once their tickets are checked, they continue into the interior of the cinema. Soon they arrive at their screening hall. To Su Yan's surprise, his seat and Pei Nanan's are in the very last row right next to each other. Sun Jia and Zhang Qing, on the other hand, are seated in the middle rows. With a bit of thought, Su Yan realizes that this arrangement is Zhang Qing's deliberate attempt to match him with Pei Nanan. He cannot help thinking to himself that this girl truly has a good heart. Once they are seated, Su Yan casually asks Pei Nanan, "I heard you applied to Nanda University of Finance and Economics." "Yes," she nods. "What about you? Where did you apply?" "I applied to Nanda University." "Then you're pretty impressive," she says. "You're even more impressive. Nankai is a double first-class university," Su Yan jokes. The Nanda University he applied to is merely a 211 university. Su Yan may look only 18 on the outside, but inside his body resides the mature soul of a man. Thus, under his deliberate control of the atmosphere, Pei Nanan gradually relaxes, no longer tense. She opens up, chatting with Su Yan more and more freely, and the conversation grows increasingly pleasant. Before long, the movie began and they stopped chatting. Su Yan clearly noticed a hint of lingering interest in Pei Nanan's eyes. So he checked her favorability, mood, and psychological state. Her favorability had reached 38 points. With 2 more, he could open another beginner chest. To be honest, Su Yan was looking forward to it, wondering what prizes might be inside the beginner chest. Moreover, Pei Nanan's mood was cheerful and nervous. Her current psychological state: Su Yan is quite humorous and witty, but I wonder if he has a girlfriend. She cares about whether I have a girlfriend. She's taken a liking to me. Su-yin thought to himself, so he decided to speed things up. About 20 minutes later, Su-yin kept his eyes fixed on the big screen, but his peripheral vision was focused on Pei Nanin's left hand. When she reached for the popcorn bucket, he also extended his hand toward it. Their hands accidentally brushed again. Sorry, I thought it was mine. Su-yin quickly apologized and withdrew his hand. It's okay, Pei Nanin said in a low voice barely audible even for Su-yin's good hearing. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pei Nanin's favorability toward you has reached 40 points. You have obtained a beginner chest. Do you wish to open it? Not for now, Su-yin replied in his mind. Through this test, he confirmed that Pei Nanin wasn't averse to physical contact. In fact, her favorability had increased after the touch. So after a few minutes, Su-yin made another mistake, and their hands met again inside the popcorn bucket. This time he didn't pull back, but held her hand, interlacing their fingers. Pei Nanin gave a token struggle, then feigned anger. Su-yin leaned in and whispered, "Don't talk, focus on the movie. You're such a rogue." Pei Nanin whispered with feigned irritation. Yet her favorability didn't drop, instead it rose by 5 points. For the rest of the time, Su-yin didn't make any further moves, just kept holding her hand while watching the movie. The girl's cheeks grew hot and red, but deep down she felt a secret joy. Finally, the movie ended after more than an hour. The audience began. Pei Nanin tried to stand, but Su-yin said, "Don't rush, let's wait until everyone else is gone." 2 minutes later, most of the audience had left. Su-yin took her hand. "Let's go. Let go of me first," Pei Nanin whispered. "He'll let go once we're outside, but I'm afraid you might trip," Su-yin said with a straight face. After being held for over an hour, Pei Nanin wasn't as shy as before. "You have such a thick face," she said. "Overrated, overrated," Su-yin replied nonchalantly. "Truly thick-skinned." Pei Nanin laughed despite herself. They bantered as they walked out of the screening room. When they were about 2 meters from the exit, Pei Nanin slipped her hand free. This time Su-yin didn't insist. He could tell she was thin-skinned. "Why are you two so late?" Sunja, waiting at the door, complained. Meanwhile, Zhangqing studied them with curiosity, noting Pei Nanin's flushed cheeks. "Nanin, why is your face so red?" she asked with a smile. "Is it?" Pei Nanin pretended to be surprised. "Maybe it's too hot inside." She changed the subject. "Qingqing, let's go to the restroom." Seeing the girls head to the restroom, Su-yin also said to Sunja, "Let's go to the bathroom." It was about 4:20 p.m. Su-yin returned home. After leaving the cinema, he drove Pei Nanin and the other two back to their homes. Eagerly, he came back to open the chest. System, open a chest. Then Su-yin saw a golden chest appear before him. The chest radiated golden light and opened. Ding, host has successfully opened a beginner chest. Rewards 100,000 yuan in cash. Would you like to collect it directly or deposit it into your black card account? Since WeChat Pay and Alipay emerged, people have become accustomed to online payments. Cash is used less and less. So Su-yin answered, "Deposit it into my black card account." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su-yin received a text message for a 100 yuan deposit. He felt exhilarated, getting 100 yuan so easily. System opened the remaining 3 chests. Then 3 golden chests appeared before Su-yin, all emitting golden light simultaneously. Ding, host has successfully opened a beginner chest. You obtained a Rolex Submariner Hulk watch, 200 yuan in cash, and a consumption rebate card. After choosing to claim them, Su-yin's account received another 200 yuan. At the same time, he held a card and a watch in his hand. The card was a consumption rebate card. After use, any consumption within 24 hours would be rebated 1 to 10 times. The consumption limit was 200 yuan. That meant a maximum reward of 2 million yuan. As for the Rolex Submariner Hulk, it wasn't too expensive, only about 100 yuan. However, this watch was very hard to buy. Its distinctive features made it instantly recognizable, perfect for showing. Su-yin was now building a persona of a wealthy heir, so he was very satisfied with the arrival of this Submariner Hulk watch. After putting on the watch, Su-yin felt it fit perfectly, as if tailor-made. The system dad is quite thoughtful, he thought. Just then, his WeChat notification rang. Su-yin picked up the phone and saw a message from Pei Nanin. "Su-yin, are you home?" "Just arrived." "What are you missing me already?" Pei Nanin, "Fat chance you're shameless." "Su-yin, I hope it's a female ghost, a cute one." For the next hour, Su-yin flirted with Pei Nanin on WeChat, and the gains were considerable. He drove her favorability up to 54 points. He harvested another beginner chest. After ending the chat, Su-yin said to the system, "Open the chest." Ding, host has successfully opened a chest. Congratulations on obtaining 500 yuan in cash, which has been transferred to your black card account. Sure enough, the next moment a bank transfer message appeared on his phone. Account balance had reached 1.8 million yuan. This money is too easy to earn. It's been less than a day since I've bound the system, and my net worth is nearly 2 million. If he could get insurance favorability to 10 points at tonight's appreciation banquet, he could also harvest another beginner chest. It was 6:20. Su-yin left home and drove to the Chongdao Hotel. About 20 minutes later he arrived. He parked his car in the open-air lot outside the hotel lobby. Just as he got out of the car, a BMW X1 pulled up right in front of his vehicle. The front and rear doors on one side opened. A man and two women stepped out. Seeing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the three were drawn to it, just as Su Yin was locking his car with the key fob. Mercedes G-Class. The boy's eyes lit up as he stared at Su Yan's Mercedes G-Class, an unmistakable look of envy creeping into his eyes. However, after his gaze swept over Su Yin, he vaguely felt that this guy looked familiar. Xiao Yu, Lu Wei, Huang Li, hello. Su Yin directly called out the three names, because these three were his classmates. Before his rebirth, Su Yan's personality had been quite introverted, and he wasn't very familiar with his classmates. You are Su Yin. Xiao Yu stared at Su Yin for a while before recognizing him. Wow, he's actually Su Yin. Lu Wei and Huang Li were also somewhat astonished. Previously, judging from Su Yan's clothing and appearance, they had thought he was a poor kid. They never expected this guy to have hidden so deeply. He turned out to be a rich second generation. Although they didn't know the exact price of the Mercedes G-Class, they certainly recognized the Mercedes emblem. Moreover, judging by its appearance, they both believed the car was expensive. So Lu Wei couldn't help but ask Su Yin, this car, is it yours? Yes, it's mine. Su Yin nodded. Is it very expensive? Lu Wei continued to ask. Before Su Yin could answer, Xiao Yu jumped in. Do you know what car this is? A Mercedes G-Class. The cheapest one costs over 2 million, and you even have to pay a premium to get one. Su Yan's car is probably not the standard version, but the top trim. Should be around 3.5 million. Hearing that the car cost 3.5 million, Lu Wei and Huang Li both widened their eyes slightly, feeling it was extremely expensive. At the same time, they realized that Su Yin was no ordinary rich kid. It seems classmate Xiao Yu also knows a thing or two about cars. Su Yin chuckled without directly admitting it. This is my dream car, Xiao Yu said with an exaggerated expression. Then go sit in it and feel it. Su Yin handed the car key to Xiao Yu. Can I? Xiao Yu hadn't expected Su Yin to be so generous. What's the big deal? It's just a means of transportation, Su Yin said carelessly. Generous. Xiao Yu quickly praised, then took the key and pressed the unlock button. Hearing the unlocking sound, he couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy, as expected of a Mercedes G-Class. Even the unlocking sound is so wonderful. Seeing this, Su Yin gave a helpless smile. Lu Wei and Huang Li also rolled their eyes. This guy is so exaggerated. Then Lu Wei turned to Su Yin. Su Yin, can we take a few photos inside? Feel free to take as many as you want, Su Yin said generously. At this moment, Yang Xing, who had driven a BMW X1, also parked his car in the lot. Then he walked over to Su Yin and asked, Su Yin, is this car really yours? Yes. Su Yin nodded. You're such a deep one. I heard you applied to Nandu University. I also applied to a university in Nandu. Let's add each other on WeChat and hang out sometime. Yang Xing took out his phone and displayed his friend QR code, handing it to Su Yin. He had originally thought that in the class his family was the wealthiest. Unexpectedly, Su Yin had hidden so deep. He had just bought a BMW after graduation to show off, but Su Yin had directly driven a Mercedes G-Class. The other guy's one car was worth 10 of his. How could he still show off? So at first he was a bit displeased. But then he thought that since Su Yin could afford a Mercedes G-Class, his background must be formidable. After all, even his own father with assets of 50 million only drove a Mercedes worth over $1 million. There was no need to make an enemy of such a person. If he chose to befriend him, maybe he could ask for favors later. As the saying goes, a smiling face invites no trouble. Besides, he had no grudge against Yang Xing, and the other had proactively asked to add him as a friend. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. Add it. Great, let's hang out sometime, Yang Xing said. Okay. They chatted for 2 minutes. Then an excited Xiao Yu got out of the car and handed the key back to Su Yin, saying, the experience was absolutely amazing. Thank you, Su Yin. You're welcome. Su Yin took back the key. At this moment, Lu Wei and Huang Li also stepped out of the car with smiles on their faces. They had just taken quite a few photos. After posting to their moments, they received dozens of likes in just 2 minutes. It greatly satisfied their vanity. At the same time, their attitude towards Su Yin became much warmer. Unfortunately, the two girls' looks didn't reach 80 points, so they weren't considered goddesses. Otherwise, he could have unlocked at least one basic treasure chest from each of them. The group of 5 chatted and laughed as they walked toward the hotel lobby. Entering the lobby, Su Yin found that his classmates were all inside, some standing, some sitting. Among them were Yun Shuran and Song Qingyu. Ding detected a goddess nearby. Would you like to view the goddess information? Su Yin view. Name Song Qingyu, level T2, age 18, physique 67, spirit 75, looks 88, figure 92, affection 5, special 0. Seeing the data displayed by the system, Su Yin was slightly startled. He had originally thought the system would detect Yun Shuran, but unexpectedly, it was Song Qingyu. Moreover, Song Qingyu's looks were 3 points higher than Yun Shuran's. At the same time, her figure score also surpassed Yun Shuren's, reaching a full 92 points. So Su Yan's gaze unconsciously fell on Song Qingyu. The black-rimmed glasses directly sealed her beauty, and the loose clothes also concealed her figure. It seems she deliberately hides herself. Su Yan thought to himself, is this handsome guy also from our class? Suddenly a girl stared at Su Yan and asked, Zhou Xiao, are you blind? This is Su Yan. Xiao Yu laughed and scolded. Su Yan, is there such a person in our class? Zhou Xiao thought seriously. Hearing this, Su Yan's face darkened. Was his presence in high school really that weak? Su Yan used to keep a low profile. Yang Xing helped explain. It's normal that you don't remember him. To be honest, I really admire Brother Yan. He's a super rich kid, but still stays so low-key. Xiao Yu said smugly. Do you know what car Brother Yan drives? A Mercedes G-Class, over 3 million. Hearing this, all the classmates present were greatly shocked. Some were envious, some jealous, and some instinctively wanted to curry favor with Su Yan. Even Song Qingyu looked at Su Yan with a bit more curiosity. Ding, congratulations, host goddess. Song Qingyu's affection for you has reached 22 points. You have obtained 2 basic treasure chests. Would you like to open them? Ding, congratulations, host goddess. Yun Shuren's affection for you has reached 34 points. You have obtained 3 basic treasure chests. Would you like to open them? Whoa! Hearing the system's announcement, Su Yan felt a surge of joy, but kept a straight face. He replied in his mind, not opening for now. At the same time, he was a bit grateful to Xiao Yu for boasting on his behalf, otherwise he probably wouldn't have easily harvested 5 basic treasure chests. No wonder those rich and spoiled heirs like to have lackeys. It turns out you don't need to show off yourself, your lackey does it for you. Originally, Su Yan wanted to observe the emotions and psychological activities of Yun Shuren and Song Qingyu. Unexpectedly, another striking girl gracefully walked into the hall. The system's notification sound chimed again. Ding, a new goddess has been detected nearby. Would you like to check her? Su Yan silently responded in his heart. Name Lin Zhiyi. Level T1. Age 18. Physique 70 points. Spirit 72 points. Appearance 91 points. Figure 89 points. Special 0 points. Affinity 1. As he expected, Lin Zhiyi's appearance had indeed reached 90 points, surpassing it by a bit, making her a definite T1 level goddess. No wonder she could dominate with her looks in her past life and become the queen of the sea. Indeed, the goddess who suddenly appeared was Lin Zhiyi, whom he had confessed to just this morning. Hello, classmates. I'm not late, am I? Lin Zhiyi waved at her classmates dressed in a white pleated short shirt and a knee-length skirt. Lin Zhiyi not only had fair skin, but also a pair of long straight legs. She came to attend today's teacher appreciation banquet and had clearly made an effort to dress up. Compared to Song Qingyu, who had deliberately concealed her looks and figure, Lin Zhiyi appeared even more captivating. Most of the boys' eyes were fixated on her, unable to look away. There were also some shy ones who stole a glance, quickly turning their heads away, but after a moment they couldn't help but turned back to continue sneaking peeks. Zhiyi, you look really beautiful today. At this moment, 2 girls came up to her, one on each side, hugging her arms. Lin Zhiyi had a good relationship with most of her classmates, and her reputation was excellent. Even with the reserved Su Yan, they could be considered friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confessed to Lin Zhiyi in the morning. Suddenly, Lin Zhiyi casually glanced at Su. Her expression slightly froze, then she smiled and said, Su Yan, you've changed so much. Your hairstyle looks good, and you look very handsome. Thank you for the compliment, you look beautiful too. Su Yan replied with a smile, calm and composed. Although his confession had failed Lin Zhiyi had never said anything to make him feel embarrassed. Moreover, she had not disclosed his confession. Therefore, having lived 2 lives, Su Yan held no ill feelings toward her. At most, he harbored a slight wariness toward her as the queen of the sea. Besides, with this system, it was destined that he would not be able to pursue pure love or unrequited love. Perhaps in the future, he would become a king or a scumbag in others' eyes. Lin Zhiyi was indeed very surprised by Su Yan's transformation. Her surprise was not about Su Yan's hairstyle or clothing, but his mental state. The Su Yan who confessed to her this morning felt dull and belonged to the introverted type, giving her a sense of timidity. But the current Su Yan gave her a completely different feeling. He was confident, sunny, and generous. Moreover, he no longer exhibited the previous timidity when facing her. If it weren't for his identical appearance and the fact that she encountered him here, she would hardly believe it was the same. However, she was also a person who could maintain her composure. Although she was curious about Su Yan's change, she did not ask. Instead, she began to chat with the 2 girls who were holding her arms. As it approached 7 p.m., the homeroom teacher Wei Jiangwo, the math teacher, the English teacher, and the biology teacher arrived together. As for the teachers of other subjects, they went to other classes. Since the teachers of these subjects were responsible for 2 or 3 classes at once. After greeting the teacher, Song Qingyu announced that everyone had arrived, and they could go upstairs. You've changed quite a bit, kid, said homeroom teacher Wei Jiangwo, patting Su Yan on the shoulder. After the college entrance examination, I'll be free to live my life. Su Yan smiled. That's right. Wei Jiangwo nodded. Your score is a full 12 points higher than last year's admission line. You'll definitely make it into Nandu University. Then I'll take your good words, old class. Wei Jiangwo looked closely at Su Yan, feeling that his change seemed he looked completely different from an 18-year-old peer. However, considering Su Yan's family situation, he felt it was reasonable. Children without parents tended to mature faster than their peers. Upon entering the private room, everyone took their seats. After seeing Su Yan sit down, Xiao Yu Yangxing and Lu Wei Huangli all followed him to the same table. There were only 55 students in their class. Including the 4 teachers, there were a total of 59 people. Song Qingyu had reserved 6 tables, so it wasn't crowded. After everyone entered the private room, Song Qingyu instructed the waiter to serve drinks and dishes. The hotel had prepared everything in advance. Upon receiving the order, they immediately arranged for the food to be served. In less than 5 minutes, the 6 tables were already filled with dishes. Yingu, are we having baijiu or beer? Xiao Yu asked Su Yan while picking up a bottle. I'm driving, so I'll just have a drink. Su Yan replied. It's fine, a little won't hurt. Xiao Yu continued to persuade. No drinking while driving and no driving after drinking. Driving recklessly brings tears to loved ones. Su Yan threw out a joke, but instantly thought of his father who had died in a car accident due to drunk driving. This joke came from a movie. However, that movie wouldn't be released for another 2 years. Alright, since Yingu isn't drinking, I won't insist. Xiao Yu saw that persuasion was useless and stopped. Then under Song Qingyu's organization, everyone stood up to toast the 4 teachers. After the collective toast, some individuals queued up with their wine glasses to toast the 4 teachers. Seeing this scene, Wei Jiangwo was not surprised. After all, every 2 to 3 years he would experience this kind of situation. He had developed a proficient way to handle it. He raised his wine glass and stood up. Dear students, before attending this banquet, your matron has solemnly instructed that if you get drunk tonight, don't go home. Therefore, for the sake of the harmony of the teachers' families, I ask each of you to spare me this time. I will drink this one first as a gesture of respect. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jiangwo tilted his neck back and downed the drink, earning a round of cheers and applause. Seeing that the usually stern homeroom teacher had voluntarily submitted, everyone felt it inappropriate to target him. Thus they switched targets and toasted the other 3 teachers. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had gone by, and the atmosphere in the private room remained lively. Seeing that the timing was about right, Lin Zhiyi called 2 girls to go to the restroom together. On the way, she asked, Su Yan has changed quite a bit today. Do you know what happened? I know, said the girl on her left. Su Yan is actually a super rich second generation. He has been pretending to be poor while studying. By the way, I heard that the car he drove here is worth over 3 million. It seems to be called a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. By the way, Lu Wei and Huang Li took pictures in his car. You can check their friend circle. Upon hearing what the 2 girls said, Lin Zhiyi was taken aback, feeling a sudden sense of regret. Had she known that Su Yan was a super rich second generation, perhaps she shouldn't have rejected his confession today. She just wondered if he would still pursue her. If he was still willing to chase her, she wouldn't mind giving him a chance. After returning from the restroom to the private room, Lin Zhiyi proactively held up her wine glass and approached Su Yan's table. Seeing Lin Zhiyi walking over with a cup in hand, Su Yan couldn't help but smile playfully. In that moment, she re-entered the room. Her favorability rating reached 11 points, granting him a beginner's treasure chest. Lin Zhiyi raised her glass and said in a clear voice, classmates, as we are about to part ways and go our separate paths, I would like to propose a toast to everyone, hoping we have the chance to reunite in the future. Instantly, everyone at Su Yan's table raised their glasses and stood up. Zhiyi, I toast you too. Yang Xing said, gazing fervently at Lin Zhiyi. Cheers. Let's drink together. Su Yan raised his glass with the crowd, feeling amazed at how Lin Zhiyi, the future queen of the sea, could stir everyone's emotions with just a few words. After Lin Zhiyi finished her drink with everyone, she returned directly to her seat, without toasting anyone else. This made Yang Xing ponder, could it be that Lin Zhiyi only toasted because he was at this table? But Su Yan understood. This was Lin Zhiyi casting a hook at him. Favorability ratings do not lie. He speculated that the moment Lin Zhiyi went out with the other 2 girls, she must have inquired about his current situation from them. As for why she didn't approach him directly, it was because she knew that casting a hook was more effective than direct contact. For a moment, Su Yan even felt an impulse to challenge her. But after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. He had easily raised the favorability ratings of Yun Shuran and Song Qingyu to over 20 and 30 points. Yet Lin Zhiyi, the future queen of the sea, only had a favorability rating of 11 points despite knowing his identity. Therefore, raising her favorability would require double or even more effort. It was completely not worth it. Since that was the case, why not work on raising Pei Nanin's favorability instead? After all, Pei Nanin's favorability had already reached 54 points. He believed that raising Pei Nanin's favorability to 70 points would be much easier than raising Lin Zhiyi's to 20 points. An intermediate treasure chest was definitely more enticing than a beginner's one. After all, intermediate treasure chests yield all sorts of magical items. Misunderstanding Lin Zhiyi's intentions, Yang Xing took his drink and went to refill his glass with her. Soon the other boys and girls at the table followed suit, leaving only Lu Wei and Huang Li behind. Su Yan, everyone has gone to toast Lin Zhiyi, why aren't you going? Lu Wei asked with a smile. It won't make a difference if I don't go, Su Yan replied calmly. Yes, Lin Zhiyi is quite popular in our class. Lu Wei nodded. While Lin Zhiyi smiled and accepted Yang Xing's toast, she couldn't help but glance at Su Yan, who remained unmoved. Does this guy not understand my intentions? After dismissing Yang Xing and the others, seeing that Su Yan still hadn't moved, Lin Zhiyi felt a bit frustrated. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed through her mind. Could it be that Su Yan is testing me? She recalled how Su Yan pretended to be a poor loser to confess to her, surely aiming to see if she was a gold digger. She had rejected him, thus she had failed his test. When she thought of the change in Su Yan's demeanor, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and think this guy really has good acting skills. Ding, Lin Zhiyi's favorability towards you has dropped to 0 points. Hearing the system prompt, Su Yan was startled. System, a decrease in favorability won't retract the treasure chest, right? Ding, it will not, but the favorability will not yield rewards if it rises back to the original number. That's good. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Lin Zhiyi, the future queen of the sea, was indeed difficult to please. For no apparent reason, her favorability had dropped to 0 points. Fortunately, he no longer had the intention to raise her favorability. Time passed. Another hour passed. The farewell banquet had reached its conclusion, and many suggested continuing the party. Then Song Qingyu began to compile the list. Su Yan, are you coming? Song Qingyu asked. I won't be going. Su Yan shook his head. He was already quite satisfied with the 6 beginner treasure chests he had obtained that night. He had given up on Lin Zhiyi. As for Yun Shuran and Song Qingyu, he likely wouldn't have another chance to interact with them. Since that was the case, there was no need for further contact. Seeing that Su Yan wasn't going, a hint of disappointment flashed in Song Qingyu's eyes, but she didn't persuade him and continued to ask other classmates. After leaving the hotel, Su Yan drove Lu Wei and Huang Li home before heading back to his own place. System, open all 6 beginner treasure chests. The 6 beginner treasure chests yielded 2,000 yuan in cash, 5,000 yuan in cash, and a consumption rebate card worth 2,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan in cash, 1 million virtual currency, a gold card for Yunding Club, and 1 million yuan directly injected into his black card account. His account balance had also reached 8 million. The 2,000 yuan rebate card could yield a cashback of 2 million if luck was on his side. The 1 million virtual currency was worth 1,000 yuan and could be used on novel websites and live streaming platforms. As for the gold card for Yunding Club, its value was hard to quantify. However, it was a symbol of status. Yunding Club, located in the southern capital, was a top-tier private club. Membership cards are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and supreme users. The bronze card requires a joining fee of 2,000 yuan, while the silver card requires 5,000 yuan. As for the gold card, it requires an 8,000 yuan joining fee and 3 gold card members as guarantors to become a new gold card member. Different levels of members enjoy different services. Thus, the actual value of this gold card is greater than 8,000 yuan. In the future, it would be useful for showing off. After finishing unpacking, Su Yan prepared to take a shower. At that moment, Pei Nanan sent a WeChat message: has the farewell banquet ended? Did you have fun? Su Yan just got home, it's not bad, I'm about to shower. Do you want a video call so I can show you my 8-pack abs? Pei Nanan, I don't believe you have 8-pack abs. Su Yan lifted his shirt and recorded a video of his 8-pack abs to send to Pei Nanan, texting, don't drool. Everyone thinks that being lecherous is a man's specialty. In reality, women are even more lecherous than men. Pei's residence. In the guest room, Pei Nanan opened the video Su Yan sent. When she clearly saw someone's 8-pack abs, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but murmur, he really has them. But upon seeing the text below the video, her face turned red, and she replied, I want. Ding, congratulations, host. Pei Nanan's favorability towards you has reached 62 points, and you have obtained a beginner treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Hehe. Hearing the system prompt, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh, replying on WeChat, woman, your alias is talking sweetly, but thinking otherwise. Pei Nanan, you are the one, I'll hit you. Su Yan, since you saw my 8-pack abs, shouldn't you let me see your legs? Pei's residence guest room. Seeing the new message from Su Yan, Pei Nanan's eyes widened and her cheeks flushed immediately. Pouting, she typed, shameless, I won't show you. Su Yan laughed, just a peek, come on. Then Pei Nanan didn't reply to him again. So shy. Su Yan shook his head, taking his phone towards the bathroom. After saving the photo, Su Yan sent a teasing message, the photo has been saved, ready to enjoy slowly. Pei Jian, the second bedroom. Pei Nanan, lying on the bed and swinging her dazzling white legs, saw Su Yan's reply and couldn't help but gasp, quickly typing, delete it now. Su Yan, I can delete it, but only if you agree to treat me to a meal. Pei Nanan, okay, I agree. Su-Yin, let's meet tomorrow. He'll delete it in person. Don't worry, I won't use the photo of your legs for anything bad tonight. On the other side, upon seeing Su-Yan's message, Pei Nanan's face turned even redder. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond to that rascal. Noticing that Pei Nanan hadn't replied to his message, Su-Yin began to take a shower, playing a song on his phone at the same time. As the warm water cascaded over him, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied groan. Recalling his past life, he could barely consider himself successful. But he remembered clearly that it was only after he had accumulated $1 million in savings that he was already over 30. Unlike now. On the first day of his rebirth, he already had $8 million in savings. Moreover, there were 2 cashback cards that had yet to be used. Once these 2 cards were used, his savings would easily surpass $3 million. Furthermore, he had lived too hard in his previous life. In this life, he wanted to enjoy his time on Earth. A few minutes later, Su-Yin walked out of the bathroom with a towel drying his wet hair. With a thought, he focused. He pulled up Pei Nanan's profile and found that her favorability had not decreased due to his teasing. Instead, it had increased by a few points, reaching 65 points. When they meet tomorrow, he planned to raise Pei Nanan's favorability to 70 points. He was quite looking forward to it and wondered what kind of items he could get from the intermediate treasure chest. After finding a hairdryer to dry his hair, he lay down on the bed. After scrolling through some short videos on his phone, he placed it on the bedside table to charge and went to sleep. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Su-Yin woke up feeling refreshed, full of energy. Unlike before his rebirth, where he could hardly sleep soundly through the night. With insomnia and frequent dreams, even after sleeping for over 10 hours, he still woke up with a foggy mind. That was due to neglecting his health in his youth and overexerting himself. Rebirth is simply too amazing. Su-Yin stretched his invigorated body and headed to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing his routine, he went downstairs and jogged for over half an hour. He then bought a breakfast from a nearby stall to take home. After a quick rinse, he was ready. After breakfast, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Pei Nanan. Nanan, are you up? A few seconds later. Pei Nanan, I've been up for a while. I'm almost at my workplace. Su-Yin, can you skip work? Pei Nanan, if you support me, I won't go to work. Su-Yin, sure, I'll take care of you and make sure you become plump and fair. Pei Nanan, get lost, you're the one who's plump and fair. The two chatted on WeChat for a while before ending the conversation and confirming their lunch plans. What should I do this morning? Su-Yin thought staying at home was definitely not an option. Suddenly a thought struck him, why not go out and chance upon the goddess? Perhaps he could even find a few treasure chests. So Su-Yin grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. He then drove straight to the city center. After driving around the city center, he didn't trigger any system notifications. This made him doubt whether he had exhausted his luck yesterday. Today he didn't encounter a single goddess. Suddenly he saw the sign of the city library and decided to try his luck. Finding a spot to park, he headed straight for the library. Stepping onto the first floor, he glanced around. It seemed to be early as there were hardly any people around. He went to the second floor. There were indeed a few people reading, but not many, and they were all quite older. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well find a few books to read and pass the time. After some selection, Su-Yin picked out 2 books from the shelf. One was called Psychology of Speaking, and the other How to Chat with Anyone. A handsome and wealthy man is considered the hardware of a man. Language, on the other hand, is the software. In his past life, Su-Yin had seen many ugly men with beautiful girlfriends. Out of curiosity, he had even asked someone about it. Women are emotional creatures and can be conquered through language. Therefore, it was indeed necessary to improve his language skills. He wasn't sure if it was because his mental strength had reached 90 points, but Su-Yin found that both his memory and comprehension had greatly improved. After just one read, he could roughly remember the content of a page, and he could fully understand it. After reading it twice, he could remember the entire page. Thus, Su-Yin gradually immersed himself in reading, thinking as he went along. After more than an hour, he had finished both books. Feeling that he had gained quite a bit, he continued to browse for a few more language books to read. The time reached. Su-Yin received a WeChat message from Pei Nanan. I have to switch shifts for lunch at 12. When are you coming? Su-Yin, send me the address, and I'll set off right away. After receiving the address from Pei Nanan, Su-Yin returned the books to the shelf and walked out of the library. He got his car and headed to the milk tea shop, where Pei Nanan worked. About 20 minutes later, Su-Yin arrived, parked his car by the roadside near the milk tea shop, and walked towards it. The milk tea shop, where Pei Nanan worked, was called Qingning Yixia. The shop was not large, less than 10 square meters. Moreover, there was only her inside the shop. Beautiful lady, he'll have a cup of milk tea, 7 points sugar, 3 points milk, and a whole lot of enthusiasm. Originally, Pei Nanan wanted to respond, but upon hearing Su-Yin's voice, she couldn't help but pout in annoyance. You rascal, all you do is tease me. Then I'll make it up to you. This is my gift to you. Su-Yin took out a red rose and handed it to Pei Nanan. He had bought it on the way here after seeing a flower shop. Upon seeing the rose in front of her, Pei Nanan's face showed a hint of shyness. Thank you, I really like it. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pei Nanen's favorability towards you has reached 71 points, and you have received an intermediate treasure chest. Oh my. Hearing the system's notification, Su Yin almost jumped up in joy. He also felt that focusing on raising Pei Nanen's favorability was indeed a wise decision. Su Yin, why don't you come in and sit? Pei Nanen said. No need, I'm going to find a place to use the restroom. Waving to Pei Nanen, Su Yin turned into the nearby mall. Arriving at the second-floor restroom, he found an empty stall, went in, and locked the door. Although he roughly estimated that others couldn't see the treasure chest, he still didn't want to take the risk. System, open the intermediate treasure chest. Ding, intermediate treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an attribute adjuster. The prize has been sent to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Attribute adjuster. Su Yin was somewhat puzzled about what exactly it was. When his consciousness touched the attribute adjuster in the system space, he was taken aback, because this attribute adjuster was simply too overpowered. It could directly adjust the physical and mental attributes of others. However, the maximum adjustment could only reduce by 50 points. For example, if a person's physical attribute is 60 points, it could be adjusted down to 10 points. Then this person's physical attribute would gradually decline to 10 points over 3 days. With only 10 points left, you can imagine what kind of situation would occur. Or if someone's mental strength were adjusted to 10 points, they would likely become a drooling idiot in 3 days. One could say that this attribute adjuster was perfect for sabotaging others. The only downside was that this item could only be used 3 times. Before long, Su Yin returned to the milk tea shop and found Pei Nanen already waiting for him outside. Inside the shop, there was also a busy female staff member. Upon seeing Su Yin, Pei Nanen immediately bounced over and said, Sister Qin is back early, let's go. I know a great Huangmin chicken place nearby that tastes really good. Wait, are your hands cold? Su Yin called out. Not cold. Pei Nanen looked at Su Yin in confusion. How could her hands be cold on such a hot day? My hands are cold, can you warm them up for me? Su Yin extended his right hand. If you want to hold hands, just say so, instead of making excuses. Pei Nanen huffed, but still took Su Yin's outstretched hand, interlocking their fingers, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Similarly, a faint smile appeared on Su Yin's lips as he thought to himself, youth is truly wonderful. The two walked hand in hand to a Huangmin chicken shop. They found an empty seat and sat down. Then Pei Nanen asked, do you want Huangmin chicken rice, or Huangmin ribs, or Huangmin pig's trotters? What do you like? Su Yin replied. Pei Nanen thought for a moment. Actually, I like them all. Su Yin then said, let's order a portion of Huangmin chicken and a portion of Huangmin ribs, that way we can have both chicken and ribs. Sounds good. Pei Nanen nodded, then ordered a portion of Huangmin chicken and a portion of Huangmin ribs from the boss. They waited for a few minutes. The Huangmin chicken rice and Huangmin ribs they ordered were brought to the table. The two then picked up their chopsticks and started eating. So how is it? Delicious, right? Pei Nanen asked. It's quite tasty. Su Yin replied, then looked at the marinated egg in her bowl and asked, do you eat marinated eggs? Pei Nanen thought Su Yin would give her his marinated egg and replied, I don't eat them. Then he'll eat it. He quickly picked the marinated egg from Pei Nanen's bowl. Su Yin's action caught Pei Nanen off guard for 3 seconds, then she pointed at him with a mix of amusement and annoyance, saying, why are you like this? Just ask me. Su Yin smiled. Pei Nanen looked at the sausage in his bowl and asked, do you eat sausages? I do. Su Yin replied earnestly. Pei Nanen suddenly realized she had been tricked by Su Yin again, feeling so annoyed that she wanted to hit him. Okay, I was just teasing you, here it is. Su Yin placed the marinated egg back in her bowl, then picked up 2 pieces of ribs and added them to her bowl, saying, these ribs are to make it up to you. That's more like it. Pei Nanen finally revealed a satisfied smile. After finishing their meal, Pei Nanen went to settle the bill, and Su Yin didn't try to stop her. As they left the Huangmin chicken shop, Pei Nanen said, shouldn't we delete that photo? What photo? Su Yin pretended to be clueless. The photo I accidentally sent you last night. Pei Nanen reminded her softly. At this moment, Su Yin leaned close to Pei Nanen's ear and whispered, I won't delete it, I'll cherish this photo for a lifetime. Ah, you shameless. Pei Nanen was furious. Su Yin intentionally flashed a big smile showing his white teeth, and said, look, I have teeth. Looking at Su Yin's bright smile, Pei Nanen couldn't help but laugh again, but she immediately turned away and said, if you don't delete the photo, I won't talk to you anymore. At this moment, Su Yin grabbed Pei Nanen's soft little hand and said, just teasing you, the photo has already been deleted. I am a gentleman. A gentleman. You. More like a shameless rascal. Pei Nanen teased with a smile. Come on, you treated me to a meal, so I'll give you a gift. Su Yin pulled Pei Nanen towards a nearby phone store. Once inside, Pei Nanen realized, you aren't thinking of buying me a phone, are you? Su Yin joked, just because we're in a phone store doesn't mean I'm buying a phone. I could be buying a phone case, a charger, or even a SIM card. I'm being serious, my phone still works. Pei Nan said with a bit of a pout. This is my first serious gift to you. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Su Yan's expression turned earnest, dropping the playful demeanor. Seeing his expression, Pei Nan felt a bit flustered and said, All right, let's just get a regular model. It can't be too expensive. He'll only buy what is worthy of you. Su Yan's smile returned, feeling pleased with himself for having read several books that morning. Ding! Congratulations, host. Pei Nan's affection for you has reached 82 points, and you have obtained a mid-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing the notification, Su Yan was momentarily stunned, realizing that one should never underestimate the power of words. He silently replied in his heart, Not yet. After some selections, Su Yan bought Pei Nan a new phone worth 2,999 yuan from a certain brand. Holding hands, they walked out of the phone store, and Su Yan asked, When do you start work? Pei Nan replied, At 1:30 p.m. in about an hour. Then let's go to a nearby cafe to chat for a bit. Su Yan suggested. Okay. Pei Nan agreed. Thus the two held hands and entered a nearby cafe, ordering 2 cups of coffee and a snack. However, Su Yan didn't sit across from Pei Nan. Instead, they sat together on a sofa. During the next, while Su Yan amused Pei Nan with jokes he had seen online in his past life, causing her to giggle continuously. Her affection level quickly rose to 89 points, but then it stalled there, leaving Su Yan in deep thought. He guessed that to increase the affection level he would need more intimate contact. Holding hands alone wouldn't suffice. Therefore, he deliberately pointed outside and said, Nanan, look at what's outside. Then he quickly leaned his cheek closer. Pei Nanan, who turned to look outside but saw nothing, instinctively turned back and accidentally kissed Su Yan on the cheek. Su Yan mimicked a shocked expression, covering his cheek and pointing at Pei Nanan, saying, Nanan, did you really just do that? Pei Nanan's face flushed as she pointed at Su Yan, saying, How could you do that? Who told you to be so charming? Su Yan looked directly into her eyes and then lifted her chin, kissing her as she stared in a daze, unable to believe it. After a moment, they parted lips. The girl, who had never kissed anyone before, slumped into Su Yan's embrace. After a while, she straightened up and said to Su Yan, let me go to the restroom. Do you need me to accompany you? Su Yan asked. No. Pei Nan replied, getting up and heading to the restroom. So sensitive. Su Yan chuckled, meanwhile silently responding to the system, Not yet. Indeed, after the kiss, Pei Nan's affection level had already surpassed 90 points. He suddenly realized that Pei Nan still hadn't returned. Frowning slightly, he suddenly received a notification on his phone. He suddenly realized that Pei Nan still hadn't returned. Frowning slightly, he suddenly received a notification on his phone. Looking at it, it was a message from Pei Nan. Bad guy, I'm heading back to work now. Su Yan quickly typed back, Focus on your work, don't think of me, or you'll make mistakes and get scolded. At the same time, Su Yan understood that Pei Nan must have felt shy. Getting up to settle the bill, he prepared to head back and open the treasure chest. He was quite looking forward to the high-level treasure chest. With sparks flying, Su Yan drove back home. System, opened the intermediate treasure chest. A golden treasure chest appeared before him and opened automatically. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the charm medal. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please retrieve it yourself. Su Yan immediately took out the charm medal. Relevant information appeared in his mind. This charm medal is a permanent item that permanently increases his charm by 10 points once worn. Su Yan chose to wear it. The charm medal transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body. System, open the panel. Host Su Yan. Age 18. Physique 90. Spirit 90. Charm 80. Charm comes from one's appearance, temperament, wealth, and status. Skills, none. Only skills from the system will be displayed. Treasure chests, advanced treasure chest X1. Bound goddesses Pei Nan, Yun Shuren Song Qingyu. System, what is the use of the charm attribute? Su Yan inquired. The system responded, For those who have no ill intentions towards you, initial goodwill will increase by 10 points upon first meeting. For those with ill intentions or enemies, initial goodwill will decrease by 10 points. Su Yan's eyes lit up, feeling that this function was quite good. With this feature, wouldn't meeting a goddess mean he could obtain an initial treasure chest? He closed the system panel. Su Yan commanded, System, open the advanced treasure chest. A larger golden treasure chest appeared before him, automatically opening and shining with dazzling golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master level fighting technique. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please retrieve it yourself. Su Yan's consciousness entered the system space and saw a glowing orb. He silently commanded it out. Then he chose to fuse it. The glowing orb flew into his forehead. A flood of combat memories appeared in his mind, and at the same time, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body as the skill strengthened his muscle reflexes. 2 minutes later, the skill fusion was complete. Su Yan tried a few moves and found them exceptionally smooth. Moreover, after fusing memories, he also gained some additional memories. Generally, an ordinary person's physique is around 60. Those who exercise regularly can reach about 70. Elite special forces and world-class athletes can achieve over 80. A physique of 90 points surpasses 99. 9 of ordinary people. With mere brute strength and reflexes, he could take on 10 opponents. With the master-level fighting technique, Su Yin, with his 90-point physique, could easily take on 30 to 50 ordinary people, of course, without using firearms. As for ordinary cold weapons, they posed little threat to him. As a reborn individual, Su Yin was quite familiar with the security environment of Dong University. Last year, after a final crackdown, organizations akin to gangsters had practically vanished from society. Safety was still guaranteed. Now with the master-level fighting technique, Su Yin felt even less worried about his safety. After pouring himself a glass of water, Su Yin began contemplating how to raise Pei Nanin's goodwill to 100 points. It is important to note that once it reaches 100 points, he would not only receive an advanced treasure chest, but also a mysterious treasure chest. However, he also knew getting to 100 points would be very difficult. Just holding hands or kissing wouldn't be enough. It would probably require intimate contact to raise the goodwill to 100 points. Forget it, let nature take its course. He'll just take a nap. Entering the bedroom and turning on the air conditioning, Su Yin lay down on the bed, pulled the cool blanket over his stomach, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. At 2:20 p.m., Su Yin woke up from his nap. He picked up his phone from the bedside table to check. 2 people had sent him WeChat messages. One was Sun Zhe asking him to go online. The other was Pei Nanin asking what he was doing. Su Yin first replied to Pei Nanin with a serious message. I was just sleeping and didn't see WeChat. Pei Nanin quickly replied, what are you planning to do now? Su Yin, Sun Zhe asked me to go online. Oh, I was just about to go. By the way, what time do you finish work tonight? Pei Nanin, what do you want to do? Su Yin, I want to treat you to dinner. After 2 minutes, Pei Nanin replied, I finish work at 6. Su Yin, then I'll come pick you up. Pei Nanin, okay. After finishing the chat, Su Yin took the car keys and went downstairs. He drove towards the Star Internet Cafe. At the Internet Cafe, he sat down at a computer next to Sun Zhe, bought 2 bottles of iced cola, and brought one over to Sun Zhe. Why did it take you so long to get here? Seeing Su Yin, Sun Zhe asked. I was taking a nap. Su Yin pulled out a chair, sat down, turned on the computer, entered his account password, and started playing the game. At 5:30 p.m., Su Yin took off his headphones and said to Sun Zhe, I have an appointment, so I'll head out now. Who are you meeting, a guy or a girl? Sun Zhe asked curiously. What do you think? Su Yin replied with a half smile. It wouldn't be Pei Nanin, would it? Sun Zhe exclaimed. You guessed right, no reward, him off. You really are something, you managed to get Pei Nanin. Sun Zhe said enviously. Keep a low profile, we're still friends. Su Yin quickly said, adding in his heart, friends who have kissed. Su Yin drove to the milk tea shop where Pei Nanin worked. He sent her a WeChat message and waited in the car. At that moment, the weather outside was hot and stuffy, and he really didn't want to go out. After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, Pei Nanin ran towards his car. Su Yin immediately rolled down the window and said to her, sit in the passenger seat. Pei Nanin's cheeks turned slightly red, but she still opened the passenger door and sat down. What do you want to eat? Su Yin asked. I'm fine with anything, Pei Nanin replied. Can we start with a kiss? Su Yin leaned over, originally intending to help Pei Nanin buckle her seatbelt. Unexpectedly, she closed her eyes. Seeing this, Su Yin naturally wouldn't hold back and directly kissed her. One must admit, a girl's lips are simply sweet. After the kiss, Su Yin closely fastened Pei Nanin's seatbelt and then drove towards a Western restaurant in the city. Upon arriving outside the restaurant, after parking the car, Su Yin took Pei Nanin to the restaurant. Isn't this place too expensive? Pei Nanin hesitated, noticing the restaurant's luxurious decor and estimating the prices would be high. No matter how expensive, it's still a place to eat, Su Yin said. You know, before inheriting my great-grandfather's inheritance, I was also a poor kid. Now that I have money, I want to experience such places. All right then, Pei Nanin replied, not saying much more. Sir, may I ask how many people? Do you have a reservation? Upon entering the restaurant, a waiter greeted them. 2 people, no reservation, Su Yin replied. Then please follow me, sir and miss. The waiter led them to a table for 2. Next, a female server came over to take their order. Su Yin took the menu and handed it to Pei Nanin. Order whatever you want, make me poor. Then I won't hold back, Pei Nanin said with a smile. However, after looking at the menu, she hesitated because the cheapest steak was 150 yuan a serving. The more expensive ones were even 400 or 500 yuan. At that moment, Su Yin noticed a pair of young women walking into the restaurant. One of them was actually Lin Zhiyi. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Lin Zhiyi looked in his direction. Su Yin smiled and nodded at her. Lin Zhiyi also responded with a smile. The older woman next to her noticed her gaze and looked over. Hey, do you know that guy? Ding, a new goddess has been discovered. Would the host like to view her information? The system's prompt chimed at that moment. Su Yin chose to view it. A data panel materialized before his eyes. Name Lu Weishua. Rank T3. Age 22. Physique 60. Spirit 65. Charm 83. Figure 87. Affection 12. Special 11. Ding, congratulations host, the goddess Lu Weixu's affection for you has reached 12 points. You have obtained a basic treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not for now, Su Yin replied in his mind. Ding, would you like to bind with the goddess Lu Weixue? No, Su Yin refused outright. He had already guessed that this Lu Weixue was likely the woman with Lin Zhiyi. As for why she had 12 affection points upon seeing him, it was naturally due to the charm medal. It was essentially a free basic treasure chest. The reason he chose not to bind was that this woman had already been with 11 men. What's wrong having trouble choosing? Seeing Pei Nan hesitating to order Su Yin asked gently. You go ahead. Pei Nan pushed the menu back to Su Yin. Su Yin took the menu, ordering a medium rare filet mignon for Pei Nan and a hearty tomahawk steak for him. Then he inquired, Nan wine or a drink? He'll have a drink, Pei Nan said. So Su Yin ordered 2 freshly squeezed watermelon juices followed by a side dish and 2 servings of black truffle mushroom soup. After the waiter taking their order left, Su Yin moved directly to sit beside Pei Nan taking her hand and saying, relax. We're here to spend money and enjoy ourselves. There's no need to be nervous. I'm not nervous, Pei Nan quickly replied. Then let me tell you a joke. On the other side, Lin Zhiyi also sat down at a table with her cousin Lu Weixue. After ordering, Lu Weixue asked again, what's your relationship with that guy? Just a classmate, not close, Lin Zhiyi said indifferently. Lu Weixue spoke with the tone of someone experienced. Let me tell you, love is the most unreliable thing. Don't let those little boys fool you out of your body. Cousin, do I look that stupid? Lin Zhiyi said, somewhat exasperated. She had heard about her cousin's affairs it was precisely that heartbreak in high school that had led her to become somewhat self-destructive and reckless afterward. She changed boyfriends faster than she changed clothes. I know, I just wanted to remind you, Lu Weixue said with an awkward smile. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Su Yin had finished his meal with Pei Nan. He called the waiter to settle the bill, and the two walked out of the restaurant hand in hand. Coincidentally, the cousins Lu Weixue and Lin Zhiyi were a step behind them. Seeing Su Yin and Pei Nan get into a Mercedes G-Wagon, Lu Weixue said, somewhat shocked, is your male classmate this rich, driving a Mercedes G-Wagon? Mentioning this, Lin Zhiyi felt a bit annoyed. This guy is quite cunning. He pretended to be a poor loser all through high school, and only after the college entrance exam did he reveal his identity as a rich second generation. So he's quite good at pretending. Lu Weixue remarked in surprise. Then you'd better not get involved with a guy like that. Cousin's afraid you can't handle him. By the way, do you have his WeChat? Send it to me. Hearing this, Lin Zhiyi looked at her cousin with a strange expression. What do you want his WeChat for? Lu Weixue said with great confidence. No matter how cunning a little boy is, he's still a little boy. It's to bleed him dry, of course. Generally, the gold of these innocent little boys is the easiest to squeeze out. Forget it, we're still classmates after all. It wouldn't look good if it came out later, Lin Zhiyi refused tactfully. Who's starting to guard your food already? Lu Weixue teased. I didn't. We really are just classmates. Forget it, I can't be bothered to explain. Believe it or not, Lin Zhiyi said, exasperated. On the other side in the car, Su Yin asked, in a hurry to get home. Pei Nan said, my mom knows my get-off time. It's hard to explain if I'm late. Alright, I'll take you home. Over 10 minutes later, Su Yin skillfully dropped Pei Nan off outside an old residential complex. Su Yin, thank you for the meal today. They'll head in now, Pei Nan said while unbuckling her seatbelt, preparing to open the door and get out. Wait, give me a kiss before you go, Su Yin called out. Pei Nan stopped her motion to leave. She didn't object, but neither did she agree. Without asking further, Su Yin leaned over and pressed his lips against her soft ones. Over 10 minutes, Pei Nan pushed away Su Yin's mischievous hand, speaking pleadingly. Su Yin, I need to go. Otherwise my mom will start calling to rush me. Alright, go on then. See you tomorrow. Su Yin didn't insist this time. Pei Nan nodded, then, after a moment's thought, she gave Su Yin a kiss on the cheek before pushing the door open and trotting into the complex. Seeing this, Su Yin smiled. He drove home. Back home. He changed into slippers, sat down on the sofa, and casually turned on the TV with the remote. Then he said to the system, open the basic treasure chest. Ding, basic treasure chest opening. Ding, congratulations host, you have received 2,000 yuan in cash, which has been deposited into your black card account. Please check it yourself. The next moment, a text message notification of the deposit arrived on his phone. Seeing the balance had become 3 million, a smile unconsciously spread across Su Yin's lips. Just then, a WeChat message came from Pei Nan. Are you home yet? Su Yin just got home watching TV. You. Pei Nan just finished showering. Su Yin, want to see a picture? Pei Nan, pervert, not showing you. But the next moment, Pei Nan still sent a picture of herself after her shower. After looking at it, Su Yin couldn't help but marvel. An 18-year-old girl truly was fair and tender. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Several days passed. During these days, Besides playing games with Sun Zhou at the internet cafe, Su Yin spent all his time with Pei Nannan. Through his efforts over these days, Pei Nannan's affection had reached 99 points. But that final point remained elusive. Although Su Yin was eager to take the final step, Pei Nannan's mother kept a very tight rein on her. If she was even slightly late getting home, she would get a phone call asking where she was. Pei Nannan seemed somewhat afraid of her mother as well. She didn't dare to disobey and stay out overnight. Of course, during these days, thanks to Su Yan's thick-skinned persistence, they had done everything except the final act. At noon, Su Yin and Pei Nannan had lunch and were cuddling in the back seat of the G-Wagon. Suddenly, Pei Nannan said, "Yang and my mom went on a business trip today." Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I'll book a hotel right away." Pei Nannan said shyly, "How about we go to my place instead? I'm worried my mom might video call me tonight." Hearing this, Su Yin felt a surge of excitement and nodded repeatedly. "All right, let's go to your place. Then should we buy groceries and cook dinner at home?" Pei Nannan hugged Su Yan's arm, seeking his opinion. This was something she had read online: to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. So she had been diligently practicing her cooking skills over the past few days, waiting for the opportunity to showcase. At 6 in the evening, Su Yin picked up Pei Nannan after work and drove straight to the nearby market. After a big shopping spree, he headed to Pei Nannan's home. As they passed a liquor store, Su Yin got out to buy a bottle of red wine costing over 502 bottles of Sprite. He always found red wine too astringent without the addition of Sprite. Even though someone had mocked him as a bumpkin in his past life, he remained unchanged. Upon arriving at Pei Nannan's home, she took out a pair of slippers she had prepared in advance for Su Yin. Clearly, this girl had a plan all along, wanting to lure Su Yin to her house. After dropping off the ingredients in the kitchen, Su Yin took a look around Pei Nannan's home. It was an old-style two-bedroom apartment with a total area of about 60 to 70 square meters. Although the house was old, it was very clean and warmly decorated. Pei Nannan used the remote control to turn on the television and brewed a cup of tea for Su Yin, allowing him to watch TV on the sofa while she went to cook in the kitchen. However, Su Yin insisted that a couple working together can achieve great things and went to help Pei Nannan. Though Pei Nannan said it was unnecessary, she felt quite sweet inside. After tying on their aprons and sharing a playful moment, the two of them began working in the kitchen. Su Yin was responsible for washing and preparing the vegetables, while Pei Nannan handled cutting and cooking. After finishing his tasks, Su Yin didn't leave the kitchen but occasionally handed Pei Nannan a plate or some seasoning and praised her a few times, providing plenty of emotional support. This motivated Pei Nannan even more, and her smile never faded. After about an hour, 3 dishes and a soup were served on the dining table. Su Yin also prepared the red wine and Sprite mix. Just then someone called Pei Nannan on WeChat video. "Quick, hide in my room, my mom is calling," Pei Nannan said in a slightly panicked manner. Su Yin was not at all flustered. He took the mixed red wine and a set of chopsticks into Pei Nannan's bedroom. To avoid arousing suspicion from Pei Nannan's mother, Su Yin casually placed the red wine and chopsticks on the desk and began to examine Pei Nannan's bedroom. The room was very tidy, with a neatly folded quilt and a stuffed bear on the bed. The desk was cluttered with textbooks, a few novels, and a cookbook. He wasn't in a hurry. He casually picked up a novel and started reading. About 5 minutes later, Pei Nannan walked in looking a bit shy and said, "Yin Gu, you can come out now. Let's go." Su Yin took the mixed red wine and chopsticks to the living room, personally pouring the red wine into 2 glasses and handing one to Pei Nannan. "Nannan, you've worked hard today. This is for you." Su Yin raised his glass. "Yin Gu, I also toast to you." They exchanged smiles and brought their glasses to their lips. Upon tasting the red wine mixed with Sprite, Pei Nannan's eyes lit up. It was sweet and seemed quite enjoyable. "Yin Gu, try this piece of rib." Pei Nannan placed a piece of dry pot rib into Su Yin's bowl. "Not bad." Su Yin tasted it and gave an affirmative reply. "To be able to make such a flavor in just a few days shows your culinary talent is impressive." "Yin Gu, how did you know?" Pei Nannan asked, somewhat surprised. "I saw the cookbooks in your room." Su Yin smiled and gently wrapped his arm around Pei Nannan's waist, saying tenderly, "Nannan, thank you for everything you've done for me." Pei Nannan felt very happy, thinking her efforts were being rewarded. "Come, you should taste the dish you made." Su Yin picked up a piece of rib and brought it to Pei Nannan's mouth. "The rib you fed me is really delicious." Pei Nannan's face was filled with happiness. Seeing her expression, Su Yin felt a bit emotional. He had experienced several relationships in his past life. He had 2 relationships in college, one during his sophomore year with a junior. Unfortunately, he had to work to earn tuition and living expenses, which didn't allow him much time to accompany her, leading to his junior girlfriend breaking up with him, feeling neglected. The second relationship was during his junior year with a senior girl. However, after she went out for an internship, she got involved with a supervisor at her company and dumped him. After entering the workforce, he had 2 more relationships. One lasted 2 years, but she said she saw no future and broke up with him. The other only lasted half a year. It was Su Yin who initiated the breakup because that girlfriend was extravagant, fond of luxury goods, and they didn't earn enough to support her spending. When money ran out, she directly used credit cards and borrowed money, accumulating a mountain of debt. She even scolded him for not earning money and being incapable. Su Yin knew she was a pitfall and took the initiative to break up. Then he plunged into making money and never dated again. Soon Su Yin reined in his emotions and focused his thoughts on Pei Nan. The taste of this meal might not be exceptional, but both Su Yin and Pei Nan enjoyed it thoroughly. A bottle of red wine was gradually consumed. Pei Nan's face had turned rosy, resembling a ripe red apple, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. "Yin, go kiss me." Perhaps the effects of the alcohol had emboldened her. Pei Nan wrapped her arms around Su Yin's neck. Su Yin naturally wouldn't hold back, pulling her tightly into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her. As things escalated, they moved from the dining table to the sofa, and then from the sofa to the bedroom. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The goddess Pei Nan's favorability towards you has reached 100 points. Do you wish to lock the favorability?" "What does that mean?" Su Yin asked. The system replied, "Once you lock the favorability, it will no longer decrease, and all the money the host spends on Pei Nan will receive an 8-fold return." Su Yin did not expect that reaching 100 favorability would have such benefits. He immediately responded, "Lock it now." Ding, favorability locked successfully. From now on, all expenses the host incurs for Pei Nan will receive an 8-fold return. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not yet, Su Yin replied in his mind. More than half an hour later, after the storm subsided, Pei Nan snuggled close to Su Yin and said, "Yin, go, am I now your girlfriend?" "Of course," Su Yin replied without hesitation, directly acknowledging their relationship. If he had hesitated before now that Pei Nan's favorability was locked, he had nothing to worry about. "Really, that's great." Pei Nan was very happy and took the initiative to kiss Su Yin. "Come, let's take a shower," Su Yin said. "Carry me." Late at night, Su Yin quietly left Pei Nan's bedroom and headed to the sofa in the living room. System opened the high-level treasure chest. A golden treasure chest appeared before him, automatically opening and radiating bursts of golden light. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the master-level skill Dragon and Phoenix Harmony technique. The prize has been sent to the system space. Please collect it yourself. In the next moment, a light orb appeared in Su Yin's hand. After silently thinking use, the light orb flew into his brow and fused with his body. Minutes later, Su Yin gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face filled with surprise. The Dragon and Phoenix Harmony technique was not an ancient martial art or cultivation technique. Instead, it was a dual cultivation technique. Its main function was to strengthen the kidneys, while its secondary function was to enhance physical constitution. Moreover, when practiced with a long-term partner, it would also grant a certain degree of physical enhancement. There is also a mysterious treasure chest. System open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding, the mysterious treasure chest is opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 of the shares of Nanyu Group. The stock certificate has been stored in the system space. Oh, please check it yourself. Nanyu Group. Su Yin felt a sense of déjà vu. He took out his phone to search and discovered that it was a publicly listed company with a market value of around 1.3 billion. This means the shares in his hands are worth 130 million. "Wow, I am about to become a billionaire," Su Yin said excitedly. In his previous life, after stepping out of school, he struggled for over a decade and only accumulated a few million in assets. Having returned to life, it had been less than a few days. Now he possessed over 100 million in assets. At that moment, he wanted to call the system dad. The gifts were simply too generous. With a thought, the stock certificate appeared in Su Yin's hand. It was a thick stack. After flipping through it, he returned it to the system space. The system space is not a storage space that can only hold items awarded by the system. At the same time, a sense of ambition slowly rose from the depths of Su Yin's heart. After acquiring Pei Nan and a goddess, he obtained shares worth over 100 million. If he secured a few more, his net worth would likely surpass 1 billion. Suddenly, he thought of the 8-fold return associated with Pei Nan. Looking at her living environment, he pondered whether he should take her to buy an apartment. Quancheng is merely a third-tier city. It is now 2016, and housing prices are at their peak. However, Su Yin didn't care. Even if the prices dropped later, he wouldn't lose, as there was the 8-fold return. Having just become a billionaire, Su Yin found it hard to sleep. So he took out his phone to search for real estate in Quancheng. Currently, housing prices range from 7,000 to 15,000 yuan. Eventually, he locked onto a high-end community named Quancheng Bun. This community had just delivered its properties in February this year. It had all the basic amenities, including a gym, supermarket, swimming pool, and more. More importantly, it was in an educational district, which made the prices quite high. The base price was 1,200 yuan per square meter. Su Yin decided to go and take a look tomorrow. After checking the information on several more properties, Su Yin got up and walked toward the bedroom. Pei Nan was sleeping in a very cute position, curled up like a baby. It is said that those who like this sleeping position often lack a sense of security. He quietly climbed onto the bed and wrapped his arms around Pei Nan. In her dreams, it seemed she found her support turning to press her cheek against Su Yan's chest, unconsciously rubbing against him, and then she wrapped her arms around his waist. The next morning, Su Yan felt a tickling sensation in his nose. He opened his eyes to find Pei Nan teasing his nostrils with her hair. "You little rascal, daring to disturb my sleep, let's see how I deal with you," Su Yan said playfully. Then he pulled her into his embrace and began to tickle her, causing Pei Nan to laugh, continuously twisting her body in his arms. As they twisted, they began to spark. Then their lips stuck together. However, at the last moment, Su Yan forced himself to stop. Because Pei Nan was still a new car. She had just been unwrapped yesterday and couldn't be driven too hard. "Get up after breakfast, I'll take you somewhere," Su Yan said, then thought for a moment and added, "Take a day off from work today to ask your boss, and remember to bring your ID card." "Okay, Yin, go." Before long, the two dressed arrived at the bathroom. Pei Nan had already bought toiletries for Su Yan in advance. After they finished washing up, they worked together to clean the dishes from the dining table in the living room before holding hands and walking out the door. They drove to a nearby breakfast shop to eat. Su Yan then drove toward Quancheng. "Yin," Pei Nan asked curiously, "You'll know when we get there." After about 7 or 8 minutes, Su Yan arrived at the sales department of Quancheng. Just as he parked the car, a young man in sales attire came over to open the door for him. "Thank you." Su Yan, "You're welcome. Are you here to look at houses?" Wu Feng smiled as he asked. At that moment, Pei Nan got out of the car from the other side and walked over to hug Su Yan's arm. Seeing this scene, a hint of envy flashed in Wu Feng's eyes. No wonder he's a wealthy second generation. His girlfriend is so beautiful. However, he quickly shifted his gaze back to Su Yan. "Yes, I'm here to look at houses. Please come this way. I'm Wu Feng from the sales department. Oh, just call me Xiao." Wu Feng immediately gestured for them to enter. Once inside the sales department, he eagerly invited the two to sit down and asked them what they would like to drink. "Baby, what do you want?" Su Yan turned to ask Pei Nan. Hearing Su Yan use such an embarrassing term, she blushed a little. "Just mineral water is fine." 2 bottles of mineral water, Su Yan said to Wu Feng. While Wu Feng went to fetch the water, Pei Nan whispered, "Yingo, why do you call him baby? It's so embarrassing." Su Yan laughed. "Because I want to pamper you like a daughter. Come on, call me daddy." "Ah, Yingo, you're teasing me again." Pei Nan pouted in a teasing manner. At that moment, Wu Feng returned with 2 bottles of mineral water. Su Yan also returned to a more serious demeanor. "By the way, may I ask how to address you too?" Wu Feng asked with a smile. "I'm Su Yan, and this is my girlfriend Pei Nan." "Oh, so it's Mr. Su and Miss Pei. By the way, do you two know about our Quancheng? Do you need me to give you an?" Su Yan said, "I've checked some basic information online. You can just introduce the house types here." Wu Feng immediately began his introduction. The houses at Quancheng are all large units, with the smallest being 108 square meters, and there are also units of 148 square meters, 188 square meters, and over 200 square meters. Su Yan thought for a moment. There were only 2 people in Pei Nan's family. After she went to college, it was just her mother. A 148 square meter unit would be just right. So he asked, "Is there a model house for the 148 square meter unit?" "Yes, Mr. Su, would you like to take a look?" "Of course." Thus, under Wu Feng's guidance, the two arrived at the model house. The model house, after renovation, was indeed very beautiful. Pei Nan couldn't help but praise, "This house is really nice." "Do you like it, eh?" Su Yan asked. "I like it." "Xiao Wu, do you have any 148 square meter units left, and what's the price?" Su Yan inquired. Wu Feng hurriedly replied, "Yes, Mr. Su." Returning to the sales department, Wu Feng picked up a tablet to check, and then informed Su Yan that there were more than 10 units of 148 square meters available. The cheapest unit costs 1,320 yuan per square meter, while the most expensive one is 1,380 yuan per square meter. Su Yan pointed to the most expensive unit and asked, "How much is this one?" Wu Feng immediately calculated with his phone and replied, "Mr. Su, the total price for this property, including various taxes, is 201 million yuan. However, our company will directly gift you a year's property fee. What discount can you offer?" "If it's reasonable, I'll pay in full today," Su Yan said. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng became a bit excited, but quickly calmed down, saying, "Mr. Su, we can deduct 100,000 yuan." "All right." Su Yan nodded. "Let's sign the contract." Seeing Su Yan so decisive, Wu Feng was a bit taken aback, but he quickly said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Su, I'll prepare the contract right away." Soon Wu Feng returned with the purchase contract and smiled, "Mr. Su, please take out your ID card." Su Yan looked at Pei Nan. "Baby, take out your ID card." Even if Pei Nan was a bit slow, she finally realized at this moment that Su Yan was going to buy her a house. When Su Yan took out the black card and swiped it for 2 million for the house payment, a system prompt sounded ding detected that the host Pei Nan Nan spent 2 million, obtaining a rebate of 16 million. In the next moment, the account notification chimed in promptly. The balance directly changed to 17 million. Awesome! Su Yan exclaimed in his heart as his wealth surged. Mr. Ms. Pei, here are your housing contract access card and keys. By the way, the property certificate will be ready within a week and someone will notify you to collect it. Wu Feng said as he handed a file bag to Su Yan. Alright, thank you for today, Xiao Wu. Su Yan took the file bag, casually handed it to Pei Nan Nan, and then spoke. Wu Feng was somewhat flattered, saying, Mr. Su, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Let me see you off. Wu Feng escorted Su Yan and Pei Nan Nan to the car. He also closed the car door for Su Yan. Until the Mercedes-Benz G-Class completely vanished from Wu Feng's sight, he let out a heavy breath and turned to stride back toward the sales office. As the car drove a distance, Su Yan noticed that Pei Nan Nan had not yet recovered from the surprise of acquiring a house. So he spoke up, Baby, is there anywhere you want to go? Hearing Su Yan's voice, Pei Nan Nan immediately came back to her senses. Her eyes looking at Su Yan became watery. Brother, Yan, can we go home? Su Yan could see that Pei Nan Nan was moved. So he said, then let's go to my home. Otherwise I'm worried that my mother-in-law might suddenly come back halfway through. Brother Yan, you really are a rogue. Although the two had already broken that barrier, Pei Nan Nan still felt very shy, blushing as she spoke. More than 10 minutes later, Su Yan brought Pei Nan Nan to his home. As soon as they entered, Pei Nan Nan took the initiative to pounce on him, tiptoeing for a kiss. Su Yan directly picked her up with both hands. Despite Pei Nan Nan's tall stature, she wasn't heavy, weighing only around 100 pounds. For Su Yan, whose physique had reached 90 points, this weight was hardly anything. Soon he carried Pei Nan Nan to the bedroom. After removing Pei Nan Nan's defenses, Su Yan whispered in her ear, is this okay? Pei Nan Nan responded softly. Last night, Pei Nan Nan's new car had just been unwrapped, and Su Yan had not dared to exert too much force. But after a night of rest, she had already adapted. Time quickly passed to noon. After several hours of continuous exercise, Su Yan not only felt no fatigue, but instead felt a warmth radiating from his kidneys. At the same time, he felt that his physique had also improved. However, when he checked the system panel, his physique still remained at 90 points. It seemed that the increase in physique was only by a fraction of a point. Baby, don't sleep yet. Let's wash up first and change the bed sheets before sleeping. Su Yan shook Pei Nan Nan, whose eyelids were heavy. Brother Yan, carry me. Pei Nan Nan hoarsely stretched out her arms. Alright. Su Yan carried Pei Nan Nan to the bathroom for a wash, changed the bed sheets, and then picked her up from the sofa and placed her on the bed. Baby, I'm going to order takeout now. Do you want to eat before sleeping? Su Yan asked. Though he wasn't tired, he felt, no, I just want to sleep. Alright, you sleep. I'll take you out for a feast tonight. Su Yan didn't insist, pulling up the cool blanket for Pei Nan Nan before heading to the living room. After ordering a portion of fried chicken and cola on Matewan, Su Yan picked up his phone and started watching short videos. More than 30 minutes later, the delivery arrived. Just halfway through eating, Sun just sent Su Yan a WeChat message asking him to go online. This guy was a serious internet addict, spending most of his time in internet cafes after the college entrance examination. Su Yan directly replied that he was busy and wouldn't go, then ignored him. At this moment, another person sent him a WeChat message. It was Yang Xing. Yang family, young master Su Yan, I've organized an outdoor barbecue event for tomorrow. How about joining us? Su Yan thought for a moment and asked how many people are participating and where. Yang family, young master, currently 8 people have signed up, including me, Chao Yu, Lu Wei, Huang, Li, the class monitor, Lin Zhiyi, and 2 of my friends. The location is temporarily set at a section of Shaoqing River. The section of Shaoqing River runs through the western suburbs of Spring City, about 10 kilometers away. Su Yan, then I'll sign up. By the way, do I need to prepare anything? Yang family, young master, I've already prepared everything on my end, you just need to come. Su Yan, alright, when do we set off? Yang family, young master, tomorrow at 9 in the morning we'll meet under the second bridge. Su Yan, okay. At 5 in the afternoon, Pei Nan Nan finally woke up. After tidying up a bit, Su Yan took her out for a feast. After more than 20 minutes, Su Yan brought Pei Nan Nan to a seafood restaurant. As soon as they stepped into the restaurant, the system prompt sounded ding, detected a goddess nearby. Would you like to check the goddess information? Check. In the next moment, a data panel appeared before Su Yan's eyes. Name Fu Yutong. Level T1. Age 20. Physique 71 points. Spirit 74 points. Appearance 92 points. Figure 91 points. Favorability 11 points. Special 0 times. Ding, congratulations to the host. Fu Yutong's favorability towards you has reached 11 points. You have obtained a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not opening for now. Su Yan replied in his heart. At the same time, he felt that this name was somewhat familiar. After recalling, he remembered that Fu Yutong was one of the campus flowers of Nandu University, wasn't she? He just didn't know if she was the one he remembered. However, as his gaze swept over the restaurant's cashier, he completely confirmed that this Fu Yutong was indeed the one he had in mind. He didn't expect her to also be from Spring City. However, this senior truly deserved the title of campus flower, as her looks and figure both exceeded 90. Such a beauty was hard to come by. However, when he entered college, she was already a senior. By the time he was familiar with the campus in his sophomore year, she had already gone out for an internship. He had never seen her in person and had only seen her photos on the campus forum. After being seated, Su Yin picked up the menu to order. He ordered a portion of seafood porridge, a portion of salmon, a portion of stir-fried clams, and a portion of shrimp. Baby, do you want to drink alcohol? Su Yin asked Pei Nan Nan. Let's drink juice. Pei Nan Nan replied. All right, then we'll drink juice. So Su Yin ordered 2 drinks. After returning the menu to the waiter, Su Yin held Pei Nan Nan's hand and played with it, saying, by the way, a classmate invited me to a barbecue in the wild this afternoon. Can you take another day off tomorrow? If so, I'll take you with me. Pei Nan Nan showed a troubled expression. Brother Yin, I've already taken a day off today. If I take another day off tomorrow, it might be difficult to explain to my boss. How about you quit that job? Su Yin asked tentatively. The boss is a relative of my family and can contact my mom directly. Pei Nan Nan displayed a troubled expression. Then how long do you plan to stay? Su Yin asked. Pei Nan Nan replied, I've already told my mom that I can leave after working for a month. That's fine then. Su Yin didn't insist. Being together every day wasn't good either, otherwise how would he have time to discover new goddesses? After the meal, it was time to settle the bill. Su Yin received an 8-fold cashback. The meal cost 620 yuan, and with the 8-fold rebate, an additional 4,960 yuan was added to his bank account. However, Su Yin felt a bit regretful. By the time he settled the bill, senior sister Fu Yutong was no longer at the cash register. Moreover, judging by her attire, she didn't seem to be a cashier, which left only one possibility: this shop either belonged to her or to her relatives. Let's go check out the new house. After settling the bill, Su Yin pulled Pei Nan Nan outside. Upon hearing this, Pei Nan Nan's face also lit up with anticipation. Soon Su Yin drove to the Spring City villa. After showing the purchase contract, the security guard let him in. The apartment he bought for Pei Nan Nan was in Building 8, Room 801 on the 8th floor. The entire building had only 1 unit. They took the elevator to the 8th floor. Su Yin took out the key and unlocked the door. The layout consisted of 4 suites, 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a balcony. However, the house was still a bare shell, so it was hard to see much. Baby, give me your bank card number, Su Yin said after touring the house. Brother Yin, what do you want to do? To transfer you the renovation funds, of course. We can't just leave the house like this after buying it. Su Yin replied matter-of-factly. But you've already spent 2 million, Pei Nan Nan said shyly. In truth, after Su Yin gifted her the house, she had considered whether to confess to her mother about selling their old house to fund the renovations. No worries, brother Yin isn't short on money. Or are you trying to be polite with me? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Pei Nan Nan felt a bit nervous and immediately provided her bank card number to him. Su Yan also took out his phone and started to operate it. Soon he transferred 1 million to Pei Nan Nan's bank account, and she received a notification of the deposit. With a black card account specifically for such transactions, there would be no delays. Brother Yin, why did you transfer me so much money? Seeing the 1 million transfer, Pei Nan Nan was taken aback. Su Yan replied, the house is large and renovations are expensive. Besides, after the renovations, we need to buy furniture and appliances. This 1 million might not be enough. By the way, if it's not sufficient, just let me know. Brother Yin, you're so nice. Pei Nan Nan leaned in for a kiss. After a long moment, they parted. Pei Nan Nan leaned against Su Yan's embrace and said, Brother Yin, I don't know much about renovations. How about I let my mom handle it? That's fine, Su Yan replied. But I don't know how to tell my mom. Pei Nan Nan said with some worry. What else is there to say? Just tell her your boyfriend is giving it to you. What if my mom wants to meet you? Su Yan laughed and said, then let her meet me. We'll have to meet sooner or later anyway. Hearing Su Yan say this, Pei Nan Nan felt a great sense of reassurance. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some clothes and accessories. Su Yan said. After all, he still had 2 cashback cards left to use. Thinking of this, he started communicating with the system. If I choose to use the cashback card, will Pei Nan Nan's 8-fold rebate become invalid? The system replied, no, the host will receive double rewards. That's good. Soon Su Yan brought Pei Nan Nan to the Fuyuan shopping mall. First they went to a clothing store where he bought her 5 outfits and a few pairs of shoes. Unfortunately, it only cost over 300 yuan. It was far from the 200 yuan limit. At first Pei Nan Nan advised Su Yan not to buy so much. But seeing that he wasn't listening to her, she stopped persuading him. They began to enjoy the joy of shopping. After buying clothes, Su Yan took her to the cosmetics section. They bought everything all at once, such as perfume, masks, moisturizers, and makeup, but it only cost a little over 100. Noticing Pei Nan Nan's empty wrists, Su Yan first bought her a bracelet worth more than 300, and then spent 600 on a women's watch. After silently calculating, he had spent less than 150000. So he simply spent more than 7000 to buy her a jade pendant. Alright, let's head home. Next, Su Yin drove Pei Nanan back to her house, where they enjoyed some cozy time together. Alright, let's head home. Next, Su Yin drove Pei Nanan back to her house, where they enjoyed some cozy time together. On his way back home, he stopped by a supermarket and bought quite a few snacks to put in the trunk. Although Yang Xing told him not to bring anything, he didn't want to take advantage of others, so he spent a few hundred yuan on snacks. Back home, just as Su Yin was getting ready to open the treasure chest, Pei Nanan's WeChat message came through. Brother, Yin, are you home? Su Yin replied, just got home. Baby, what's this? After just a little while apart, do you miss me already? Pei Nanan replied coyly. Not really, I just want to show you my new clothes. Su Yin said, alright, wear each outfit and take a few photos for me. System, open the beginner treasure chest. Ding, beginner treasure chest opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a liquor package. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please collect it yourself. What? A liquor package? Su Yin was somewhat taken aback. He retrieved the package from the system space and opened it, finding 2 bottles of red wine, 2 bottles of foreign liquor, 2 bottles of white liquor, and 6 packs of special cigarettes. As soon as he retrieved the package, the information about these liquors appeared in his mind. Each bottle of red wine was worth $2. Each bottle of foreign liquor was worth $1, and the total value of the 2 bottles of white liquor was 2 yuan, while the special cigarettes had no market price. Even so, the total value of the 6 bottles of alcohol was close to 6 yuan. Not bad, not bad. Su Yin felt quite satisfied with this. He then opened 1 pack of special cigarettes and took one out to light it. Taking a puff, he found it to be better than the ordinary huazi. Of course, it could also just be a psychological effect. Afterward, he took out a cashback card to use. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 9-fold cashback. 8 million yuan will soon be credited to the host's black card account. In the next moment, Su Yin received a notification of the deposit. Adding the 1.84 million in shopping cashback, his account balance reached 27.64 million. Not bad. After transferring 1 million to Pei Nanan for renovations, he earned another 8 million in cashback. At this moment, Pei Nanan sent several photos in succession. They were photos of her wearing her new clothes. Su Yin couldn't help but give some comments. The next morning, as usual, Su Yin went for a run and had breakfast outside. After returning and rinsing off, he drove to pick up Pei Nanan for work. Once he dropped her off at the milk tea shop, he drove to meet Yang Xing and the others under the second bridge. Upon arriving, Su Yin noticed 2 cars parked by the roadside under the second bridge. One was Yang Xing's BMW X1, and the other was a white Audi A4. Yang Xing was chatting and smoking with Chao Yu and 2 other tall boys by the roadside. Su Yin is here, he exclaimed upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class appear. Chao Yu's eyes lit up, and he jogged over. At that moment, several girls in the car also got out. When Su Yin stepped out of the car and saw Song Qingyu's outfit today, a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Indeed, today Song Qingyu had completely shed her disguise, giving off an air of both innocence and wow. Class monitor, I thought I was low-key enough, but it turns out you're even more low-key. Su Yin teased as he spoke to Song Qingyu. Not at all. Song Qingyu replied generously. I just dressed like this before because I didn't want to I see now. Su Yin nodded in realization and then nodded in acknowledgement to Lin Zhiyi Lu Wei. At this moment, Yang Xing introduced the 2 tall boys, saying, Su Yin, let me introduce you. This is my good brother Wei Yuan, and this is also my good brother Chen Mo. Hello, I am Su Yin, Yang Xing's classmate. Su Yin greeted the 2 with a smile. Hello Su Yin, I am Wei Yuan. Your car is nice. Hello Su Yin, I am Chen Mo. From now on we are all good brothers. After a brief exchange, Su Yin turned to Chao Yu and asked, Chao Yu, do you have a driver's license? If you do, how about you drive? Maybe I should pass. Chao Yu appeared hesitant. I just got my license and your car is so expensive. If I bump it, I won't be able to pay even if I sell myself. It's fine, we have insurance. Su Yin said dismissively and directly handed the keys to Chao Yu. Chao Yu's eyes lit up. Then I won't be polite. If I crash, you can't make me pay. No shame, Su Yin already said it. How can you go back on your word? Yang Xing chimed in. If you're scared, why not let me drive? You can drive my car. Not a chance. Chao Yu quickly replied, then ran towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Soon the 3 cars set off with Yang Xing's BMW X1 leading the way. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class followed behind. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Yin noticed Chao Yu's tense body, but said nothing. When driving, the worst thing is for the person next to you to point and comment. The more you talk, the more nervous the driver becomes. Sure enough, after a while, Chao Yu relaxed. However, his expression was still very excited. As expected of the G-Class, the experience is simply excellent. Then you can drive back to get more experience. Su Yin said. Then I won't hold back. Chao Yu replied with a smile. By the way, Yin, good, do you know why Yang Xing organized this outdoor barbecue? Why? Su Yin asked in curiosity. Of course it's to pursue Lin Zhiyi. Xiao Yu answered immediately. Upon hearing that Yang Xing was pursuing Lin Zhiyi, Su Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Even someone as extraordinary as him wouldn't dare to provoke Lin Zhiyi. Yet Yang Xing dared to go after her. This could only mean two things. First, he gets directly rejected by Lin Zhiyi. Second, he becomes just another fish in the pond. Yinga, what do you think? Do you think Yang Xing has a chance? It's hard to say, after all, when it comes to feelings, who can really be certain? Su Yan wouldn't speak the truth, although Lin Zhiyi would eventually become a queen among women. But for now she is not. True. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. But the class monitor surprised us. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful when dressed up. She really is beautiful. Su Yan agreed. After more than 20 minutes they arrived at their destination, parked the car, and began unloading things. Yang Xing had chosen the location thoughtfully. This place was a natural lawn perfect for outdoor picnics and bar. The water in the small river ahead was also very clear, and occasionally small fish could be seen swimming. In fact, a few years ago the Qing River was still a sewage river. It is only after years of management that the river water has returned to clarity. Similarly, Yang Xing's preparations were thorough. Not only did he bring folding chairs, but he also brought several tents. After all, it was the scorching summer, and without tents they wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves for long without being scorched by the sun. Su Yan, I brought a fishing rod. Do you want to go to the river and try fishing? Sure. Hearing Yang Xing say this, it really piqued Su Yan's interest in fishing. He developed an interest in fishing after turning 30. Yang Xing, do you have any extra fishing rods? I want to give it a try too, Lin Zhiyi said as she walked over. Yes. Yang Xing immediately became excited and eagerly set up the fishing line and hooks for Lin Zhiyi. As for Su Yan, he took a folding stool to the riverbank. He skillfully tied the fishing line hooks and floats. He also took some water and good bait from the river. After putting a lump of bait on the hook, he cast it into the river. After a while, Song Qingyu walked over and smiled, asking, Su Yan, do you like fishing? I'm not fishing for fish, but for mermaids. Su Yan replied with a serious expression. Song Qingyu instantly understood the meaning behind Su Yan's words and laughed. How come I never noticed you were so slick with words before? I also never realized the class monitor was so beautiful. Su Yan responded. You've changed quite a bit. Does the class monitor know me well? Su Yan asked with a smile. You used to be quite the quiet one. Su Yan replied. Is that so? I didn't know I was a gourd in the class monitor's eyes. At least it's a gourd and not a cucumber. Damn, she understood immediately. As soon as she heard the word cucumber, Song Qingyu understood the implication and blushed as she scolded. You are not serious at all. Then the class monitor isn't too serious either. After all, I said it, and you understood. Su Yan laughed. Originally, I thought the class monitor was a dignified lady who knew she was also a lively girl. Upon hearing the term lively girl, Song Qingyu's face flushed first, but then she couldn't help but laugh, punching Su Yan's arm. Don't call me that, or I'll hit you. Then if I'm good to you, will you still hit me, eh? Su Yan asked with feigned affection. Su Yan, let me tell you, even if you are good to me, I still have to hit you. Song Qingyu said in a tone reminiscent of a powerful figure from the Northwest. After finishing, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ding! Congratulations, host. Song Qingyu's affection for you has reached 43 points. You have received a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not opening it for now. Su Yan replied in his heart. He felt that he and Song Qingyu were on the same wavelength with no miscommunication. Song Qingyu naturally noticed this as well. Previously at the teacher's farewell banquet, she felt that Su Yan was the same kind of person as her. After today's brief exchange, she became even more convinced of her judgment. Otherwise, how could a mere few words increase their affinity by 9 points? By the way, class monitor, which province's school did you apply to? Su Yan changed the subject. We've graduated, so don't call me class monitor anymore. Just call me Qingyu. Song Qingyu said, I applied to Nandu University of Technology. What a coincidence. I applied to Nandu University too. Once we get to university, we can hang out together. Su Yan laughed. Song Qingyu said, a handsome and rich guy like you will definitely be popular with the girls in university. How will you have time for an old classmate like me? Why do I smell jealousy? Class monitor, you wouldn't have a crush on me, would you? Su Yan joked with a smile. Stop being so narcissistic. How could I possibly like you? Song Qingyu rolled her eyes, but her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Su Yan was chatting with the class monitor while fishing. Xiao Yu had set up the barbecue grill. Yang Xing's two friends Wei Yuan and Chun Mo watched as Yang Xing circled around Lin Zhiyi feeling bored. They decided to take a stroll nearby. After about half an hour, Wei Yuan and Chun Mo returned, each carrying 2 large watermelons. Wei Yuan shouted loudly, everyone, Chun Mo, and I brought back some watermelons. Come and eat. Su Yan, who was flirting with Song Qingyu, turned to look. Seeing the 4 watermelons on the table and the smug expressions on Wei Yuan and Chun Mo, he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Song Qingyu immediately asked upon noticing Su Yan's frown. Let's go ask them first. Su Yan said. He then got up and casually asked Wei Yuan, Chen Mo, these watermelons look good, were they expensive? Chen Mo replied directly, hee, we didn't spend any money, they were free. You didn't pick them from someone else's field, did you? Su Yan asked the two. Yes, there's a watermelon field not far away, and the watermelons there are well grown. Unfortunately, with just the two of us, we couldn't bring back more. Chen Mo said dismissively, if you're interested, we can take you to pick some watermelons too. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's expression darkened slightly. What you're doing isn't right. It's not easy for the farmers to grow watermelons. A few watermelons aren't worth much, so you might as well just pay for them. Hearing this, Wei Yuan and Chen Mo's expressions soured, feeling that Su Yan was making a big deal out of nothing. I think Su Yan makes a point, let's just pay for the watermelons to avoid conflicts with the local farmers. Song Qingyu chimed in. Hearing this, Wei Yuan and Chen Mo felt even more displeased. Wei Yuan coldly said, it's just a few watermelons, what's the big deal? If someone comes looking for trouble, we can handle it. Right, if someone comes for us, it has nothing to do with you. Chen Mo added. At this moment, Yang Xing walked over and advised Su Yan, just let it go. It's just a few watermelons. If someone really comes looking for us, we can just pay them back. Seeing Yang Xing aligning with Wei Yuan and Chen Mo, Song Qingyu wanted to say something, but was pulled down by Su Yan, who signaled him not to continue. Fine, since you all think it's no big deal, I'll just go back to fishing. Su Yan said. Don't rush, let's eat the watermelons first. Yang Xing advised. Thanks, but I don't like watermelons. Su Yan replied flatly. Eat if you want. Wei Yuan said, his tone filled with irritation. Su Yan was too lazy to argue with him and turned to the riverbank. Song Qingyu immediately followed him. Su Yan, do you think this matter is inappropriate? Song Qingyu asked softly. A bit, Su Yan replied. If we weren't discovered, it would be fine. But once we are, if we encounter reasonable villagers, it's okay. But if they're unreasonable, we might be extorted severely. In his past life, Su Yan had seen plenty of news about this. People who stole fruit in the countryside were often fined hundreds or even thousands of dollars for a single fruit. In severe cases, conflicts would arise. As expected, just as Su Yan predicted, only 5 or 6 minutes later, a group of villagers came walking in their direction. Moreover, they were armed with farming tools and sticks, clearly looking for trouble. Quick, hide the watermelons. Seeing the villagers, Yang Xing's face changed dramatically, and he shouted. Wei Yuan and Chen Mo hurriedly grabbed the remaining 3 watermelons and ran towards the tent. Seeing this, Su Yan shook his head inwardly. Did they really think the villagers were blind, or did they think hiding them would solve the problem? Su Yan, do you think something will happen? Song Qingyu asked worriedly. It's hard to say. It depends on how they handle it. If they lower their stance and we compensate with some money, it should be fine. What I'm afraid of is that those two won't back down. Su Yan said in a deep voice. Soon the group of villagers arrived. One of the villagers scanned everyone's faces and finally zeroed in on Wei Yuan and Chen Mo, pointing at them and saying, these 2 brats stole my watermelons. Who are you calling a brat? Upon hearing the word brat, both Wei Yuan and Chen Mo exploded. Their families were well off, otherwise they wouldn't be hanging out with Yang Xing. Suddenly a figure dashed out and slapped Wei Yuan across the face. Instantly 5 red finger marks appeared on his face. For a moment he was stunned by the slap. His arrogant demeanor faded, and he stood there covering his cheek, not daring to make a sound. Likewise, Chen Mo fell silent upon seeing Wei Yuan being slapped. What's wrong with you? Why did you hit someone? Yang Xing hesitated slightly, but still stood up for them. After all, this outdoor barbecue was organized by him, and Wei Yuan and Chen Mo were invited by him. If he acted like a turtle, it would be inappropriate. Besides, he also wanted to show off in front of Lin Zhiyi. I hit a thief who steals watermelons. The young man who hit them looked up at Yang Xing, his tone carrying an air of arrogance. Yang Xing narrowed his eyes and argued, this is all a misunderstanding. My 2 friends were planning to pay. There was no one in the watermelon field at the time, and we intended to go check later. If someone was there, we would compensate. Misunderstanding. If you don't want to get hit, just pay up. The young man showed no mercy. Yang Xing glanced at the more than 10 villagers holding farming tools and sticks, swallowed hard, and tried to stay calm. So how much do you want? The young man replied, 2,000 for 1 watermelon, 8,000 for 4 watermelons. Plus we brought so many people, that's an extra 200 per person. To make it easy, let's just say 10,000. 10,000 for 4 watermelons. That's extortion. Yang Xing was furious. It's just 10,000. You all drive luxury cars, so it's obvious you're wealthy. 10,000 is nothing to you, so hurry up and pay. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The young man said impatiently. Exactly, pay up, pay up. The villagers echoed. Can you lower the price a bit? How about 200 for 1 watermelon, and the other 200 for everyone to have a drink, making it 1,000? Yang Xing suggested. Still haggling. The young villager sneered, do you think this is a market? Now I've changed my mind, it's 15,000. Yang Xing's face darkened upon hearing the price increase. Anger flashed in Yang Xing's eyes, but he didn't dare to haggle anymore, fearing they would raise the price again. He then looked at Wei Yuan and Chen Mo. What do you both think? I only have over 4,000 on me. I have a little over 3,000. I only have a bit more than 2,000 left, Yang Xing said. He had spent quite a bit of money organizing this outdoor barbecue. Suddenly Yang Xing had an idea and looked at Su Yin. Su Yin, can you lend me 5,000? I'll pay you back in a couple of days. Sure. Su Yin agreed without hesitation, directly transferring 5,000 to Yang Xing. Seeing the transfer, Yang Xing breathed a sigh of relief, also feeling a bit regretful. He should have listened to Su Yin or they wouldn't have to pay so much. Once they gathered 15,000, Yang Xing handed the money to the young villager. The young villager waved his hand. All right, everyone, let's go back and divide the money. After experiencing such an event, everyone lost their desire to continue playing and prepared to head home. However, before leaving, Yang Xing found Su Yin and pulled him aside, saying, I'm sorry, Su Yin, I didn't listen to you earlier, or this wouldn't have happened. It's fine, one learns wisdom through adversity. Su Yin replied with a smile. By the way, I will return your 5,000 at most in 2 days. Su Yin reassured him, it's all right, you're in a tight spot, so it's no problem if it takes a few more days. Thank you. Yang Xing expressed his gratitude. His father had bought him a car, spending hundreds of thousands, which led to a reduction in his allowance. Therefore, he indeed was a bit tight on cash. However, he wouldn't bear the compensation costs without a return. Once he got home, he would have Wei Yuan and Chun Mo pay him back since those two had been careless. By the time Su Yin returned home, it was almost 11 a.m. He sat on the sofa ready to open the treasure chest. System, open the beginner's treasure chest. Ding, treasure chest opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a fruit gift pack. The prize has been sent to the system space. Please collect it yourself. As Su Yan's consciousness touched the fruit gift pack in the system space, a wave of information flooded into his mind. The fruit gift pack contained 10 types of fruits, 1 Yubari melon priced at over 21,000. 10 strands of Roma ruby Buddha beads, each strand priced around 5,000. 1 black-skinned watermelon from Tianzhu priced at about 25,000. 1 Lost Garden pineapple priced at 100,000. 1 UAE golden pineapple priced at around 100,000. 10 pounds of Zhengqing hanging green lychee, each priced around 2,000. 10 Malaysian Cat Mountain King durians, each priced around 1,000. 10 pounds of Australian finger oranges priced at around 300. 100 World No. 1 apples, each priced around 1200. 10 Costa Rican pink pineapples, each priced around 500. After learning about these fruits, Su Yin felt he had truly broadened his horizons. Even though he was a reborn being, among these 10 types of fruits, he had only heard of 2 or 3. Adding up the prices of these fruits, it amounted to over 400,000. With this thought, Su Yin sent a message to Pei Nanan, baby, what fruits do you like to eat? Pei Nanan, are you bringing me fruits back? Yin Go. Su Yin just answered directly, I'll bring them to you at noon. Pei Nanan, you're so great, Yin Go, love you. But didn't you go to barbecue in the wild? Why are you back so soon? Su Yin briefly explained the incident of stealing the watermelon. Pei Nanan quickly asked with concern, are you okay? Su Yin, what could happen to me? I didn't steal the watermelon, and besides, I'm quite capable, remember. I can carry you for over 10 minutes without tiring. Inside the milk tea shop, upon seeing the latter part of Su Yan's message, Pei Nanan blushed at an unexpected thought. Just then someone came in to buy milk tea. She immediately put down her phone. Seeing that Pei Nanan hadn't replied, Su Yin thought that the girl had become shy again. He took out 3 apples and 2 bunches of grapes to wash in the kitchen. After washing, he picked up an apple and took a bite. The flavor was indeed far superior to ordinary apples. After finishing the apple, he plucked a few ruby grapes and popped one into his mouth. Nodding in satisfaction again, he found the skin thin, the flesh crisp, the texture firm and smooth with an explosive flavor. After finishing one, he popped another into his mouth. He ate more than 10 in a row, still feeling unable to stop. Time flew by, and it was 11:30. The last strand of ruby grapes had already been devoured. Packing the other 2 apples and the ruby grapes, he headed downstairs. When he reached near the milk tea shop, there were still 7 minutes until noon. After sending a message to Pei Nanan, he waited for her in the car. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Pei Nanan opened the passenger door and got in, saying, here, I brought you some fruits. Pei Nanan took the bag, opened it, and her eyes lit up. Wow, these grapes are so beautiful, they look delicious. This apple also seems much better than the ones in the fruit store. Yin Go, did you bring these from the countryside? Su Yin replied, not really. They were sent back by my second grandfather's people from abroad. I've already tasted them, and they are very good. They've been washed and are ready to eat. Thank you, Yin Go, you're so nice. Pei Nanan plucked a grape and brought it to Su Yan's mouth. Yin Go, you eat first. Su Yin opened his mouth and bit her finger along with the grape, causing Pei Nanan's cheeks to flush. Yin Go. Su Yin released her finger and commented, the grapes, personally fed by the baby, taste even better. Then I'll feed you again. Pei Nanan plucked another grape and brought it to Su Yan's mouth. After eating the second grape, Su Yin said, don't feed me anymore, I already had a bunch at home, these are for you. Then I'll try some too. Pei Nanan popped one in her mouth, and after tasting it she exclaimed, wow, these are really much better than ordinary grapes. If they taste good, eat more. Su Yin encouraged. After lunch, Su Yin found another coffee shop and spent some time with Pei Nan Nan before taking her back to the milk tea shop. Before getting out of the car, Pei Nan Nan said, "Yin Gu, you don't need to pick me up tonight. My mom is back and wants me to go home for dinner." "All right," Su Yin replied. After leaving the milk tea shop, he drove straight to the city library. He was already tired of playing games in the internet cafe every day. It was better to read books to enrich himself. In the evening, Pei Nan Nan returned home from work and found her mother Liang Mei busy in the kitchen. "Mom, you're back." She changed her shoes and went to the kitchen. "Nan Nan is back. Oh, just one more dish, and we can eat." Liang Mei smiled, but when she turned around, her gaze fell on the outfit Pei Nan Nan was wearing. "Did you buy new clothes?" "Yes." Pei Nan Nan nodded. However, Liang Mei's expression stiffened slightly. With her discerning eye, she could tell that her daughter's clothes were not cheap, costing at least several thousand. Her daughter had saved about 10,000 in pocket money over the years, but knowing her daughter, well, she couldn't believe she would spend so much on such expensive clothes. Could it be? She thought of a possibility, and her face turned pale. Noticing her mother's expression, Pei Nan Nan immediately realized what she was thinking and quickly explained, "Mom, don't think wildly. They'll tell you everything you want to know." "Then who bought the clothes you're wearing?" Liang Mei questioned. Pei Nan Nan's face turned slightly red. "They were bought by my boyfriend." "When did you start dating?" "How come I didn't know?" Liang Mei's tone became quite loud. "Not long ago." Pei Nan Nan replied, "Honestly, Yin Gu treats me very well." "You call him Yin Gu? How old is he?" Liang Mei felt a wave of dizziness thinking that Su Yin was much older than her daughter. "Mom, can you stop making wild guesses?" Pei Nan Nan was a bit speechless. "Yin Gu is the same as me, just graduated from high school. By the way, wait a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Nan Nan dashed to her room. In a moment, she returned to the kitchen with the housing contract. "Mom, look, this is the house that Yin Gu bought for me, costing 2 million. By the way, he also gave me 1 million for renovations." Hearing that Su Yin spent 2 million to buy a house for her daughter and also gave her 1 million for renovations, Liang Mei stood there in shock. "Mom, are you okay?" Pei Nan Nan shook Liang Mei's arm and called out. After taking the document bag and opening it, she saw her daughter's name on the signature line of the house purchase contract and still found it hard to believe. "Are you sure this contract is real?" "Mom, you don't suspect it's a fake contract, do you?" Pei Nan Nan rolled her eyes in exasperation but felt a twinge of pride in her heart. "This house was bought with my brother Yin personally taking me to the sales office, and we signed the contract and made the payment on site." "Then who is this brother Yin, and how could he afford to spend so much money to buy you a house?" Liang Mei questioned, as 200,000 was an astronomical sum for her. Her monthly salary was only around 4,000 yuan. After deducting their living expenses, there was hardly anything left. Fortunately, her late husband left them a small house. Otherwise, with just 4,000 yuan a month, they would definitely be unable to survive in Spring City. Pei Nan Nan answered directly. Actually, brother Yan's family wasn't wealthy before the college entrance examination, but after the exam, he inherited his great-uncle's fortune from abroad and suddenly became rich. Knowing that she would face her mother's interrogation, Pei Nan Nan had consulted Su Yin in advance about whether she could tell her mother about his situation. Su Yin agreed. "This child is really lucky. Do you know how much he inherited?" Liang Mei inquired curiously. Pei Nan Nan replied, "Brother Yin only said it was an amount he could never finish spending in this lifetime. I didn't dare to ask how much exactly." Upon hearing this, Liang Mei began to ponder, realizing that brother Yin had spent 300,000 on her daughter. Therefore, the inheritance he received must be worth several tens of millions, likely a few hundred million. With a few hundred million, if he doesn't indulge in gambling, prostitution, or entrepreneurship, he indeed could never finish spending it. Thinking of this, she continued, "You said he also gave you 100,000 for renovations." "Yes, look." Pei Nan Nan pulled up her mobile banking account and showed her balance. Seeing the numbers on the screen, Liang Mei felt a bit wistful. After so many years of working, she had saved only a few tens of thousands. This few tens of thousands were meant for her daughter's college tuition and living expenses. Suddenly, Liang Mei caught a whiff of something burning and immediately realized the food was burnt. Quickly stuffing the house purchase contract back into the document bag, "You keep this safe." Soon after, the dishes were served. The mother and daughter sat down to eat, but Liang Mei seemed a bit distracted. In contrast, Pei Nan Nan was enjoying her meal. After the meal, Liang Mei asked Pei Nan Nan, "Daughter, have you seen the house you bought?" "I have." "Then take me to—" "Okay." Thus, the mother and daughter took a taxi to the Spring City Villa and arrived at Pei Nan Nan's new house. They toured the entire house, and even though it was just a bare shell, Liang Mei was still very satisfied. This house was more than twice the size of the one they currently lived in. Once renovated and moved in, it would surely be very comfortable. "Mom, here's the renovation fund. I don't know much about renovations. Why don't you arrange for someone to handle it?" At this moment, Pei Nan Nan handed a bank card to Liang Mei. "All right, leave this matter to me." Liang Mei smiled as she accepted it, then quietly asked, "How far have you two progressed in your relationship?" Pei Nan Nan's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, unable to speak. Seeing her daughter's expression, Liang Mei understood what was going on and felt a bit tight in her heart. But since the deed was done, she could only acquiesce. Besides, she understood one principle: for a woman to change her fate, striving hard was often not as effective as marrying well. However, both Su Yin and her daughter were not of marriageable age. Otherwise, she would certainly find a way to get them. So she lowered her voice and said, "Be careful when you do that. You're still young and both need to go to university. Don't let any accidents happen." "Mom, I know," Pei Nan Nan replied, her face flushed. "And you should ask him when he has free time to come over. You should do that. Oh, I need to check what kind of person that boy is." "Oh, I'll tell Brother Yin." Pei Nan Nan nodded. "All right, let's go back." Once home, Pei Nan Nan shared everything she had confessed to her mother with Su Yin on WeChat. Su Yin asked, "Did your mother object?" Pei Nan Nan replied, "No, she even invited you over for a meal. Brother Yin, find a day when you're free." Su Yin said, "Since my mother-in-law has extended the invitation, even if I am busy, I'll make time. How about tomorrow night?" Pei Nan Nan, "Okay, I'll go tell my mom." Then she picked up her phone and bounced into the living room. "Mom, I talked to Brother Yin about coming over for dinner, and he agreed. He'll visit tomorrow night." "Do you know what Brother Yin likes to eat?" Liang Mei asked. Pei Nan Nan paused, and then said, "I'll ask you. Since Brother Yin treats you so well, you should put in some effort too." Liang Mei said, then began to teach her daughter how to capture a man's heart. Pei Nan Nan was not impatient at all. Instead, she listened attentively, her eyes sparkling. Seeing her daughter like this, Liang Mei realized her silly daughter had fallen in love. She didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse for the future. If Su Yin knew her thoughts, he would surely tell her that her daughter had a future filled with endless blessings. On the other side, at Su Yan's home, he was lying on the living room sofa reading a novel on his phone. A bunch of cleaned red grapes was placed on the coffee table next to him. These grapes had thin skins and were seedless, making them very convenient to eat. After finishing the last chapter of a new book, Su Yin directly recharged 1,000 yuan on this reading website using virtual currency and tipped the book as a lord. In his past life, he had also read novels, but when it came to paid reading, even if he tipped, it was only a symbolic amount of 1 or a few yuan. Now that he wasn't lacking money, he didn't mind tipping a bit more. In Nandu City, in a rented room near a university, Su Ruo had just finished uploading the latest chapter. Then she checked her author backend. When she saw that a user named "Please Call Me Brother Yin" had tipped her as a lord, a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Although she was a girl, she wrote male-oriented harem novels. This book had just been published this month with only about 500 subscriptions. The highest tipper had only given over 100 yuan. Therefore, someone tipping her 1,000 yuan for a lord would make her so happy. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled out her reserved chapters, uploaded 2 new ones, and specially thanked the tipper, "Please call me Brother Yin," at the end of the chapter. Meanwhile, Su Yin, who was being thanked by Su Ro, had already logged out of the novel website because Song Qingyu had sent him a WeChat message. The other party didn't send a direct text, but a cheeky emoji. Su Yin thought for a moment and replied, "Little Huang, why are you being proactive in giving me a WeChat? Do you really have feelings for me?" Song Qingyu immediately replied, "Don't call me Little Huang, or I'll smash your dog head when we meet." While Su Yin was happily chatting with Song Qingyu, Pei Nan Nan also sent a WeChat message. Both his mental strength and physique had reached 90 points. His mind worked quickly, and his reflexes were also exceptionally fast. Thus, handling both women was exceedingly easy for him. By 10 o'clock, Song Qingyu proactively ended the conversation. The two had a delightful conversation. Su Yin curiously checked Song Qingyu's favorability rating, which had reached 48 points. With a little more effort, he could obtain a beginner treasure chest from her. As for the chat with Pei Nan Nan, it continued until 11 o'clock. This time, Su Yin did not make a request. Instead, she sent him 2 photos of herself in pajamas. This made Su Yin somewhat furious. The next day after breakfast, Su Yin drove to Fuyuan shopping mall. Tonight, he would be dining at his future mother-in-law's house. It was his first formal visit, so he couldn't go empty-handed. Therefore, he planned to buy some gifts. He decided to purchase a set of cosmetics, a gold bracelet, and some fruits obtained from treasure chests. After spending 3,600 yuan on a set of cosmetics, he arrived at the gold shop. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he encountered a young couple. The man's name was Su Jin, his cousin. When Su Yan's parents were alive, their family had a decent relationship with his uncle's family. But after his parents passed away, the relationship was severed. The reason was simple: Su Yan's father was primarily responsible for the car accident that caused his parents' deaths. Not only did they not receive any compensation, but they also ended up paying the other party a sum of money. After Su Yin handled his parents' funeral, the family's savings were nearly depleted. Considering that Su Yin was still a minor, his uncle's family held a family meeting to discuss how to treat him. Initially, his uncle suggested covering Su Yan's tuition and living expenses, but he faced strong opposition from his aunt and cousin Su Jian. Moreover, his aunt spoke quite harshly. Cousin Su Jian argued that since he was dating a girlfriend and would need to spend a lot of money for their future marriage, it was unreasonable to support an outsider. His uncle was a small contractor. Most of the projects he undertook were introductions from Su Yan's deceased father. According to the rules, his uncle should have given a kickback after receiving the projects. However, out of consideration for their brotherly bond, Su Yan's father took not a penny. Over the years, relying on the projects introduced by Su Yan's father, they built small villas in the village and bought a car worth over 300 yuan. Considering that Su Jian was also getting married, they even bought him an Audi. Meanwhile, there were still quite a few savings in the family. After overhearing the family meeting at his uncle's place, Su Yan acted as if nothing had happened. But after returning from the countryside, he had not contacted his uncle's family again. It seemed they had forgotten about him and never reached out. Su Yan. As Su Jian was with his girlfriend looking at diamond rings, he noticed Su Yan with uncertainty. He believed Su Yan's life must be quite tight. To his surprise, upon seeing Su Yan again, he found that both his mental state and attire seemed quite good. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the second uncle left him some money? But thinking about it, that was unlikely. The second uncle was still in his prime when he had his accident. Unless he had predicted it, he wouldn't have left money for Su Yan. Jian go. Su Yan called out with a bland expression. Are you here to buy jewelry? Su Jian asked. Su Yan replied lightly. Yes, I'm visiting my girlfriend's family tonight for the first time and plan to buy a gold bracelet for my future mother-in-law. Gold bracelets aren't cheap. Ooh, do you have money? Su Jian exclaimed in surprise. Don't use your tuition money to please others. He knew that after Su Yan handled the funeral for his second uncle and aunt, he only had a few thousand left. It was manageable for finishing high school, but for college that wouldn't be enough. This was also the reason why their family was unwilling to take on this burden. My tuition is enough, Su Yan said, leaving that remark as he walked toward the gold bracelet counter. The current price of gold was not high, less than 300 yuan. Seeing that Su Yan was unwilling to engage with him, Su Jian couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Suddenly a thought struck him, could this guy have sold the family house to pursue his girlfriend? Su Yan's house was bought 10 years ago. According to the current second-hand housing prices, it would only be worth 600 to 700 yuan. This was at the peak of the housing market. After the peak, selling for 500 would be good. Su Jian, who was that person? Do you know him? When Su Jian returned to his girlfriend Huang, Shui couldn't help but ask. That's my cousin. Oh, is he the one whose parents died in a car accident? Huang Shui casually remarked. Yes, that's him. Su Jian nodded. That kid is here to buy a gold bracelet to please his girlfriend's mom. He seems quite wealthy. Huang Shui said. He has no money, just putting on a show. I estimate he sold his family house. Without a home, he might end up on the streets later. Su Jian said with a sneer. Aren't you his cousin? Shouldn't you take care of him? Huang Shui joked. I'm just his cousin, not his father. Why should I care? Besides, our family has already cut ties with him. Even if I did care, he might not listen. Su Jian scoffed. Meanwhile, at the gold counter, Su Yan pointed at a solid gold ring and said, could you bring these two out for me to have a look? Of course. After comparing the two gold bracelets, he selected one and directly asked the sales associate to ring it up. This bracelet weighed 30 grams. According to the gold shop's price of 288 yuan per gram, it totaled 8,640 yuan. After paying via QR code, Su Yan left the gold shop with the packaged bag. Out of curiosity, Su Jian approached and asked, excuse me, that was my cousin earlier. Can you tell me how much he spent on the gold bracelet? Over 8,000, the sales associate replied casually. After hearing this, Su Jian was somewhat shocked. This kid was incredibly generous, spending over 8,000 to please his girlfriend's mom. After purchasing the gifts, Su Yan drove to the city library. Near noon, he drove to the milk tea shop to pick up Pei Nan for lunch. Today, Pei Nan seemed quite excited. Upon seeing Su Yan, she chattered nonstop. Here for you. Su Yan took out a handful of lychees and handed them to Pei Nan. These were also fruits obtained from the system. Similarly, peeling one lychee, Pei Nan directly offered it to Su Yan's mouth. He didn't refuse and bit into it. After the meal, Pei Nan leaned close to Su Yan's ear and whispered, Yan Gu, shall we find a hotel to rest for a while? Su Yan looked at her in surprise and then nodded. An hour later, Su Yan sent the somewhat weak-legged Pei Nan back to the milk tea shop. Then he drove home. After napping, Su Yan felt completely refreshed and invigorated. He couldn't help but sigh that youth was truly wonderful. Taking out his phone to log into the reading website, he discovered that the book he read yesterday had updated with 5 new chapters. After reading the 5 chapters, he noticed a special thanks for him at the end of the chapters. Thus, he rewarded them with a leader donation. As a new author, Su Wanruan had developed the habit of checking her work's performance from time to time. After just completing a new chapter, she opened her author dashboard. When she saw that Please Call Me Yan Gu had given her another sponsorship, she couldn't help but feel delighted, a surge of pride and satisfaction welling up inside her. Thinking for a moment, she sent a private message to Please Call Me Yan Gu along with her WeChat number. Ding! Congratulations, the favorability rating of the goddess Su Wanruan towards you has reached 54 points. and you have received 5 beginner treasure chests. Would you like to open them? Su Yan, who was lounging on the living room sofa reading a novel, was slightly surprised when he heard the system notification. He was a bit puzzled, wondering who this Su Wanwan was. It seemed he didn't know her at all. Suddenly, he remembered that the author of the book he sponsored was named Wanwan. Could it be that my sponsorship of 2 alliance memberships has significantly increased her favorability towards me? Su Yan mused. He then reopened the book titled Saving the Female Star. Upon clicking on her author page, he found that her gender was indeed listed as female. It truly was her. Interesting. Su Yan smiled. Then he discovered that someone had sent him a private message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from the author named Wanwan, who had also included her WeChat number. After considering it for a moment, Su Yan chose to add her. Soon she accepted his friend request and sent a text message. Hello, Yan Gu, the little author has arrived. Su Yan, your writing is good. I enjoy reading it. Wanwan, thank you Yan Gu for the compliment. I'm just trying to make a living. Su Yan, are you a female author? Wanwan, I couldn't make it in the female section, so I came to the male section to earn a living. Su Yan, then good luck. Wanwan, thank you Yan Gu. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please let me know. Su Yan, alright. After ending the conversation, he reopened the book by Su Wanwan and filled his account with another 1 million book coins, giving her 8 more alliance memberships. Then his fan level directly upgraded to Silver Alliance. Exiting the reading website, Su Yan commanded the system open all 5 beginner treasure chests. Ding! Treasure chests are being opened. 5 golden treasure chests appeared before Su Yan, bursting with clusters of golden light. The system notification continued to ring. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received virtual currency worth 1 million, and the prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received 10 pounds of Mingxian West Lake Dragon Well tea. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a Mercedes-Benz C260L. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received cash of 5,000 yuan. The prize has been deposited to the black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received cash of 3,000 yuan. The prize has been deposited to the hacker account. Please collect it yourself. After the system finished reporting, Su Yan's consciousness appeared in the system space. First, the million virtual coins which he had already opened before need no introduction. Next is the Mingxian West Lake Dragon Well tea priced at 1 USD per pound, totaling 1 USD for 10 pounds. As for the Mercedes-Benz sedan, its price is around 3,000 yuan. The starter gift package opened a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and now it opened a sedan. Su Yan couldn't help but wonder if the system had received sponsorship from Mercedes-Benz. As for the 2 cash prizes, they directly pushed Su Yan's balance over 28 million. Thinking about how he already had a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, he wouldn't need the C260 open this time. Should I give it to Pei Nan? I just wonder if she has a driver's license. If not, it would be perfect for her to take a test during the holiday. Then Su Yan got up to grab a teacup, took a bag of Mingxian West Lake Dragon Well from the system space, pinched a small amount into the cup, and added boiling water. After waiting for a while, Su Yan picked up the teacup and took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. Not bitter or astringent, fresh and sweet with a hint of bean fragrance. Meanwhile, in a rental room near a certain university in Nandu, Su Wanwan was diligently typing away. Since she had no remaining drafts after the sponsorship update, she was working hard. Just then a phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was her good friend Su Ranjia calling. As soon as the call connected, Su Ranjia exclaimed, Wanwan, you've hit the jackpot. Someone actually gave you a Silver Alliance sponsorship. Su Wanwan was taken aback. Really? Su Ranjia said, would I lie to you? Just check for yourself. Su Wanwan replied, I'll check right now. As she spoke, she quickly switched her computer page to the author dashboard, refreshed it, and indeed saw that Please Call Me Yan Gu had sponsored her 8 more alliances, totaling a Silver Alliance. When Su Ranjia said someone had sponsored her a Silver Alliance, she suspected it was Yan Gu. Now seeing it was indeed so, she chuckled, haha, I also have a Silver Alliance now. Ding. Congratulations, the favorability rating of the goddess Su Wanwan towards you has reached 60 points, and you have received 1 beginner treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Ding. Congratulations, the favorability rating of the goddess Su Wanwan towards you has reached 70 points, and you have received 1 intermediate treasure chest. Would you like to open it? While tasting tea, Su Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. It truly was a small investment with a big return. He had only invested 1,000 yuan, but had received 6 beginner treasure chests and 1 intermediate treasure chest. System, open the beginner treasure chest. Ding. Treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received a premium snack gift pack. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Su Yan's consciousness re-entered the system space and found a snack gift pack more than 3 meters high. Corresponding information appeared in his mind. This gift pack contained over 500 types of snacks. Open it, Su Yan commanded. Clatter. Over 500 types of premium snacks fell directly into the system space. Su Yan took out a bag of Calbee potato chips, opened it, and tasted a piece. It was quite good. Notably, there were more than 3 bags of each of the 500 types of snacks. For these Calbee potato chips, there are as many as 5 bags. System opened the intermediate treasure chest. Ding. The intermediate treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received a favorability boost card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Su Yan's thoughts stirred, and the card appeared in his hand. Corresponding information was also injected into his mind. This card held 10 points of favorability, which could be used to increase the goddess favor. This is a good item. Su Yan's eyes lit up. To maximize the benefit of this card, it should be used in 10 separate instances. For instance, if a certain goddess favorability was at 89 points, adding just 1 point would elevate it to 90 points, earning a high-level treasure chest. Alternatively, if a certain goddess favorability reached 99 points, adding a point would bring it to 100 points, resulting in 1 high-level treasure chest and 1 mysterious treasure chest. Thus, Su Yan made up his mind. He would wait until a certain goddess favorability reached 99 points before time flew by, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Su Yan drove straight to the milk tea shop, waiting in the car for a few minutes until he saw Pei Nan running over. As soon as she got in the car, Pei Nan excitedly said, "Brother Yan, hurry, bring your face closer, I want to kiss you." A kiss on the cheek won't do, only on the lips, Su Yan said with a mischievous smile, then leaned his head closer. Suddenly the two kissed. A few minutes later, Su Yan started the car and drove towards Pei Nan's home. "By the way, baby, do you have a driver's license?" Su Yan asked. "No," Pei Nan replied. "Why don't you go get one? If you can get your license when school starts, I'll buy you a car." "Really?" Pei Nan's eyes lit up. "Of course, I never lie to my baby," Su Yan assured her. "But I have to work now," Pei Nan said, looking troubled again. "It's okay, you can discuss it with your mom tonight." "All right." At the Pei family building, Su Yan had already parked the car and then went to the trunk to get the gifts. A set of cosmetics, a gold bracelet, and fruits from the treasure chest, a black-skinned watermelon, a Uberry king melon, and 4 bunches of Roman red grapes. "Brother Yan, let me help you carry some," Pei Nan offered. Su Yan handed her the cosmetics and the bag containing the gold bracelet. Locking the car, the two went upstairs together. As they entered the hallway, a head withdrew from the window above. It was Liang Mei. Upon reaching the upper floor, Pei Nan directly pushed open the slightly ajar door. They stepped inside, and at that moment Liang Mei walked out from the kitchen upon hearing the noise. Liang Mei was well-maintained, looking barely in her 30s. Moreover, she was quite attractive, bearing at least an 80% resemblance to Pei Nan, essentially a mature version of her. Ding, detecting a new goddess nearby. "Would you like to check the goddess information?" The system's prompt sound rang out. "Check," Su Yan responded in his heart. In the next moment, an information panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Liang Mei. Level T2. Age 38. Physique 62 points. Mental 68 points. Attractiveness 86 points. Figure 88 points. Special 1 point. Affection 65. Su Yan was surprised that Liang Mei had such a high affection for him. Ding, would you like to bind goddess Liang Mei? No binding. Ding, congratulations, host goddess Liang Mei's affection for you has reached 65 points. Rewards 6 beginner treasure chests. Would you like to open them? Not opening for now. Hello, Annie, Su Yan. After retracting the information bar, Su Yan immediately smiled and greeted Liang Mei. "Little Su, can I call you that?" Liang Mei said with a smile, her eyes filled with satisfaction as she looked at Su Yan. Although this boy wasn't particularly handsome, he was sunny, charismatic, and had a good demeanor. Plus, he inherited his great-grandfather's fortune. A son-in-law like this is hard to find, with the only concern being whether her daughter could be with him in the long run. "By the way, Auntie, since it's our first meeting, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Su Yan handed the gifts to Liang Mei. "You child, it's just a simple meal at home. Why buy gifts?" Liang Mei smiled, but she reached out to take the gift from Su Yan's hand. "Mom, brother Yan is so nice to you. Not only did he buy you cosmetics and a gold bracelet, but he also brought back fruits from abroad." "Little Su, you shouldn't have gone to such expense," Liang Mei said hurriedly. "It's no problem. This is my first visit, just a small gift as a gesture of goodwill. In the future, I definitely won't bring gifts, and I hope Annie won't mind me coming for a meal then," Su Yan said cheerfully. Liang Mei replied, "It's just the two of us here, quite quiet. You coming over for a meal makes it livelier. How could I mind you?" Su Yan said, then it settled. After a brief exchange, Liang Mei was increasingly pleased with this boy. He was generous and composed. He spoke in a way that was very pleasant. Subsequently, Liang Mei set the gifts aside and instructed her daughter to pour water and brew tea for Su Yan, while she went to the kitchen to bring out the washed and cut fruits. "Little Su, here, have some fruit." "Thank you, Auntie," Su Yan replied as he picked up a piece of cut apple and took a bite. He'll have Nan Nan keep you company in the living room to watch TV while I go to the kitchen to cook. Do you need any help, Auntie? Suyin asked. No need, I've already prepared the other dishes, but just a stir-fried vegetable and soup are left, Liang Mei explained. After Liang Mei entered the kitchen, Su Yin pulled Pei Nan Nan aside and said, Baby, how did I perform? Pei Nan Nan nodded repeatedly. Brother Yin, your performance was perfect. If I had to score, I'd give you 9 points. Why deduct a point? Su Yin asked deliberately. I deducted a point to keep you humble. Pei Nan Nan raised her little head. Indeed, less than 10 minutes later, Liang Mei called for Pei Nan Nan to help serve the dishes. Su Yin also stood up. To entertain her future son-in-law, Liang Mei had indeed put in a lot of effort. The table was filled with dishes. After everyone took their seats, Liang Mei suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Yin asking, Little Su, would you like some wine? Auntie, I drove here so I want drink, Su Yin replied. In that case, let's all have juice. Liang Mei got up to fetch a bottle of juice. Auntie, let me pour it, Su Yin said as he stood up. No need, Auntie can do it. Liang Mei waved her hand, then opened the bottle and poured it into cups. Brother Yin, here you go. Pei Nan Nan handed a cup of juice to Su Yin. Thank you, baby, Su Yin instinctively replied. Upon hearing Su Yan's term of endearment, Liang Mei was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Pei Nan Nan's cheeks turned crimson as she looked at Liang Mei and said, Mom, you mustn't laugh. Okay, I won't laugh. Liang Mei nodded in agreement, but as soon as she spoke, she laughed again. Brother Yin, it's all your fault. Pei Nan Nan complained to Su Yin, her face unable to hold back her expression. At this moment, Liang Mei stopped laughing and looked at Su Yin with a teasing glance, as if to say, you young people really know how to have fun. Su Yin smiled awkwardly at her. After Liang Mei finished pouring the juice, Su Yin poked Pei Nan Nan and then raised his cup saying, Auntie, thank you for your hard work. Nan Nan, and I propose a toast to you. Realizing what was happening, Pei Nan Nan quickly raised her cup, adding, Exactly, Mom is working too hard, I love you. Seeing the harmonious duo, Liang Mei felt a mix of bittersweetness and warmth. She also raised her cup and said, Cheers to happiness. Clink. The 3 cups collided, producing a clear sound. After taking a sip of juice, Liang Mei urged the two to eat. She even took the initiative to serve Su Yin several pieces of food into his bowl. Auntie, no need to serve me, I can do it myself. I'm the kind of person who's thick-skinned and doesn't know what courtesy is. In that case, Auntie won't serve you, just treat it like home, don't hold back at all. Rest assured, I definitely won't hold back. Su Yin nodded. The meal was very harmonious. In the blink of an eye, it was reaching its conclusion. Everyone had already put down their bowls and chopsticks and was engaged in conversation. Initially, it was Liang Mei who was asking questions mainly to understand Su Yan's family situation. Su Yin did not shy away from the fact that his parents had died in a car accident. However, it stirred Liang Mei's maternal instincts. Little Su, losing your parents at such a young age is truly not easy. Indeed, although I lost my father, I still have my mother with me. Pei Nan Nan couldn't help but say, But Yin Gu, you won't be alone anymore, I will always be with you. Pei Nan Nan's words moved Su Yin, and he couldn't help but reach out to hold her small hand, even feeling a sudden urge to be with her for a lifetime. However, this impulse lasted only a few seconds. If he were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter, but he had this system as a support. If he became infatuated with love, it would be a waste of such a system. After chatting for a while, Su Yin changed the topic. Annie, what do you think about having Nan Nan get a driver's license? That sounds good. Liang Mei instantly understood Su Yan's intention and said, The milk tea shop where she works is run by my relative. I will call him later to help Nan Nan quit that job. That's great, Pei Nan Nan said happily. After chatting for a while longer, Liang Mei began to get up to clean the dishes. Su Yin and Pei Nan Nan also stood up to help. But Liang Mei said to Su Yin, You are a boy, let us women handle the kitchen. You can rest on the sofa. Oh, Nan Nan, go make a cup of tea for your Yin Go. Okay, Mom. Su Yin did not pretend to be overly polite and simply thanked Liang Mei for her hard work. He then sat down on the sofa. After a while, Pei Nan Nan made a cup of tea and placed it in front of Su Yin. She then sat beside him, leaning against him, and laughed at the variety show on TV. Time flew by, and it was already 9 o'clock. Su Yin proposed to take his leave. Liang Mei personally saw him to the door and asked Pei Nan Nan to accompany him downstairs. However, the two kissed in the hallway for a few minutes before parting. Go back now. Su Yin waved goodbye to Pei Nan Nan while sitting in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, then drove away. Back home, Pei Nan Nan tugged at Liang Mei's arm and said, Mom, what do you think of Yin Go? He is a nice kid. Liang Mei replied, I can see that he cares a lot about you, but don't take it for granted. Also, in a relationship, it's about mutual effort, not just one-sided giving. Mom, I understand, Pei Nan Nan said earnestly. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Mei continued, Little Su is an exceptionally talented kid. Once he goes to university, he will surely attract many girls. At that time, don't make a fuss. The more fuss you make, the less important you will be in his heart. You need to learn to be accommodating. Although this meal made her realize Su Yan's excellence, she was even more worried about whether her daughter could. It was precisely out of concern that she laid down the groundwork for her daughter in advance. Mom, I understand everything you said, Pei Nan said thoughtfully. She came from a single-parent family, and although her appearance was not bad and her grades were excellent, she still carried a bit of inferiority in her heart. As long as Yin Ge doesn't give up on me, I will always cling to him. Nan. Liang Mei hugged her daughter with a pained heart. Upon returning home, Su Yin did not rush to open the treasure chests. Instead, he first took a shower and changed into comfortable clothes. Then he ordered the system to open 6 beginner treasure chests. Ding, opening beginner treasure chests. Then 6 lottery announcement sounds rang out. From the 6 treasure chests, he obtained 0 yuan in cash, 3 women's watches, 0 yuan in cash, 0 yuan in cash, a ruby bracelet, and a fruit gift package. Among the 6 treasure chests, 3 contained cash, totaling 1 million. All were injected into the black card account, bringing Su Yan's balance to 29 per million. As for the 3 watches, they were all women's models: Cartier, Ballon Bleu series, Rolex Women's Datejust, and Jaeger LeCoultre Rendezvous series. Each of the 3 watches was priced around 1,000 yuan. The ruby necklace was valued at about 5,000 yuan. The fruit gift package was different from the previous fruit. This time the fruits were ordinary ones, including watermelon, orange, apple, lychee, banana, pineapple, and 12. Each type of fruit weighed a ton. Su Yan took out a banana, peeled it, and tasted it. The flavor was much better than the bananas bought at the market. Then he washed a bunch of grapes. Although the taste couldn't compare to the Roma ruby grapes, they were still of much higher quality than those from ordinary fruit stalls. With a total of 12 tons of fruit, even if he ate it for a year, it would be hard to finish. After opening the treasure chest, Su Yan picked up his phone and found several messages from Pei Nan. He chatted with her and made plans to take her to the driving school for registration the next day. A night passed without dreams. When dawn broke, Su Yan got up, washed up, and went for a morning run. After running, he brought breakfast home. After a quick rinse, he had breakfast and sent a WeChat message to Pei Nan to ask if she had eaten. Upon learning that Pei Nan had already eaten, Su Yan drove to her neighborhood to pick her up. There were quite a few driving schools in Quanqing. Last night, Su Yan searched on a local website and found that the experimental driving school had a good reputation. Moreover, it was only about 3 kilometers away from Pei Nan's home. Studying there would be quite convenient. Shortly, Su Yan drove into the driving school, immediately attracting a lot of attention. After getting out of the car, Su Yan inquired about the registration area and directly took Pei Nan there. How much do you charge for classes at your driving school? 3,600, but students receive a 600 discount, the cashier answered. Do you offer VIP unknown lessons? Su Yan asked again, and it has to be a female instructor. The cashier replied, yes, but the price is quite high, it's 10,000. That's fine. Su Yan nodded, and then pulled Pei Nan over, sign her up. After the registration was complete, the cashier gave Pei Nan a theory book and asked her to get a physical examination first. Next, she called a female instructor. The instructor was in her early 30s with slightly darker skin. Su Yan took the initiative to chat with her, exchanged contact information, and learned that her surname was Tang. Then he had Pei Nan greet her. The instructor was very friendly and said that once she passed her theory test, she could directly approach her for driving practice. After saying goodbye to instructor Tang, Su Yan prepared to take Pei Nan for her physical examination. There were quite a few people taking driving tests during the summer vacation. By the time Pei Nan finished her examination, it was already around 1 o'clock. Both of them were hungry, so they found a Chinese restaurant to eat. Baby, do you plan to go home to study, come to my place to study, or go to the library to study? Su Yan asked. They'll listen to you, Yin Ge. Then let's go to the library. It's quiet there, and we can enjoy the air conditioning. Su Yan said. Okay. Thus, Su Yan once again drove straight to the city library. At 5 in the afternoon, Su Yan and Pei Nan walked out of the library hand in hand, then found a restaurant to have dinner. Just a few short hours. Pei Nan had already gone through the theoretical driving test. She then downloaded an app to simulate the theoretical driving test and began practicing. Being a top student, Pei Nan had great logical reasoning and comprehension skills. Therefore, she scored 96 points on her first test. In the next 3 tests, she achieved 2 perfect scores of 100 and 1 score of 98. Consequently, Su Yan directly made her book an appointment for the theoretical exam tomorrow. Since Su Yan and Pei Nan's romantic relationship was now public, after dinner, he did not escort her home, but instead took her to the arcade for more than an hour of gaming before sending her back. As they got out of the car, Su Yan transferred 2,000 yuan to Pei Nan. Brother Yan, how do you make money for me? Pei Nan asked Su Yan. This is your pocket money. Su Yan replied. Thank you, Brother Yan. Pei Nan did not decline, but leaned in to kiss Su Yan as a gesture of gratitude. In her heart, she already considered Su Yan as her man, and receiving pocket money from her own man felt perfectly normal. Su Yan held Pei Nan tightly and kissed her passionately before letting her go, reminding her make sure to rest early. He'll pick you up for the exam tomorrow. Okay, brother, Yin, be careful on the road. After watching Pei Nanan enter her community, Su Yin drove home. After Pei Nanan accepted the 200 yuan, Su Yin received a cashback of 1600 yuan. The next morning, Su Yin drove Pei Nanan to the driving school for her theoretical exam. The exam went very smoothly. Pei Nanan passed on her first try and even received full marks. Su Yin then took her to find Coach Tang. Coach Tang asked Pei Nanan to come for driving practice tomorrow, which made her very excited. Time flew by. Several days passed. During this time, Su Yin also had dinner at Pei's house twice. The future mother-in-law's favorability reached 70 points, granting Su Yin a mid-level treasure chest. Upon opening it, he obtained a bad luck card item. This bad luck card could be considered a permanent item, usable once a month. Anyone affected by the bad luck card would experience 24 hours of continuous misfortune. However, Su Yin noticed that Liang Mai's favorability had reached 70 points, but it had stopped increasing. In contrast, Su Yin frequently chatted with Song Qingyu on WeChat, raising her favorability to 57 points, earning a beginner treasure chest. He received a cash prize of 5000 yuan. Su Yin estimated that if he chatted a few more days, he could raise Song Qingyu's favorability to 60 points. Additionally, due to unknown tutoring, Pei Nanan made rapid progress in her driving practice. Coach Tang said that with a few more days of practice to solidify her skills, she could directly take the second driving test. Furthermore, Pei Nanan's beauty was very striking at the driving school. On the first day of practice, someone even approached her. After Pei Nanan told Su Yin about it, Su Yin drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class to pick Pei Nanan up at the practice grounds. After his appearance, no boys approached her from the next day onward. Instead, many girls actively sought to befriend Pei Nanan. Quan City was just a third-tier small city. In the eyes of ordinary people, someone who could afford a luxury car worth over 3 million yuan was definitely not an ordinary person. Trying to steal such a person's girlfriend was no different from seeking trouble. That afternoon, Su Yin received a repayment of 500 yuan from Yang Xing. He was also invited to hang out at the bar. Su Yin agreed, hoping to encounter a goddess at the bar and collect a few beginner treasure chests. Additionally, in recent days, Su Yin had been following the novel written by Su Wanswan. However, he had not made any further donations. They had also exchanged messages on WeChat a few times. Unfortunately, the two were too far apart to bind directly. Su Yin also couldn't see her data. Therefore, he had no idea if her favorability had increased or by how much. Nonetheless, he planned to surprise Su Wanswan in the near future, hoping to raise her favorability to 80 points and once again obtain a mid-level treasure chest. At 9 in the evening, Su Yin dropped Pei Nanan off at home and then drove towards the explosive bar. Stepping into the bar, he followed the server's guidance to the booth where Yang Xing and the others were sitting. Su Yin is here, come sit. Yang Xing immediately stood up to greet him warmly upon seeing Su Yin. Su Yin glanced at the situation in the booth, noting that there were 7 people, 3 men and 4 women. He recognized the other 2 men, Chen Mo and Wei Yuan. As for the other 4 girls, since the system notification did not ring when he approached, it indicated that their looks did not reach 80 points. However, in the dim light of the bar, they did appear somewhat pretty. After Su Yin sat down, Yang Xing introduced, you already know Wei Yuan and Chen Mo. These 4 beauties are from the bar's atmosphere team. This one is Tu Tu, this one is Xiao Mei, this one is Hua Hua, and this one is Qing Qing. Hello. Su Yin greeted the 4 girls. They merely responded lightly, appearing somewhat indifferent. After having a few drinks with Yang Xing and the others, Su Yin asked Yang Xing what's up with those 4 girls. Their service attitude is a bit lacking, huh? Yang Xing chuckled awkwardly. This bar is owned by my cousin. These 4 atmosphere girls are all free. Upon hearing this, Su Yin laughed heartily. So it's just free service? No wonder they're not enthusiastic. Right now there aren't many people at the bar. They'll hang out with us for a while, but when it gets crowded, they'll have to go earn money. I understand. Su Yin was after all a middle-class individual in his past life. After several relationships ended, he also had needs. Occasionally he would go to bars to try his luck. If he found someone he liked, he would go to a hotel for a brief romance. If not, he would go for a foot massage. As time approached 10 o'clock, the number of guests in the bar gradually increased. The 4 atmosphere girls also left one after another, and the DJ took the stage to start mixing. Let's go dance. Yang Xing tugged at Su Yin. Alright. The 4 left the booth and started dancing in the dance floor. At first, Su Yin's movements were still somewhat stiff. However, with his spirit and physique both at 90 points along with strong learning and imitation abilities, his dance moves gradually became smoother. Ding, a goddess has appeared nearby. Do you want to check her information? The system notification sounded and Su Yin instinctively began searching the stage with his eyes. He then locked eyes with a red-haired girl. The red-haired girl was dressed like a spirited young girl, sporting ear piercings, wearing a crop top that exposed her belly and denim shorts. View. Name Chui Xiaoya. Level T3. Age 20. Physique 61 points. Spirit 62 points. Appearance 80 points. Figure 70 points. Favorability 15 points. Special 5 times. Ding, do you want to bind with the goddess? No. Su Yin decisively refused. Ding, congratulations to the host. The goddess Chui Xiaoya's favorability towards you has reached 15 points, earning you a beginner treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Not opening for now. Su Yin replied in his mind. He then gradually moved his body closer to Chui Xiao. Although he did not plan to develop anything with her raising favorability, and collecting a few more beginner treasure chests was still possible. I must say the spirited girl is quite bold. After Su Yin approached her, she not only didn't step back, but instead leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around Su Yan's waist. Su Yin was also unreserved. He directly embraced her waist and jumped up. Just a few minutes later, the system notification sounded again, indicating that Chui Xiaoya's affection for Su Yin had reached 22 points. He acquired another beginner treasure chest. After the music ended, everyone began to leave in groups, returning to their booths. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat, and let's hang out together in the future. Sure. Chui Xiaoya took out her phone from her back pocket and looked at Su Yin. Su Yin took out his phone, added her as a friend, and casually sent her a 188 yuan red envelope with a note, "I'll treat you to drinks." Wow, handsome guy, you're so generous. Chui Xiaoya's eyes lit up and her affection level skyrocketed from 22 to 35 points. Su Yin also acquired another beginner treasure chest. No need to mention it. Su Yin waved his hand and headed towards his booth. Su Yin, that girl is quite beautiful. Why don't you invite her over to drink? Yang Xing asked with a smile. Su Yin replied, today you're treating, so I feel embarrassed to bring others. Yang Xing generously said, what's the big deal? Just call her over. Alright, I'll give it a try. Su Yin took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chui Xiaoya, are you interested in coming over to our booth for drinks? Chui Xiaoya replied, can I bring 2 friends? Su Yin looked at Yang Xing, she has 2 friends, can they come too? Sure, bring them along. Yang Xing said, we don't have enough beer, I'll order another case. My cousin's place can give us a discount. Su Yin nodded and replied to Chui Xiaoya, inviting her to bring her friends along. Before long, 3 spirited girls appeared at Su Yan's booth. Chui Xiaoya had red hair and her 2 friends had purple and white hair respectively. They were all quite young, likely not over 20. However, their attire was rather revealing. Chui Xiaoya boldly said, hello handsome guys. I'm Xiaoya and these are my good friends Xiaoyan and Xiaoshuang. Chui Xiaoya's 2 friends were also quite pretty, while they may not have reached an 80 in looks, they were definitely above 75. Yang Xing, Chen Mo, and Wei Yuan greeted the 3 girls enthusiastically. To this end, Yang Xing called the waiter and ordered another case of beer. Wow, big brother, you are so wealthy. You can order a whole case of beer at once, unlike us who only order a bottle when we come to play. Xiaoyan said with admiration towards Yang Xing. Exactly, big brother doesn't seem like an ordinary person, he must be a rich second generation, right? Xiaoshuang immediately echoed, praising Yang Xing. Faced with the praise from the 2 beauties, Yang Xing felt a bit elated, waving his hand and saying, it's just a case of beer, a drink as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll order more. Hearing this, the 2 girls flattered Yang Xing even more, nearly making him feel invincible. Handsome guy, let's have a drink. At this moment, Chui Xiaoya directly picked up a bottle and said to Su Yin, cheers. Su Yin also picked up a bottle and clinked it with hers. With the addition of the 3 spirited girls, the atmosphere became lively. Moreover, the 3 spirited girls had great drinking capacity and were quite fun, especially with their emotional value being very high. Within an hour, the 2 cases of beer were finished, and without hesitation, Yang Xing ordered another case. Let's go dance. Chui Xiaoya pulled Su Yin towards the dance floor. After dancing and sweating profusely, the 2 returned to their booth. Su Yin saw that it was about time and said goodbye to Yang Xing. As Yang Xing was entangled with the 2 spirited girls, he merely pretended to keep him there and allowed Su Yin to leave. Xiaoya, let's hang out together again sometime. When leaving, Su Yin sent Chui Xiaoya another red envelope, this time for 488 yuan. It wasn't that he had too much money to spend. Rather, he found that Chui Xiaoya's affection level had reached 38 points. He wanted to see if he could elevate it to 40 points with just 1 red envelope. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, he might not encounter her again. Sure enough, when the red envelope was sent, Chui Xiaoya's affection level directly reached 43 points. Moreover, she grabbed Su Yan's hand, leaned in close, and whispered, handsome guy, do you want to sleep with me? No. Su Yan replied frankly, I just find you quite interesting. That's really a pity. I actually thought you were quite pleasing to the eye, and was considering giving you a chance, Chui Xiaoya said with a smile. Su Yin just chuckled, waved goodbye to Chui Xiaoya, and walked out of the bar. After drinking, he couldn't drive. However, there was a designated driver outside the bar. Once home, Su Yin first went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then he went to the living room. System, open all the beginner treasure chests. Ding, opening beginner treasure chests. For golden treasure chests appeared before Su Yin, all shining with golden light. In the next moment, ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 300 yuan in cash. The reward has been injected into the black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 yuan in cash. The reward has been injected into the black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 100 pairs of odor-resistant socks. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a Kawasaki H2 motorcycle. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. After the 2 cash injections, Su Yan's black card account balance directly surpassed 30 million. However, he found the reward from the 3rd treasure chest a bit amusing. It actually rewarded him with 100 pairs of socks. Even if he wore 1 pair a day, they would last over 27 years. However, after learning about the quality of these socks, Su Yan changed his attitude. The odor-resistant socks rewarded by the system had characteristics of sweat absorption, softness, breathability, and comfort. They weren't cheap, either costing a full 20 yuan per pair. Fortunately, he wasn't lacking money now, otherwise he would definitely have set up a stall to sell socks. As for the last treasure chest, it opened to reveal a motorcycle. The price was around 300,000. Overall, the items from the 4 treasure chests were quite good. Those 2 red envelopes were also very worthwhile. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Pei Nanan successfully passed her 2nd driving exam. To celebrate, Liang Mei had Pei Nanan convey the message to come over for dinner. Su Yan naturally agreed without hesitation. Unfortunately, he couldn't increase the future mother-in-law's affection any further. However, he could understand. The future mother-in-law always regarded her younger generation. Achieving 70 points in affection was already quite good. She had also been quite busy these past few days. She was juggling work and the renovation of the new house. Notably, Su Yan had accompanied Pei Nanan to obtain the property deed yesterday. Yinga, why did you ride a motorcycle today? When Su Yan rode his Kawasaki H2 to the driving school, Pei Nanan curiously looked him up and down. Someone nearby also glanced over. One person couldn't help but say, this isn't an ordinary motorcycle, it's a racing bike. It must cost at least 300,000 for a motorcycle. Another student exclaimed, with that money you could easily buy a decent domestic. You don't understand, they're not short on cash. Buying a 300 motorcycle is just like buying a toy. That student sneered. Here. Su Yan handed the helmet to Pei Nanan to wear and then rode off from the driving school. Time flew by, and it was already mid-July. Yesterday, Pei Nanan successfully obtained her driver's license. Su Yan found a place to let her practice driving the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. After practicing for several hours, Su Yan encouraged her to hit the road. At first she appeared a bit nervous, but as she became familiar with it, she gradually relaxed, though she was still quite excited. During this time, Su Yan flirted with Song Qingyu over WeChat, raising her favorability score to 64 points. He unlocked a beginner's treasure chest once again. However, the prize he received left Su Yan speechless: 1,000 pairs of 4-cornered underwear. With the system's reward of underwear, Su Yan estimated that he would never need to buy underwear again in his life. He also discovered that the system's rewarded underwear was incredibly comfortable, valued at 66 each. On that day, Su Yan received an admission notice from Nanda University. He had applied for the finance department. Unfortunately, he had returned too late, otherwise he definitely would not have chosen finance. In his past life, he believed that graduates from this major would find jobs easily. Students from the finance department typically have 3 main career paths: bank, securities firms, and insurance companies. Getting into a bank is naturally the best choice. In fact, not everyone can get a job at a bank. Even if one is fortunate enough to enter without connections, it is quite difficult to excel. The situation is similar at slightly lower-tier securities firms. As for insurance companies, they're easier to get into, but anyone can join. Becoming a salesperson at an insurance company is less appealing than delivering takeout or selling real estate. In his past life, Su Yan worked at an insurance company for a few months and almost regretted it deeply. Fortunately, in this life, he had the system as an advantage. After graduation, he certainly wouldn't seek a position at an insurance company. Just as he was about to share his joy with Pei Nanan, she called him first. "Yingu, I've been accepted by Nanfei." "Congratulations, baby," Su Yan replied with a smile. "Thank you, Yingu. Have you received your admission notice?" Pei Nanan asked. "I just received it too." "That's great. How about we celebrate at my house tonight?" Pei Nanan suggested. Su Yan thought for a moment. "Instead of going to your house, let's find a place outside to celebrate. Your mom has been busy with work and overseeing the renovations lately. She's already quite tired, so let's not trouble her and just eat out." "Okay, Yingu will listen to you." Pei Nanan immediately agreed, feeling that Su Yan was right. "Have you told your mom the good news?" "Did you report the good news to your mom?" Su Yan asked again. "I called you as soon as I got the admission notice. I haven't had the chance to tell my mom yet." "Then hurry and tell your mom the good news." "Okay, Yingu, I love you." Just as Su Yan hung up the phone, he noticed that Song Qingyu had sent him a WeChat message asking if he had received the admission notice. Su Yan replied, "I received it, Nandu Finance, what about you?" Song Qingyu said, "I received it too." Su Yan, congratulations. Are you hosting a graduation banquet? Song Qingyu said, "I will host one." Are you hosting one? Su Yan replied, "I want. Whenever you host, I'll come and eat." Song Qingyu, "Just eating isn't enough, you have to bring a red envelope." Su Yan, "What kind of relationship do we have that you expect me to bring a red envelope for a meal?" Song Qingyu, "Don't say that we don't have a relationship." Su Yan, "You misunderstood, I meant our classmate relationship." Song Qingyu, "I can't be bothered to argue with you, my dad is calling." Su Yan did not reply further, but opened a novel website to finish reading the latest chapter of Saving the Female Star. Then he used virtual currency to recharge 100 worth of book currency, all of which he tipped to Su Wan. Recently she had been in a good mood. Her novel subscriptions had been climbing steadily, reaching over 1200. She knew that if it weren't for I Don't Call You Yen Good tipping her a silver alliance, her subscriptions would not have exceeded 1200. Thus she felt grateful and fond of Su Yan. Due to her rising performance, her motivation to write was also. From the time she got up until now, she had already written 2 new chapters. Just then the phone rang. It was her best friend Su Ranran calling. She hadn't told her family about her writing, she only informed her best friend Su Ranran. Su Ranran, in support of her, not only became the moderator of her review section, but also helped manage her fan group. "Hello Ranran, what's up?" Su Wan answered the phone. Su Ranran said, "Wan, you've gotten a golden alliance. Did Yen tip you?" Su Wan instinctively asked. "Yes, it's him." Su Ranran exclaimed excitedly, "That's worth 10000. Even if you only get half, that's 50000. You hit the jackpot. You have to treat. Treating is no problem, let me check my golden alliance first." Su Wan suppressed her excitement and opened the writer's back end. Sure enough, she saw that I Don't Call You Yen Go had tipped her 1,000,000 reading currency. Then she opened the book page. Seeing the golden fan badge, she could no longer contain her internal excitement and pumped her fist. "Awesome. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Su Ruanruan's favorability rating for you has reached 85 points, and you have received a mid-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it?" "Open it." Su Yan at home chose to open the treasure chest directly. Ding. Mid-level treasure chest is opening. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spatial item, a spatial ring. The prize has been sent to the system space. Oh, please retrieve it at your convenience. Wow. Hearing that it was a spatial ring, Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. He then took out. Relevant information appeared in his mind. The spatial ring has dimensions of 100 by 100 by 100, which means it can hold 1,000,000 cubic units. It is enough to accommodate a 32-story elevator building. The host can use it without needing to drop blood for identification binding, as it directly uses soul binding. Even if it is accidentally lost, it can be retrieved through mental perception. Additionally, wearing it grants invisibility. Su Yan directly put the spatial ring on his finger. The ring is silver with intricate patterns engraved on its surface. System, bind the spatial ring. Su Yan commanded. Ding. Binding successful. In the next moment, Su Yan sensed the vast space within the ring. Collect. Su Yan focused on the sofa, and the sofa in the living room vanished, appearing inside the spatial ring. According to the usage information provided by the system, anything within his line of sight, and not exceeding the capacity of the spatial ring, can be stored inside. With this thing, if I go for 0 yuan shopping, no one would know it was me. Su Yan chuckled to himself. At the same time, recalling the novels he read in his past life, Su Yan decided to try developing some other functions of the spatial ring. He returned the sofa to its original place. He picked up a crumpled piece of paper and threw it. Collect. The paper flew a few meters and then vanished. Shortly after, the paper reappeared on the roof and fell quickly. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes lit up. What if he replaced the piece of paper with a large rock? As long as he frequently collected large rocks into the spatial ring, whenever he faced danger, as long as the enemy was within his line of sight, he could move the rock above their heads. Then Su Yan prepared to test the spatial shield. The so-called spatial shield envelopes oneself using the space within the spatial ring. Su Yan sent a grape above his head. Then he utilized the space of the spatial ring to cover his entire body. In the next moment, the grape fell 3 inches above his head and was directly bounced away. Good. After this test, Su Yan found that the second guess was feasible. However, he was uncertain about what kind of attack power the space of the spatial ring could withstand. But he felt that firearms and bullets could not harm him. After all, no matter how powerful a bullet is, it is impossible to break the void. Next, Su Yan attempted to develop the third function of the spatial ring, teleportation. He covered the entire living room with the space of the spatial ring. Then, with a thought, his body vanished from the spot and appeared outside the bathroom door. However, staring at the bathroom door, another guess arose. Could he pass directly through the bathroom door? Thinking of this, he extended the space of the spatial ring into the bathroom. With a thought, Su Yan's body instantly passed through the bathroom door and appeared inside. After confirming the guess, Su Yan was overwhelmed with excitement. After developing the third function of the spatial ring, he could confidently say to this world, "I don't eat beef." He recalled that the intermediate treasure chest for the spatial ring was provided by Su Wanwan. He felt that a 1,000 yuan reward was insignificant. Therefore, he reopened the reading website and used virtual currency to recharge 9,000 yuan worth of reading coins in one go. He once again rewarded Su Wanwan for her book, Saving the Female Star. Following this, Saving the Female Star gained a billion alliance. On the reading website, gaining a silver alliance is not unusual, while obtaining a gold alliance is relatively rare. However, Su Wanwan was definitely the first to receive a billion alliance reward. At this moment, Su Wanwan was still immersed in the joy of being rewarded with a gold alliance. The phone rang again. It was still her best friend Su Ranran calling. "Hello Ranran, where do you want to eat tonight?" "It's my treat," Su Wanwan said in a bold tone. Su Ranran's excited voice came through. "Wanwan, just a moment ago that I don't call you Yan Gu rewarded you with 9 gold alliances. You now have the first billion alliance since starting the site." "What?" Su Wanwan exclaimed, thinking she had misheard. She subconsciously refreshed the page and looked at the fan leaderboard. She discovered that the title of the fan ranking first, "I don't call you Yan Gu," had changed to a billion alliance. At that moment, Su Wanwan didn't know how to describe her feelings. Shock, excitement, gratitude, and a bit of disbelief. "Wanwan, you must properly thank this rich guy. If you can win him over, you might even get a big shot offer in the future." "Thank you Ranran, I understand." "Thank you," Su Wanwan said, hanging up the phone. Then she opened WeChat and hesitated for a long time before sending a message to Su. Yan Gu, I saw the billion alliance you rewarded me. Thank you so much. I can only offer myself in return. Su Yan, sorry, I'm not interested." Upon seeing the words "not interested," Su Ranruin's face instantly turned red. "Actually, I am a beauty." "Su Yan, I don't believe you." Seeing Su Yan's doubt, Su Wanwan immediately opened her album and sent him a few photos. After seeing the photos, Su Yan's eyes lit up. She was definitely a beauty with a score above 90. He continued to reply, "You didn't search for these photos online, did you?" Su Wanwan, "These are my real photos. If you still don't believe me, let's do a video call." Su Yan, "Sure." He guessed that despite dropping a billion alliance, Su Ranruin's affection level, not reaching 90 points, was likely due to her not knowing his age and appearance. What if he turned out to be a middle-aged man with a big belly? If she knew he was young and somewhat handsome, it should raise her affection level to 90 points. Su Wanwan, "Wait for me for 5 minutes." Su Yan, "Alright." On the other side, Su Wanwan, who was originally just wearing pajamas and typing, immediately rushed to her wardrobe. She picked out a delicate outfit and changed, then tied her messy hair into a ponytail. After applying some moisturizer on her face and seeing that about 5 minutes had passed, she immediately picked up her phone to video call Su Yan. The video connected. The figures of both appeared on each other's phones. Looking at the young, handsome, and extraordinary man on the phone screen, Su Wanwan couldn't help but feel delighted instinctively, saying, "Yan Gu, you're actually so young. You're not bad, either, much better looking than I imagined." Su Yan said with a smile. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Su Ranruin's affection level for you has reached 92 points. You have obtained a high-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it?" "Not opening it for now," Su Yan replied in his heart. With Su Yan's acknowledgement, Su Wanwan smiled happily. "Yan Gu, how old are you?" "A boy's age is a secret." Su Wanwan, "Even if you don't say it, I know you shouldn't be over 20. You're not a university student, are you?" "Not a university student, just a prospective university student." Su Wanwan, "Oh my god, you just graduated from high school. By the way, which university did you apply to? Maybe we could be alumni." "It shouldn't be, I just received the admission notice from Nanda University today." Su Wanwan, "Oh my god, that's too coincidental. I also study at Nanda University. Once you come to Nandu, we can meet up." "Sure, when I come to Nandu, you have to treat me to a meal." Su Wanwan, "No problem. Don't say 1 meal, even 10 meals would be fine." After chatting a bit longer, they finally hung up the video. On the other side, after hanging up Su Wanwan's cheeks, she thought to herself, "I wonder if Yan Gu has a girlfriend. He just finished the college entrance exam, so he shouldn't have. What am I even thinking? He could be 2 years younger than me. Even if he doesn't have a girlfriend, what does it matter?" Su Wanwan was lost in her thoughts. Su Yan, on the other hand, was opening the high-level treasure chest. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill of a master-level musician. The prize has been sent to the system space. Please collect it yourself." In the next moment, a light orb appeared in Su Yan's hand. Corresponding information also appeared in his mind. As long as he fused with this light orb, he would master any musical instrument that has appeared in human history. Moreover, he could perform with remarkable skill. Not bad. Su Yan secretly nodded. Mastering one or several musical instruments would certainly give him an advantage in wooing girls. It would also significantly enhance his affection level with the goddess. One must say Su Wanwan is a treasure. However, having just rewarded her with a billion alliance, even if he rewarded her again, he couldn't raise her affection level to 100 points. Once he goes to Nandu, he can continue boosting her affection level. At 5:30 in the afternoon on the 17th floor of Minghua building at Feiyu Clothing Company, Liang Mei was tidying her workstation, shutting down her computer, and preparing to clock out for the day. She worked as an accountant at this company. Sister Mei, it's time to leave. Let's go together, said another accountant, Xiao Li, with a smile. The two of them walked out of the accounting room together, clocked out at the front desk, and chatted and laughed as they headed towards the elevator. Sister Mei, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did something nice happen? Xiao Li pressed the elevator button, first inquiring curiously. My daughter got accepted into her dream school, Liang Mei replied. Xiao Li immediately congratulated her, saying, Really? Then congratulations, Sister Mei. Which university did she get into? Liang Mei feigned indifference, saying, Just Nandu University of Finance and Economics. Wow, that's a double first-class university. Your daughter is truly impressive. Xiao Li was taken aback and immediately started praising her again. She had only graduated from university 2 years ago and had only gotten into an ordinary undergraduate school, so she knew how difficult it was to get into a double first-class university. Yes, that girl has really worked hard. The elevator is here, let's go in. There were quite a few people in the elevator, so Liang Mei and Xiao Li stopped chatting. Once they exited the elevator, the two of them casually chatted again. As they walked out of the lobby of the building, a beautiful head suddenly popped out of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked in the lot outside, waving at Liang Mei. Mom, over here. We're here to pick you up. Xiao Li, my daughter is here to pick me up, so I'm leaving now. See you at the company tomorrow. Liang Mei waved at Xiao Li and walked directly towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Xiao Li stood there in a daze, feeling a bit awkward. A while ago, her family had introduced her to a matchmaker. The other party had good conditions, and they had started dating. The person drove a BMW worth over 200,000 yuan, and there were only the two of them in the accounting room. So she had boasted in front of Liang Mei. She had also found out that Liang Mei was a single mother with an ordinary family background. In front of Liang Mei, she felt a sense of superiority. Little did she expect that Liang Mei's daughter would come to pick her up in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. At that moment, Su Yin got out of the driver's seat and opened the back door, saying, Auntie, please get in the car. Thank you, Xiao Su. Liang Mei replied with a smile. It wasn't until Su Yin drove Liang Mei and her daughter Pei Nanin away for a while that Xiao Li gradually came back to her senses. Su Yin had booked a private dining restaurant. The average cost was around 200 yuan per person. After arriving at the private room and taking a seat, Su Yin handed the menu to Liang Mei, saying, Auntie, you can order first. Liang Mei glanced at the menu and found that the prices of the dishes here were at least double those of ordinary restaurants. However, she didn't feel intimidated. She could afford a meal, and indeed she planned to treat them this time to celebrate for Su Yin and her daughter. After ordering a few dishes, she handed the menu back to Su Yin, saying, Xiao Su, order what you like. Tonight, any treats. Then I won't hold back. Su Yin, with a symbolic gesture, ordered 2 dishes and passed the menu to Pei Nanan. Pei Nanan ordered 3 dishes, and Su Yin noticed that they were all his favorites. Through their time together, Pei Nanan had already figured out his taste. After they finished ordering, Liang Mei suggested, You both received your admission notices today, let's drink some wine to celebrate. After some discussion, the three of them ordered a bottle of Great Wall dry red wine worth 488 yuan. Considering Su Yan's habits, Liang Mei directly asked the waiter to mix it with 2 portions of Sprite. After the meal, Liang Mei smiled and said, I'll take a taxi back. You two go have fun. She then looked at Pei Nanan and added, Just don't forget to get home. Auntie, I've had some wine and can't drive. How about I call a driver to take you back? Su Yan suggested. Liang Mei didn't refuse. So a driver was called for her, and they left in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Yingu, should we go to a hotel? Pei Nanan, having had a bit of wine, had flushed cheeks that made her look quite adorable. Sure. So Su Yan waved for a taxi, heading straight for the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Shirley. After booking a suite for 888 yuan, the two took the room card and went to their room. Once inside, Pei Nanan took the initiative to kiss him. Su Yan, not one to hold back, immediately retaliated. A little while later, just as Su Yan reached out to take off Pei Nanan's clothes, she stopped him, saying, Yingu, I haven't taken a shower yet. Let's save water and shower together. Su Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, Pei Nanan rolled her eyes, saying, Are you really saving water? I wouldn't bother to expose you. Time flew by, reaching 11 o'clock at night. With a thought, Su Yan's attribute panel appeared. Hosts, age 18. Physique, 91. Spirit, 90. Charm, 80. Charm comes from one's looks, temperament, wealth, and social status. Skills, master level combat, dragon and phoenix harmony technique, master level musical instruments. Treasure chest, none. Bound goddesses, Pei Nanan, Yun Shuren, Song Qingyu. He saw that his physique had indeed increased slightly. A smile spread across Su Yan's lips, feeling that his efforts over the past few days were not in vain. After waiting another half an hour, Su Yan shook Pei Nanan's arm, saying, Baby, wake up. Yin go, I can't anymore, Pei Nan said drowsily. Upon hearing this, Su Yin felt a bit proud and somewhat amused, continuing to shake her. It's getting late, I should take you home, or your mom will start to worry. Liang Mei accepted their relationship. However, he couldn't take advantage of the situation. Since he had promised to let Pei Nan go home for the night, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Hearing the word mom, Pei Nan regained her clarity and immediately started getting dressed. Before long, the two walked out of the hotel, and Su Yin took a taxi to drop Pei Nan off downstairs at her home. Pei Nan gave Su Yin a kiss and reluctantly ran upstairs. After standing still for a moment, Su Yin turned and walked towards the entrance of the community. Upstairs at the Pei family, Liang Mei, sitting on the sofa, felt a slight sense of relief when she saw her daughter return, her satisfaction with Su Yin increasing, knowing that this kid had some sense. Mom, why are you still awake? Seeing Liang Mei sitting on the sofa, Pei Nan instinctively shrank her head. Liang Mei lightly said to come home earlier next time, then got up and walked towards her own bedroom. Phew! Pei Nan exhaled a breath of stale air, tiptoeing to her own bedroom. Then she took out her phone and sent Su Yin a WeChat message. I was scared to death. Mom was actually sitting on the sofa waiting for me. Su Yin replied, looks like Auntie is worried I might sell her precious daughter. Pei Nan, you wouldn't do that. Su Yin, that's right, I really wouldn't. I know you're quite tired today, so get some rest early. Pei Nan. In the following days, Su Yin received many invitations for graduation banquets, including one from Song Qingyu. Since there were many recipients, he directly declined those he wasn't close to. For those he had a decent relationship with, he would send a red envelope and join for a meal. Today was the day of Song Qingyu's graduation banquet, and of course, Su Yin planned to attend in person. In fact, Su Yin also mentioned hosting a graduation banquet for Pei Nan. However, Liang Mei rejected the idea. She said that she had married from another province to Quansheng and had little contact with relatives back home. Her husband had also passed away more than 10 years ago, and her connections with the Pei family had been severed. Even if they were to hold a banquet, there wouldn't be many attendees, so it was better not to hold one at all. On the other hand, many of Pei Nan's classmates were hosting graduation banquets these days. Moreover, since Pei Nan had performed well on her exams and was admitted to a double first-class university, she received quite a few invitations. Today she was also going to attend a classmate's graduation banquet. Su Yin first dropped her off at the hotel where her classmate was hosting the banquet before driving to the Seaside Hotel where Song Qingyu was hosting hers. The Seaside Hotel was a newly opened establishment, only 2 years old. It prided itself on being a high-end hotel with the cheapest banquet costing over 2,000 yuan per table. In contrast, the banquet prices at ordinary hotels ranged from 800 to 1,600 yuan. The fact that Song Qingyu's family could host a banquet at the Seaside Hotel indicated that they had a significant background. Upon Su Yan's arrival, he spotted Yang Xing and others who had just parked their car. Accompanying them were Lin Zhiyi, Chao Yu, Lu Wei, and Huang Li. Su Yan is here. Yang Xing waved at Su Yan. Su Yan lowered the car window and said to Yang Xing, wait for me, let's go in together. Hurry up. Yang Xing replied, having hosted his own graduation banquet yesterday, where Su Yan also attended. However, Yang Xing's results were average, having only been admitted to a regular undergraduate program at Nandu. Soon Su Yan parked the car and walked towards the hotel with the 5 of them. I've heard that the banquets at the Seaside Hotel are quite expensive. If the class monitor is hosting her graduation banquet here, it must cost a lot. The class monitor's family isn't short on money, Yang Xing casually remarked. What does her family do? Lu Wei asked curiously. Yang Xing lowered his voice intentionally. Have you heard of Wampeng Group? The class monitor's boss is the chairman of Wampeng Group, and her mother is the president of Quansheng Commercial Bank. Wampeng Group is one of the top real estate companies in Quansheng. The most famous villa community, Chuanzhou New City, was developed by Wampeng Group. As for Quansheng Commercial Bank, it appears to be a local bank, but in reality it has several shares held by national banks behind it. Wow, so the class monitor is a wealthy young lady. Chao Yu exclaimed in shock. He then turned to Su Yin and asked, what about you, Yin Go? What's your background? I have no background, just a commoner. Su Yin replied with a smile, secretly adding in his heart that he was a commoner with an advantage. Hey Yin Go, even at this point you're still keeping secrets. That's not very nice. Chao Yu pouted. I already told you I'm just a commoner, I wasn't lying to you. Su Yin insisted. Alright, you're a commoner who drives a Mercedes G. Chao Yu retorted, leaving Lu Wei and Huang Li laughing. Su Yin chose not to clarify further. Sometimes, even when you speak the truth, no one believes you. Suddenly, Su Yan's heart stirred. He checked Lin Zhiyi's information and found that her favorability rating was only 3. Instantly, he lost interest. Her favorability had dropped from above 10. Even if it were to rise back to 10, it wouldn't grant him a treasure chest. Moreover, the threshold for the future female Sea King was quite high, and the effort put in was not proportional to the rewards. Thus, Su Yin had no intention of increasing her favorability. After a while, the group of 6 arrived at the hotel lobby, chatting and laughing. They took the elevator to the banquet hall on the 8th floor. Upon arriving at the entrance of the banquet hall, Su Yin spotted Song Qingyu, who was dressed plainly. Class monitor, today is your big day? You should be dressed to the nines, yet you are wearing what you usually do. Su Yin joked with a smile. Hand over the red envelope, or I won't let you in. Song Qingyu directly extended her hand for the red envelope. Seeing this scene, Yang Xing and the others looked astonished. When did Su Yin and the class monitor become so familiar? Su Yin was speechless as he took out a red envelope and handed it to Song Qingyu. I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so money-minded. Oomph. Song Qingyu coldly snorted as she accepted the red envelope. Hurry up and go inside. Don't delay me from welcoming the guests. Got it. Su Yin replied with a smile and stepped into the banquet hall. Class monitor here. Qingyu, this is my red envelope. Yang Xing and Lin Zhiyi also handed over their red envelopes in turn. Song Qingyu's attitude towards these few was much better. What do you think the relationship is between Yin Gu and the class monitor? As soon as they entered the banquet hall, Chao Yu couldn't help but ask the others. We want to know too. Lu Wei helplessly said. Why don't you ask Su Yin? Yin Gu is so tight-lipped, do you think he'll tell? Chao Yu said with a resigned expression. That's true. Lin Ziyi's expression was somewhat complex, subtly revealing a hint of jealousy and unwillingness. Originally, Su Yin had confessed to her. She never expected that he would quickly get close to Song Qingyu, and for a moment, she couldn't help but curse in her heart, scumbag. If Su Yin knew that Lin Zhiyi had called him a scumbag, he would definitely be amused. You a dignified female Sea King, what right do you have to call me a scumbag? Su Yin and the others quickly found their own group. In a strange place, people tend to seek comfort in familiar faces or those from the same place. In a certain area of the banquet hall, Su Yin and his group first greeted the classmates and teachers who had arrived earlier before finding a place to sit down. Ding, a new goddess has appeared nearby. Would the host like to check the goddess information? The system's notification sound rang in Su Yan's ear. Check. Su Yan silently thought. Instantly, icons for Goddess 1, Goddess 2, Goddess 3, Goddess 4, and Goddess 5 appeared before him. There are actually 5 goddesses in such a small banquet hall. No, there are more than 5 goddesses. I haven't counted Lin Zhiyi and Yun Shuran. If we include Song Qingyu at the entrance, that makes 8. System, check the information for Goddess 1. Name Zhang Yuha. Level T2. Age 38. Physique 71. Spirit 79. Appearance 89. Figure 92. Favorability 0. Special 1 time. Who is this Zhang Yuha? Su Yin glanced around, but couldn't identify Goddess 1. So he continued checking the information of the second goddess, who was much younger, at only 26. Her name was Fan Qingwei. She was a T2 level goddess with a special score of 39. Goddess 3 was named Song Qingming, 29 years old, a T3 level goddess. Her special score was 2. Goddess 4 was named Jiang Yao, 19 years old, a T1 level goddess, with a special score of 0. Goddess 5 was named Lu Shooting, 31 years old. She was a T2 level goddess with a special score of 2. After checking the information of the 5 goddesses, Su Yin began to search for them in the banquet hall. He managed to lock onto the locations of 3 goddesses, while the other 2 remained elusive. Since there were goddesses present, there would be treasure chests to obtain. Thus Su Yin said to Yang Xing, I'm going to the restroom. With the charm medal in place, he just needed to appear within the line of sight of a goddess to gain 10 initial favorability points, and also acquire a beginner treasure chest. After leaving the restroom, Su Yin deliberately walked past the 3rd goddess line of sight. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Song Qingming's favorability towards you has reached 15 points, and you've received a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? I want to open it for now. Having achieved his goals, Su Yin returned to his seat in a good mood. He chatted with his classmates while texting Pei Nan Nan. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situations of the other 2 goddesses, wondering when they would appear in the hall. Because he noticed. On one side of the hall there was a lounge. He suspected that Zhang Yuha and Zhang Yao, the 2 goddesses, must be hiding inside. Time passed. More and more people gathered in the banquet hall. The class monitor is coming. Wow, who is that girl next to the class monitor? She's so beautiful. Hearing his classmates' voices, Su Yin turned to look. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Zhang Yao's favorability towards you has reached 16 points, and you've received a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? I want to open it for now. Su Yin replied. Hello everyone, this is my cousin Zhang Yao. Please take care of her. Song Qingyu introduced with a smile. Hello, I'm Zhang Yao. Nice to meet you all. Zhang Yao calmly waved to greet everyone. Cousin, sit here. Lu Wei proactively pulled out a chair. Thank you. You're welcome. My name is Lu Wei. Cousin, did you just finish the college entrance exam? Huang Li asked. No, after school starts I will be a sophomore, so everyone please call me senior. Zhang Yao replied with a smile. Hello, senior. Everyone was quite polite and called her senior in unison. Senior, which university are you attending? Maybe we are alumni. Nandu University, Jiang Yao said with a smile. Isn't that the same school as Yin Gu? Following everyone's gaze, Jiang Yao's attention fell on Su Yin, her eyes flashing with interest. Junior, are you applying to Nandu University? This junior wasn't the handsome type, but he had a good aura, and the more you looked, the more interesting he became. Yes, senior. Su Yin nodded calmly. Which department are you in? Jiang Yao asked again. Finance. Su Yin replied. What a coincidence, I'm also in finance. So we will be senior and junior in the future. Come on, keep calling me senior. Jiang Yao teased. If I call you, do I get a red envelope? Su Yin pretended to show a naive and silly expression. Jiang Yao laughed mischievously, saying, There's no red envelope, but when you go to school, I can look out for you. By the way, I can introduce you to beautiful seniors too. Hello, senior. Su Yin immediately stood up and bowed. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh, finding Su Yin even more interesting. Everyone laughed along. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Jiang Yao's favorability towards you has reached 21 points, and you've received a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? I want to open it for now. Su Yin silently thought. Senior Jiang, I also want a beautiful senior. Can you introduce one to me? You can't. Jiang Yao scrutinized Xiao Yu and shook her head. Why, oi? Xiao Yu asked, feeling wrong. You're not obviously handsome. My roommates are all beauty conscious. Jiang Yao replied with a smile. Xiao Yu exaggeratedly said, Well, if I'm ugly, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't just go back to the factory for a redo. Next, Jiang Yao quickly blended in with her classmates at the same table, always steering the conversation. From this, one could tell she was a woman with a strong desire for control. No wonder she didn't like sitting with elders, but preferred to sit at a table with her peers who were about to enter high school. The time reached noon. Accompanied by a surge of intense music, the host appeared. After a round of opening remarks, he invited Song Qingyu onto the stage. Earlier, when welcoming guests at the entrance of the banquet hall, Song Qingyu was dressed in her usual attire. But at this moment, she had changed into a princess dress, appearing even more pure and beautiful. Perhaps due to her family background, even facing hundreds of spectators, Song Qingyu showed no signs of stage fright. She then delivered an impromptu speech, earning a round of enthusiastic applause. The class monitor is really amazing. Seeing the dazzling figure on stage, Yang Xing couldn't help but exclaim. Just yesterday, he had hosted a promotion banquet, but on stage he could only muster a few words, everyone eat and drink well. Compared to the class monitor's speech today, it was simply worlds apart. Su Yin secretly curled his lips. This big yellow girl is quite good at acting. Only after getting to know Song Qingyu better did he realize what kind of personality she had. On the surface, she seemed dignified, but in reality, she could drive various topics with ease. Even as a reborn person mastering various future driving topics, Su Yin could only slightly outshine Song Qingyu. After the speech, she expressed her gratitude. Song Qingyu first thanked the principal. Indeed, the principal of their school was also present at today's promotion banquet. After thanking the principal, she proceeded to thank the homeroom teacher and all the subject teachers. Those who were thanked stood up and waved. Finally, of course, she thanked her parents. Song Wanpeng and Jiang Yuha also stood up, bowing to the guests present in gratitude. Logically, after thanking her parents, Song Qingyu should have concluded. However, at that moment, a sly smile appeared on her lips. Here, I would like to thank a fellow classmate and good friend, Su Yin, who will bring us a program today. Swish. All the gazes of her classmates turned to Su Yin. Yin Gu, the class monitor, is calling. Su Yin, you've been hiding your talents, as always, even bringing a program without telling us. Yang Xing. Exactly. Lu Wei echoed. Do you think I would lie about not knowing? Su Yin said helplessly, clearly realizing that Song Qingyu was playing a prank on him. Su Yin, come up. Song Qingyu urged from the stage. Junior, hurry up, and don't keep everyone waiting. Jiang Yao was eager for the spectacle. In the next moment, Su Yin stood up and walked towards the stage. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Jiang Ya's favorability towards you has reached 10 points, and you've received a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? I want to open it for now. Su Yin silently responded. Once on stage, he whispered, Song Qingyu, are you trying to embarrass me? Either you perform a program, or you hold the microphone for me. Song Qingyu said with a smile. Looking at the two whispering under everyone's gaze, Song Wanpeng couldn't help but frown. Where did this brat come from? I haven't heard a whisper about him at all. Then he looked at Jiang Yuha, seemingly asking if she knew. But Jiang Yuha ignored her husband and instead took a keen interest in Su Yin on stage. At that moment, several waiters brought a piano onto the stage. After the piano was set up, Song Qingyu asked with a smile, have you decided? Will you perform a program, or will you hold the microphone for me? Had a chance to show off delivered to my doorstep, why not take it? Su Yin walked straight to the piano, sat down, and then turned to look at the somewhat stunned Song Qingyu. You come and hold the microphone for me. At the Seaside Hotel on the 8th floor, in the banquet hall on stage, Song Qingyu, hearing Su Yan's voice, recovered from her shock and walked to the piano softly, asking, are you okay? Hold the microphone, right? Su Yin smiled lightly, his slender fingers resting on the black and white keys. Although he had never played an instrument in his past life, he had spent ample time in KTV. He had a few signature songs, and The Wind Rises was one of them. This song suited today's atmosphere perfectly. Dong 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 dong. The next moment a series of piano notes flowed from Su Yan's fingertips. The mastery of the instrument was no joke. A segment of lyrics spilled from Su Yan's mouth. On this journey, we stop and go following the traces of youth. Just before stepping out of the station I hesitated a bit. So beautiful. A segment of lyrics spilled from Su Yan's mouth. On this journey, we stop and go following the traces of youth. Just before stepping out of the station I hesitated a bit. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. After just a brief excerpt, everyone instinctively felt that this was a good song. Song Qingyu, holding the microphone, was even more surprised, with a hint of admiration in her gaze towards Su Yan. She had been practicing piano since she was 8, and after 10 years her skills had reached a professional level. However, after witnessing Su Yan's performance, she realized the gap between her abilities and his was quite significant. After listening to the prelude and a small segment of lyrics, she also found this song very unfamiliar. Could it be an original? But soon she couldn't care about that, because the song had now reached the chorus. I am trapped in the vastness of the world, and also immersed in dreamlike words, struggling with truth and falsehood, not fearing ridicule. Those who only found the song beautiful gradually immersed themselves in the emotion of The Wind Rises. Especially the recently graduated high school students, some emotional girls couldn't help but secretly wipe away tears. I will eventually return my youth to her, along with the summer that my fingertips played, where my heart moved it went with the wind. In the name of love, do you still wish for it? As the song concluded, Su Yan addressed the microphone. This song, The Wind Rises, is dedicated to everyone, to our graduating class, and to Song Qingyu. Thank you. Time froze for 3 seconds, then a round of applause erupted throughout the banquet hall. Only one handsome young man at a certain table did not clap. His face was somewhat grim, his eyes revealing a hint of resentment. Amidst everyone's applause, Su Yan walked down towards the audience. As he returned to his seat, Xiao Yu eagerly pulled out a chair for him. Brother Yan, sit down quickly. I must ask, how much more talent are you hiding? Su Yan smiled. None left. Junior, was that song an original? Zhang Yao asked curiously. Half and half, Su Yan replied. What do you mean by half and half? Zhang Yao pressed for clarification. Su Yan explained, the composition of this song is from Xiao Rizi, while I wrote the lyrics myself, so it can only be considered half and half. Wow, even so, you are impressive. After all, your lyrics are beautifully written, making me feel like I'm back in the year of high school graduation. Zhang Yao continued to praise. Meanwhile, Su Yan was handling his classmates and Zhang Yao while checking the effects of his performance. First, Song Qingyu's favorability directly shot up to 84 points, bringing him 2 intermediate treasure chests. Secondly, Lin Zhiyi's favorability also broke through to 23 points, granting him 1 beginner treasure chest. Moreover, Jiang Yuha, Song Qingyu's mother, had her favorability reach 36 points, providing him with 3 beginner treasure chests. Additionally, the favorability of Song Qining, Lu Shooting, and Fan Qingyue all reached above 20, rewarding him with 2 more beginner treasure chests. Finally, Zhang Yao's favorability directly rose to 46 points, contributing another 2 beginner treasure chests to Su Yan. By the way, there was also Yun Shuren, whose favorability skyrocketed from over 30 points to 68 points, bringing him 3 beginner treasure chests. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised that Yun Shuren's favorability increased so much. Could she be an artistic girl? Thus, at this graduation banquet, he obtained a total of 2 intermediate treasure chests and 17 beginner treasure chests. He made a tremendous profit. Junior, let's add each other on WeChat. At that moment, Zhang Yao waved her phone. Sure. With a beep, the two added each other as WeChat friends. Soon the waiter began serving dishes and handed out chopsticks. Everyone also joyfully began to eat and drink. One must say, while the banquet at the seaside hotel was a bit expensive, the taste was far superior to that of ordinary hotels. As for Song Qingyu, she was accompanying her parents to toast. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at their table. However, Su Yan sensed the displeased glances from Song Wanping, who was eyeing him. As for the reason, he had guessed it. Most likely he suspected that he was getting close to his daughter. On the contrary, Zhang Yuha was quite warm towards Su Yan, even specially toasting him and offering encouragement. This made Song Qingyu blush a bit. Su Yan found this quite amusing, thinking, sister, I have nothing with you, why are you? Also, weren't you quite bold online? Why have you turned into a shy girl in reality? The contrast is too stark. Noticing his daughter's shy demeanor, Song Wanping's vigilance towards Su Yan intensified, and his gaze towards him grew colder. This middle-aged man, have I done anything wrong to deserve such wariness from you? Su Yan possessed 90 points of mental strength, his perception far exceeding that of ordinary people. Hey Junior, you and my cousin aren't secretly dating, are you? Zhang Yao suddenly asked in a low voice. No, Su Yan replied decisively. It's just classmates and friends. Really? Zhang Yao clearly didn't believe it. I was planning to set you two up. It was evident that Jiang Yao was trying to play Su Yin. Su Yin was not fooled. It's really just classmates and friends. If you really want to pursue Xiao Yu, where you want, pass her father's test. Jiang Yao was not discouraged, continuing to probe. Seeing her relentless pursuit, Su Yin looked at her with an amused smile. It doesn't matter. I'm not pursuing her. Actually, I prefer someone like you, senior. If you want to pursue me, you should know that I'm not easy to chase. Jiang Yao was not the shy girl right after graduation. Oh, in that case, I won't pursue it. Su Yin slowly chewed a piece of meat and swallowed before speaking. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nearly laughed in anger. You haven't even started. How can you give up? Since you said yourself that it's not easy to chase, why should I choose someone hard to pursue? Su Yin teased, thinking that this young girl was still too inexperienced to play games with him. Why not give it a try? What if I'm easier to chase? Jiang Yao said, feeling a sense of defeat for the first time in her interactions with Su Yin. Isn't this contradictory, senior? Su Yin replied coolly. You have no gentlemanly demeanor at all. Jiang Yao retorted, annoyed. At Dongdao, we advocate equality for everyone, and that includes gender. After saying that, Su Yin picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. The lunch banquet had concluded. Guests departed one after another. Su Yin followed Yang Xing and others out of the banquet hall, preparing to take the elevator downstairs. At that moment, a girl approached Su Yin and whispered, Su Yin, Xing Yu is looking for you. Please come with me. All right, let me say goodbye to my friends. With that, Su Yin bid farewell to Yang Xing and the others followed. They climbed the stairs and arrived at a room on the 9th floor. The girl pushed the door open halfway and said, Su Yin stepped into the room. Then 2 burly men in suits emerged from behind the door, shutting it and gripping Su Yin's shoulders, urging him forward while commanding, be honest. Su Yin remained unfazed, cooperating as he moved forward. He then noticed a man standing by the window. Young master, we have brought him, one of the bodyguards announced. The young man slowly turned, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. Do you know who I am? The young man took a sip of red wine and asked with an air of superiority. Who are you? Shouldn't you be asking your mother? Su Yin replied playfully. Hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in the young man's eyes as he coldly ordered. It seems he still hasn't grasped the situation. Make him kneel and speak. Upon receiving the command, the 2 bodyguards simultaneously kicked at Su Yin's knees. Just as they moved, Su Yin suddenly broke free from their grasp. He spun around and elbowed the left bodyguard in the face. The man grunted and staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. At the sight of this, Ning Yuan's expression turned extremely grim. Though these 2 bodyguards weren't top-tier fighters, they shouldn't have been at a disadvantage against 3 burly men. Yet now they were taken down by a freshly graduated college student. Bang! At that moment, Ning Yuan felt a flash before his eyes as Su Yin slapped him to the ground. The glass of red wine in his hand flew out, rolling across the carpet several times before coming to a stop. You dare hit me? Ning Yuan stood up, looking at Su Yin with disbelief and shock. Kneel and speak. Su Yin kicked twice in quick succession, causing Ning Yuan to feel both of his calves lose sensation, forcing him to kneel involuntarily. You want to die daring to make me kneel? Ning Yuan, kneeling on the ground, shouted angrily. Bang! Su Yin delivered another slap to the other side of his face. You bastard, do you believe I will kill you after today? After receiving another slap, Ning Yuan felt a wave of humiliation surge through him as he shouted fiercely. Bang! Su Yin kicked him down, then stepped on his face, slowly rotating his foot. Just then, Su Yin felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. He slightly turned, delivering a backward kick that struck the chest of the bodyguard attempting to ambush him. With a thud, a tall figure flew out and crashed against the door. Fortunately, the hotel door was sturdy enough and did not shatter. Speak, why are you looking for trouble with me? Su Yin looked down at the swollen-faced Ning Yuan and asked, think carefully before speaking. Don't spew trash talk if you don't want to continue getting beaten. Under Su Yan's threat, Ning Yuan indeed dared not speak recklessly and honestly said, our Ning family and the Song family are longtime friends. Both families intend to facilitate a marriage between me and Song Qinyu. I brought you here to scare you, so you won't bother Song Qinyu. Is this your own idea, or are there others behind it? Su Yin asked thoughtfully. It was my own decision. There are no others involved. Ning Yuan replied honestly. Really? Su Yin's tone became more serious. I swear it was my own idea, absolutely no one else instigated it. Ning Yuan explained. Will you seek revenge on me in the future? Su Yin crouched down and patted Ning Yuan's cheek. No. No, I won't. Ning Yuan suppressed the anger within. It's fine if you want revenge, go ahead. But if you fail, be prepared to lie in a hospital bed for the rest of your life. Oh, believe it or not, it's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin stood up and walked toward the door. Seeing the bodyguard lying at the door, he frowned slightly, lifted his 200-pound body and tossed it aside, then opened the door and stepped out, casually closing it behind him. After Su Yin walked a few steps, he heard Ning Yuan's roar coming from within the room. The bodyguard who had taken Su Yan's punch had recovered and rushed forward to help the fallen Ning Yuan up. Young Master Ning, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital? Ning Yuan, having vented his anger, gradually regained his composure. Tiger, what do you think of Su Yan's skills? How many people would it take to take him down? Tiger pondered and analyzed. Young Master Ning, while Li Feng and I aren't top-tier fighters together, 7 or 8 ordinary people wouldn't be our match. Yet against him we wouldn't last even one move. To take him down, at least 10 people like Li Feng and me would be necessary. Of course, that's under barehanded conditions. If weapons are involved, 5 or 6 should suffice. However, young Master Ning, there has just been a special crackdown from above. If it's classified as gang activity, it might tarnish the Ning family's reputation. Can we not find outsiders? Ning Yuan frowned and asked. Bodyguard Tiger replied. Young Master Ning, you may not know, but the people on the streets of Quancheng are either caught or have fled. Even those who haven't escaped are hiding in the countryside, being as low profile as possible. At this time, asking them to stick their heads out would require a hefty price. How much would that cost? At least over 100 to 200 per person for someone to be willing to take the risk. Moreover, since Su Yan's skills are formidable, 3 or 5 wouldn't be effective. To hire 20 or 30 people to take action, it would probably cost 3 to 5 million. Ning Yuan fell silent. Although he was a young master of the Ning family, he was still a college student. His family provided him with a monthly allowance of 5,000. It was simply impossible for him to come up with 3 to 5 million. Forget it, let's not rush to take action against him. You find someone to investigate that guy's background. Alright, young Master Ning. On the other side, Su Yan had already arrived at the parking lot. He was ready to drive to pick up Pei Nan Nan. Just as he was exiting the parking lot, he saw Yun Shu Ran standing by the roadside. Yin, why haven't you left? Su Yan stepped on the brake and asked, lowering the window. Su Yan, where are you going? Yun Shu Ran countered. I'm going to Minghua Hotel to pick someone up, Su Yan said. What a coincidence, I'm going there too. Can I get a ride? Yun Shu Ran feigned surprise. Get in the car. Su Yan didn't call out Yun Shu Ran's clumsy lie and smiled. Then I'll trouble you. Yun Shu Ran immediately showed joy, trotting to the passenger seat, opening the door, and sitting down. After fastening her seatbelt, Yun Shu Ran took out her phone and said, Su Yan, is it convenient to add WeChat? Sure. Su Yan held the steering wheel with one hand, while pulling up the QR code with his phone and handing it to Yun Shu Ran. Inside the moving Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Su Yan drove earnestly, while Yun Shu Ran secretly observed him. At first glance, he seemed just slightly handsome, but the longer she looked, the more intriguing he became. Suddenly, Yun Shu Ran spoke up. Su Yan, the song you sang today was really beautiful. Did you write it yourself? She had a literary vibe, and her greatest wish was to shine on stage as a superstar. Indeed, it was because she heard Su Yan sing an original song that her affection for him soared by over 40 points. The lyrics are mine, but the melody is from the little days over there. Su Yan replied, and as for whether he felt ashamed of being a plagiarist, not at all. In his past life, he had worked in the professional world for many years and had long since shed any sense of shame. That's truly impressive. Yun Shu Ran continued to compliment him. The lyrics you wrote resonate so well with our graduation. It's very touching. Many people were moved to tears. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Su Yan accepted her praise calmly. By the way, do you have any other works? Yun Shu Ran asked curiously. I have the ideas for 2 songs and have written some melodies and lyrics. Since Su Yan understood Yun Shu Ran's literary attributes, he naturally had to strategize in that direction. Moreover, he possessed the skill of a master-level musician. Copying some songs from his past life couldn't be too difficult. After you finish these 2 songs, can you let me listen to them? Yun Shu Ran looked at Su Yan and asked. Sure. Su Yan nodded. Since we added each other on WeChat, once I perfect these 2 songs, I'll send them to you. Really? That's fantastic. Yun Shu Ran said happily, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ding, congratulations to the host. The goddess Yun Shu Ran's affection level for you has reached 71 points. You have received a mid-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not opening it for now. Su Yan silently replied in his heart. By the way, you haven't told me where you want to go. Just drop me off at Longqiao Shopping Mall. Oh, I happen to need to buy something there. Having reached her destination, Yun Shu Ran naturally wouldn't linger too long, especially since her home was in the opposite direction of where they were headed. Alright. 3 minutes later, Su Yan parked outside Longqiao Shopping Mall. Su Yan, thank you for the ride. Contact me on WeChat when you have time. Yun Shu Ran waved at Su Yan, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out of the car. Goodbye. Su Yan smiled at. He then drove towards Minghua Hotel. Upon arriving outside Minghua Hotel, Su Yan sent a WeChat message to Pei Nan and baby, I've arrived just downstairs at the hotel. Pei Nan replied, Yin Gu, please wait a moment. I'm coming down with Zhang Qing. Shortly after, Su Yan saw 2 intimate-looking goddesses linking arms as they walked out of the hotel lobby. The girl was Zhang Qing, the cousin of Sun Jia. After becoming a couple, Pei Nan had mentioned Zhang Qing's advice to seize the opportunity. Similarly, after buying movie tickets, it was also Zhang Qing who intentionally arranged for them to sit together. Thus Su Yan felt grateful towards Zhang Qing. Soon the two girls got into the car, both sitting in the back seat. Su Shuai, you're doing well. I didn't expect you two to develop to the stage of meeting the elders so quickly. As soon as they got in the car, Zhang Qing couldn't help but tease Su Yan. Su Yan smiled and said, with a good girl like Nanan, of course I had to take the initiative. If someone else snatched her away, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? Yin Guam, not as great as you say. Hearing Su Yan praise her in front of Zhang Qing, Pei Nanan felt a bit shy, but her heart was exceptionally sweet. That's true, Nanan is indeed wonderful. Su Shuai, you must treat her well. Zhang Qing reminded. Don't worry, I will definitely treat my baby well. Su Yan said earnestly. Oh, still calling her baby, how cheesy. Zhang Qing felt a bit overwhelmed, goosebumps breaking out all over her body. You might find it cheesy now, but when you fall in love you won't think so. Su Yan said nonchalantly. By the way, my relationship with Nanan also owes credit to you, cousin. If you're not busy today, how about Nanan and I treat you to a meal? Sure. I was planning to hang out in the city for a couple of days anyway. Zhang Qing readily agreed. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, do you have any plans for the afternoon? If not, I'll treat you to karaoke. By the way, call your cousin to see if he's coming. Let me think. My cousin is a gaming addict. I'm not sure if he'll come. Give him a call and see. With that, she took out her phone and dialed Sunja. After a long while, the call connected. Hello, Zhang Qing, what's up? I'm busy grinding a boss. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Qing replied flatly. Su Shuai is treating us to karaoke. Are you coming? Sunja's predictable voice came through. What's the point of karaoke? Why not come to the internet cafe to play games? Then keep playing. Zhang Qing hung up the phone angrily. Since she had it on speaker, both Su Yan and Pei Nanan heard her conversation with Sunja. She said helplessly, you heard it too, he's not coming. No worries, then the three of us will go. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yan drove to Qiangue KTV. Originally, the three of them only needed to book a small room, but due to the busy summer season, even small rooms were fully booked during the day. Thus, Su Yan booked a medium-sized room. After all, it was only 30 yuan more for an hour. This amount was utterly negligible for him. Once inside the room, Su Yan asked Zhang Qing, do you want to drink alcohol or juice? Juice please, Zhang Qing replied directly. Alright, you guys sing first, I'll go buy some drinks. Su Yan left the room, went to the KTV's beverage supermarket, chose a few bottles of drinks, and also picked some snacks. When he went to the front desk to pay, he added a fruit platter. Soon Su Yan returned to the room with the drinks and snacks. Pei Nanan and Zhang Qing were singing a song by a female group. Placing the drinks and snacks on the table, Su Yan lounged on the sofa, occasionally glancing at Pei Nanan with a content expression on his face. To be honest, until his rebirth in the last life, he had never lived such a comfortable life. He had to admit he really loved this rebirth. Of course, he had to thank the system for being able to live this way. Otherwise, even if he was reborn, it would have been impossible to enjoy such comfort in a short time. After the two girls finished a song, Su Yan pointed to the drinks and snacks on the table. Feel free to help yourselves. If there's anything else you want to eat or drink, let me know, and I'll go buy it. Thank you, Su Shuai. Zhang Qing said with a big smile. Subsequently, the two girls sang another two songs, and the waiter also brought the fruit platter that Su Yan ordered. Pei Nanan took a slice of apple and frowned slightly. This fruit is so bad, it's not as good as what Yin Go bought. Really? Let me try. Su Yan also took a slice of apple to taste. To be honest, this was far from the world's #1 apple. Even compared to the regular apples Su Yan bought, the taste was much worse. Indeed, it's not good. Su Yan said, fortunately I have some fruit in my car, I'll go get it. That night, after sending Pei Nanan and Zhang Qing back to Pei Nanan's home, Su Yan returned to his own home already past 9 o'clock. Following his usual habit, he first went to the bathroom to take a shower. He then arrived in the living room to open the treasure chests. Today's harvest was substantial, with 3 intermediate treasure chests and 17 elementary treasure chests. System: open all the elementary treasure chests. Ding, opening elementary treasure chests. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 500, and cash. The prize has been injected into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pairs of shoes. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback card with a limit of 200. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 300 in cash. The prize has been injected into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Soon the system completed 18 broadcasts. Among them, there were 9 cash rewards, specifically 500, and 400. In total, it amounted to 31000. With the addition of 31000, Su Yan's black card account balance surpassed 3300. The remaining 8 elementary treasure chests yielded 100 pairs of shoes, a cashback card with a limit of 200, 100 bitcoins, 100 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall, 100 bottles of Evian mineral water, 100 sticks of calming incense, 10 talismans, and 100 grams of a 5-grade Wagyu beef. Starting with the 100 pairs of shoes, which included leather shoes, casual shoes, hiking shoes, cotton slippers, flip-flops, Martin boots, and more. The total value of all the shoes combined was 5,000, with an average price of 5,000. There's no need to elaborate on the cashback card. The current price of Bitcoin is over $600 each, and selling all 100 would be worth over $6,000. However, if kept, the price would soar significantly in the future. If sold at the peak, it could reach over $6,000 each. 100 coins would be worth over $6 million. Su Yin decided to hold on to them and sell them in a few years. As for Buddha jumps over the wall, Su Yin took out a serving and was immediately greeted by a rich aroma. He went to the kitchen to fetch a spoon and a bowl. After tasting a bowl, the only word left in his mouth was delicious. It was 2 levels higher than the Buddha jumps over the wall he had tasted in his previous life. The system valued the Buddha jumps over the wall at 888 yuan per serving. He stored the remaining servings in the system space. Moving on to the Evian mineral water, it came in beautiful glass bottles. The system priced it at 299 yuan per bottle. At 10000 bottles, that amounts to 299,000 yuan. Su Yin discovered a pattern. If the reward was cash, the maximum was 5,000. However, if the reward was items, the value could exceed 5,000. Next, the calming incense, with a total of 100 sticks each, containing 100 sticks. Each stick can burn for 2 hours. Lighting the calming incense while sleeping can treat insomnia and dreams, and it has a calming effect on the mind. The system valued 1 stick of calming incense at 1800 yuan. For 100 sticks, that's 1800 yuan. Next, the talismans, which can block 1 disaster when worn. After blocking a disaster, the talisman would automatically shatter. Su Yin decided to give Pei Nan Nan a talisman tomorrow. Finally, there is the A5-grade Wagyu beef, totaling 100 pieces, each weighing half a pound. It can be used to directly grill steaks. The A5-grade Wagyu beef needs no introduction. It is hailed as the best Wagyu in the world. The system marked its price at 100 yuan for 500 grams. System: open all 3 intermediate treasure chests. Ding. Opening intermediate treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a healing card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time item duplication card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time item beauty enhancement card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Su Yin took all 3 cards out of the system space. The corresponding card information also appeared in his. First is the healing card, which has 10 uses. Whether for external or internal injuries or ailments, using this card would instantly heal the user. At the same time, the host can control the timing of healing. For example, if Su Yin used the healing card on a late-stage cancer patient, instant healing would certainly raise suspicions. However, if the healing was spread over 3 months, the patient's condition would gradually improve within that time. What a good item. Su Yin's eyes brightened. With this healing card, he would no longer worry about himself or the women in his life contracting terminal illnesses in the future. Alternatively, he could approach a wealthy person with a terminal illness and ask for a few hundred million or even billions. Surely they would be more than willing to part with that money to cure themselves. Of course, Su Yin would never do that. He had only acquired the system less than a month ago, and his cash had already exceeded 30 million. Moreover, as long as he wished, by spending lavishly on Pei Nan, his wealth would grow exponentially, and he wouldn't even need to use the healing card to treat those wealthy individuals. As for the one-time item duplication card, it can duplicate a skill from someone else. Once he duplicates another skill, he would also master that skill. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. Additionally, through the duplication card, he could view the skills mastered by others. And then there's the one-time item, the beauty enhancement card. Once used, this card can randomly enhance the host's beauty by 3 to 10 points. Moreover, this enhancement does not occur within a day, but gradually over the course of a month. Su Yin decisively used the beauty enhancement card on himself. Congratulations to the host for gaining 8 beauty points. The enhancement will be completed within a month. After opening the rewards, Su Yin picked up his phone and began replying to Pei Nan and Song Qingyu and Yun Shiren on WeChat. Even in the presence of 3 girls, Su Yin still appeared at ease. Time reached 11 o'clock. Su Yin entered the bedroom and lit a stick of calming incense. He then lay back on the bed. Soon he caught a whiff of pleasant wooden fragrance. As the scent entered his body, his eyelids grew heavier, and he swiftly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Yin woke up refreshed. His mind was clear, and his body felt extraordinarily light, as if he had undergone a full-body spa. Not bad. The effect of this calming incense is quite good. Su Yin nodded inwardly. Following his routine, he went downstairs to exercise, bought breakfast, showered, and ate breakfast. After finishing breakfast, he drove to pick up Pei Nannan. Time flew by, and it was now the end of August. Both Su Yin and Pei Nannan were about to report to Nandu. During this month, through interactions with Pei Nannan, Su Yan's physique increased to 93 points. Simultaneously, through cashback from spending on Pei Nannan and the cashback card, Su Yan's black card account balance reached 55 million. During this time, Su Yin also obtained 6 elementary treasure chests, all encountered while having fun with Pei Nannan. 4 of the elementary treasure chests yielded 1.3 million in cash, while the other 2 yielded a box of premium cigars and 100 assorted t-shirts. Since they were going to Nandu the next day, Liang Mei called Su Yin over for dinner. Over the past month, Su Yin had also had several meals at the Pei family home. The next morning, Su Yin arrived downstairs at the Pei family's residence. Liang Mei and Pei Nannan had already come downstairs with their luggage waiting for his arrival. Xiao Su, once we reach Nandu, this girl will be in your care. Liang Mei grasped Su Yan's hand and said. After this period of interaction, she had completely accepted Su Yin. The only concern was how long their relationship would last. Moreover, she could see that her daughter had completely fallen for him. If they were to separate in the future, her daughter might not be able to cope. Don't worry, Annie, I will make sure Nannan is healthy and chubby, Su Yin said with a smile. I don't, Pei Nannan instinctively retorted. The slightly sad atmosphere dissipated. Su Yin then opened the trunk and placed Pei Nannan's luggage inside. There was quite a bit of luggage, 2 suitcases and several bags, but fortunately the space in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was large enough to accommodate it all. After securing the luggage, Su Yin turned to the reluctant Liang Mei and said, Annie, we're leaving now. If you really miss Nannan, you can come to Nandu to see her. It's not far, just a few hours drive. Yes, Mama, come to Nandu if you miss me, Pei Nannan chimed in. You heartless little one, don't you ever think of your... Liang Mei's eyes glistened with tears. Mama. Suddenly Pei Nannan rushed over and hugged Liang Mei tightly, saying, I can't bear to leave you. Seeing her daughter's genuine emotions, Liang Mei couldn't feel sad anymore. Instead, she softly comforted and reminded her. Su Yin did not rush them, watching from the side, his heart filled with a hint of envy. Unfortunately, he had returned too late. Otherwise, he would have certainly found a way to prevent his parents' car accident. Mama, goodbye. A few minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class gradually drove out of the community, and Pei Nannan leaned her head out of the window, waving goodbye to her mother. Goodbye. Liang Mei's eyes were once again moist, and she instinctively raised her hand to wave goodbye. Finally, as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class exited the community, Liang Mei's figure was no longer visible, and only then did Pei Nannan withdraw her head. At this moment, Su Yin spoke up. Once the university starts, there will be military training. After that, there will be a long break for National Day. If you miss Auntie, you can let her come to Nandu. If she can't make it, I can accompany you back. Guyan, you are so nice. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Pei Nannan's mood instantly brightened. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class continued southward. The young girl in the car was also dreaming of her upcoming university life. It's worth mentioning that Yun Shuran also got accepted into Nandu University. Over the past month, Su Yin had been communicating with her on WeChat. Her affinity score had reached 78 points. With a bit more effort, it could reach 80 points, unlocking a mid-level treasure chest. However, Su Yin chose to take a step back. The main reason was that he spent every day with Pei Nannan and felt somewhat stretched thin. Besides, Yun Shuran was also enrolling in Nandu University, but once they were at the university, there would be plenty of opportunities to interact. As for Songqing Yu, Su Yin had not cut off contact with her. They still frequently engaged in playful banter on WeChat. However, increasing their affinity proved to be quite challenging. Su Yin knew that to increase affinity, they needed to enhance their intimacy. The best ways to do that were through hand-holding, kissing, and so forth. However, Song Qingyu's family was quite strict, especially her father, who seemed to be on guard against someone. Even if she wanted to go out, arrangements had to be made for someone to accompany her. Su Yin was suspicious that the person Song Wanpeng was guarding against was him. However, he was rather unconcerned. You can be vigilant in Xuanqing, but let's see how you maintain that vigilance in Nandu. Zhoming, I want you to know what it means to be caught off guard. After more than 3 hours, they had arrived in Nandu. During the drive, Su Yin had only stopped once at a service area. Let's find a restaurant to eat first, then find a hotel to rest. After we are well rested, we can go register in the afternoon. What do you think? Su Yin suggested to Pei Nannan. Gu Yin will follow your lead. Pei Nannan replied. After being with Su Yin, she didn't have to think much since he would take care of everything, and she had gotten used to it. In his past life, during his 4 years at university, and over 10 years of work, Su Yin was thoroughly familiar with Nandu. He drove directly to a Chinese restaurant. This Chinese restaurant was not large, but the food was quite delicious and reasonably priced. Many students liked. After a hurried lunch, Su Yin booked a suite at the nearby Bulgari Hotel. Baby, you go wash up first, and after you're done, rest well. After entering the room, Su Yin said to Pei Nannan, Okay. After Pei Nanan entered the bathroom with her toiletries, Su Yin picked up his phone and began replying to messages from Song Qingyu and Yun Shuran. Song Qingyu had already completed her registration and moved into the dormitory. Yun Shuran, who left later than them, was still on the road accompanied by her parents. They were about to arrive at the bus station. At 2 in the afternoon, Su Yin and Pei Nanan set off from the hotel to Nanfei. They had already discussed their plans. Tonight they would not stay in the dormitory, but would spend the night in the hotel. As for the reason, everyone can guess. Because it was the new students' registration period, external vehicles were allowed to enter the campus directly. This made things much more convenient. After parking the car, Su Yin took Pei Nanan to the registration point. Initially, Pei Nanan's appearance caught the attention of the senior students at Nanfei, who showed eager expressions. But upon seeing Su Yin closely accompanying Pei Nanan, their enthusiasm immediately cooled. Some unwillingly said, "Maybe he's just a brother, not necessarily a boyfriend." "Are you blind?" another senior said in disbelief. "Can't you see how tightly that junior is hugging the boy's arm?" Similarly, some senior girls responsible for welcoming new students looked at Su Yin with shining eyes. After more than a month of improvement, Su Yin's attractiveness score had risen from 70 to 78 points. With the addition of his charismatic aura, he had transitioned from being a decent-looking guy to a handsome one. His charm made him far more appealing to girls than an average handsome guy. Ding! A new goddess has appeared nearby. Would you like to check her information? The system notification sounded. Su Yin immediately chose to view. There were 2 goddess icons. After checking the information of these 2 goddesses, 2 more notifications sounded indicating that both had exceeded a 10-point affinity threshold with him, granting him 2 beginner treasure chests. This made Su Yin anticipate with excitement. After arriving at Nanda University, would he meet a few goddesses? He filled out forms, paid fees, and received his student card. After completing the registration, Su Yin was about to take Pei Nanan to the girls' dormitory when a senior approached him. "Junior, do you need me to escort you to your dormitory?" "No need, my boyfriend will take me," Pei Nanan answered calmly. In front of Su Yin, she showed a cute and innocent side. But in front of other boys, she appeared very aloof. Upon hearing Pei Nanan confirm that Su Yin was her boyfriend, the nearby seniors completely lost hope. Soon Su Yin drove to the entrance of the female dormitory. He retrieved the suitcase from the trunk and walked into the building with Pei Nanan. For male students, the female dormitory had always been a restricted zone, except during these first few days of the semester. Yet even in his past life, Su Yin had never set foot inside one. This was his first time in 2 lifetimes. Pei Nanan's assigned room was 306 on the 3rd floor. The building, built in recent years, had an elevator sparing them the stairs. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor and quickly found room 306. The door was locked. Either Pei Nanan's 3 roommates hadn't arrived yet, or they were out. Pei Nanan unlocked the door. Inside, 3 beds were already made, leaving only 1 empty. The dormitory of this top-tier university was impressive. Each student had a private wardrobe, a bathroom, and a balcony. There was even a washing machine on the balcony. It was far superior to the male dorms at Nanda University, which, as Su Yin recalled, were old-fashioned and cramped. 6 people squeezed into 1 room. The beds were double-decker iron frames with no wardrobes or bathrooms. For the restroom, one had to go to the public facilities at the end of the hallway. And for showers, they used the public bathhouse. Meanwhile, this year's female students were housed in a newly built apartment. Still, Su Yin didn't plan to stay in the dorm long. The novice gift pack had received from the system included a duplex apartment just a few kilometers from the university. The school prohibited first-year students from living off campus, but there were exceptions. With the advisor and homeroom teacher's approval, moving out was possible. "Younga, take a seat. He'll make the bed first," Pei Nanan said, opening her suitcase to fetch the quilt and sheet. A few minutes later, she finished and smiled at Su Yin. "Younga, let's go. He'll go with you to register." "No," Su Yin waved his hand. "I plan to register tomorrow. For now, let me accompany you to buy some daily necessities." "Thanks, Younga." Pei Nanan kissed his cheek in gratitude. Just then a girl appeared at the door. Seeing the scene, she smirked. "Am I interrupting?" "No, you've arrived just in time," Su Yin replied without a hint of panic, smiling instead. The girl rolled her eyes at him, stepped into the room, and addressed Pei Nanan. "Hi, you must be our 4th roommate, Pei." "Ding. A new goddess is nearby. Would you like to view her information?" Su Yin chose to check. Name: Su Qing, Tier T2, age 18, physique 68, spirit 73, appearance 88, figure 91, affection 10, special 0. Ding. Goddess Su Qing's affection for you has reached 10. You've earned a basic treasure chest. Would you like to open it? "Not now," Su Yin replied in his mind. "Hi, roommate. I'm Pei Nanan. What's your name?" Pei Nanan asked with a smile. "Hello, roommate. I'm Su Qing. Nice to meet you." Pei Nanan shook her hand and pointed to Su Yin. "This is my boyfriend, Su Yin." "Hello, Su Qing," Su Yin greeted proactively. "Hello," Su Qing replied flatly. "By the way, my boyfriend and I are going out to buy some daily necessities. Would you like to join?" Pei Nanan invited. No thanks, Su Qing declined with a smile. I arrived yesterday and already have everything. Alright then, let's exchange WeChat in case we need to contact each other. Pei Nan took out her phone. Sure, Su Qing agreed readily. After adding each other on WeChat, Pei Nan waved goodbye and left the dorm with Su Yan. Once they were a distance away, she looked at him and asked Yana, how did I do? Perfect, just like my baby, Su Yan praised. On the way here, he had coached her on how to get along with her roommates. Is there a reward? Pei Nan asked. Yes, you get to give me a kiss, Su Yan replied. Thanks, Yana. Pei Nan immediately kissed his cheek. Soon Su Yan drove her to a nearby mall to shop for daily necessities. Over an hour later, they emerged from the mall, each laden with bags. Luckily, they had the car. Carrying everything back by hand would have been exhausting. They had spent over 3,000 yuan in total. Su Yan paid, but with the 8-fold rebate from the system, he actually made a profit of more than 20,000. When they returned to the dorm, the other two roommates were back. To Su Yan's disappointment, while the other two roommates were pretty, their looks didn't reach a score of 80. One was short, just over 5 feet tall, named Deng Xiaoxiao. Su Yan suspected her parents were prophets when they named her. The other girl, Yu Tian, seemed shy, unlike the outgoing and lively Deng Xiaoxiao. After brief introductions, Pei Nan took out a bag of snacks to share with the three girls. These snacks, obtained from Su Yan's treasure chest, were high-end and rarely seen in stores. Wow, Nan, you're so sweet to bring us snacks. Deng Xiaoxiao's face lit up at the sight. My boyfriend prepared them, Pei Nan said, proudly holding out the bag for them to take. Su Qing picked a chocolate bar and a bag of chips. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she realized the seemingly ordinary bag contained premium snacks. Coming from a well-off family, she was used to snacks bought abroad. She could tell these were expensive. Your boyfriend really treats you well, Deng Xiaoxiao complimented. The words struck a chord with Pei Nan, who instantly warmed to her. Right? Yana is so good to me. Nan, get to know your roommates. I have some things to take care of. They'll pick you up for dinner this evening, Su Yan said. Sure, Yana. Go ahead. Pei Nan replied considerately. After waving goodbye to her and her roommates, Su Yan strolled out of the dorm and headed downstairs. Nan, is Su Yan a freshman here too? Deng Xiaoxiao asked curiously. No, he's from the neighboring Nandu University. Tell us, how did you two get together? Were you high school classmates? Deng Xiaoxiao pressed, her voice full of. Meanwhile, Su Yan drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the Jingguan City residential complex. He had already checked the property prices there, which ranged from 2,000 to 2,500 yuan per square meter. The system rewards a duplex apartment. The 2 floors combined measure over 200 square meters. It is already beautifully decorated and furnished, ready for immediate move-in. The system rewards a duplex apartment. The 2 floors combined measure over 200 square meters. It is already beautifully decorated. Su Yan took out the property deed and handed it to the guard. The guard took a glance at the document, returned it with both hands, and said, Mr. Su, welcome home, please come in. Thank you. Su Yan politely replied and drove into the community. The apartment awarded by the system came with 2 parking spaces. One is on the ground and the other is in the underground parking lot. Su Yan parked his car directly in the surface parking lot. He swiped his card to enter the building and took the elevator to the 6th floor. This duplex apartment connects the 6th and 7th floors, allowing access from either floor. Upon entering the apartment, Su Yan began his exploration. The 6th floor features a spacious living room that has been renovated. In addition, there are a servant's room, a storage room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. Su Yan first pulled open the curtains and opened the windows to let in some fresh air before heading upstairs via the spiral staircase. The 2nd floor has 4 rooms. There is a large master bedroom, a guest bedroom, a study, and an esports room, while the original living room has been transformed into a small gym. Su Yan was quite satisfied with this arrangement. However, the apartment had been vacant for 2 months, and there was quite a bit of dust in the rooms. So he took out his phone and called the property management to send someone over for cleaning. The service attitude of the management in high-end communities is always quite good. In less than 10 minutes, the property management dispatched a cleaning team. They stated that the cleaning task would be completed in no more than 2 hours. As for the fee, it would be settled directly with the property management. The apartment had appliances and furniture, but it lacked bedding and daily necessities. Su Yan would have to go shopping for those himself. Thus, he immediately drove to a nearby large supermarket to make the purchases. It was 5 in the afternoon. Su Yan drove again to the girls' dormitory at Nankai. After sending a WeChat message to Pei Nan, the 4 girls from their dormitory came down together shortly after. Upon seeing Su Yan's Mercedes G-Class, Su Qing thought to herself that it was indeed as she suspected. From the snacks, she judged that Su Yan was not from an ordinary family. Seeing this Mercedes G-Class, she was completely convinced. Her family was also quite wealthy, with total assets amounting to 5 or 600 million. However, her father's car was just a Mercedes worth over 2 million. Treating the 3 other roommates to dinner was something Su Yan and Pei Nan had discussed beforehand. From his initial observations, he felt that Pei Nan's 3 roommates seemed nice and wouldn't have any bad intentions. Ladies, have you decided what to eat? After the four girls got in the car, Su Yin smiled and asked. Deng Xiaoxiao replied with a grin, you treat, or you decide. I'm not picky. That's right, Su Yin, you treat, or you decide. Su Qing added. I will listen to everyone. You Tian, hot pot or Chinese cuisine? Su Yin inquired of Pei Nan. Let's have hot pot. Pei Nan replied, then turned to the three girls in the back seat. Can you handle spicy food? If not, let us order a Yinyang pot. I'm from Xiangbei, I can definitely handle spicy food. Deng Xiaoxiao said. I'm from the mountain city, I can handle even more spicy. Su Qing added. I'm from Nandu too, and I can handle spicy. Yu Tian said softly. Since everyone can handle spicy, that's great. Su Yin nodded. Then he drove to a well-known hot pot restaurant. In his past life, he had stayed in Nandu for over 10 years and loved hot pot, so he naturally knew which restaurant had the best flavors. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yin arrived at a hot pot restaurant called Nandu Hot Pot. The decor of this restaurant was somewhat outdated, but its flavors remained excellent. Even before Su Yan's rebirth, their business was quite good. Being an old restaurant, there were no private rooms. Su Yin and his group found an empty table, and a waiter came over to ask what base they wanted. After consulting everyone's opinions, Su Yin chose a moderately spicy base. After the first waiter left, the second waiter came to help them order. After ordering the dishes and drinks, the four girls went together to prepare the dipping sauces. Su Yin took the opportunity to pull out his phone and replied to a few messages. Everyone enjoyed the hot pot dinner, mainly because Su Yin was great at creating an atmosphere. Often just a word or a sentence could make the girls laugh. Deng Xiaoxiao had a low threshold for humor, laughing so hard that her stomach hurt, and playfully threatened Su Yin not to make her laugh anymore, as it was affecting her eating. This also significantly changed Su Qing's impression of Su Yin. Her fondness for him rose directly to 22 points, rewarding Su Yin with a beginner's treasure chest. He felt that this hot pot was worth treating. After all, a hot pot meal only costs a few hundred yuan, but randomly opening a beginner's treasure chest could yield over 100 yuan in cash or items worth hundreds of thousands. After finishing the hot pot, Su Yin and Pei Nan originally intended to drive Su Qing, Deng Xiaoxiao, and Yu Tian back to school. However, they refused, saying they wanted to digest their food and familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment, planning to walk back. Since that was the case, Su Yin did not insist. He drove straight to the Bulgari Hotel. Once inside the room, Pei Nan said, Brother Yin, after eating hot pot, I smell like hot pot. I'm going to take a shower. Did you forget? I am an environmentalist. Let's shower together to save water. Su Yin said, pulling Pei Nan's hand. Can't you find a better excuse? Pei Nan rolled her eyes, but did not refuse Su Yin. After a while in the hotel bathroom, apart from the sound of running water, there were also some other sounds. After a full hour, the two finally emerged from the bathroom. However, Pei Nan's legs felt a bit weak as Su Yin had carried her out. After resting on the bed for more than 10 minutes, Pei Nan regained much of her strength and initiated an invitation for another round. Su Yin naturally would not hold back. However, it must be mentioned that compared to the beginning, Pei Nan's physique had improved significantly. After checking her information, Su Yin discovered that her physique had actually increased from 70 points to 75 points. This was even higher than his own increase in physique points. As for him, his physique only reached 93 points. The reason was simple. Pei Nan's initial physique was only 70 points, so her growth rate was naturally faster. Once she reached 80 points, her growth in physique would slow down. After Pei Nan fell asleep, Su Yin went to the living room of the suite. He still had 3 beginner's treasure chests left to open today. System: open all the beginner's treasure chests. Ding, opening beginner's treasure chests. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 yuan in cash. The prize has been deposited into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 100 units of iPhone 7 Plus. The prizes have been placed in the system space. Please check them yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a song gift package. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. With a thought, Su Yan's consciousness entered the system space and accessed the 100 iPhones. The corresponding information also surfaced in his mind. These 100 iPhones were the latest model set to be released on September 7th. Moreover, they came with original headphones and chargers. However, the system rewarded him with so many phones at once which he couldn't possibly use all. As for selling them, he hadn't considered it. Even if he could sell them for 100 each, he couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Furthermore, regarding the song gift package, it contained 3 songs. Su Yin discovered that they seemed to be 3 songs that would be popular next year. Unfortunately, he had no intention of becoming a singer. For now, he would leave them aside. They could be useful for dealing with Yun Shuren, that literary girl. The next morning, after having breakfast at the hotel, Su Yin drove Pei Nan to Nankai University. Then he drove to Nandu University to register. If he remembered correctly, his 5 roommates in his past life were named Lu Feixiang, Zhao Tingzhong, Tao Gao Xiaoming, and Shen Hao. Among them, Zhao Ting was a second-generation rich kid from the capital who was infatuated with Fu Mingwei. In Zhao Ting's own words, he and Fu Mingwei grew up together as childhood friends, having been naked together, and both being from the capital, they were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, he was overly passionate. Until his graduation from university in his past life, Fu Mingwei never agreed to be his girlfriend. As for what happened later, he did not know. Besides that, Zhao Ting acted like a typical rich kid in front of others, but overall he was not a bad person. Initially, he didn't get along well with the others in the dormitory and almost got into a fight. As for Lu Feixiang, he was an official enthusiast and an eager beaver. He wanted to be the dormitory leader, the class monitor, and a minister in the student union. But he succeeded in none of those endeavors. The third roommate, Zhang Tao, was a nice guy who was good at smoothing things over. However, such a person is hard to get close to. If you actually became his friend, you might just end up being treated like mud by him. When they first met in his past life, Su Yin had a decent relationship with him, but gradually distanced himself, starting from sophomore year. The fourth roommate, Gao Xiaoming, had wanted to find someone to date since his freshman year, but he never fulfilled that wish until graduation. Mainly because he was short, dark, and rather frugal, and liked to take advantage of small opportunities. The fifth roommate, Chun Hao, was quiet and a top student. Because of his excellent performance, he directly secured a graduate school position in his junior year. However, Chun Hao was a good person. In his past life, Su Yin was busy with part-time jobs and missed many classes, relying on Chun Hao's notes to catch up, and Chun Hao kindly highlighted key points for him, patiently explaining things he didn't understand. Thinking of his 5 roommates, Su Yin felt a little excited. Soon he arrived at Nandu University. He went to the registration point for the finance department. Just like in his previous life, the person in charge of registration was their class advisor, Hu Gillen. He had a good impression of Hu Gillen. He was approachable, interacted well with the students, and was quite fair and just. In his past life, he was aware of Su Yan's difficulties and helped him apply for financial aid. "Hello, I am here to register," Su Yan said. "Please sit down and fill out this form." Hu Gillen handed Su Yan a form. After completing it, he paid the fee and received his card. After finishing the process, a senior responsible for orientation approached. "Freshman, do you know how to get to the dormitory? If not, I can lead you." "Thank you, senior, but I know my way." Su Yan waved his hand to decline. You see, in his previous life, no senior offered to help him. Instead, it was a senior who assisted him. Once again at the parking lot, Su Yin drove straight to the boys' dormitory. His assigned dormitory was the same as in his previous life, room 4 on the 5th floor. Moreover, there was no elevator. Fortunately, Su Yin had a physical fitness score of 93, so carrying his luggage up to the 5th floor was quite easy. He effortlessly arrived in front of room 504. All 5 roommates were still asleep, and the door was locked from the inside. Su Yin could only choose to knock. "Who is it?" An impatient voice came from inside. "The new roommate." Su Yin answered. Click. The door opened, revealing Zhang Tao, wearing a tank top. "You must be our last roommate, Su Yin. Come in quickly," Zhang Tao said with a flattering smile. "Did I disturb your sleep?" Su Yin said with a smile on purpose. "Of course not." Zhang Tao's nice guy nature kicked in. "Come in." As he spoke, he took the initiative to help Su Yin carry his suitcase. Just like in his previous life, Su Yan's assigned bed was the bottom bunk in the far corner against the wall. Living above him was the studious Chun Hao. "Brothers, wake up and welcome our last roommate." After placing the suitcase down, Zhang Tao shouted loudly. Awoken Zhao Ting impatiently said, "So what if he comes? There's no need for a welcome. Does he think he's a big shot?" Su Yin, don't mind him. Zhao Ting is just that kind of person. He actually means no harm. Zhang Tao immediately explained for Zhao Ting, playing the nice guy. "It's okay, I don't mind." Su Yin replied without changing his expression. At that moment, Chun Hao poked his head out from the upper bunk and said to Su Yin, "Hello, Su Yin, I am Chun Hao. Welcome you to our dormitory." "Thank you, sorry for disturbing you. Continue to sleep if you're not awake." Su Yin replied with a smile. "Hello, Su Yin, I am Gao Xiaoming." "Hello, Su Yin, I am Lu Feixiang. If you need anything, come to me," Lu Feixiang said as he patted his chest, already trying to win over the dormitory. All 4 roommates greeted Su Yin except Zhao Ting, who remained silent, covering his head with the quilt, because it was. Then Su Yin began to make his bed. Zhang Tao offered to help, but he declined. However, this nice guy was simply too enthusiastic. Su Yin had no choice but to let him assist. Once the bed was made, Su Yin took out a bag of fruit from his suitcase and said, "I bought some fruit. It's on the table. Feel free to take some if you want." "Wow, there's fruit to eat. Su Yin, you're really generous." Gao Xiaoming, upon hearing there was fruit, immediately perked up, jumped out of bed, and rushed to the table to grab some. Seeing Gao Xiaoming, who was thin, dark-skinned, and wearing a pair of torn underwear, Su Yin couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had already gotten used to it in his past life. It had been mentioned before that this guy was quite thrifty. Just regarding his underwear, he only had 2 pairs. Both pairs of underwear had holes in them, yet he still hesitated to buy new ones. It wasn't that he was poor or lacked money. It was just his character. In fact, his family was doing well, Although they were from a rural area, his parents owned a piece of land where they grew fruit, making several 100,000 a year. His parents also provided him with a monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan. Generally speaking, the living allowance for an ordinary university student is around 2,000 yuan. The poorer ones might receive around 8,001,000 yuan. Crunch. Gao Xiaoming picked up an apple and took a bite, then commented, "This apple is not bad, you guys should try it too." Then he tossed 2 apples onto Chun Hao and Lu Feixiang's beds. He handed one to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao wiped the apple on his clothes, took a bite, and said, "Indeed, it's pretty sweet." After chatting with Gao Xiaoming and Zhang Tao for a while, Su Yin said, "You all continue to rest. I will take a walk around the school to familiarize myself with the environment." After leaving the dormitory, Su Yin couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. The smell in the dormitory was unpleasant. It had a foot odor, and he needed to move out quickly. Breathing in the fresh air made him feel much better. Just as he stepped out of the boys' dormitory, he saw Yun Shuran walking towards him in a short skirt and white shoes. "Shuran, thank you for your help," Su Yin said with a smile. "No problem, we are all friends." Yun Shuran replied, slightly blushing as she noticed that in just over a month, Su Yin seemed to have become much more handsome. "Let's go." "Okay." Soon Su Yin followed Yun Shuran's footsteps, wandering around the campus. Yun Shuran took on the role of a tour guide, even sharing a few anecdotes. Seeing Su Yin listen to her attentively, she felt that all her efforts yesterday had been worthwhile. Indeed, after Su Yin mentioned on WeChat that he would like her to help him familiarize himself with the campus, she had gone out of her way to find a senior to guide her around. After wandering for half an hour, the two arrived at a pavilion on the school campus and sat down. Su Yin casually took an apple from his pocket and handed it to Yun Shuran, though in truth he had retrieved it from his spatial ring. "Here, have an apple." It was a world no. "One apple." "No need, I'm not hungry," Yun Shuran declined. Without allowing any refusal, Su Yin grabbed Yun Shuran's hand and placed the apple in her palm. Unable to resist any longer, she softly murmured a thank you. "Su Yin, have you finished writing those 2 songs you mentioned before?" Yun Shuran asked, looking at him with expectant eyes. Su Yin casually replied, "Almost done. Once they're finished, I'll let you." "Su Yin, have you finished writing those 2 songs you mentioned before?" Yun Shuran asked, looking at him with expectant eyes. Su Yin casually replied, "Almost done. Once they're finished, I'll let you review them." "How could I possibly be qualified to review them?" Yun Shuran quickly said. "Why not? Any listener has the right to comment," Su Yin said with a smile. After sitting in the pavilion for a while, Yun Shuran indicated she had rested enough and led Su Yin to continue exploring the campus. But Su Yin noticed that Yun Shuran seemed to treasure that apple, holding it in her hand, all the while reluctant to eat it. The time passed, and it was just past 11 o'clock. Under Yun Shuran's guidance, Su Yin familiarized himself with the campus once more. "Yun Shuran, thank you for showing me around. Let me treat you to a meal." Su Yin spoke. "All right, but don't spend too much. Let's just eat at the school cafeteria," said Yun Shuran. "That works too. It'll be a good chance to taste what the school cafeteria has to offer." Su Yin nodded. Nanda University had a total of 4 cafeterias: the East Cafeteria, West Cafeteria, South Cafeteria, and North Cafeteria. Following Yun Shuran's suggestion, they headed to the West Cafeteria. "Let's go to the second floor," Su Yin said. On the second floor of all 4 cafeterias, one could order dishes. Of course, the prices were relatively higher. Unlike the first floor counters, where a meal with 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable cost only 12 yuan, and free soup was also available. Finding a seat, Su Yin handed the menu to Yun Shuran. "You order." This time Yun Shuran didn't stand on ceremony and ordered a clay pot dish, a serving of steamed beef with rice flour, and a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes. "What do you think?" Yun Shuran asked after ordering. "I have a big appetite, so I'll add 2 more dishes." Su Yin took the menu and ordered braised spare ribs and a cold dish of steamed crucian carp, along with 2 bottles of drinks. "How are you getting along with your roommates?" Su Yin asked after ordering. "Not bad." Yun Shuran smiled shyly. "Everyone is quite easy to get along with." "That's good." Just as Su Yin and Yun Shuran were chatting, a few female students came up to the second floor together. "Ding, a new goddess has appeared nearby. Would you like to view the goddess information?" "View." Su Yin answered silently in his mind. Instantly, 2 goddess icons appeared before his eyes. Su Yin tapped on one. An information panel then appeared before him. Name: Fu Minghua, level T2, age 18, physique 72, spirit 74, appearance 89, figure 86, affinity 11, special 0. Seeing Fu Minghu's name, Su Yin instinctively looked over at her. She was indeed the childhood friend that Zhao Ting had been pining after for 4 years without success. Next, Su Yin tapped on the other goddess icon. Name: Zhang Kaichi, level T1, age 18, physique 62, spirit 73, appearance 92, figure 83, affinity 13, special 0. Su Yin also had some impression of this Zhang Kaichi. She was Fu Minghu's roommate. During the start of the previous semester, he had come into contact with her twice while following Zhao Ting, but they hadn't exchanged more than a few words. Her family background seemed far from ordinary, evident from her attire and demeanor. She had a rather aloof personality, appearing cold and distant to everyone. Immediately after, 2 basic treasure chests were credited. By then, Fu Mingwei and the other 5 girls had already taken their seats. She said in a carefree manner, "Everyone order whatever you like to eat. Don't be polite with me." As she spoke, she sent a voice message on WeChat to Zhao Ting. "Hurry up, everyone's waiting for you." No sooner had she sent the message than the sound of hurried footsteps on the stairs was heard. Then Zhao Ting appeared on the second floor of the cafeteria, jogging over to Fu Mingwei and whispering apologetically, "Sorry, I'm late, Mingwei." "All right, sit down. Don't make a scene," Fu Mingwei said impatiently. "Got it." Zhao Ting didn't feel the least bit wronged. He immediately sat down beside Fu Mingwei and said to her 5 roommates, "Feel free to order whatever you like. Our Mingwei is treating, and he'll pick up the tab." "Zhao Ting, are you itching for trouble? What do you mean by our Mingwei?" Fu Mingwei glared at him with almond-shaped eyes and scolded. Zhao Ting shrank his neck and quickly backed down. Slip of the tongue, all a slip of the tongue. Don't let it happen again. Fu Mingyu's expression returned to normal. "Yes, I definitely won't make that slip again," Zhao Ting immediately declared, looking thoroughly delighted with himself. Seeing this, Zhang Kaichi among Fu Mingyu's 5 roommates showed a hint of disdain. As for the other 4 girls, they found it somewhat amusing and also admired Fu Mingwei for being able to tame Zhao Ting, a rich second generation, so thoroughly. Meanwhile, Su Yan, watching this scene from the side, shook his head with some amusement. This Zhao Ting was beyond saving. "Su Yan, do you know them?" Sensing Su Yan's gaze, Yun Shuran asked softly. "That guy is my roommate," Su Yan said quietly. "Should we go over and say hello?" Yun Shuran suggested, her heart stirring. "No need." Su Yan refused decisively. "He's busy fawning over his goddess right now, though he probably won't have time for me." "What do you mean?" Yun Shuran seemed unable to grasp the term fawning. Although the term simp had emerged this year, it hadn't yet become widespread. So Su Yan explained, "What I mean by fawning is the kind of behavior where one humiliates oneself to please others, basically pandering to someone without limits. So that's what it means." Yun Shuran suddenly understood. Not long after, the dishes they had ordered were brought to the table one after another. Yun Shuran took the initiative to serve Su Yan a bowl of rice. After receiving it, Su Yan said thank you. Then the 2 of them happily enjoyed their meal together. "Wow, so you really can eat a lot." Half an hour later, Yun Shuran exclaimed in surprise when she noticed that almost all the dishes had been eaten. "What did you think I was lying?" Su Yan said, pulling out a tissue to wipe his mouth. "I had some doubts earlier, but now I believe you," Yun Shuran said with a light laugh. After paying the bill, Su Yan didn't greet Zhao Ting and left the cafeteria with Yun Shuran. Then he escorted her to the entrance of the female dormitory. After seeing Yun Shuran off, Su Yan went to a secluded pavilion on campus. System opened both basic treasure chests. Ding, basic treasure chests are being opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 300 yuan in cash, which has been deposited into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 100 boxes of premium cherries. The prize has been delivered to the system space. Please check it yourself. Su Yan's consciousness entered the system space. Upon touching the cherries, relevant information appeared in his mind. 10,000 boxes of cherries, each box weighing 1 gene, totaled 10,000 gene. At the current market price of 80 yuan per gene, the 10,000 boxes were worth 800 yuan. Perfect, he'll bring some for Nanan. Su Yan had originally planned to drive the Mercedes-Benz C260L, which he had obtained from the system, to Nanjing University of Finance and Economics today and give it to Pei Nanan. Soon Su Yan arrived at the parking lot, driving to a remote area without surveillance cameras. After confirming that no one was around, he released the Mercedes C260L from the system space. I must say the system is quite considerate. The fuel tank of this car is already filled. After taking out the car key to unlock it, Su Yan sat inside. The comfort level is quite nice. He took out his phone and sent a message to Pei Nanan, "Baby, are you at school?" Pei Nanan quickly replied, "Yen Gu, I'm eating in the cafeteria with my roommates." Su Yan, which cafeteria is it at your school? After Pei Nanan informed him of their location, she told him to wait outside the cafeteria after finishing her meal, because there would be a surprise for her. Then Su Yan drove the Mercedes C260L towards Nanda University of Finance and Economics. Seeing Pei Nanan giggling at her phone, Deng Xiaoxiao curiously asked Nanan, "Did something good happen? You're smiling so happily." "It's Yen Gu. He prepared a surprise for me and told me to wait outside the cafeteria after finishing my meal." Pei Nanan put down her phone and said excitedly, "Is he going to confess publicly?" Deng Xiaoxiao speculated. "Aren't they already in a relationship? Is there a need to confess?" "True." Su Qing nodded. Then Nanan quickly asked, "Your boyfriend what surprise he prepared for you?" "No rush. Once Yen Gu arrives, he'll naturally know what the surprise is." After saying this, she accelerated her. In fact, she had already vaguely guessed what the surprise from Su Yan might be. Most likely it is a car. After all, Su Yin had said long ago that he would give her a car once she obtained her driver's license and went to university. Seeing this, Deng Xiaoxiao also hurriedly ate, wanting to see what kind of surprise Su Yin prepared for Pei Nannan. Similarly, Su Qing and Yu Tian also accelerated their meals in tacit understanding. When Su Yin drove to the entrance of Nanda University, he thought for a moment and took out 4 boxes of cherries and an Apple 7 Plus from the system space. At that moment, he suddenly received a WeChat message. Junior, did you come to check in today? If you did, senior sister will The message was from Jiang Yao. Since Song Qingyu's graduation banquet, he hadn't seen Jiang Yao again, but they had chatted a few times on WeChat. However, after determining that Jiang Yao was a girl with a strong need for control, Su Yin lost interest in interacting with her. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately avoid her. Occasionally interacting to increase goodwill and collect treasure chests, he was still quite willing. Thus Su Yin replied, thank you, senior sister. I completed my check-in this morning and have already had lunch. Since you've already had lunch, then I'll treat you to dinner. Su Yin, senior sister, I might have an appointment tonight. How about I treat you another day? Then it's settled. In the sophomore dormitory, Jiang Yao casually put down her phone and softly said, what an interesting junior. Seeing this message, Su Yin could sense that Jiang Yao seemed a bit displeased. However, he didn't care. Soon Su Yin drove to the outside of the cafeteria where Pei Nannan was. Moreover, Pei Nannan and her 3 roommates had already arrived. He directly parked the car in front of them, which made Su Qing frown, slightly showing her displeasure. Pei Nannan instinctively stepped aside, thinking that the person driving the car was a bit strange. At that moment, Su Yin opened the car door and got out. Originally with a cold expression, Pei Nannan's displeased face instantly brightened upon seeing Su Yin. Wow, Yin Gu, it's you. I thought it was some show-off. Su Yin chuckled. Su Yin, this car isn't the surprise you prepared for Nannan, is it? Indeed, you guessed correctly. Su Yin nodded. It's quite sunny outside, everyone get in the car. Su Qing and the other 2 didn't hold back. The sun outside was indeed quite intense. Then the 3 of them got into the back seat together, while Su Yin intended to head to the passenger seat. Yin Gu, you wouldn't let me drive, would you? This car is a gift for you, you'll have to drive it sooner or later. Besides, as long as you drive slowly, nothing will happen. Su Yin reassured her. Okay, then I'll drive. Pei Nannan felt that Su Yin's words made sense. She then opened the driver's side door and sat down. By the way, I also brought you 4 boxes of cherries and a phone. Su Yin picked up the cherries and the phone from the pack. Yin Gu, I only bought my phone 2 months ago, why are you buying a new one? Pei Nannan looked at the Apple phone and Su Yin. This is the latest model, the Apple 7 Plus. Su Yin explained. Su Yin, you wouldn't have bought a fake, would you? I heard this model won't be released until September 7th. Deng Xiaoxiao, being a fan of Apple, was quite knowledgeable about phone news. This was sent by a friend from abroad. Su Yin casually replied. So that's how it is. Deng Xiaoxiao realized. Generally speaking, new Apple phones are first launched abroad before being released domestically. However, when Su Qing heard Su Yan's explanation, a playful smile crept onto her lips. She also liked Apple phones and was paying attention to the upcoming Apple 7 and 7 Plus. Knowing that these 2 models would be launched simultaneously in the United States and East University, it meant that Su Yin could get his hands on phones that hadn't even been launched yet, suggesting that his family was not just an ordinary wealthy family. Here, 1 box for each of you. At this time, Su Yin took out 3 boxes of cherries to distribute to Su Qing and the other 2. Thank you, handsome Su. Deng Xiaoxiao said happily. Thank you. Su Qing and Yu Tian followed suit. You're welcome, you are my baby's roommates. In the future, I hope you can take good care of my baby. Su Yin said with a smile. Wow, that's so cheesy. Hearing the term baby, Deng Xiaoxiao immediately had a strange expression. Pei Nannan also rolled her eyes at Su Yin. It's fine if they've gotten used to it. Su Yin said dismissively. The next moment, Pei Nannan cautiously started the car and slowly drove out of the campus. Yin Gu, this car doesn't have as good a view as your SUV. After driving a short distance and getting somewhat used to it, Pei Nannan said. The visibility of an SUV is indeed much better than that of a sedan, but don't you think the comfort of a sedan is higher? Su Yin replied with a smile. It does seem that way. Pei Nannan nodded in agreement after feeling it. Of course, if you like SUVs, we can switch. I'll let you drive mine. Su Yin said. Hearing that Su Yin casually wanted to give Pei Nannan the Mercedes G-Class, Su Qing was slightly surprised. This guy is too generous. He treats Pei Nannan so well. No need, I'm fine with this one. Your SUV is too big, it's hard to park. Pei Nannan immediately refused. After driving around for more than half an hour, she parked the car by the roadside. Then she took out the Apple phone that Su Yin gifted her and started unboxing it. Seeing this, Deng Xiaoxiao immediately leaned in closer. Once Pei Nannan completely opened the packaging and saw the phone, Deng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this phone is so beautiful, I want one. Pei Nannan quickly transferred the SIM card from her old phone to her new iPhone. After playing for a while, she couldn't help but fall in love with it. Then she looked at her old phone and said, Yin Gu, can I send this phone back for my mom to use? Su Yin thought to himself, you really are your mother's good daughter. No need, I received more than one phone, I will send one to Annie. Thank you Yin Gu, you are so kind and thoughtful. Pei Nan shyly stuck out her tongue. Su Yin, do you still have extra phones? If so, could you sell one to me? At that moment Su Qing spoke up. Sure. Su Yin readily replied, however you don't need to pay me for the phone, oh just transfer it to my baby at home. They'll also throw in the original headphones and charger for you. The iPhone is different from other phones. What is sold is just the bare device, and you have to pay extra for the headphones and charger. Su Yin, I also want one, do you have any extra? Deng Xiao chimed in. Yes, wait for me. Su Yin opened the car door and got out, letting Pei Nan pretend to retrieve a phone from the trunk, but in reality, he was taking out 2 phones from the system space. Returning to the car, he handed the 2 unopened iPhone 7 Plus devices to the 2 girls. They eagerly tore open the packaging and swapped in their SIM cards. They then expressed their gratitude to Su Yin once again, and Su Qing's affection level directly rose to 31 points, allowing Su Yin to claim another beginner treasure chest. In the evening, after having dinner with Pei Nan and the other girls, Su Yin was driven back to the vicinity of Nandu University by Pei Nan. He then drove the parked Mercedes G-Class back to campus. After parking the car in the school parking lot, he said, "System, open the beginner treasure chest." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 4,000 in cash, which has been deposited into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. He opened the text message on his phone. The balance in his black card account had already exceeded 56 million. Putting away his phone, Su Yin carried a laptop and walked toward the dorm. This laptop was one he bought in the afternoon, and he also got one for Pei Nan. Upon entering dorm 504, Su Yin immediately smelled a strong odor of smoke. He saw Lu Feixiang and Zhang Tao playing games in front of the computer. Gao Xiaoming stood behind them watching while Zhao Ting and Chun Hao were not in the dorm. If he guessed correctly, Zhao Ting should be busy flirting with his childhood friend Fu Mingyue, while Chun Hao, the top student, was probably studying hard at the library. Su Yin is back. Upon seeing Su Yin, Gao Xiaoming broke into a warm smile, and suddenly noticed the laptop bag in Su Yan's hand, asking, "Did you buy a new computer?" Yes, Su Yin nodded. "I bought a laptop for convenience in studying." "Su Yin, do you want to play with us?" Zhang Tao turned to Su Yin and said, "You guys play, I want join." Su Yin casually placed the laptop on the bed and opened the window to let the smoke. "Su Yin, I hope the smoke didn't bother you," Zhang Tao said somewhat apologetically upon seeing Su Yin opening the window. "It was a bit irritating, but it's fine now that the windows are open." "Alright, well, be careful, and try to smoke less." Zhang Tao sighed in relief, seeing that Su Yin was not angry. That's just how he is trying to please everyone and offend no one. After that, Su Yin tidied up his desk and placed the laptop on it. Gao Xiaoming immediately came over and asked Su Yin, "This laptop must have cost quite a bit, right?" Su Yin calmly replied, "It's okay, just over 10,000. Wow, that's really expensive. You're not like Zhao Ting, are you a rich second generation?" Gao Xiaoming asked curiously. "I have a little money, but am far from being a rich second generation," Su Yin humbly replied. He didn't want to discuss this topic, so he shifted the conversation. "By the way, where are Zhao Ting and Chun Hao?" "Zhao Ting is with his girlfriend, and Chun Hao is studying in the library," Gao Xiaoming casually replied. Su Yin knew that in front of outsiders, Zhao Ting always identified himself as Fu Mingyue's boyfriend. Initially, everyone thought Fu Mingyue was indeed Zhao Ting's girlfriend. Until the second semester of the first year, when Fu Mingyue had her birthday, Zhao Ting publicly declared Fu Mingyue to be his girlfriend, but Fu Mingyue did not give him face and directly questioned him. Faced with Fu Mingyue's questioning, Zhao Ting awkwardly admitted he had misspoken, stating that they were just childhood friends. Just when everyone thought Zhao Ting would fall out with Fu Mingyue over this incident, unexpectedly, just one night later, Zhao Ting continued to pursue Fu Mingyue. This made everyone think he was hopeless, but Zhao Ting was completely unbothered, instead enjoying the situation. As it approached 8 o'clock, Chun Hao returned to the dorm with 2 books. Su Yin, who was browsing the campus forum, greeted him with a smile. Su Yin was checking the campus forum, mainly to look for information about the school beauties. After all, these school beauties were all sources of his treasure chests. As long as he knows which department these beauties are in and runs to them to check in, he can earn a beginner treasure chest. Why not take advantage of it? Some good-natured person made a ranking list of school beauties. There were as many as 12 listed. Su Yin took a keen interest and went through the information and photos of all 12 beauties. The first-ranked beauty is named Lu Yuyao. Judging by her photo alone, Su Yin concluded that her appearance definitely exceeds 90 points, at least above 95. Currently, she is a junior in the Department of Management. The second-ranked beauty, Su Yingzi, also has a score above 90 points, characterized by her arrogance. The third-ranked beauty is named Fu Yutong, whose appearance and figure both reach over 90. She is currently a junior. However, Su Yin has already obtained a beginner treasure chest from her. Without further interaction, it would be difficult to obtain a second treasure chest. After browsing through the information on all 12 well-established school beauties, it is worth mentioning that Jiang Yao is also on the list, ranking 10th. Next, Su Yin clicked on another pinned post, which was also from the person who posted the beauty rankings. This post uploaded photos of 10 freshmen and invited everyone to vote to select 3 freshman beauties to compete against the established beauties. Yun Shuran is also among the freshman beauties. However, her votes are somewhat low with only over 200 votes. On the other hand, Fu Mingwei has a whopping 1,200 votes, ranking 3rd. The second-ranked freshman beauty is named Lin Zhiyi. From her name, she seems like she could be Lin Zhiyi's sister. However, in reality, the two are not related. Coincidentally, Lin Zhiyi is also a classmate of theirs. She has a sweet appearance, but a very fiery personality. By the way, she will be their class monitor for the next 4 years in Finance Class 1. Later, she went abroad to study. It is said that she settled down overseas. As for the most popular freshman beauty, her name is He Shiyun. She has already received over 3,000 votes. Su Yin had also heard of He Shiyun in his past life. It is said that she has a strong background and is a talented girl. In his past life, she played the Guzheng at the welcome party dressed in traditional Hanfu, winning the hearts of many. Later, with the rise of short videos, she became one of the top national style goddesses with over 50 million fans on Douyin alone. After familiarizing himself with the information of the 10 new school beauties, Su Yin exited the school forum. After shutting down his computer, he picked up his phone and began replying to WeChat messages. At that moment, Gao Xiaoming leaned over and said, "Brother Yin, are you still using this computer? If not, can I play with it for a while?" Su Yin replied dismissively. Although Gao Xiaoming was somewhat stingy and liked to take advantage, he still knew how to keep his boundaries. Thank you, Brother Yin. You are so generous." Upon hearing Su Yan's consent, Gao Xiaoming quickly expressed his gratitude and buttered him up. At that moment, the dormitory door was kicked open with a loud bang, and a gloomy-faced Zhao Ting walked in. Everyone hearing the commotion instinctively looked towards Zhao Ting. "Zhao Ting, do you have a grudge against this door?" Su Yin said lightly. "What did you say?" Zhao Ting, already feeling pin up inside, shot a hostile glance at Su Yin. "What I mean is the noise you made is too loud and has disturbed everyone." Su Yan's tone turned cold, as in his past life, he either remained silent or avoided Zhao Ting when he was throwing a tantrum. But in this life, he did not intend to endure it any longer. "Brat, so what if it affects others? If you're not satisfied, come and fight me. If you dare not, then just hold it in." Zhao Ting's temper was thoroughly provoked as he looked at Su Yin with a challenging expression. Seeing this, Zhang Tao was about to step forward to mediate, but Su Yin swiftly moved in front of Zhao Ting, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Zhao Ting, suspended in midair, showed a look of pain as he frantically battered Su Yan's arm, but it was of no. At the same time, a strong sense of suffocation hit him, causing his vision to darken, and a wave of fear surged from the depths of his heart. Could this guy actually want to choke me to death? Meanwhile, Lu Feixiang, Zhang Tao, Chun Hao, and Gao Xiaoming were utterly stunned. To lift a man weighing over 100 kilograms with one hand, how much strength must that require? It should be noted that Zhao Ting was not short, standing over 1.8 meters tall and weighing at least 140 to 150 pounds. Su Yin, let's talk this over nicely. Let go of Zhao Ting, he's starting to roll his eyes. After a few seconds, Zhang Tao suddenly reacted and rushed forward to pry Su Yan's arm, only to find that even with both hands combined, he couldn't budge Su Yan's single arm. After another 2 seconds, seeing that Zhao Ting was indeed rolling his eyes, Su Yin released him and reached out to steady Zhao Ting, asking, "Are you convinced?" After gasping for air a few times as if he had just regained his life, Zhao Ting looked up at Su Yin. Meeting Su Yan's half-smiling gaze, he involuntarily shivered and immediately swallowed his words, instead saying, "Master Su, I am convinced." "Say thank you," Su Yin said again. "Thank you," Zhao Ting quickly replied. Upon seeing this scene, Gao Xiaoming burst into laughter. Noticing Zhao Ting's gaze, he quickly explained, "Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I just thought of something amusing." Zhao Ting did not pursue the matter further, but snorted coldly at Gao Xiaoming. Gao Xiaoming couldn't help but wish he could slap his own mouth. Why couldn't he just hold back? It wasn't that he was afraid of Zhao Ting, but he was worried that if Zhao Ting held a grudge, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of him in the future. After all, although Zhao Ting had a bad temper, he was quite generous. Just yesterday, he had treated everyone to a meal upon arriving to register. Meanwhile, Lu Feixiang, Zhang Tao, and Chun Hao looked at Su Yin with more admiration in their eyes. Although they had not known each other for long, they all understood Zhao Ting's temperament. They didn't expect Su Yin to subdue this guy so thoroughly. "Su Yin, have you ever practiced?" At this moment, Lu Feixiang asked. He was a bit of a sycophant, always trying to curry favor with Su Yin. If Su Yin was willing to support him as the dormitory leader, then his position as dormitory leader would be almost assured. "Indeed, I have practiced." Su Yin nodded. "Even 7 or 8 people working together are no match for me." Although this society was a legal one, deep down, everyone had a gene that honored the strong. Moreover, Su Yin deliberately stated this to intimidate Zhao Ting, to prevent him from looking for trouble. "Is that impressive?" Lu Feixiang exclaimed in shock. "I started practicing martial arts when I was 8. Su Yan said with a smile. As Zhao Ting listened with perked ears, he immediately comforted himself. So Su Yan is a trained fighter, no wonder I am not his match. Originally he had thoughts of revenge, but now hearing how formidable Su Yan was, he immediately extinguished that idea. Can I learn a few moves, eh? Sure, when I have time I can teach you a few tricks. Su Yan said with a smile. Thank you then. Lu Fei. Suddenly he changed the subject. Su Yan, according to the rules, each dormitory will elect a dormitory leader. I wonder if you are interested. What do you want to be the leader? Su Yan asked him. If you want to be the leader I will certainly support you, but if you don't I want to compete for it. Lu Feixiang was flattering him. Su Yan's mind stirred. After all, he wouldn't stay in the dormitory for long. Who became the dormitory leader didn't matter much to him. In his past life the dormitory leader had been Zhang Tao, but this guy liked to play nice. Su Yan did not like that. Shen Hao preferred to bury himself in study, and was preparing for graduate school since his freshman year. Gao Xiaoming on the other hand liked to take advantage. As for Zhao Ting, he was only concerned with his childhood friends, and even if made the dormitory leader, he wouldn't be pleased. Therefore it seemed that Lu Feixiang was the most suitable choice. So he said, Alright, I support you old Lu as the dormitory leader. What do you all think? The latter part of the sentence was directed at the other guys. Haha, I support it too. Zhang Tao said with a laugh, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he also wanted to be the dormitory leader. Brother Yin supports it, so I support it too. Gao Xiaoming said with a smile. I have no objections. Shen Hao stated. Neither do I. Zhao Ting had originally not wanted to get involved, but once Su Yan's gaze shifted to him, he could only grit his teeth in agreement. Since no one opposes old Lu will be our dormitory leader. Su Yan said with a smile. Old Lu, would you like to give an inaugural speech? Lu Feixiang suppressed his inner joy. Then he'll say a few words. Thank you all for your support. I will do my best to serve everyone well as the dormitory leader. I will lead by example. As for the dormitory's cleanliness, we will rotate daily, and I will clean for 2 days a week. In addition, during class hours, I will wake everyone up on time. After Lu Feixiang finished his inauguration speech, Su Yan took the lead in applauding, and the others followed suit. For a moment, Lu Feixiang could no longer suppress his inner joy, and his face was nearly blooming like a chrysanthemum. Then he invited everyone to take a shower. Thus the 6 of them took their toiletries and headed towards the bathhouse together. As Su Yan had expected, Gao Xiaoming only brought an old towel and toothbrush, having forgotten to bring shampoo, body wash, and toothpaste, clearly intending to mooch off everyone. At Nandu University, in the boys' shower room. Gao Xiaoming, Tao Go, what brand is your shampoo? It smells really good. Can I use some? Help yourself. Zhang Tao, who was washing his hair, replied generously. Thanks, Tao Go. Gao Xiaoming immediately reached for Zhang Tao's shampoo and squeezed a generous amount onto his hair. After finishing his hair, he turned to Lu Feixiang beside him and asked, Dorm leader, can I use some of your body wash? Go ahead. The title of dorm leader made Lu Feixiang feel quite pleased, and he waved his hand to indicate it was fine. Su Yan, sitting one spot away from Gao Xiaoming, couldn't help but chuckle at Gao Xiaoming's antics, thinking to himself how this guy seemed solely focused on getting small benefits. He genuinely wondered how he managed to get into Nandu University. More than 10 minutes later, the 6 of them from dorm 504 walked out of the shower room. However, Chun Hao's gaze towards Su Yan was somewhat peculiar. During their shower, he had stood next to Su Yan, and after a casual glance, felt a bit self-conscious. Returning to the dorm. After everyone dried their hair, Lu Feixiang began to exercise his rights as dorm leader. Everyone sleep early tonight. We have a class meeting at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and I will wake you all up at 7:30. Thanks, Lao Lu, I appreciate it. Su Yan, who was preparing to sleep, said with a smile. No problem, it's my duty. At that moment, Su Yan took out a calming incense, lit it, and placed it by his bed. Yangu, what kind of incense did you light? Gao Xiaoming asked curiously. This is calming incense. Once lit, it helps you fall asleep quickly and clears the mind. Su Yan casually explained. Then he lay down on his bed and closed his eyes. Soon the calming incense filled the entire dormitory, and the other 5 felt their eyelids grow heavy and quickly fell asleep. The next morning at 6:30, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. He then put on a t-shirt and shorts and quietly exited the dormitory. He went to the school playground to jog. There were quite a few people running on the field, at least dozens. After doing a few warm-up exercises, Su Yan began to run. Ding, a new goddess has appeared nearby. Would you like to check her information? The system's prompt echoed. Check. Su Yan replied. Name Wang Xinglan. Level T3. Age 20. Physique 72 points. Spirit 73 points. Appearance 84 points. Figure 92 points. Favorability 0 points. Special 2 times. After retracting the information bar, Su Yan couldn't help but think, no wonder this is a university, there are so many beauties. This Wang Xinglan was not one of the 12 campus beauties. Su Yan scanned his surroundings and noticed a girl who was seriously jogging. However, she hadn't noticed him yet, so her favorability was still 0. Thinking of this, he unconsciously increased his speed. In no time, he overtook Wang Xinglan ahead. What left Su Yin speechless was that Wang Xinglan, wearing headphones, was completely immersed in her jogging. She didn't notice him at all. Helpless, Su Yin started to lap her. It was only after lapping her 3 times that Wang Xinglan finally noticed Su Yin. Ding Goddess, Wang Xinglan's favorability towards you has reached 15 points. You have obtained a beginner treasure chest. Would you like to open it? I won't open it for now. Su Yin mentally responded. He then slowed down to a jog. Even at this pace, he was still faster than the other students running. After running 5 kilometers, Su Yin stopped and headed to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Xinglan, who was finishing her workout with stretches, couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Many people knew about her morning running habit. Therefore, many suitors would take the opportunity to approach her. She instinctively thought that Su Yin was one of her suitors. However, she didn't expect that Su Yin had no intention of approaching her at all. Originally, she had planned to give Su Yin a chance as she had been single for 2 months. It was time to find a new boyfriend. Looks like I misunderstood, but this guy seems quite handsome. Su Yin arrived at the cafeteria and bought a breakfast to eat and drink. Since it was still early, there weren't many people in the cafeteria. After finishing, Su Yin checked the time, which was already 7:15. He then packed 5 servings of breakfast to take back to the dorm. When he walked back to the dorm at a leisurely pace, he found that everyone was already up and washing up. I brought breakfast for everyone, it's on the table. Su Yin placed the breakfast on the table and said, as expected, Yin Gu is generous thinking of bringing us breakfast. Gao Xiaoming immediately flattered him. It must be said that Gao Xiaoming knows how to provide emotional value. But if he's so good at giving emotional value, why hasn't he managed to pursue a single girl in 4 years of college? Could it be that his standards are too high, eh? Su Yin thought. After all, some girls don't mind your looks if you provide enough emotional value. In his past life, he was too busy with part-time jobs and had little interaction with the 5 in the dorm. He only knew some general situations, and he really wasn't clear on why Gao Xiaoming couldn't get a girlfriend. Su Yin, how much was this breakfast? I'll pay you. At this moment, Zhang Tao spoke up. It's fine, it's just breakfast, it doesn't cost much. It's nothing. Su Yin replied casually. Then thank you. Next time I'll bring you some as well. Zhang Tao saw that Su Yin didn't mind and didn't press the issue about paying. Then the other few also thanked Su Yin in turn. After that, Su Yin took his toiletries and went to the shower room for a rinse since he had sweated a bit from running. Thinking about having to go to the shower room for a wash was quite inconvenient. Su Yin decided that once military training was over, he would move out. After Su Yin finished washing up and returned to the dorm, he found Lu Feixiang, Zhang Tao, and Gao Xiaoming were all busy with their own things. Chen Hao sat at the edge of his bed reading a book. Zhao Ting was messaging on his phone. After a while, Lu Feixiang said, "It's about time, let's head to the classroom." On the way to the classroom, Su Yin was also reminiscing about the situation in the finance class 1. It seemed that this year the finance department had enrolled over 80 students. Finance class 1 had 44 students and class 2 had 43 students. Class 1 had exactly 20 boys and 24 girls. Just as he stepped into the classroom of finance class 1, the system prompt sounded, "Ding, a new goddess has appeared nearby. Would the host like to check her information?" Su Yin thought silently. Then 2 goddess icons appeared before his eyes. There are actually 2. Su Yin was somewhat surprised. He clicked on the first goddess icon. The information about her materialized before him. Seeing the name, Su Yin remembered her. Her name was Chun Xin and her appearance score was an astonishing 93 points. Chun Xin was a student from a poor family, and like his past self, was busy looking for part-time jobs as soon as school started. She was also quite invisible in class. For activities in class, she would dodge them if possible, attending only those she couldn't avoid. But she never stood out. Thinking of this, Su Yin searched the classroom with his gaze and found a girl whose face was not clearly visible as she was looking down. But judging by her plain clothing, she should be Chun Xin. Then Su Yin clicked on the other goddess icon. It was Lin Zhiyi. Name Lin Zhiyi. Level T1. Age 18. Physique 68 points. Spirit 75 points. Appearance 94 points. Figure 91 points. Favorability 12 points. Special 0 times. After reading her information, Su Yin couldn't help but sigh internally. No wonder she was the second most voted freshman beauty. Her appearance and figure both exceeded 90 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Lin Zhiyi's favorability toward you has reached 13 points. A basic treasure chest has been awarded. Would you like to open it? As Su Yin and his 5 companions entered the classroom, quite a few students turned to look at them. Lin Zhiyi was among them, so the system prompt sounded once more. Unfortunately, Chun Xin, that little wallflower, still kept her head down. Suddenly, Su Yin had a thought and walked straight toward Chun Xin, stopping beside the empty seat next to her. Classmate, is this seat taken? No, it's not. Chun Xin glanced up at Su Yin, then quickly lowered her head again. In that fleeting moment, Su Yin caught a clear look at her face. Her features were quite delicate, but the skin on her face was rather dark. Since no one's sitting here, I'll take this seat. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Yan's mind as a sudden possibility occurred to him. Judging from Chun Zin's current appearance, she definitely wouldn't reach a score of 90, mainly because of her dark skin. Even 80 points seemed unlikely. But the system's detection data showed her beauty score was 93 points. This meant her skin tone was most likely unnatural, probably deliberately darkened. He had no idea what cosmetics she used, but her complexion looked remarkably natural. She was also quite clever, having darkened the skin on her neck and hands as well. You can sit, Chen Xin said softly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Chun Zin's favorability toward you has reached 16 points. A basic treasure chest has been awarded. Would you like to open it? Not now, Su Yan replied in his mind. Then he said to Chen Xin, hello classmate. My name is Su Yan. What's yours? My name is Chen Xin. She answered briefly, and then fell silent. Where are you from? Su Nanyuan. Chen Xin replied still in a low voice. I'm from Quansheng in the southwest. Since we're classmates now, I hope you'll take good care of me. Su Yan said with a smile. I can't take care of you. Chen Xin stammered, flustered. Who says you can't? If I run into problems with my studies, you can help me out. Su Yan hadn't expected Chen Xin to be so literal-minded. She took a polite remark seriously, nearly making him laugh. All right then. Chen Xin thought for a moment, then nodded. By the way, hey, race an apple for you, as a first meeting gift. Su Yan took an apple from his spatial ring and handed it to Chen Xin under the desk. I don't want it. Chen Xin quickly waved her hand in refusal. You just agreed to help me with my studies. Since you're going to look out for me, what's an apple in return? Or are you backing out? Su Yan deliberately stressed his words. I'm not. Then take the apple. Thank you. Chen Xin accepted the apple, and as its fragrance reached her, she couldn't help but swallow. Not far away, Zhao Ting and his 4 companions had also taken their seats. Seeing Su Yan walk straight over to sit beside a girl, Zhao Ting curled his lips dismissively. TSK Tiskar bro, Yan sure has some smooth moves with the ladies. Already hitting it off. Gao Xiaoming said enviously, then turned to Zhang Tao. Tao, who do you think is the prettiest girl in our class? Zhang Tao replied, no question about it, it's Lin Zhiyi. She ranks second among this year's freshman campus beauties. Apart from He Shiyun, who's slightly ahead of her, she's the most beautiful newcomer. Then Lin Zhiyi is my goddess. I'm going to chase her. Gao Xiaoming declared his grand ambition. A snicker suddenly came from beside them. It was Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting, what are you laughing at? Gao Xiaoming asked. Suddenly recalling how Gao Xiaoming had laughed at him the night before, Zhao Ting deliberately said, I just thought of something funny. You. Gao Xiaoming caught on. This guy was definitely getting back at him. Zhang Tao was about to mediate. But Gao Xiaoming's expression shifted. Young Master Zhao, it was wrong of me to laugh at you last night. Now you've had your laugh at me. How about we call it even? Fine, we're even. Seeing that Gao Xiaoming wasn't angry but instead sought reconciliation, Zhao Ting decided to let it go, not wanting to seem petty. Brothers, today's class meeting should involve electing a class monitor. Please support me, Lu Feixiang said to Zhao Ting and the others. I don't think you stand a chance, Zhao Ting suddenly said. Why, oi? Lu Feixiang asked, a bit defiant. What if Lin Zhiyi runs against you? Do you think you can beat her? Zhao Ting said flatly. What if she doesn't run? Lu Feixiang countered. I'm sure she will, Zhao Ting said with certainty. Why, oi? Zhao Ting replied. She and I were classmates in middle and high school. She was always the class monitor. It's over. Lu Feixiang fell into despair. If you can't be the monitor, you can still be another class officer. Zhang Tao consoled him. That's true. Lu Feixiang's eyes lit up again, and he started discussing with Zhang Tao. Zhao Ting wasn't interested and pulled out his phone to play. A few minutes later, the head teacher and the counselor entered the classroom of finance class one after another. The head teacher was a middle-aged woman named Zhang Huizhong, in her 40s, slightly plump, wearing glasses, and giving off a very stern impression. In contrast, the counselor, Hu Gillen, had a faint smile on his face, appearing quite approachable. He walked to the podium and gently tapped the desk. Everyone quiet down. Now please welcome head teacher Zhang Huizhong to speak. Then Hu Gillen stepped aside, yielding the podium to Zhang Huizhong. Zhang Huizhong began slowly. First of all, welcome everyone to the finance department family. Secondly, I hope you'll study hard over the next 4 years, because knowledge will never deceive you. Only what you learn truly belongs to you. Zhang Huizhong didn't give a lengthy speech. After just 3 minutes, she left the classroom for the next class. Indeed, she was not only the head teacher of finance class 1, but also of finance class 2. Then Hu Gillen stepped up to the podium. You've all seen me during registration. I'm Hu Gillen, your counselor for the next. With that, he picked up a piece of chalk and wrote his phone number on the blackboard. This is my phone number and WeChat ID. Add me, and if anything comes up, you can call or message me. The students below all took out their phones to note down the counselor's number. Su Yan noticed that Chen Xin was using an old-fashioned keypad phone. a very outdated model with much of the paint on the keys worn off. Alright, let's move on to the next part, self-introductions. Hu Gilin continued, pointing to the first seat on the left. Start from here. The male student in the first row on the left stood up. My name is Su Lin from Yintai City, Handong Province. I like playing basketball, swimming, and video games. I hope to become friends with everyone over the next 4 years. Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Li Shui. I come from Jiangbei Province. I enjoy music, traveling, and making friends, and I hope to become friends with all of you in the future. The second student stood up to introduce himself. Su Yan had quite a deep impression of Li Shui because she was like a little... The most famous incident was when she wrote a short essay targeting her ex-boyfriend on the campus forum after breaking up with him in the second half of her university years, branding him as a scumbag. In addition, she also hung up a photo of her ex-boyfriend. What's worse is that every time her ex-boyfriend started a new relationship, she would go and create trouble. Ultimately, her ex-boyfriend was so furious that he found her and gave her a good beating. After the incident escalated, her ex-boyfriend also received a punishment. Later, a girl stood up to clarify that Li Shui had broken up with her ex-boyfriend due to her own actions, and it was entirely not his fault. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Lin. I come from Nanhua Province. I have a masculine personality and like girls. Hello everyone, my name is Wu Xiaodia. I come from Dongshan Province, where we have an abundance of seafood. If anyone goes to Dongshan for tourism in the future, I can be your tour guide for free. As time slowly passed, it was finally Su Yan's turn. He stood up gracefully and said, Hello everyone, my name is Su Yan from Jiangsu, and I hope for your kind guidance. After the introduction, Su Yan sat down. Chen Xian stood up somewhat timidly and softly said, My name is Chun Xian, I am from Nanyan, thank you all. After a while, the self-introduction session finally concluded. Instructor Hu Gilin's voice came again from the podium. Starting tomorrow, you will face a month of military training. We will first select a temporary class leader. If everyone is satisfied with this class leader during the training, he will become the official leader. If not, we will select again. Now please raise your hands if you want to participate in the class leader selection. Although being class leader has certain hidden benefits, Su Yan had no intention of taking the position. He glanced around and noticed that a total of 5 people had raised their hands to participate. Among them were Lu Feixiong and Lin Zhiyi. He remembered very clearly that for the next 4 years Lin Zhiyi would be the class leader. Alright, please have the 5 candidates come up to the stage, said Hu Gilin. Then Lin Zhiyi, Lu Feixiong, and 3 other students came to the podium. Write your names on the blackboard, Hu Gilin instructed. After the 5 wrote their names on the board, Hu Gilin wrote the numbers 1 to 5 next. Now the first candidate will deliver their speech with a time limit of 2 minutes. Hu Gilin said. The first candidate was Lin Zhiyi. She confidently stepped to the front of the stage. Hello, everyone, I am Lin Zhiyi. I have held the position of class leader since middle school, so I have ample experience in this role. I hope you can vote for me. Following that, Lu Feixiong began his speech saying, I may not have as much experience as Lin Zhiyi, but I am strong and willing to help if classmates need assistance. Please vote for me. Next, the other 3 candidates also gave their speeches. Hu Gilin instructed someone to distribute the ballots. Write down the number representing the person you wish to vote for. As expected, Lin Zhiyi was elected with a high vote count of 35. Hu Gilin immediately announced the result. A faint smile appeared on Lin Zhiyi's face. Following Hu Gilin's gesture, she gave a brief inaugural speech. Next, Hu Gilin asked Lin Zhiyi to gather the sizes for the military training uniforms and shoe sizes. After the statistics were completed, Lin Zhiyi selected a few people to go to the logistics office to pick up the uniforms. Class leader I'm strong, let me help you carry the military training uniforms. Lu Feixiong volunteered. Although he was not elected as the temporary class leader, he had ideas about other class officer positions. If he could win Lin Zhiyi's support now, it should be easier to get elected. Seeing his obsequious demeanor, Su Yan felt somewhat speechless. Alright, then you can go. Lin Zhiyi nodded. Class leader, I also volunteer. Another tall boy named Tu Zhuozhuang stood up, who would become the future physical education representative of their class. Of course, with his little wings flapping, it was uncertain whether he would actually become the representative. Next, several other boys also volunteered one after another. Lin Zhiyi nodded in agreement. Su Yan, you should also go help carry the military training uniforms. At this moment, Lin Zhiyi's gaze fell on Su Yan. Sure, class leader. Su Yan immediately agreed, as he had a physical strength of 93 points, so this task was nothing to him. Before long, Lin Zhiyi led 5 boys from the class to the logistics office. When they arrived at the logistics office, they found that other class leaders were already there with students waiting to pick up the military uniforms and shoes. They waited for more than half an hour before it was their turn. The other 3 boys took the military uniforms, while Su Yan and Lu Feixiong took the rubber shoes. After returning to the classroom and distributing the military uniforms and rubber shoes, Lin Zhiyi went to the podium. Everyone, please be quiet. I have created a WeChat group. Now please add me on WeChat, and I will pull you into the group. Then she wrote her WeChat number on the blackboard. Class leader, what if someone doesn't have WeChat? Su Yan asked. Why not write down your phone number as well? That works. Lin Zhiyi thought for a moment, and also wrote her phone number on the blackboard. Remember, don't share my number randomly. Don't worry, class leader, we absolutely won't share it randomly, the boys replied knowingly. The goddess number should not be shared with others. What if the goddess was taken away by boys from other classes? They would suffer a huge loss. Chun Xin quietly took out her old phone and noted down Lin Zhiyi's number, feeling a bit more favorable and grateful towards Su Yin, because she knew that Su Yin had intentionally asked for her. Ding, congratulations to the host. The goddess Chun Xin's favorability towards you has reached 22 points. Reward 1 beginner treasure chest. Would you like to claim it? Not claiming for now. Su Yin answered in his heart, feeling quite pleased as he had already earned 4 beginner treasure chests in just one morning. Next, Su Yin took out his phone to add Lin Zhiyi's WeChat. Instructor Hu Gilin also brought up the class fund issue. However, he did not intervene directly, but let everyone give the class fund to Lin Zhiyi. Lin Zhiyi asked everyone to first contribute 100 yuan. If paying in cash, they could give it to her now. If not, they could transfer it to her WeChat and note their names. Su Yin immediately sent 100 yuan over. After the class meeting ended, Su Yin was pondering whether to encounter a few goddesses when Zhao Ting suddenly approached. Su Yi, do you have time for lunch? Let's eat together. Just you? Su Yin asked. If it was just him alone, Su Yin definitely wouldn't want to have lunch with him. The people in the dormitory are all going, including my girlfriend's dorm. Next, Su Yin strolled around the campus for more than half an hour. He actually encountered 3 goddesses and obtained 3 beginner treasure chests. Thus, he arrived at the parking lot. He sat in the back seat and commanded the system open all the beginner treasure chests. Ding, opening beginner treasure chests. In the next moment, 7 golden treasure chests appeared before Su Yin, bursting with golden light as the system notification sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 cash, which has been credited to the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1-bedroom apartment. The property certificate has been issued to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 cash, which has been credited to the host's hacker account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million virtual currency. The prize has been placed in the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 golden leaves. The prize has been stored in the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 women's bags. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of Romanicani wine. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please check it yourself. After 7 rewards, 2 of them were cashed directly, increasing Su Yan's account balance to 1 million. As for the 1-bedroom apartment, it is a high-end apartment worth over 1 million. It is precisely 60 square meters, already decorated, furnished, and ready for immediate move-in. Su Yin suspected that this was for him to keep a beautiful woman hidden. The virtual currency was worth 2 million. It could be converted into reading coins for reading websites or virtual gifts for live streaming platforms. Upon seeing the virtual currency, Su Yin thought of Su Wanwan. It seemed she was also studying in Nandu, but he didn't know which university. He remembered she had promised to treat him to a meal. However, with military training starting tomorrow, he was afraid there wouldn't be enough time. As for the golden leaves, they were crafted from gold, each weighing 50 grams, with a current value close to 15000 each. He took one out and held it in his hand, finding that the golden leaves rewarded by the system were exquisitely crafted, rivaling true works of art. And regarding the 100 women's bags, these were all world-renowned brands, such as LV, Gucci, Chanel, and Hermes. The cheapest was over 3000, while the most expensive cost over 2000. System, you've taken away the joy of shopping, Su Yin murmured. Now talking about the final 10 bottles of Romanicani wine. All were from the 2003 vintage, each worth 29900, totaling nearly 3 million for 10 bottles. Just then, someone sent Su Yin a WeChat message. It was as if the moment he thought of Su Wanwan, she reached out to Su Wanwan. Yin Gu, have you registered at Nandu yet? Su Yin, I'm already here. Why are you eager to treat me? Su Wanwan, of course you're my benefactor. I must curry favor with you. Are you free today? Su Yin, I'm not free today, and I probably won't be for the next month. You know, military training. Su Wanwan, then after military training he'll treat you again. Su Yin, sure. Su Wanwan, Yin Gu, how do you feel about the recent chapters? Su Yin, there's progress, but the emotional scenes are a bit tedious. Su Wanwan, then should I push one down today? Su Yin, no need, I was just casually saying that. Just write according to your setup. After their chat, Su Yin opened the reading website on his phone and rewarded Su Ruanruan's book with a leader title. It was nearing noon. Zhao Ting sent Su Yin the location for lunch. It was a restaurant called Xiaonangwa located near Nandu University. Since it was not far from the school, and Su Yin hadn't driven, he walked there. Zhao Ting had reserved a private room on the 2nd floor. When Su Yan arrived, he found that besides Zhao Ting, the other 4 roommates had already arrived. After greeting them, Su Yan pulled out a chair and sat down. Then the group began to chat casually. They waited for about 5 minutes. Zhao Ting arrived accompanied by Fu Mingyue and Zhang Caiqi among others. Hello everyone, I'm Fu Mingyue, a childhood friend of Zhao Ting. Fu Mingyue scanned the 5 people in the private room with her gaze and greeted them with a bright smile. Gao Xiaoming quickly said, hello sister-in-law, I am Zhao Xiao's roommate Gao Xiaoming. Fu Mingyue's smile dimmed a bit. Don't call me that. I'm not Zhao Ting's girlfriend, we are just childhood friends. Right Zhao Ting? Yes, we are childhood friends. Xiaoming, remember this, don't get it wrong in the future. Zhao Ting quickly agreed. Gao Xiaoming, not wanting to seem foolish, quickly apologized and said it was his misunderstanding. He felt a bit disdainful towards Zhao Ting in his heart. He had previously said she was his girlfriend, but now it seemed he hadn't made a move at all. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Feixiang. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Tao. I'm Chun Hao, hello to you all. Suyan, hello. After that, Zhang Caiqi and the others introduced themselves before choosing their seats. What surprised Zhao Ting was that Fu Mingyue actually chose to sit next to Su Yan, and then Zhang Caiqi sat beside Fu Mingyue. This made Zhao Ting feel a bit awkward. If it were anyone else, he would definitely choose to swap seats. But when it came to Su Yan, he felt a bit intimidated. He didn't dare to even suggest changing seats. Seeing his awkwardness, Su Yan said, Zhao Ting, come sit here. Let's switch places. Okay. Zhao Ting immediately agreed with a smile, feeling a bit more grateful towards Su Yan in his heart. Hey, what's your meaning? Sitting next to me is so embarrassing. At this moment, Fu Mingyue spoke up somewhat unhappily. Hearing her say this, Zhao Ting's expression changed dramatically, genuinely worried that Su Yan would flip out. Fortunately, Su Yan did not turn hostile. He smiled and said, I have a phobia of beautiful women. Ooh, I'm worried that when the dishes come, I won't dare to use my chopsticks. Wouldn't that waste Zhao Ting's treat? You really know how to talk, but you're a bit slick. Fu Mingyue rolled her eyes at Su Yan, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhao Ting couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Su Yan. Hey, you're wearing a green water ghost, right? I heard this watch is hard to buy. Suddenly, Fu Mingyue noticed the watch on Su Yan's wrist and asked curiously. It's an A grade. Su Yan casually replied, do you want to take a look? No need. As soon as Fu Mingyue heard it was an A grade, she instantly lost interest. However, Zhang Caiqi took a deep look at Su Yan. Her father loved collecting watches and had a green water ghost as well. She could almost conclude that the watch on Su Yan's wrist was definitely genuine. After a while, Zhao Ting called the waiter and instructed him to bring the dishes. By the way, military training starts tomorrow. Does anyone want to drink a bit? Zhao Ting suggested again. Sure. Gao Xiaoming immediately agreed. Fu Mingyue, Zhang Caiqi, and several other girls also did not refuse, indicating they could drink a bit. So Zhao Ting called for 2 boxes of chilled beer and distributed 1 bottle to each person. As the dishes were served, everyone began to eat and drink. Through observation, Su Yan noticed that Fu Mingyue, like Zhao Ting, took pride in being a resident of the capital city, considering themselves superior for it. However, in other aspects, Fu Mingyue appeared unpretentious, easy to get along with, and generous. Coupled with her high attractiveness, it was difficult for the boys to refuse friendship with such a girl. Then there was Zhang Caiqi, who was silent and spoke little. She gave off a sense of aloofness despite being more attractive than Fu Mingyue. Yet she was not as popular as Fu Mingyue. Nevertheless, she still maintained the necessary politeness. If you offered her a drink, she would accept. Initially, Gao Xiaoming made several attempts to court Zhang Caiqi. But after being lightly rejected, he immediately shifted his target to another girl in their dormitory. That girl was called Gao Yu, who had a score of around 75 in attractiveness, also considered a beauty. In response to Gao Xiaoming's deliberate approach, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Among Su Yan's dormitory, Zhao Ting was the most attractive, boasting a score of at least 80. Next was Su Yan. However, Su Yan's unique aura gave him an edge over Zhao Ting in terms of charm. Moreover, Zhao Ting's obsequious behavior around Fu Mingyue diminished his own allure. But it must be said his dual identity as a capital resident and a wealthy second generation was quite appealing. Fu Mingyue's other roommate, Yang Lulu, looked at Zhao Ting with a somewhat unusual gaze. However, she concealed it well. If it weren't for encountering Su Yan, an old hand at relationships, one might not have noticed her interest in Zhao Ting. Additionally, at this dinner party, Lu Feixiang was quite active, seemingly interested in another girl named Zhao Lan. This girl had an attractiveness score around 70, also considered beautiful. However, his way of expressing his feelings was somewhat absurd. He repeatedly sought opportunities to drink with her. Su Yan clearly remembered that Lu Feixiang's ex-girlfriend from his previous life was from the Northeast. Her defining feature was that she could drink a lot. It seemed that shortly after graduating from college, the two had stepped into the halls of marriage. This made Su Yan suspect if their bond was forged over alcohol. After all, Lu Feixiang's method of pursuing girls was simply to invite them for drinks. Just then Su Yan's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Song Qingyu. I'm sorry, I need to take a call. Su-yin picked up the phone and walked out of the private room answering the call. Hello class monitor, is it lunchtime already and you want to treat me to a meal? I'm at your school now. Come to the school gate and I'll treat you to a meal. Su-yin replied. Alright, just wait for me a few minutes. After hanging up, Su-yin walked back into the room apologetically saying, Everyone, I have a high school classmate here to see me waiting at the school gate. I will excuse myself for now, but let's gather again next time. Isn't it just adding another pair of chopsticks? Su-yin, why not invite your classmate over? At this time, Fu Minghua spoke up. Exactly, Su-yin, bring your classmate over, and we can just ask the kitchen to add a few more dishes. Seeing that his goddess had spoken, Zhao Ting, out of gratitude for Su-yin giving up his seat, generously added, I'm fine with that. Su-yin hesitated slightly. I'll ask her first. If she has no objections, I'll bring her over. Then Su-yin walked out of the private room again, dialing Song Qingyu's number. He explained the situation to her on the phone, asking if she minded. If she did, he would treat her separately. On the other end of the line, after a moment's thought, Song Qingyu agreed. Thus Su-yin returned to the room and said a quick goodbye before heading downstairs to wait for Song Qingyu. After about 5 minutes, Song Qingyu arrived. Su-yin looked her up and down, smiling as he said, This outfit looks really nice on you. Really? Hearing Su-yin's compliment, Song Qingyu felt quite pleased, as it justified the hour she spent getting ready before heading out. Let's go inside, but it's so hot outside. As he spoke, Su-yin reached out and took Song Qingyu's hand, leading her toward the restaurant. Startled at first by his grasp, Song Qingyu quickly blushed and feebly protested, Hey, you can't just hold a girl's hand like that. I'm just worried you might get lost, Su-yin replied with a playful grin. What excuse is that? Am I a toddler? Song Qingyu pretended to be annoyed, but she didn't resist Su-yin's hand-holding. They arrived outside the private room on the second floor, and Su-yin said, Here we are, this is the place. Let go of me first, Song Qingyu demanded. Despite her bold demeanor online when arguing with Su-yin and being called a big yellow girl, she was still quite shy in real life. This time Su-yin didn't insist and let go of Song Qingyu, checking her affinity level, which had already reached 89 points. This indicated that the earlier hand-holding had indeed made an impact. Putting away the information bar, Su-yin pushed open the door to the private room and led Song Qingyu inside. All the people seated turned to look, realizing that not only was Song Qingyu beautiful, but she also had a good figure. Except for Zhao Ting and Chen Mo, everyone envied Su-yin. This is Song Qingyu, my high school classmate and good friend. Su-yin introduced her, pointing at Song Qingyu. Hello everyone, I'm Song Qingyu. Sorry to interrupt you all. Song Qingyu greeted everyone with a polite smile. Then Su-yin introduced the names of everyone present before guiding Song Qingyu to sit down. Beautiful lady, here's the menu. Feel free to order anything you like, don't hold back at all, Zhao Ting said as he handed her the menu. Su-yin took the menu, casually handing it to Song Qingyu. This guy is a wealthy second-generation, money is not an issue. Order whatever you want to, don't worry about saving him money. Then I won't hold back. Song Qingyu chuckled, nodding, and then ordered several dishes. After ordering, Su-yin asked her if she wanted to drink. She indicated that she could drink a little. Therefore Su-yin opened a bottle of beer for her. It must be said that Song Qingyu, having been a class monitor and with her family background, was quite adept at socializing. She quickly blended in with everyone present. The meal lasted until 1:20 p.m. before concluding. After the meal, Fu Minghua suggested going karaoke, while Zhang Kaichi expressed her desire to take a nap. Su-yin also mentioned that he planned to take Song Qingyu for a tour around the school. As for Chen Mo, he expressed his intention to go back to study. Thus Fu Minghua's suggestion fell through, leaving her somewhat displeased. Her displeasure was soothed by Zhao Ting, while Su-yin remained indifferent. He directly took Song Qingyu to the school again, taking her hand. Hey, you're not worried I'll get lost again, are you? Song Qingyu asked. I'm worried about losing you, after all our school is quite large. Ding. Congratulations, host. Song Qingyu's affection for you has reached 92 points, and you have obtained a high-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not yet. Su-yin replied nonchalantly, feeling somewhat delighted that Song Qingyu enjoyed hearing sweet. After wandering around the campus for a while, Su-yin noticed beads of sweat forming on Song Qingyu's forehead. Thus he took her to a secluded pavilion. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a bottle of Evian mineral water. Here you go. Where did you pull that from? Song Qingyu curiously examined Su-yin, completely baffled as to where he had concealed the water. Just a little trick for hiding things, Su-yin casually explained. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu stopped probing further and instead scrutinized the bottle of mineral water before her. This is Evian mineral water, right? Su-yin nodded. I've heard it's quite expensive. It's alright, about 299 per bottle. If you like it, I can gift you a whole case. Su-yin mentioned, although he had noticed that the prices indicated by the system were lower than the actual prices. Just take this Evian mineral water as an example. Currently, there are no sales channels domestically, and if you go through a purchasing agent, it would cost 499 yuan per bottle. Additionally, there are the 10 fruits rewarded by the system. The purchase price is also higher than the system's marked price. Great, then I won't hold back, Song Qingyu said with a smile. At this moment, Su Yin took out another bottle of Evian mineral water, opened it, and took a sip. By the way, when does your school start military training? Su Yin asked. Tomorrow, Song Qingyu replied. So do we. Then the two began to chat casually. Perhaps they had mutually acknowledged their relationship, leading to an endless stream of conversation. Unknowingly, over an hour passed. Looking at the blazing sun outside, Su Yin said, let's not continue wandering, the sun is too intense. When you come next time, I'll take you around again. How about we find a cinema to watch a movie? Sounds good. So Su Yin and Song Qingyu exited the pavilion and headed straight for the parking lot, driving his Mercedes G-Class directly to the nearby cinema. After buying the tickets, there were still 10 minutes left until the screening. Do you need popcorn and cola? Su Yin asked Song Qingyu. I'll take a bucket of popcorn, but no cola, Song Qingyu replied. Thus, Su Yin went to the counter to buy a bucket of popcorn. After sitting in the waiting area for a while, an announcement reminded the audience to check their tickets. Su Yin had bought a couple-seat, a double sofa that could be converted into a bed. The movie was not a new release, but a classic romance film. Once they sat down on the sofa, Su Yin did not hold back and directly pulled Song Qingyu into his embrace. This time she did not resist. In fact, she leaned her cheek against Su Yin's chest, her face flushed while a hint of a sweet smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Soon the movie began. A few minutes later, the male and female protagonists started kissing. Su Yin instinctively leaned down only to see a pair of bright eyes filled with anticipation and desire. Thus he leaned in and kissed her directly. Song Qingyu's lips were soft, and Su Yin couldn't help but savor the moment. A few minutes later, the two pulled away. Song Qingyu shyly buried her face in Su Yan's embrace. Meanwhile, a smug smile crept onto Su Yan's lips as he thought about capturing the moment of their kiss to send to Song Wanpeng. Look at this is the consequence of your wariness against me. With a thought, Su Yin accessed Song Qingyu's information panel, his gaze landing directly on her favorability score. After holding hands and kissing, Song Qingyu's favorability score had reached 97 points, just 3 points away from 100. He remembered that Song Qingyu liked sweet words. Su Yin immediately searched in his mind and began to whisper sweet nothings in her ear. Soon Song Qingyu's favorability score climbed again, reaching 99 points. After trying once more and finding that it wouldn't increase any further, Su Yin decided to use a favorability enhancement card to boost it. Ding! Congratulations to the host goddess. Song Qingyu's favorability towards you has reached 100 points. You are rewarded with a high-level treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Ding! Congratulations to the host goddess. Song Qingyu's favorability towards you has reached 100 points. You are rewarded with a mysterious treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Not opening it for now. Su Yin suppressed his joy and replied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 100 points in favorability with goddess Song Qingyu. You are rewarded with an 8-fold cashback. Awesome, Su Yin shouted in his heart. After the movie, it was already past 5 p.m. Su Yin took Song Qingyu out for dinner nearby before driving her to Nandu Polytechnic University. Su Yin, when can we meet again? As she got out of the car, Song Qingyu looked at Su Yin with reluctance. We aren't far apart. Just call me whenever you miss me, and even if it's across the galaxy, I'll come to see you, Su Yin said passionately. That's what you said. Song Qingyu's eyes brightened immediately. A man's word is his bond. Don't be shameless, you're not my man, Song Qingyu said, blushing. Then I'll go be someone else's man. Then you admit that I'm your man, Su Yin said triumphantly. Let's go. Song Qingyu huffed, preparing to push the door open to get out. But after a moment's thought, she reached out and pulled Su Yin close, kissing him firmly. Consider this a stamp of approval. Remember, don't go fooling around. Got it, Su Yin replied with a smile. That's more like it, Song Qingyu said with satisfaction. Just as she was about to get out of the car, Su Yin stopped her, saying, Wait, I have something for you. What is it? Song Qingyu instinctively asked. Just wait a moment. Su Yin unfastened his seatbelt and went to the trunk, opening it and pretending to take something out. In reality, he took out a case of Evian water, a Louis Vuitton bag worth over 500 yuan, and stuffed an iPhone 7 Plus into the bag. Closing the trunk, Su Yin came to the passenger seat, holding the mineral water and the bag. He opened the car door and handed the bag to Song Qingyu. See if you like it. Oh, by the way, there's also the latest model of an iPhone inside. This bag isn't cheap, right? Being from a wealthy family, Song Qingyu naturally recognized Hermes. It's a token of my feelings. It has nothing to do with price, Su Yin said gently. Alright, I'll accept it. Song Qingyu agreed, without hesitation, secretly deciding to prepare a gift for Su Yin. How about I take you into the school, Su Yin suggested. Alright. So Su Yin parked the car by the side of the road outside the school, holding the mineral water as he followed Song Qingyu into Nandu Polytechnic. After the registration time, external vehicles were not allowed to enter the school freely. After seeing Song Qingyu to her dormitory building, Su Yin waved goodbye. More than 10 minutes later, Su Yin drove back to Nandu University. Parking the car, he prepared to open the treasure chests. Today he had obtained 2 high-level treasure chests and 1 mysterious treasure chest from Songqingyu. System, open the 2 high-level treasure chests. Ding, opening high-level treasure chests. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level culinary skills. The reward has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level hacking skills. The reward has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. When Su Yan's consciousness entered the system space, he found 2 luminous orbs. After taking out the orbs and fusing them, he acquired master-level culinary skills and master-level hacking skills. System, open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding, opening the mysterious treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 equity in Yundao Manor Hotel. The equity certificate has been stored in the system space. Please check it yourself. What a... Su Yan was taken aback upon hearing this. He knew that Yundao Manor Hotel was undoubtedly one of the top hotels in Nandu. He immediately took out his phone to search. He found out that Yundao Manor Hotel had only been open for 2 years. However, the hotel's value was over 3 billion. 30% equity is worth 1 billion. Hoo-hoo. Su Yan gently exhaled a breath of cold air and said in a low voice, calm down, it's just 1 billion. You will gain much more in the future, so there's no need to be excited over such a small amount. After staying in the car for a while, Su Yan finally got out and headed towards the boys' dormitory. As he expected, he did not see Zhao Ting and Chun Hao upon returning to the dorm. Brother Yin, that person at noon today wouldn't be your sister-in-law, would she? Gao Xiaoming asked curiously. Yes, she is one of your future sisters-in-law. Su Yan nodded. What? One of your sisters-in-law? Brother Yin, I must have misheard. Gao Xiaoming exclaimed. Even the gaming Lu Feixiang and Zhang Tao turned their heads to look at Su Yan, waiting for him to explain. You all heard correctly. Currently you have 2 sisters-in-law, but there might be more in the future. Just keep this to yourselves, don't spread it around. Su Yan answered calmly. Don't worry, I can keep a secret. Gao Xiaoming quickly assured him, but brother Yin, considering our confidentiality, shouldn't you treat us to a couple of meals? No problem. Su Yan readily agreed. During the break from military training, I will treat you to a feast. The military training would last for 30 days, but every 10 days there would be a day off. Long live Brother Yin. Gao Xiaoming shouted joyfully. Suddenly, with a flattering expression, Gao Xiaoming asked, Brother Yin, could you teach me how to pursue girls? Su Yan examined Gao Xiaoming and playfully asked, do you really want to learn? Yes. Gao Xiaoming nodded vigorously, while Lu Feixiang and Zhang Tao perked up their ears to listen. Just be yourself. Su Yan slowly uttered 4 words. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoming was taken aback, while Lu Feixiang and Zhang Tao burst into laughter. Brother Yin, you aren't joking with me, are you? After Gao Xiaoming recovered from his shock, he looked at Su Yan with a mournful expression. Su Yan explained calmly, to have a girlfriend, you either need to attract her or pursue her. If you want a girl to pursue you, you either need to be good-looking, wealthy, or possess extraordinary talents. Which one do you think fits you? It seems I don't fit any of those. Gao Xiaoming lowered his head slightly. Su Yan continued, pursuing girls is like playing a game. You can't just be a level 1 novice and expect to defeat the boss, right? You should accumulate experience by defeating smaller monsters, which is why I said, just be yourself. Once you've dated a few times, you'll naturally understand how to pursue girls. Insightful. Lu Feixiang couldn't help but applaud. Zhang Tao also showed a contemplative expression. So Brother Yin, were you also just being yourself at first? Gao Xiaoming suddenly asked. I'm not in the same situation as you. Su Yan responded tactfully. Alright. Gao Xiaoming awkwardly smiled, knowing that probing further would only bring humiliation. However, he carefully recalled Su Yan's words and felt they made sense, secretly thinking, maybe I should try with someone who's just being themselves. After dealing with Gao Xiaoming, Su Yan sat down in front of his computer. He logged into the campus forum again and discovered that the voting for the new student campus flower had changed. Fu Mingyue's votes had actually surpassed Lin Zhiyi, who was originally in second place, moving her to second place with over 2,800 votes. However, Lin Zhiyi didn't lag too far behind, only about 80 votes away. On the other hand, He Shiyin still firmly occupied first place with her votes exceeding 2,600. Fu Mingyue has actually reached second place. Gao Xiaoming, standing behind Su Yan, remarked curiously. Suddenly he had a thought and said, could it be that Zhao Ting helped her with the votes to please her? Don't spread rumors without evidence. Su Yan reminded. Hee. Gao Xiaoming said disdainfully he would definitely do something like that. He even claimed Fu Mingyue was his girlfriend, but today I found out he's just boasting. At this moment, Lu Feixiang couldn't help but join the conversation. Zhao Ting is wealthy and handsome, and he's from Beijing. He's so infatuated with Fu Mingyue he will definitely win her over eventually. Zhang Tao also chimed in. I think Zhao Ting doesn't need to go through all that trouble. With his conditions, it should be very easy for him to pursue girls. There's no need to hang on the tree of Fu Mingyue. Everyone has different thoughts, but perhaps Zhao Ting enjoys it. Su Yin said meaningfully. But I still think he's too subservient. Lu Feixiang shook his head. He had a strong sense of masculinity and was unwilling to lower himself to pursue women. He browsed through the campus posts again. Su Yin made room for Gao Xiaoming. He lay on his bed with his phone replying to WeChat messages. Su Yin took his toiletries and went to the shower room, reminding everyone we have military training tomorrow, so everyone should go to bed early to avoid not waking up in time. After Su Yin finished showering and returned, he found Zhao Ting and Chun Mo had already returned to the dormitory. Zhao Ting seemed to have encountered some good news, smiling foolishly at his phone. Even after returning to the dormitory, Chun Hao was still reading a book. After a while, Lu Feixiang stopped gaming and reminded everyone that it was time to shower and sleep. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Yin lit a calming incense and lay down on his bed. The 5 originally excited individuals gradually felt sleepy upon smelling the incense. The next morning at 6, Su Yin woke up from bed. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he changed into sportswear and went downstairs for a morning run. As yesterday, he saw Wang Xinglan running on the playground. Having gained a beginner's treasure chest from her yesterday, Su Yin did not approach her. However, Wang Xinglan noticed him and wanted to get closer, but unfortunately, Su Yin ran too fast. After finishing the 5-kilometer run, he headed straight to the cafeteria, bought a breakfast for himself, and packed 5 additional ones to take back to the dormitory. When he returned to the dormitory, all 5 of them had already gotten up. "Brother Yin, where did you go so early?" Gao Xiaoming asked as he took the breakfast from Su Yin. "Running." "No way, we have military training today, and you still have the energy to run?" Gao Xiaoming asked in surprise. "It's a habit," Su Yin said indifferently, then took his wash basin and towel to the bathroom to rinse off. When he returned to the dormitory after showering, he found that the other 5 had already changed into military training camouflage uniforms. He immediately took off his clothes and pants to prepare to change into the camouflage uniform. Seeing Su Yin's sculpted physique, the 5 in the dormitory looked on with envy. "Let's go, time to gather," Su Yin said. Thus the 6 from the dormitory headed towards the classroom together. When they arrived at the classroom, they found not only the instructor, but also a young man in military uniform. As expected, he was the instructor responsible for their class military training. Su Yin vaguely remembered that the instructor's surname was Mu. During the upcoming military training, he would not be too strict with them. He got along well with everyone. Su Yin walked straight to Chun Xian and sat down, saying, "Good morning, Chen." Chun Xian replied softly. Suddenly, Su Yin remembered something. It seemed that on the first day of military training in his past life, Chun Xian fainted due to low blood sugar. So Su Yin quietly asked, "Chen, classmate, have you had breakfast yet?" Chun Xian originally wanted to say that she had eaten. But Su Yin interrupted, "Be honest, don't lie to me." I didn't eat." Chun Xian replied with her head down. She was a child picked up and raised by her grandmother. It was already very difficult for her grandmother to support her studies. Therefore, she tried her best to save, eating only 2 meals a day. In a bit, there will be military training which will consume a lot of energy. If you skip breakfast, you might faint from low blood sugar. Here, eat this. Su Yin reached into the drawer of the table, took out a bun and a box of yogurt, and handed them to Chun Xian. Smelling the savory aroma of the meat bun, Chun Xian couldn't help but swallow. "You wouldn't want to faint and trouble everyone, right?" Su Yan's voice rang out again. "Thank you." Chun Xian took the bun and yogurt and started eating quietly. But after just one bite, her eyes squinted with delight. It was simply too delicious. "Ding, congratulations, host goddess Chen Zin's favorability towards you has reached 26 points. You have earned a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to claim it?" Hearing the prompt, a faint smile appeared on Su Yan's lips. He silently responded, "Not for now." Because in class he was worried about being discovered by the teacher. Chun Xian ate quickly. Soon she finished the bun and yogurt. Then Su Yan handed her a tissue, saying, "Wipe your mouth." She softly thanked him before taking the tissue. "This is your post-meal fruit." Su Yan took out an apple and handed it to her. Just take it." "Thank you, Su Yan. If you have any questions about your studies in the future, feel free to ask me," Chun Xian said. "Sure." Su Yan nodded. At this moment, the instructor, Hu Gilin, had finished speaking and invited Instructor Mu to the podium. "Hello students, my name is Mu Tianqing, and I will be your instructor for the upcoming military training. You can call me Instructor Mu. I hope that during the training you will cooperate with me as much as possible. If you perform well, I can also give you some conveniences." Hearing this, Su Yan silently nodded. This Instructor Mu was indeed a flexible person. Military training, if you take it seriously, it is what it is. If you don't take it seriously, then it's not the same. Some instructors are first-time military training instructors. They don't understand flexibility and push students too hard, leading to problems. Who will take responsibility then? At least in Nandu University, a key university, the instructors are all active duty soldiers. But in some schools, the instructors responsible for military training are just senior students. These individuals lack military qualities and often find ways to torment and play tricks on the younger students during military training, resulting in conflicts when someone finally cannot bear it. Such incidents are not rare, they have made it to the news. Anyone who can get into Nanda University is not foolish. Feeling Instructor Mu's kindness, everyone began to applaud. Instructor Mu also smiled slightly. Now everyone on my command stand up. In an instant, all 44 students in the classroom stood up in unison. Get out of your seats and form a line. Instructor Mu ordered again. He then led the way out of the classroom, shouting the slogan of 121A, and ran towards the playground. A few minutes later, the students from Class 1 of Finance arrived at the playground. Under Instructor Mu's direction, they lined up in 4 rows from low to high, left to right. First, they practiced standing at attention. Don't think standing at attention is simple. In fact, even with an instructor's guidance, many find it difficult to master the essentials in a short time. Half an hour later, after Class 1 of Finance had mastered how to stand at attention, everyone began to run under the instructor's orders. Before long, it was already 10:30. The sun was getting hotter. After several hours of training, some people were starting to struggle and looked like they would collapse. On my command, rest in the shade for 20 minutes. Yage. Hearing that they could finally rest, most people cheered and rushed towards the shade. At this moment, the acting class leader Lin Zhiyi's voice sounded. A few boys come with me to the classroom to get ice water. Hearing this, Su Yin suddenly realized, no wonder when he went to the classroom earlier, he found a refrigerator in a corner of the podium. It turned out to be arranged by Lin Zhiyi. Soon several boys volunteered to follow Lin Zhiyi to fetch the frozen mineral water. At this time, Instructor Mu came and sat down beside Su Yin. What should I call you? Hello, Instructor Mu, my name is Su Yin. Su Yin replied with a smile. Is there anyone in your family who is a soldier? Instructor Mu asked. No, Su Yin shook his head. I saw how proficient you were at standing at attention, and your physical fitness is so good, I thought you had received training. Instructor Mu said appreciatively. Su Yin explained. Although there are no soldiers in my family, I have been learning martial arts since I was young, so my physical fitness is very good. Instructor Mu's eyes lit up. How well do you train? Su Yin laughed. Does the instructor want to spar with me? If you train well, I might just spar with you. Instructor Mu expressed his thoughts honestly. You are not my opponent. Su Yin shook his head. You're quite arrogant. Instructor Mu chuckled in irritation. I'm just speaking the truth. Su Yin said calmly. Then shall we practice? No practice. Su Yin shook his head. Winning against you brings me no benefit. So you were waiting for me here. Instructor Mu realized. Since you saw through me, I'll speak frankly. As long as I win against you and meet the military training requirements, I won't have to continue training you. I can rest on the side. How about that? Su Yin put forth his condition. He had already experienced military training in his past life and could not improve his physical fitness with it. The mechanical and monotonous training was truly boring for him. That's why he came up with such a condition. What if you lose, eh? Instructor Mu asked, not foolish. If I lose, you can train me however you like. I guarantee I will fully cooperate. Su Yin said. Alright, it's a deal. At this moment, Su Yin noticed someone tugging at his shirt. Turning around, he saw it was Chun Xian. Chun Xian, do you need something? Su, classmate, fighting is very dangerous. Why don't you not fight? Chun Xian said with concern. After the disbandment, she unconsciously came to sit next to Su Yin. Don't worry, 10 Instructor Mu's aren't my opponents. There will be no danger. Su Yin said confidently. You brat, you're boasting like it's nothing. Hearing Su Yin claim he could take on 10 of him, Instructor Mu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This kid was bragging in front of the girls without a second thought, immediately shouting at him. Su Yin, come here. Hearing Instructor Mu's call, the students resting turned to look. Instructor Mu, are you hoping I will give you a loss? Su Yin cheerfully stood up. Stop chatting, let's go. Instructor Mu assumed the starting position for military boxing. At Nanda University, on the military training ground, Su Yin stood 3 meters away from Instructor Mu, surrounded by a group of students. Lin Zhiyi arrived with several boys carrying frozen mineral water. Upon seeing the students clustered together, she thought something had happened and hurried over, squeezing into the crowd just in time to witness Su Yin and Instructor Mu facing each other. What's going on? Lin Zhiyi asked a girl. Class monitor Su Yin is having a match with the instructor. The girl replied, turning her attention back to the arena. A match between Su Yin and the instructor? Lin Zhiyi frowned. She had thought well of Su Yin, so why was he clashing with the instructor? Be careful. Instructor Mu shouted as he charged at Su Yin, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his shoulder. However, Su Yin slightly sidestepped, causing Instructor Mu's punch to miss. Yet Instructor Mu's combat skills were commendable. After the missed punch, a swift kick came towards Su Yin. Facing the kick, Su Yin executed a graceful aerial flip, evading the attack. Good. Hai Xiaoming clapped his hands in approval at Su Yin's display. Good lad, you really have some skill. If you don't show some real ability, I won't be able to subdue you. Instructor Mu said with a smile. Instructor, feel free to show me. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Then be careful. Instructor Mu struck again, his speed increasing by at least 30%, his attacks becoming even more ferocious. Yet Su Yan did not counterattack. Instead, he gracefully dodged each strike, his movements smooth and beautiful, earning cheers from the boys and wide-eyed admiration from the girls. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of other military training classes, with students from Financial Class 2 rushing over to join the spectacle. What's happening here? A student from Financial Class 2 asked curiously. A student from Financial Class 1 quickly explained, "It's our classmate Su Yan competing with the instructor." After several minutes of continuous attacks with not even the hem of Su Yan's clothes touched, Instructor Mu began to breathe heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. He stopped attacking and taunted Su Yan. "Su Yan does jumping around like a monkey amuse you? Well, since the instructor wants to see my true strength, I won't hold back." Su Yan's expression grew serious. In a flash, he closed the distance between them. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a flurry of combat techniques, using both hands and feet. Instructor Mu was forced to retreat repeatedly. After being pushed back 5 or 6 meters, he decisively shouted, "Stop, you win." He suddenly realized that while Su Yan's techniques had struck him, the force was not heavy. At first he thought Su Yan was merely throwing flashy punches, but noticing Su Yan's relaxed expression, he suddenly understood. The kid had not been exerting himself at all. If he had truly gone all out, he would probably last only 3 to 5 moves. Clearly Su Yan was giving him face. If he continued to stubbornly refuse to admit defeat, it would be quite ungrateful. "So Instructor Mu, does our bet stand?" Su Yan asked with a grin. Instructor Mu replied, "As soldiers we keep our word. As long as you meet the standards in the upcoming training, you can rest on the side, but you mustn't leave the training ground." "Thank you, Instructor," Su Yan said cheerfully. "All right, everyone disperse," Instructor Mu announced loud. Just then a voice sounded. "Instructor, I want to compete with you too. If I win, I want the same treatment as Su Yan." Hearing this, Instructor Mu almost laughed in anger, really thinking he was a soft persimmon. Looking up, he saw a tall, muscular boy glaring at him. "What's your name?" Reporting. "Instructor, my name is Tu Zhuang. Are you sure you want to compete with me?" Instructor Mu asked with a smirk. "Yes, Instructor, please give me a chance." "All right, I'll grant you that." The crowd, which was about to disperse, gathered again, with Su Yan joining as one of the onlookers. Soon the two began their match. Tu Zhuang knew his strengths. He was strong and powerful, but he was definitely not as skilled as Instructor Mu. Thus, the best strategy was to limit the instructor's advantages. He roared and charged at Instructor Mu, intending to grapple him and overpower him. Unfortunately, he underestimated Instructor Mu. With a swift sidestep, Instructor Mu avoided Tu Zhuang's reckless charge and delivered a sidekick to his calf. This sent him stumbling, nearly falling to the ground. Then Instructor Mu approached, using a grappling technique to subdue him, asking, "Tu Zhuang, do you concede?" "I don't concede," Tu Zhuang said with a grim expression. "I just wasn't careful. Let's compete again." Seeing this, someone scoffed disdainfully. Su Yan shook his head, estimating that Tu Zhuang would lose his position on the team for sure. "Good." Instructor Mu released Tu Zhuang. The two engaged again. This time Instructor Mu chose to evade Tu Zhuang's attacks, just like Su Yan using his agility. Once Tu Zhuang's stamina was nearly depleted, Instructor Mu made his move to control him again. "Tu Zhuang, do you concede this time?" "I concede," Tu Zhuang admitted, looking defeated. "Your strength and endurance are impressive, but you need to learn the techniques, well, when we practice military boxing." Instructor Mu helped Tu Zhuang up. After this match, the students present realized Su Yan's strength. Previously, when they saw Su Yan fighting Instructor Mu, they thought Su Yan could win because the instructor was not strong. But after witnessing the match between Instructor Mu and Tu Zhuang, they understood it was not that Instructor Mu was weak, but that Su Yan was exceptionally strong. Tu Zhuang stood over 6 feet tall. One punch from him would make even the boys cry, let alone the girls. Yet he was easily defeated by Instructor Mu. Ding! Congratulations, host. The goddess Lin Zhiyi's favorability towards you has reached 21 points. You are rewarded with a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to claim it? Ding! Congratulations, host. The goddess Chen Xin's favorability towards you has reached 33 points. You are rewarded with a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to claim it? What a pleasant surprise. Su Yan felt delighted and chose not to claim the rewards for now. Here, mineral water. Lin Zhiyi personally handed a bottle of frozen mineral water to Su Yan. "Thank you. Class monitor, I want some water too," a boy jokingly shouted. "If you want water, can't you get it yourself?" Lin Zhiyi replied irritably. "I want the class monitor to get it for me," the boy continued to tease. "If you want to take it, if not, get lost." Lin Zhiyi glared, her tone impatient. Seeing Lin Zhiyi getting angry, the boy dared not tease anymore and shrank his neck, saying, "Class monitor, don't be mad. I was just joking." Meanwhile, inside a villa in one of Nandu's 3 premier villa districts, the Lakeside Villa District, Lin Zhiyi, clad in a bathrobe, descended to the ground floor. Gazing lazily at Wang Mu standing there, he asked, "What is it?" "Young master, here are the documents you requested." Wang Mu handed a file folder to Lin Zhiyi with both hands. Lin Zhiyi did not take it, merely saying indifferently, "Just tell me directly." Wang Mu replied, "Young master, according to our investigation, the person who acquired the shares of Yundao Manor Hotel is named Su Yin, currently a freshman in the finance department of Nandu University. What is his background?" Lin Zhiyi continued. Wang Mu hesitated before saying, "Based on our investigation, this Su Yin lost both parents and comes from an ordinary family. However, after the college entrance exam, he came to own a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a property worth millions, and a 10% stake in Nanyu Group." An ordinary family. Lin Zhiyi looked at Wang Mu with exasperation. "Is this how you investigate? How could someone from an ordinary family afford to buy a car, a house, and acquire shares in Nanyu Group?" Wang Mu smiled bitterly. "I didn't believe it at first either, but after repeated checks, this Su Yin truly has no special background. I even sent someone to ask his uncle in the countryside. His uncle revealed that after handling his parents' funeral, Su Yin was left with only a few tens of thousands of yuan. The money for his house, car, and share purchase seemed to appear out of thin air." At this, Lin Yi's expression turned thoughtful. "It seems someone is deliberately hiding this Su Yan's identity." "Young master, what do you mean?" Wang Mu asked thoughtfully. Lin Zhiyi sneered, "This kid might be some big shot's illegitimate son. Should we continue investigating this Su Yan?" Wang Mu probed. The owner of Yundao Manor Hotel was a woman named Ji Qinghan. She was selling shares of Yundao Manor Hotel to help the Yunling Group overcome its difficulties. However, Lin Zhiyi was quite interested in both the Yunling Group and Ji Qinghan, so he secretly spread the word that no one was allowed to acquire shares of Yundao Manor Hotel, or they would be opposing him. If no one bought the shares, Ji Qinghan wouldn't have enough cash to save the Yunling Group. To save the group, she would have no choice but to agree to his terms. Unfortunately, someone unexpectedly jumped in to disrupt his plan, snapping up 30% of the shares in Yundao Manor Hotel. With $1 billion in cash, the Yunling Group would surely weather the storm quickly. "Forget it." Lin Zhiyi waved his hand. "Since some people don't want it known, digging deeper would be a hassle. Should we continue targeting the Yunling Group?" Wang Mu asked again. Lin Zhiyi frowned, slightly lost in thought, then said, "Forget it, let's stop. We were using indirect tactics before, and we didn't invest much. Now that the woman has overcome her difficulties, targeting her again would require a lot more money. But my money isn't just blowing in the wind. Let's switch tactics and target her people directly." "Young master," Wang Mu asked. "First, try to bribe those close to her to keep tabs on her every move," Lin Zhiyi said slowly. "Very well, young master. Do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go carry out your orders." Wang Mu asked respectfully. Suddenly an idea struck Lin Zhiyi. "Find someone unconnected to us to investigate this Su Yin. It's a long-term task, so no rush." "Yes, young master, I'll arrange it." Wang Mu nodded, then took his leave. Meanwhile, at the Yunling Group's chairman's office, with the injection of 1 billion in funds, many of the group's difficulties were resolved one after another. Good news came in succession, and Ji Qinghan's tense heart finally began to relax. Just then a knock came from outside the office. "Enter." The next moment, Ji Qinghan's female secretary pushed the door open holding a file. "Chairman Ji, here are the documents you requested." "Leave them on the desk," Ji Qinghan said flatly. "All right." After setting down the documents, Wang Ling exited the office. Ji Qinghan then picked up the file, opened it, and began reading it intently. "He's actually a college student," she remarked in surprise upon seeing Su Yan's information. Truth be told, she felt grateful toward this mysterious acquirer. If not for this mysterious acquirer purchasing 30% of Yundao Manor Hotel shares, she wouldn't have had enough cash to steer the Yunling Group through its crisis. Thus, she had ordered an investigation into who this mysterious acquirer was. Time passed, and soon it was 11:30 in the morning. The morning military training had finally ended. At the command to dismiss, the famished freshman rushed toward the Su Yin followed the crowd into the cafeteria. Soon he and his 4 roommates, Gao Xiaoming and the others, got their meals and found a table to sit and eat. As for Zhao Ting, he wasn't with them. He had gone to fawn over Fu Minghua. Shortly after they sat down, a fragrant breeze wafted over. It was Su Yin who had someone sit beside him. "Su Yin, is this seat taken?" "No, feel free to sit," Su Yin said. Indeed, the newcomer was Yun Shuran. Seeing another beautiful girl approach, Su Yin, Lu Feixiang, Gao Xiaoming, and Zhang Tao were filled with envy. Chun Hao, the scholarly one, appeared quite calm, but inwardly he was also rather envious. He knew, however, what he was after. He didn't want a romantic relationship to interfere with his goals. "Brother, Yin, is this beautiful lady our sister-in-law?" Gao Xiaoming suddenly blurted out. "No, I'm Su Yan's high school classmate Yun Shuren," she quickly explained, her cheeks flushing slightly. "By the way, you're Su Yan's roommates, right?" "Yes, we're all brother Yan's roommates." Gao Xiaoming. "Hello, classmate Yun." Lu Feixiang. Chun Hao. "Hello, everyone," Yun Shuran said with a clear smile. "All right, no need to be so formal. Let's just eat, Su Yan urged with a smile. Okay. They chatted while eating. Suddenly Yin Shuran picked up a chicken drumstick and placed it on Su Yan's tray. You eat a lot, so have an extra drumstick. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoming was immensely envious. He secretly thought to himself, if only I were Su Yin with beautiful girls coming one after another. Thanks. Su Yin didn't stand on ceremony and started eating the drumstick. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaoming and the other three silently sped up their meal, not wanting to stay and be fed more dog food. Publicly displayed affection. By the way, Shuran, is your military training tiring? Su Yin asked with concern. Yin Shuran smiled. It's okay. Our instructor is a woman and she's quite considerate to us. Is that so? You're lucky then. Our instructor is pretty good too. The two chatted idly about this and that. Little did Su Yin know a group of instructors were also talking about him. Instructor Mu said to the other instructors, one of my students is too skilled in combat. I'm no match for him at all. I suspect even Chief Instructor Qin wouldn't be his equal. Old Mu, are you exaggerating? Chief Instructor Qin's combat skills are better than even the average ace soldier. How could a student be better than her? Another instructor said in disbelief. Instructor Mu confidently said, if you want to know whether it's bragging or not, why not let Su Yin compete with Chief Instructor Qin? Since this morning he had been defeated by Su Yin. The news gradually spread within the instructor community. A few who were on relatively friendly terms were secretly mocking him. Being unable to defeat a mere college student was indeed too pathetic. Those who had a good relationship with him, although they did not mock him, looked at him with somewhat peculiar gazes. Thus a thought crossed his mind, why not drag Chief Instructor Qin into this? It was well acknowledged that Qin Xian was powerful. However, since Qin Xian had also been defeated by Su Yin, could the other instructors still make fun of him for being weak? Just then a tall and beautiful female soldier in her mid-20s arrived. It was Chief Instructor Qin Xian. Upon seeing Qin Xian, Instructor Mu's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, this morning I had a match with a student and found that he is simply a genius in combat. If it gets serious, I doubt I could last more than 3 moves against him. Even you, Chief Instructor, would probably not be his match. Really? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian instantly became interested. If Chief Instructor is interested, I can arrange for him to compete against you this afternoon. Great. Qin Xian nodded. Then you arrange it for the afternoon. I'd like to see just how strong this combat genius you praise so highly is. However, if he loses, Instructor Mu, you will have to wash everyone's socks for a month. Off. Instructor Mu was stunned. Clearly Qin Xian had seen through his thoughts. Although she agreed to the match with Su Yin, she intended to make him pay a bit for trying to outsmart her. However, thinking of Su Yan's strength, he believed he might not have to wash socks for a month, so he replied, all right, I'll follow Chief Instructor's orders. Time flew by, and it was soon the afternoon military training session. Instructor Mu personally trained class finance for an hour before allowing everyone to take a 10-minute break. Then he called Su Yin to follow him. Instructor Mu, where are you taking me? Su Yin asked. Our chief instructor has heard that your combat skills are impressive and is very interested in testing your abilities. Instructor Mu said with a serious expression. Su Yan's gaze swept across Instructor Mu's face, playfully asking, isn't this like beating a junior only to be challenged by a senior? You little rascal, you have no sense of propriety. Besides, our chief instructor is not old, she's a beautiful woman. Seeing that Su Yan didn't grasp his intention, he deliberately changed the subject. Is that so? Upon hearing that the chief instructor was a beauty, Su Yan instantly became interested. As long as the other's attractiveness reached 80 points, he would receive a guaranteed beginner treasure chest upon meeting her. You'll know when you see her. Instructor Mu replied. Soon he brought Su Yan to the instructor dormitory area. During this time, the instructors were all residing in the instructor dormitory area. Under the shade of the trees, there more than 10 instructors were already waiting. Among them was Chief Instructor Qin Xian. Ding, a new goddess appears nearby. Would you like to check the goddess information host? Check. Su Yan replied. Name Qin Xian. Level T2. Age 24. Physique 80 points. Spirit 74 points. Attractiveness 89 points. Figure 90 points. Favorability 10 points. Special 0 times. Seeing that her physique reached 80 points, Su Yan was slightly surprised. Moreover, her attractiveness was also considerable, reaching a solid 89 points. Su Yan thought that if her skin were a bit fairer, her attractiveness could reach 90 points. This was because Su Yan noticed that her features were indeed very beautiful, but due to her military service, her skin had turned a wheatish color. Chief Instructor, let me introduce you. This is Su Yan, who has practiced combat since childhood. Instructor Mu brought Su Yan to face Qin Xian and the others. Immediately, Su Yan felt several scrutinizing gazes fall upon him. Let's begin. Qin Xian stepped out from the shade and beckoned to Su Yan. Classmate, go all out, and let me see your strength. Then I won't hold back. Su Yan smiled. But as soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot out like a leopard. The watching instructors only saw a blur before realizing that Su Yan had already charged in front of Qin Xian. Bang bang bang. A series of combat techniques were unleashed. Like a storm they struck towards Qin Xian. She could only barely defend against them. After a few collisions, she felt her arms go numb from the impact. However, she was not defenseless. With rich combat experience, she began to counterattack. Unfortunately, in Su Yan's eyes her counterattacks were full of flaws. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked her back several steps. Witnessing this scene, the other instructors were dumbfounded. Instructor Mu, however, wore a look of joy. It seemed he wouldn't have to wash socks for a month. At the same time, he realized that Su Yan must have held back during their match in the morning. If it were him facing such an assault from Su Yan, he would have been knocked out in no more than 2 moves. Want to continue? Su Yan chose to stop instead of pursuing. Yes. Qin Xian gritted her teeth and charged again. However, this time her attacking method changed. She no longer used military combat techniques, but employed the traditional martial art of bagua palm. But the master-level combat techniques Su Yan had mastered incorporated many exquisite moves from various traditional martial arts. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with the bagua palm that Qin Xian executed. The bagua palm emphasizes slipperiness, confusing the enemy's line of sight through footwork to achieve a blend of real and illusory attacks. Su Yan could see that Qin Xian's bagua palm proficiency was not low. However, her attacking intentions could not deceive him. Thus, he dodged and appeared behind Qin Xian, delivering a punch to her shoulder. Her stance immediately fell apart, staggering a few steps before barely steadying herself. She was not angry. Instead, she curiously asked, "Have you also learned bagua palm?" "Not really." Su Yan shook his head. "The combat I study is a fusion of various exquisite moves from our university's traditional martial arts and various combat techniques and philosophies from abroad." "Who is your master?" Qin Xian asked again. Su Yan smiled but did not answer. However, Qin Xian imagined that Su Yan's master must be a traditional martial arts master who also studied Western combat, thus producing such a prodigy in Su Yan. "Instructor Qin, shall we continue?" Su Yan inquired. "No more, I'm not your opponent." Qin Xian shook her head. He could easily break her bagua steps. If he hadn't held back, he could have seriously injured her. Thus she looked at Su Yan with sparkling eyes. "Classmate, are you interested in joining the army?" "Not interested." Su Yan decisively shook his head. His system required gaining the goddess favor to obtain treasure chests. If he joined the army, he'd hardly see any female soldiers and would never meet the conditions to open a treasure chest. He would have to be out of his mind to enlist. Why not consider it? With your current abilities, if you join the army and train hard, becoming a special forces king wouldn't be difficult. "Thank you, but right now I just want to study hard and serve my country," Su Yan said with a serious expression. Seeing that Su Yan was unwilling, Qin Xian did not insist any further. She took out her phone and displayed her WeChat friend QR code. "Let's add each other as friends. If you change your mind, you can contact me directly, and I can help you get a special recruitment." Upon hearing the term special recruitment, Su Yan immediately understood that this instructor Qin's background was not simple. He took out his phone and added her as a friend. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Goddess Qin Xian's favorability towards you has reached 35 points. You have been rewarded with 2 beginner treasure chests. Would you like to open them?" "Not opening for now," Su Yan replied, in his heart feeling that this trip was worth it. He had unexpectedly obtained 3 beginner treasure chests. Should he treat Instructor Mu to a meal? The military training time is up. "Chief Instructor, I will take Su Yan back," Instructor Mu said with a smile, and with Su Yan's strength, even Qin Xian was no match for him. Who would dare to call him weak in the future? "All right, you may go." Qin Xian originally wanted to chat with Su Yan a bit more, but since he was going to participate in military training, they could talk later, as they had already added each other on WeChat. On the way back, Su Yan took out a pack of cigarettes and offered them to Instructor Mu. "Instructor, take these and smoke." "What, trying to bribe me? Are you sure you don't want them?" Su Yan said with a teasing smile. "If you don't want them, just give them back to me." Upon hearing this, Instructor Mu looked down and was immediately startled because he realized that the cigarettes Su Yan had given him were actually special ones. Without a second thought, he stuffed the pack of cigarettes into his pocket and smiled. "You are a student. Smoking is not good for your health, so we'll take these." Hee. Su Yan glanced at Instructor Mu with disdain. Instructor Mu chuckled awkwardly. "You have already grasped today's drills very well. From now on, you can just rest over there." "Then thank you, Instructor," Su Yan said cheerfully. Soon he and Instructor Mu returned to the military. With a command, all the other students immediately returned to formation except for Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan lounging in the shade, Li Shui's eyes flashed with jealousy. "Report, Instructor. I have an opinion. Why can Su Yan not return to formation? Isn't this unfair to us?" Instructor Mu replied calmly. "What's unfair about this? Su Yan has mastered all the training drills perfectly. I allowed him to rest. Besides, he has also made a bet with me. If you still have an issue, you can challenge me. If you win, you can enjoy the same treatment as Su Yan. Brother Yan earned it with his own ability. What are you complaining about?" At this moment, Gao Xiaoming couldn't help. "Exactly. Lu Feixiang chimed in. Some people just can't stand to see others do well. Being in the same class as this person is truly unfortunate. Who knows, she might report me one day. Zhao Ting also intervened, sneering. You guys. A bunch of big men are actually bullying a little girl. Seeing Zhao Ting and the others speak up for Su, Yan Shui was nearly furious. Knowing she couldn't win an argument, she could only pretend to be weak as a girl. Have you ever heard of gender equality? Lu Feixiang said dismissively. Alright, everyone shut up. Seeing this, Instructor Mu scowled and commanded continue training. No wonder she is a little fairy. Su Yan watched this scene from a distance, feeling speechless. No wonder in his past life, Li Shui's ex-boyfriend got so angry that he hit her. Who in the class didn't know about his bet with Instructor Mu? Others had no objections, yet she had to jump out and seek attention. Just as Su Yan was resting for a while, someone suddenly walked over and stopped beside him. Looking up, it was Jiang Yao holding 2 cups of milk tea. Oh Junior, why aren't you participating in military training? Is it because you're not feeling well? Is senior sister just passing by, or did you come specifically to see me? Su Yan asked with a smile. Would you prefer that I was just passing by, or that I came specifically to see you? Jiang Yao sat down beside Su Yan and handed him 1 cup of milk tea. Thank you, senior sister. Su Yan accepted the milk tea without hesitation and then asked, do you not have any classes this afternoon? I skipped class specifically to buy milk tea for you, Junior. How will you thank me? Jiang Yao said while biting. Su Yan, who had just taken a sip of milk tea, paused slightly, thinking to himself, this is a master. So senior sister, how do you want me to thank you? How about this, Junior, you owe me a favor. In the future, if I need help, you cannot refuse. Jiang Yao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Yan knew this woman was trying to take advantage of him. So he replied, it depends on what kind of help it is. If it's something I can do and doesn't go against my principles, then of course no problem. But if it's too difficult, I can only express my inability to assist. While Su Yan and Jiang Yao were exchanging witty remarks, Gao Xiaoming kept glancing over. He was envious, thinking Su Yan not only had 2 legitimate girlfriends, but also ran into a high school classmate in the cafeteria at noon. Now another pretty senior sister brought him milk tea. This luck in romance was too prosperous, he wished he could have a fraction of it. By 5:10 p.m., after consulting Instructor Mu, Su Yan left early. Military training would end at 5:30 p.m. By then the shower room would definitely be crowded. Su Yan decided to return early to wash up to avoid the crowd. Returning to the dormitory, Su Yan decided to open the 6 beginner treasure chests he had obtained today. 3 of the treasure chests came from Qin Xian, 2 from Qin Xian, and 1 from Lin Zhiyi. System, open all the beginner treasure chests. Ding. Opening beginner treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 5,000 cash. The funds have been credited to your black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a musical instrument gift pack. The prize has been credited to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 4,000 cash. The funds have been credited to your black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a bottle of complete restoration pills. The prize has been credited to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 bottles of stamina potions. The prizes have been credited to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received an intermediate cashback card. The prize has been credited to the system space. Please check it yourself. 2 treasure chests yielded a total of 9,000 cash. This brought Su Yan's account balance to 58 million. As for the musical instrument gift pack, it contained 10 instruments, including guitars, pianos, flutes, xylophones, drums, and more. Moreover, they were all well-known brands, both domestically and internationally, with the total price of the 10 instruments exceeding 2 million. Next was the complete restoration pills, with a total of 100 pills in 1 bottle. Taking 1 could heal hidden injuries and enhance physical fitness. The price given by the system was 2 million. In other words, each pill was worth 2,000, an absolute treasure. Then there were the stamina potions, which could instantly restore peak stamina regardless of fatigue and maintain abundant energy for 24 hours without any side effects, and also slightly enhance physical fitness. The system priced them at 5,000 per bottle. Finally, the intermediate cashback card had a limit of 5,000, and when used it could yield 120 times the cashback. Evening. Inside dorm room, 504. Wow, Yan Gu, you're famous now, exclaimed Lu Feixiang, who was playing on the computer. Su Yan turned to look at Lu Feixiang. Lu Feixiang explained, your video of the duel with the instructor from this morning has been uploaded to the campus forum, and it's already garnered over 10,000 views. The administrators even pinned it to the top. Let me see. Su Yan walked over, and Lu Feixiang immediately clicked replay. After watching for a while, Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it makes me look quite handsome. At the same time, he thought to himself, wondering if any goddesses had seen it, and whether they might develop a crush on him. If so, he could easily score a few beginner treasure chests. Time passed. Su Yin put down his phone, lit some calming incense, and prepared to sleep. He felt regret that even though his duel video was nearing 20,000 views, the system notification had yet to sound. Now Su Yin was certain. His charm badge had not activated in the video. He couldn't believe that among over 20,000 views, not a single girl with a score above 80 for looks had watched it. Originally, he was contemplating filming a few short videos or music videos to upload online for treasure chests. But it seemed that this route was not viable unless he became a celebrity and cultivated a fan base among goddesses to have a chance at obtaining treasure chests. However, the glamour of being a star was merely a plaything of capital. As a mere underachiever, how could he be a plaything for capital? Moreover, even if he became a star, he already had 2 girlfriends and would likely have more in the future. Once he became a star exposed to the spotlight, it wouldn't be long before he was labeled a scumbag and his reputation would collapse. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Su Yin got up and went downstairs to run. However, today, he didn't see Wang Xinglan, and he didn't mind. As usual, after his run, he headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, he packed 5 portions to take back. Yesterday, a few guys in the dorm had spoken up for him, which might have something to do with them being soft-hearted. As for that Li Shui, if she let it go, that would be fine, but if she continued to provoke him, he wouldn't hesitate to use his bad luck card on her this month. Soon the morning military training began. They first reviewed the training items from yesterday, and then Instructor Mu started teaching new training items. With Su Yan's strength, he easily mastered the new training items. Then he was assigned to a side by Instructor. Although some envied him, few were jealous, as the privileges Su Yin received were earned through strength. Only Li Shui looked on with jealousy and resentment. Before university, she was a prominent figure at her school. But after arriving at university, she became ordinary. With an imbalanced mindset, it was inevitable that she would envy those who were more beautiful or talented than her. Unfortunately, she had just used her previously effective tactics yesterday, only to be heavily criticized. What she didn't realize was that her methods worked in her small hometown, not because the locals were slow-witted, but because her father was the head of the education bureau. As long as she didn't go too far, the teachers would accommodate her. However, once at university, her meager background no longer mattered, and naturally no one would indulge her. Feeling the resentful glare from Li Shui, Su Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on his past experiences, he knew that this woman would not give up easily. In that case, let's test the effects of the bad luck card. He discreetly took out the bad luck card and focused on Li Shui while silently invoking its use. I must say the efficiency of the bad luck card is impressive. Just after using it on Li Shui, she let out a scream. She had twisted her ankle. Moreover, it was a severe twist, and her ankle began to swell visibly. Li Shui cried tears of pain. Seeing this, Instructor Mu frowned slightly and ordered, "Get 2 boys to take her to the infirmary." Because of Li Shui's behavior yesterday, not a single boy stepped up to help. At this moment, Lin Zhiyi stood up and directly called out, "Tu Zhuangzhuang Yangqing, you 2 take Li Shui to the infirmary." "All right, class monitor." The 2 replied reluctantly. Afterwards, Tu Zhuangzhuang picked Li Shui up and headed toward the infirmary. Yangqing followed to help. But after taking a few steps, Tu Zhuangzhuang exclaimed, and everyone saw him, and Li Shui tumbled to the ground together. "Ah!" A scream followed, which was emitted by Li Shui. It turned out that when Tu Zhuangzhuang fell, his hand landed right on Li Shui's swollen ankle. Seeing this, everyone rushed over. Li Shui had already fainted from the pain. Meanwhile, Tu Zhuangzhuang stood up helplessly and exclaimed, "This isn't my fault. It was her. I was carrying her, and she leaned back. I just accidentally fell. I can testify." Yangqing spoke up. It was indeed Li Shui leaning back that caused Zhuangzhuang. Hearing this, Tu Zhuangzhuang looked gratefully at Yangqing. "First get this female student to the infirmary, and we can discuss the rest later." Instructor Mu instructed directly. "Tu Zhuangzhuang Yangqing, you 2 take her to the infirmary." Lin Zhiyi, seeing that the other boys were still inactive, continued to give orders. "All right." The 2 reluctantly bent down to lift Li Shui and continued toward the infirmary. But just a few steps later, Yangqing slipped as he stepped on a small piece of fallen ice cream. As he lost grip, Li Shui's upper body slipped from his hands, and her head thudded against the ground. Just as she had awakened moments ago, she fainted again. Seeing this scene, the students of Class Finance 1 were dumbfounded. "Yangqing, can you be more serious?" Lin Zhiyi was furious. "Class monitor, this isn't my fault. Look which heartless person threw an ice cream here. I slipped on it." Yangqing defended himself, looking wronged. Gao Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. "I saw Li Shui getting haunted by the god of misfortune. It's just too unlucky. She deserves it." Zhao Ting sneered. "I guess the heavens couldn't bear it anymore, hence the misfortune." Seeing the bump on the back of Li Shui's head, Lin Zhiyi didn't know what to say. To prevent any further accidents, she called 2 girls to help escort them. Little did they expect, just after walking a short distance, 2 stray dogs suddenly burst out from the flower bed and charged towards the group, carrying Li Shui. "Ah!" The 2 girls screamed and immediately dropped Li Shui to run away. Following suit, Tu Zhuang and Yang Qing instinctively let go of Li Shui and ran to the side. Li Shui, who fell to the ground, rolled a bit before stopping right next to one of the stray dogs. The dog sniffed her for a moment, then lifted its leg and urinated on her before chasing after the other dog. Seeing this scene, the students of Class Finance 1 were collectively dumbfounded. Soon someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The laughter seemed contagious, and most people present joined in. "Stop laughing, do you have no sympathy?" The person who shouted while yelling ended up laughing himself. Then everyone turned their gaze towards him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just couldn't hold it in." That person said, his face flushed. Next, Tu Zhuang and his three companions continued to escort Li Shui to the infirmary. Upon catching the whiff of her unpleasant odor, they all wore expressions of disdain. After placing her on the infirmary bed, they ran off, immediately unwilling to even take the chance to avoid military training. They had already realized. Li Shui seemed a bit unlucky, staying close to her might bring misfortune. Soon the break time came. Instructor Mu called Su Yin and Lin Zhiyi to check on Li Shui's condition. Su Yin did not refuse, curious to see what kind of misfortune Li Shui had encountered. However, upon arriving at the infirmary, he found that Li Shui was not there. So he inquired with the nurse in the infirmary. Upon hearing Li Shui's name, the nurse's expression became somewhat complex, as she said, "I have never seen someone so unlucky." The girl named Li Shui was just about to receive treatment from Dr. He when she suddenly fell off the bed and twisted her other foot. Moreover, she hit her head on a chair, resulting in a second injury to her head. Dr. He was concerned about potential issues with her head, and since our infirmary lacks the necessary equipment, we drove her to the hospital for a checkup. "Damn, this misfortune card is too powerful, it won't kill Li Shui, will it?" Su Yin thought to himself. As for Instructor Mu and Lin Zhiyi, they were both stunned upon hearing the news. At the same time, they greatly agreed with the nurse's words, having never encountered someone this unlucky. "Instructor, I think this matter should be reported to the counselor, and then we should go to the hospital to find out more." Lin Zhiyi spoke. "All right, I will personally contact your counselor." Instructor Mu nodded and took out his phone to dial Hu Gillen's number. The call connected. Instructor Mu briefly explained Li Shui's situation. Hu Gillen stated that he would come to the infirmary right away. In less than 5 minutes, Hu Gillen arrived panting. After understanding the details of the situation, he felt a headache coming on. "You all continue with military training. I will go to the hospital to gather more information." "Counselor, do you need me to accompany you?" Su Yin asked. "You should stay for military training." Hu Gillen replied. "Counselor, I have already mastered today's military training projects, so I don't need to continue. I have a car and can take you to the hospital," Su Yin said. Hu Gillen instinctively looked at Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu nodded yes, comrade, who Su Yin's learning ability is quite strong. Once he has fully grasped the training projects, he can opt out of the training. "All right, then you can come with me." Seeing that Instructor Mu did not oppose, Hu Gillen agreed. "I will go with you too." At this moment, Lin Zhiyi spoke up. "I am the class monitor and need to report to the students about Li Shui's situation." Hearing Lin Zhiyi's grandstanding words, Su Yin couldn't be bothered to expose her. It was obvious that she wanted to escape military training too. "Lin, your training has been quite good, so you can come along," Instructor Mu said. "Then let's go." Thus the three of them headed towards the parking lot. When they arrived at the parking lot, as Su Yin took out the keys to unlock the Benz G-Class, Hu Gillen was taken aback. "This Benz G-Class is your vehicle?" "Yes, counselor, get in," Su Yin said calmly. Lin Zhiyi was a bit surprised from Su Yin's attire. She had already guessed that his family must be somewhat well off, but she didn't expect him to be this wealthy. Although she didn't know the exact price of the Benz G-Class, she knew that any Benz car wouldn't be cheap. Moreover, this Benz G-Class was much more imposing than ordinary Benz cars, and should be even more expensive. After getting in the car, Hu Gillen couldn't help but examine the car's interior, and then asked curiously, "Su Yin, your G-Class must be the top configuration. How much does it cost?" "Not expensive, just over 3 million, Su Yin replied calmly. Upon hearing 3 million, Hu Gillen suddenly fell silent. He silently calculated that with his current counselor salary, even if he worked for decades, he couldn't afford such a car. Similarly, Lin Zhiyi was also extremely shocked, as she originally thought that a car like this would be impressive at just 1 million. She didn't expect it to actually be over 3 million. Driving a car worth over 3 million while still in school. What kind of family could that be? Right now, nobody had been brainwashed by TikTok yet. The average wealth had not exploded yet. It was not the era where a rich second generation drove a Rolls Royce. Therefore, a luxury car worth 3 million still held significant weight. Unlike in the future where if you didn't have a 6 or 7 million Rolls Royce, you wouldn't even qualify as a rich second generation. "Fasten your seatbelts, we're off," Su Yin reminded, then drove the car out of the parking space, heading towards the nearby Jinjiang Hospital. Indeed, Dr. He from the infirmary had sent Li Shui to the closest Jinjiang hospital to the school. Although the best hospital in Nandu was Huaxi Hospital, the number of patients seeking treatment at Huaxi Hospital was too many. On the same day, it was basically impossible to get an appointment. Generally, one had to make an appointment in advance. Su Yan drove seriously while Lin Zhiyi in the passenger seat secretly admired him. The more she looked, the more handsome she found Su Yan. Ding Goddess, Lin Zhiyi's favorability towards you has reached 32 points, rewarding you with a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? The system prompt sounded in Su Yan's mind. He was not surprised, nor did his expression change. He silently replied, not yet. 20 minutes later, Su Yan arrived at Jinjiang Hospital. After Hu Gilin contacted Dr. He learned that they were being treated in the emergency department. When Su Yan and the others arrived, Li Shue's treatment had already been completed, and the doctor was prescribing medication. Hello, Dr. He. I am Li Shue's counselor, Hu Gilin. How is her condition? Hu Gilin asked a tall young woman in a white coat. Ding, a new goddess has appeared nearby. Would you like to check the goddess information? Check. Su Yan chose. Name He Wenling. Level T3. Age 25. Physique 68 points. Mental 71 points. Appearance 81 points. Figure 85 points. Favorability 12 points. Special 3 times Ding Goddess. He Wenling's favorability towards the host has reached 12 points, rewarding you with a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not yet. Su Yan responded to the system in his heart. He was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the school doctor to also be a goddess. However, her appearance was a bit lower, just barely above 80 points. Moreover, she had already had deep interactions with 3 men. For a goddess like this, Su Yan generally opted to just get a guaranteed treasure chest from her. He Wenling said it's just a mild concussion, besides that there are only some minor external injuries. Just take medication and rest. That's good. Hearing that Li Shue was fine, Hu Gilin also breathed a sigh of relief. Class monitor, come here, I need to talk to you. At this moment, Li Shue waved to Lin Zhiyi. What is it? Lin Zhiyi walked over to ask. Class monitor, I want to go to the restroom. Can you take me to the restroom? Li Shue said, her face turning red. Lin Zhiyi, who had been somewhat hesitant, suddenly saw a medical wheelchair in the emergency room and agreed. As expected, Li Shue indeed had an incident in the restroom. Shortly after, Lin Zhiyi rushed out to the emergency room to get help. Originally, the instructor Hu Gilin intended to help proactively, but Lin Zhiyi refused and instead called the school doctor He Wenling for assistance. About 10 minutes passed. Only then did Lin Zhiyi push Li Shue back. He Wenling was a doctor and was already accustomed to this from her internship at the hospital. However, Lin Zhiyi was just an ordinary student, and the scene today made her feel utterly nauseous. It was because Li Shue had lost her footing in the restroom and fell directly into the toilet pit, ending up covered in filth. It was she and He Wenling who helped deal with the situation. Su Yan had a keen sense of smell, and as the three approached, he caught a whiff of a terrible odor and couldn't help but cover his nose, exclaiming, "What's that smell? Could someone have fallen into the latrine?" Upon hearing this, Li Shue's face turned pale as she lowered her head in silence. Lin Zhiyi shot an annoyed glare at Su Yan while feeling a deep regret. Had she known it would be like this, she wouldn't have run to the hospital to avoid military training. Although she had washed her hands several times after helping Li Shue, she still felt tainted. Class monitor, we know enough about the situation, now shouldn't we head back? Su Yan spoke up. Yes. Let's hurry back and report to those classmates who care about Li Shue's health. Lin Zhiyi quick, without waiting for Hu Gilin and He Wenling to say anything, she grabbed Su Yan's arm and pulled him outside. Instructor Dr. He will take our leave now. Su Yan waved goodbye over his shoulder and followed Lin Zhiyi out hastily. He had already caught the foul smell emanating from Li Shue. If he was not mistaken, she really had fallen into the toilet pit. And Li Shue's injuries shouldn't require hospitalization. If he didn't leave, Li Shue would have to take his car. He certainly didn't want that woman contaminating the air in his car. Class monitor, what just happened? You look like you fled in a hurry. After exiting the emergency room, Su Yan feigned curiosity. Oh, don't ask. Just asking makes me feel nauseous. At this point, Lin Zhiyi began to gag. Did Li Shue fall into the toilet pit? Su Yan speculated. How did you know? Lin Zhiyi looked at Su Yan in surprise. I could smell it from her, Su Yan said gleefully. That is indeed the case, but don't tell anyone. Although Li Shue offended you yesterday, if this gets out, she won't be able to face anyone. Lin Zhiyi reminded him. Su Yan assured her, don't worry, I'm not a blabbermouth and won't spread it around, but whether that school doctor will talk to others is hard to say. She probably won't. Maybe she will. As they spoke, the two arrived at the parking lot. Once in the car, Lin Zhiyi pleaded, Su Yan, could you please take me back to the girls' dormitory? Sure. Su Yan guessed that Lin Zhiyi was likely disgusted by Li Shue and wanted to go back to shower. Thank you. Lin Zhiyi replied gratefully. No need to be polite, you're the class monitor. In the future, if I need to take leave, just help me out. Lin Zhiyi said, dream on. Unless you have a valid reason, I won't help you with your leave request. Alright, I'll try to find a valid reason next time. About 10 minutes later, Su Yan drove Lin Zhiyi to the girls' dormitory building. After he parked the car in the lot, the morning military training had ended a few minutes ago, and everyone had already gone to the cafeteria for lunch. Thus, he headed straight to the cafeteria, queued up for a meal, and made his way towards Chun Xin who was sitting in glancing at her plate, there was a serving of rice, a portion of vegetables, and a bowl of complimentary soup. When Su Yin sat down in front of her, Chun Xian looked up, and a glimmer of brightness flashed in her eyes. Eating so lightly. Are you a rabbit? Here, take this chicken leg. Su Yin directly picked up a chicken leg from his plate and placed it onto Chun Zin's plate. Thank you, Chun Xian said quietly. Why didn't you refuse this time? Su Yin wondered. Su Yin, I'm no fool. I know you want to help me, and even if I refuse, you would still insist on giving it to me. Chun Xian replied softly. Su Yin was taken aback and then laughed. You're definitely no fool, but you're smart as a whip. Thank you, Su Yin. You helped me, and I will repay you. If you have dirty clothes, you can hand them to me, and I'll wash them for you. Chun Xian said quietly. All right, then I'll be counting on you, Chun Xian. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Not a problem. Since we're helping each other, I won't hold back. I just happen to have no vegetables. Oh, let's swap. So Su Yin directly used his chopsticks to take half of the vegetables from Chun Zin's plate, and then gave her a large portion of the twice-cooked pork from his plate. Thank you, Chun Xian said again. No need, we're just exchanging. Eat quickly. Su Yin smiled. After finishing lunch, Chun Xian said quietly, Su Yin, can you give me your plate? I'll wash it for you. Sure, I won't be polite. Su Yin directly handed his plate to Chun Xian. After she finished washing the plate, Su Yin magically produced a banana and handed it to her, saying, here's your post-meal fruit. Thank you. Chun Xian reached out to accept it, saying softly. After that, the two walked out of the cafeteria together. Su Yin didn't linger and headed straight to the boys' dormitory. Back in his dorm, he found that none of his roommates were around. Just in time, he decided to open that treasure chest. System, open the beginner's treasure chest. Ding. Opening beginner's treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a shop set. The property deed and keys have been stored in the system space. Please check them yourself. As Su Yin concentrated, an envelope appeared in his hand. Immediately after, relevant information emerged in his mind. This shop was not large, only 72 square meters, but it was valued at over 2 million. The location was less than 200 meters from the main gate of Nandu University. It was definitely a hot property. Generally, someone owning a shop like this would not consider selling it, whether for personal business or renting out. Only the system could help him obtain such a shop. Su Yin decided to find a time to check it out, and then rent it out. As for doing business himself, he had never thought of that. Only a fool would engage in business. Working hard for a month, even if he earned over 100,000. It wouldn't be as much as he earned by spending a few thousand on Pei Nan or Songqingyu. After all, as long as he spent on them, he would get an 8-fold cashback. After putting away the documents, Su Yin found a comfortable position on his bed, picked up his phone, and began replying to WeChat messages. Especially from Songqingyu, who had sent him numerous messages and shared many photos from military training. One cannot deny that a person's beauty shines through even when they are dressed in a burlap sack. Songqingyu is such a person. She was clearly wearing the same camouflage uniform as everyone else. Yet amidst a group of students, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Thus, Su Yin decisively praised her, which made Songqingyu very happy, stating that they had only been apart for 2 days, yet she was already starting to miss him. Su Yin also expressed that he missed her. Of course, while dealing with Songqingyu, he also had to handle Pei Nan and Yun Shuran. Before long, Lu Feixiang, Zhang Tao, and Gao Xiaoming returned to the dormitory. Brother Yin, how is that Li Shui doing? Lu Feixiang inquired. She has a mild concussion along with sprained ankles. Su Yin replied calmly. That woman really deserves it. Gao Xiaoming remarked gleefully. Time flew by, and the military training lasted for 9 days. The freshmen had gradually shifted from incessant complaints to getting used to the training. Notably, the voting for the campus beauty had concluded. The top 3 were He Shiyun, Fu Mingyue, and Lin Zhiyi. During this period, Zhao Ting had tirelessly campaigned for Fu Mingyue, even offering a reward of 5 yuan per vote. Gao Xiaoming unscrupulously made several hundred yuan off Zhao Ting. Nonetheless, even at her peak, Fu Mingyue trailed He Shiyun by over 20 votes. Then she was soon overtaken in votes by He Shiyun's supporters. Meanwhile, the issue of Zhao Ting buying votes this led many to ridicule Fu Mingyue in the comments, making her visibly uncomfortable and blaming Zhao Ting for causing her such embarrassment. Although Fu Mingyue did not directly instruct Zhao Ting to spend money to solicit votes, she certainly had him help her with the campaign. After all, Zhao Ting was just a freshman with few acquaintances. Besides spending money to help her, what else could he do? Thus, Fu Mingyue was merely pretending to be ignorant, ready to shift all the blame onto Zhao Ting once the situation was revealed, clearing herself of any guilt. Upon learning about this situation, several people from the same dormitory gently advised Zhao Ting, including Chun Hao, who rarely offered advice. However, this guy seemed possessed, completely ignoring their words. In contrast, Su Yin said nothing at all, fully aware that in his past life, Zhao Ting had pursued Fu Mingyue for 4 years without giving up. During that time, Fu Mingyue had done even more outrageous things. Even so, Zhao Ting had not given up on being the devoted admirer. How could a few words from them persuade him to stop? This, however, led Su Yin to form an opinion about Fu Mingyue, thinking that this woman was not a good person. Is everyone free tonight? If so, I'll treat everyone to seafood barbecue. Su Yin said, taking advantage of everyone being in the dormitory. Of course we are free. If Brother Yin is treating, we are free even if we weren't. Gao Xiaoming was the first to respond. If Brother Yin is treating, then we are definitely free. Lu Feixiang was the second to respond. Can I bring someone, Su Yi? Zhao Ting asked. Of course. Su Yin replied. After spending some time together, Zhao Ting not only feared Su Yin, but because he also knew that aside from Song Qingyu as his girlfriend, Su Yin had a second girlfriend. Moreover, he had grown somewhat close to Yin Shuran. There was also a senior named Jiang Yao who would occasionally bring milk tea or drinks to the military training site to find Su Yin. Even the class monitor Lin Zhiyi had a better relationship with Su Yin than with others. Not to mention Chen Xian, who helped Su Yin with his laundry. Although Chen Xian was not as beautiful as the Zhao Ting had observed closely, and aside from her darker skin, Chen Xian had very delicate features. If she could improve her skin condition, she would definitely be a great beauty. Faced with so many beauties, Su Yin remained very composed. Deep down, he admired Su Yin, and when he called him Su Yi, there was a hint of sincerity. Zhao Ting said, since we can bring someone, I have no problem. I'll call Mingyue. With that, he headed out into the corridor. There's no saving him. Lu Feixiang shook his head. Then Zhang Tao and Chun Hao also expressed that they were free tonight. After a while, Zhao Ting returned to the dormitory, saying, Su Yi, how about we treat together tonight? Su Yin looked at him. Zhao Ting explained Mingyue's dormitory was also planning a gathering, and she can't come alone. I said I'd treat. Why are you trying to share the treat with me? Su Yin replied, speechless. Since everyone in Fu Mingyue's dormitory is free, let's all go together. Su Yi is generous. Zhao Ting immediately gave a thumbs up. I'll book a table. Su Yin took out his phone and reserved a private room at that seafood barbecue place. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the five from dormitory 504 set out, preparing to go to the seafood barbecue. Are you all going to the parking lot with me, or are you going to wait for me at the school gate? Su Yin asked. Brother Yin, do you have a car? Gao Xiaoming asked curiously. Yes, I'm from this province and drove here to register. Oh wow, you've kept that a secret so well, we didn't even know you had a car. Gao Xiaoming exclaimed. Brother Yin, what brand is your vehicle? Mercedes. Su Yin replied. What? A Mercedes? Brother Yin, you really are a rich second generation. Gao Xiaoming immediately showered him with flattery. Right, let's go to the parking lot and check out Brother Yan's ride. With laughter and chatter, they arrived at the parking lot. Su Yin took out the key and unlocked the Mercedes G-Class. Wow, it's a G-Class. Brother Yin, you are too impressive. It's just a means of transportation. Su Yin said flatly. A means of transportation worth over 3 million. Lu Feixiang rolled his eyes. This car suits Su Yi perfectly. Zhao Ting remarked meaningfully, as a scoundrel fits a G-Class. Alright, let's hurry and pick up your friend. Su Yin said to Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting also had a car, but it was just an Audi A4. Alright, we'll meet outside the barbecue place. Su Yin said. He then called Gao Xiaoming and the others to get in the car. As for whether the 6 from Fu Mingyue's dormitory would all ride in Zhao Ting's car, or take a taxi, he didn't care. 20 minutes later, Su Yin drove to the seafood barbecue restaurant. After parking the car, they headed to the reserved private room. Order anything you want, don't hold back on my account. Su Yin said with generosity as he pushed the menu forward. He then will feast like tyrants tonight. Gao Xiaoming said with a grin. Just as they were about to finish ordering, Zhao Ting and the girls from Fu Mingyue's dormitory also arrived. We've nearly ordered everything, you guys can go ahead. Fu Mingyue took the menu and looked at Su Yin, saying, Su Yin, you've kept this well hidden. You actually drive a Mercedes G-Class. I didn't hide it, you just didn't ask. Fair enough, are you treating tonight? Fu Mingyue asked again. Yes. Can we order anything? Fu Mingyue. Su Yin vaguely felt that something was off about Fu Mingyue. Thus he replied lightly, as long as it's not wasteful, order whatever you like. Since you've said that, then I won't hold back. Fu Mingyue revealed a smile, and then proceeded to order 5 or 6 dishes, all of which were relatively expensive seafood dishes. The dishes ordered by Fu Mingyue added up to over 3,000. Yet she still did not put down the menu, planning to continue ordering. Zhao Ting immediately advised Mingyue, these dishes are enough. If you need more, just order again. He had personally experienced Su Yan's temper and knew he was not someone who would quietly endure. He still vividly remembered the time Su Yin had lifted him off the ground with one hand by his throat. What's wrong? The guest Su Yin has no objections, but you do. Fu Mingyue said disgruntledly, then turned to Su Yin. You think highly of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. You shouldn't be short of this little money for treating guests right. She had her reasons for targeting Su Yin. Last time at Xianangwo, Su Yin had voluntarily given up his seat, which left her feeling a bit displeased. Originally, this matter had already passed. But today, after learning from Zhao Ting that Su Yin drove a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, she suddenly felt that Su Yin looked down on her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given his seat to Zhao Ting last time at Xianangwo, nor would he have mentioned the watch. Since Su Yin could afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the Rolex Submariner he wore must be genuine. Yet Su Yin insisted it was a fake, and she believed him. Did this not imply that she lacked discernment, unable to tell real from fake? Of course there was another reason. Zhao Ting had been trying various ways to please her to pursue her. However, Su Yin regarded her with disdain. If Su Yin were just an ordinary person, she wouldn't care to interact with him too much. But Su Yin was indeed quite exceptional. Why should he look down on her? Therefore she felt angry and wanted to deliberately make things difficult for Su Yin. On the way here she had already thought of making Su Yin spend a lot. In response to Fu Mingyu's inquiry, Su Yin smiled and replied, I indeed don't mind this bit of money, but I also dislike being taken advantage of. You'd better finish everything you order, if not I will personally feed it to you. Su Yin spoke with a smile, and his tone was quite relaxed, giving off a joking feeling. But to Zhao Ting it felt chilling, because he sensed that if Fu Mingyue didn't finish her dishes, Su Yin might actually force-feed her, and he was not joking. I don't believe it. Fu Mingyue looked at Su Yin defiantly. Then go ahead. Su Yin gestured invitingly, still wearing a smile. For some reason, when facing the calm and collected Su Yin, Fu Mingyue instinctively felt a bit of fear and unease. Forget it, I've ordered enough, I'll let the rest be up to you. Fu Mingyue submitted the menu. Seeing this, Zhao Ting let out a sigh of relief. Not long after, he walked over to Su Yin and whispered, Su Yi, please step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. All right. Su Yin followed Zhao Ting outside the private room. Su Yi, I don't know why Mingyue is targeting you. I apologize on her behalf, and how about this meal is on you while I cover the bill? Fine, since it's for your sake, I won't hold it against her. Su Yin patted Zhao Ting on the shoulder. Thank you, Su Yi. Zhao Ting expressed gratefully. Because the spending in their private room was substantial, the chef served the dishes quickly. Before long, the table was filled with large plates of seafood and various stir-fried dishes. The grilled skewers would take a bit longer. Brother, in a few words, Gao Xiaoming said. We are all classmates of what's there to say. Let's dig in. Su Yin smiled and said. As a result, everyone picked up their chopsticks and glasses to eat and drink. I must say the seafood and stir-fried dishes at this place were quite good. Everyone was eating and drinking happily. Suddenly Fu Mingyue raised her glass. Today, Su Yin has spent quite a bit treating us. Shouldn't we all toast him? I'll take the lead. Come on, Su Yin, let's drink one. Sure. Su Yin raised his glass and clinked it with Fu Mingyue's, downing his glass of cold beer in one go. Now it's your turn. Fu Mingyue placed her empty glass on the table and urged the others. No rush. Su Yin waved his hand. Since it's you, Fu Mingyue, who proposed this, I think I should drink with you. As he spoke, Su Yin smiled, filling his glass and raising it towards Fu Mingyue. Classmate Mingyue, here's to you. Fu Mingyue did not back down as she immediately filled her glass and clinked it with Su Yin's, downing it in one go. After that, the two took turns toasting each other. Unknowingly, both had downed 3 bottles of cold beer. Su Yin remained unfazed while Fu Mingyue's complexion turned a bit pale. Drinking 3 bottles of cold beer in a short time was not pleasant. Classmate Fu Mingyue, are you unable to continue? Should we call it a day? Su Yin said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that this guy Su Yin was not to be underestimated, but he wasn't malicious either. When Fu Mingyue sought trouble with him, he immediately returned the favor. Mingyue, stop drinking, but it's not good for your health to drink too fast. Zhao Ting, seeing this, advised with concern. So what if I drink? I'm not afraid. Fu Mingyue slammed the table. Let's continue. In no time, both of them downed 2 more bottles of cold beer, and Fu Mingyue's complexion became even paler. Her stomach felt bloated and uncomfortable. Still drinking. Su Yin continued smiling. If not, I'll toast the other classmates. Su Yi, I concede for Mingyue. Zhao Ting looked at Su Yin with a pleading expression. All right. Su Yin nodded and raised his glass to Zhang. Saichi, classmate Zhang, here's to you. This time Fu Mingyue did not speak, but chose to remain silent because she knew that if she continued drinking she would embarrass herself. Classmate Su, I toast you. Thank you for treating us today. Zhang Kaichi raised her glass and smiled. Seeing Fu Mingyue being put in her place made her quite happy. Fu Mingyue had been too high profile in their dormitory, which displeased her. Now that Fu Mingyue had been dealt with by Su Yin, she naturally felt pleased. Ding, congratulations to the host goddess. Zhang Kaichi's favorability towards you has reached 21 points. You receive a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not opening it for now. Su Yin replied in his heart, raising his glass to continue toasting the others at the table. Meanwhile, the usually lively and high-profile Fu Mingyue fell into silence, becoming almost invisible. However, she occasionally glanced at Su Yin with a hint of defiance and displeasure. Nonetheless, Su Yin couldn't be bothered with her, and as long as she didn't provoke him, it was fine. If she dared to provoke him again, he would just deal with her. This barbecue lasted nearly 2 hours. Because both Su Yin and Zhao Ting had been drinking, they called 2 designated drivers and flagged down a car. Returning to the school, after Su Yin and the others had taken a shower, they returned to the dormitory with less than 5 minutes until lights out. The next morning, Su Yin woke up a bit later than usual. After changing into his sportswear, he went downstairs to jog. After completing 5 kilometers, just as Su Yin was about to leave, he was called to stop by Wang Xinglan Jr. You're this year's freshman, right? Yes, I am a freshman. What guidance do you have, senior? Su Yin calmly looked at her and asked. Nothing, I just think you run quite well and wanted to befriend you. Wang Xinglan said, tucking a side of her hair behind her. Sure, let's add each other on WeChat. Su Yin took out his phone. Initially, he had no intention of wasting more time on Wang Xinglan, but unexpectedly she approached him herself. Since that's the case, it would be good to interact a bit. If he could obtain 1 or 2 beginner treasure chests, that would be great. Back at the dormitory, Su Yin took his toiletries and made a trip to the shower room to freshen up. Returning to the dormitory after changing into a new outfit, he headed straight out. A few days ago, he had arranged to have breakfast with Pei Nan today. It was still early, and there weren't many people on the road. Su Yin quickly arrived outside the gate of Nankai University and spotted Pei Nan standing at the entrance. As soon as she saw Su Yan's car, she jogged over, opened the door, and got in. Yin Go, I've missed you so much. Pei Nan threw herself into Su Yan's arms and planted a kiss. After being affectionate for a while, Pei Nan nestled in his arms, asked, What do you want to eat? I heard there's a good wonton place nearby. Pei Nan said. Then it's settled, let's go eat wontons. The wonton shop mentioned by Pei Nan however, it was quite popular and the tables inside were already full of customers, but there was one empty table outside. The two of them sat down at the outside table, ordered 2 bowls of wontons, and began to chat intimately. Since the two started dating, they had been inseparable almost every day. This was the longest they had been apart. Pei Nan had accumulated a lot to say, so upon seeing Su Yin, she couldn't stop talking. She talked about military training and about things in their dorm. She even mentioned some funny stories she knew. Watching the chattering Pei Nan, Su Yin felt no annoyance at all. On the contrary, he found her extremely adorable. As for Pei Nan, looking at the face she had been longing for, she would occasionally steal a kiss while talking. Soon the 2 bowls of wontons were served. They picked up their spoons and started eating. After finishing the wontons and settling the bill, Su Yin drove directly to the duplex apartment in Jingguan community. Yesterday, he had already called the property management to send someone over to clean it again. Su Yin had informed Pei Nan in advance that he would bring her here today. Upon entering the house, Pei Nan toured both floors. Wow, Yin Gu, this place is so big and luxurious. Do you like it, eh? Su Yin asked. Of course I do. Pei Nan nodded. If you like it, you can move in, Su Yin said. But according to school rules, freshmen aren't allowed to live off campus. Pei Nan showed a troubled expression. No worries, we can wait a year to talk about it, Su Yin said. In fact, he could find a way to let Pei Nan move out and live with him. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Spending too much time together would lead to boredom. Better to maintain some distance so that their next meeting would be even sweeter. All right, then let's wait a year before I move. As she said this, Pei Nan suddenly leaped into Su Yan's arms. Yin Go, I want to try out your bedroom's bed, carry me up. She had absolute confidence in Su Yan's strength. Sure. Su Yan directly lifted her by the waist and strode towards the bedroom upstairs. As the saying goes, sparks fly when dry wood meets fire. Moreover, in such a large house, it was just the two of them, causing Pei Nan to be particularly excited. 2 hours later, looking at Pei Nan, who had fallen deeply asleep beside him, Su Yin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He then quietly got out of bed. Downstairs. System, open the beginner treasure chest. Ding, opening beginner treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 cash. The prize has been credited to the host's black card account. Please check it. After the draw, Su Yin went out to buy groceries. Recently, he had drawn the master-level cooking skill. He also wanted to see how domineering the dishes made with master-level cooking would be. It would also allow Pei Nan to have a taste. The master-level cooking also included how to select ingredients. In no time, Su Yin returned with a bag of vegetables and various condiments from the market. Dong University divides cuisine into 8 major categories. But in fact, there are far more than 8 categories. He needed to prepare 8 dishes today, plus a serving of Buddha jumps over the wall, which he didn't need to make. The 8 dishes he planned to cook wouldn't cover all 8 categories, but would mainly focus on Sichuan cuisine. After all, both Su Yin and Pei Nan were from the southwest, and their tastes suited Sichuan cuisine better. Time flew by, and in just 2 hours, all 8 dishes were ready. Su Yin went upstairs and found Pei Nan sleeping soundly. So he gently patted her on the bottom. Baby, it's time to get up for dinner. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Yin Gu, will you stay and sleep with me for a bit? Pei Nan turned over and cooed at Su Yin. I personally made delicious food, come on, get up and try it. Su Yin gently coaxed. Really? Then I'll get up right now. Pei Nan instantly perked up. Su Yin urged her to wash up quickly, and he went downstairs first. When Pei Nan came down, she found the table already filled with dishes. Looking at the large spread on the table, Pei Nan exclaimed, Yin Gu, did you make all of this? Of course, hurry up and try it. Su Yin handed her a pair of chopsticks. Wait, I want to take a photo to capture this moment forever. As she spoke, Pei Nan took out her iPhone and began snapping pictures of the dishes on the table. Yingu, thank you for making such a large spread for me. You worked hard, you eat first. As she spoke, Pei Nan picked up a piece of food and brought it to Su Yan's mouth. Let's eat together. Su Yan also picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat in her mouth. After tasting the dish, Pei Nan couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Wow, this is so delicious, Yingu, you're amazing. An hour later, Pei Nan rubbed her somewhat bloated belly. Yingu, your dishes are too delicious. I ate so much without realizing it. You are just a little glutton. Su Yan patted her head. If you like it, I'll make it for you whenever I have time. Yingu, you're so good. Pei Nan leaned her head against him. In fact, Su Yan also ate quite a bit, but his physique was over 90, and he digested quickly. Moreover, he was somewhat shocked. The dishes made with master-level cooking were definitely the most delicious he had ever eaten. In his past life, he had tasted many dishes, but none reached the master level. After the meal, the two of them cuddled on the couch in the living room, watching TV. It wasn't until after 1 in the afternoon that Su Yan drove Pei Nan back to school. After slipping a pack of cigarettes to the security guard in the office, he drove directly to the girls' dormitory at Nankai. He also brought a box of Evian mineral water, 7 to 8 pounds of fruit for Pei Nan and various high-end snacks. Pei Nan had called Su Qing, who was staying in the dormitory, in advance. So when they arrived, Su Qing was already waiting in front of the dormitory building. As for the bag, Su Yan didn't give it. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but he intended to take Pei Nan to buy it himself in the future. That way he could also get an 8x cashback. Yingu, goodbye. As Pei Nan entered the dormitory building, she waved goodbye to Su Yan before heading to the elevator. Watching the two girls enter the elevator, Su Yan drove towards Nandu University of Technology. Indeed, he had also arranged to meet Song Qingyu, scheduling it for the afternoon. Similarly, after Su Yan drove to Nandu Polytechnic, Song Qingyu was already waiting at the school gate. Once she got in the car, Su Yan noticed a fine layer of sweat on her forehead. He immediately took out a tissue to wipe away the sweat, saying, "You know it's so hot. You shouldn't wait for me to arrive before coming out." "It's fine," Song Qingyu replied. "I wanted to see you as soon as possible." "Qingyu, are you trying to make me cry?" Su Yan cupped her face and kissed her fiercely. "I want more." Song Qingyu gazed at Su Yan with burning eyes, clearly not satisfied with just a peck. Therefore, Su Yan kissed her lips once more. A few minutes later, Su Yan drove away from Nandu Polytechnic. "Is there anywhere you want to go?" Su Yan asked. "Just follow your lead," Song Qingyu replied. Suddenly, Su Yan had a thought. "How about we buy a few books and go to a coffee shop to read? It's so hot outside, it wouldn't be comfortable to just play around." "That's a good idea, let's go read at a cafe." Thus the two of them eagerly went to a nearby Xinhua bookstore, bought a few books, and then found an upscale coffee shop. They even booked a private room. Inside the cafe's private room, Su Yan sat on the sofa leaning against the wall, while Song Qingyu leaned against him. They each held a book and flipped through the pages, feeling a sense of peace and tranquility. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. The two of them entered a restaurant hand in hand. After dinner, Su Yan asked, "Are you going back to school now, or do you want to stroll around a bit first?" Song Qingyu replied, "Let's take a walk first." In fact, Su Yan had the opportunity to take Song Qingyu home today, but considering she had military training tomorrow, he planned to wait until after her training to pursue her. Time passed, and it was already past 8 in the evening. Su Yan drove Song Qingyu to the entrance of Nandu. Before getting out of the car, Song Qingyu suddenly took out a box and handed it to Su Yan. "This is a gift for you, no refusals. Open it when you get home." "Thank you for the gift, my dear, but I have something for you too." Su Yan took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Song Qingyu. "Inside are 10 pills for nourishing the body. Take one every day." He had given her 10 complete nourishment pills. The system rewarded him with a bottle containing 100 pills. Song Qingyu's physique was only 67 points, much lower than the current Pei Nan. It's worth noting that Pei Nan's physique had already reached 75 points. Therefore, he prepared 10 complete nourishment pills for Song Qingyu, which should help her exceed 70 points after taking them. "Okay, I understand." After kissing for a while longer, Song Qingyu reluctantly got out of the car. In room 504, "Yingu, I haven't seen you all day. You weren't on a date, were you?" As soon as Su Yan returned to the dormitory, Gao Xiaoming curiously asked. "Yes." Su Yan nodded nonchalantly. "The vacation is too short. I can only date one in the morning and another in the afternoon. It's exhausting." You really don't know the struggles of the hungry when you're full. Don't you feel guilty saying such things?" Gao Xiaoming clutched his chest. "Then you should hurry up and find a girlfriend," Su Yan said. "Sai, it's not that I don't want it, it's that I can't find one." Gao Xiaoming forced a bitter smile. "Didn't I teach you to start with the less attractive ones first? You can't just go straight for the boss level. It's unlikely to succeed." Su Yan said in exasperation, and after a brief adjustment, Gao Xiaoming started pursuing girls again. However, this guy had high standards. Although he didn't go after those above 80 points, he aimed for those above 70. Naturally, he faced obstacles everywhere. Realizing this, Su Yan kindly reminded him, Xiaoming, I have to remind you of something. What is it? Xiaoming asked. Su Yan replied, you've already pursued and confessed to 3 girls in our class in the past few days, right? Yes. Gao Xiaoming said, somewhat embarrassed. Unfortunately, they all turned me down. Su Yan continued, right now only 3 have rejected you, but as more girls refuse you, even those who initially had an interest in you will start to decline, because they'll think if everyone else rejected him, why would I want to date him? Originally, Lu Feixiang and Zhang Tao, who were playing games, were drawn into their conversation. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, they felt it made sense. Oh, what should I do then? Gao Xiaoming panicked. Thinking back to Gao Xiaoming's 4 years in his previous life, without dating a single girl, it was likely related to his frequent confessions. Su Yan thought for a moment, and said, from now on, when you pursue girls, you should avoid those in our class. Once you start pursuing too many, your reputation will suffer. Also, when pursuing girls, you need to take it step by step. Don't confess directly as soon as you meet someone. Although there's a saying about fishing with a wide net, pursuing girls isn't like fishing. Unless you're a wealthy and handsome guy, your chances of success are slim. Lastly, you have to invest something in pursuing girls. I'm not saying you need to spend a lot of money, but whether it's buying a bottle of water, a cup of milk tea, or treating her to a meal and a movie, you still have to spend money. What if I spend money and she still doesn't agree? I would be at a loss. Gao Xiaoming couldn't help but retort. Even fishing requires bait. You wouldn't want to get something for nothing, would you? Su Yan said in frustration. Even if you manage to get a girl, without spending, you can't expect her to pay for the hotel. Upon hearing this, Lu Feixiang and Zhang Tao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Feixiang chimed in, Xiaoming, you need to change your stingy habits. We're roommates, so we won't mind, but girls will. Yes, Xiaoming, when pursuing girls, you need to be generous. If you were a handsome guy, it would be fine. Some girls might be willing to spend on you, but you aren't, so you have to be willing to spend money. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get a girlfriend. Zhang Tao added. I understand. Gao Xiaoming said calmly. But Su Yan could tell that Gao Xiaoming clearly wasn't taking it in. As such, Su Yan didn't bother to say anything more. After all, a person's character cannot be changed overnight. He could only wait for him to face more setbacks before he would change that stingy habit. He sat down at the computer, opened it, and browsed the campus forum. He discovered that the person who initiated the new student campus flower voting had launched another round of voting. There were 20 candidates in total. Among them, 12 were former campus flowers, and the other 8 were new campus flowers. Su Yan curiously clicked to open it. He found that He Shiyun, one of the new campus flowers, actually held the second place in votes, and was only about 30 votes behind Lu Yuyao, the former first campus flower. She had trampled over Su Yingzi, who was originally second, and Fu Yutong, who was third. As for Fu Mingyue, she was ranked 16th among the 20 candidates. It was likely because Zhao Ting hadn't had a chance to exert his influence yet. However, after the last lesson, even if Zhao Ting wanted to buy votes, he would likely do it more discreetly. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. After an hour of training, Instructor Mu announced a break. Class monitor Lin Zhiyi directly approached Su Yan. Su Yan, our new students need to perform 3 programs at this year's welcome party. Are you interested in signing up? Su Yan asked, why are you looking for me? Lin Zhiyi replied, you're the most free among us right now, and you also know martial arts. How about performing a martial arts act? By the way, if your act gets selected, you can be exempt from military training. When will you run for election? Su Yan asked thoughtfully. If he made an appearance at the welcome party, he should be able to obtain quite a few beginner treasure chests. For the private room, Su Yan was quite willing to go on stage and show off. Lin Zhiyi said, in 3 days. All right, sign me up. Su Yan said, what performance do you want to do? Martial arts? Lin Zhiyi asked. Not martial arts, I'll sing, and Su Yan replied. Lin Zhiyi praised, I didn't expect you to be so talented. By the way, what's the name of the song? I'll report it. Su Yan provided the song title. This song. Lin Zhiyi searched her memory but had never heard of it, so she curiously asked, it wouldn't be, yes, it's original. Su Yan nodded. Why don't we choose a popular song instead? Lin Zhiyi suggested, as the selection rate for popular songs would be much higher than for originals given the uncertainty of the original's quality. My original is quite good, I guarantee it will be selected. Su Yan said confidently. Why don't you play it for me? Lin Zhiyi suggested that if Su Yan's original was good, they would sign it up, otherwise they would choose a popular song. Follow me. Su Yan led Lin Zhiyi to the parking lot and theatrically took a guitar out of the trunk. They found a shaded spot. Su Yan plucked the strings. A slightly melancholic melody flowed from his fingertips. After the prelude, Su Yan began to sing. Lin Zhiyi, who initially seemed indifferent, suddenly brightened up upon hearing the lyrics and began to listen earnestly. The song had a slow rhythm like a story being told, expressing separation and reluctance. Unknowingly, her gaze fell upon Su Yan's face. Suddenly, she felt that this guy in front of her seemed quite ding. Congratulations, host goddess Lin Zhiyi's favorability towards you has reached 45 points. A beginner treasure chest is awarded. Would you like to open it? Ding, congratulations, host goddess Lin Zhiyi's favorability towards you has reached 53 points. A beginner treasure chest is awarded. Would you like to open it? Hearing the system announcement, Su Yin felt somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to trigger 2 beginner treasure chests from Lin Zhiyi with a single song. What do you think? Not bad, right? Su Yin looked at Lin Zhiyi and replied in his heart that he wouldn't open the treasure chest for now. It's beautiful. Lin Zhiyi retracted her gaze and said, "All right, the break time is almost over. We should go back to military training." Su Yin stood up, put the guitar into the guitar bag, and walked back to the trunk to place it inside. In fact, he had stored it back into his spatial ring. Su Yin, is this song really your original? Lin Zhiyi asked on their way back. What do you think? Do you have any other works? Lin Zhiyi asked curiously. I do. Su Yin replied. Can we appreciate your other works? Of course. Su Yin nodded. That's great. Lin Zhiyi said excitedly. Time passed quickly. After dinner, Su Yin headed to the back mountain of the school. He had arranged to meet Lin Zhiyi there to sing for her. Lin Zhiyi had already arrived early and bought 2 cups of milk tea. Here you go. Lin Zhiyi handed a cup of milk tea to Su Yin. Thank you for the gift, monitor. Su Yin said with a smile, took a sip through the straw, and nodded in satisfaction. Delicious. Is it as delicious as the one bought by the senior sister? Lin Zhiyi blurted out. After a few times of sending milk tea to Su Yin, everyone knew that the one who brought him milk tea was the school beauty Jiang Yao. They're all delicious. Su Yin said. Scumbag. Lin Zhiyi muttered softly. Is the monitor scolding me? Su Yin pretended to be puzzled as he looked at Lin Zhiyi. No, I'm praising you. Then thank you, monitor. As they spoke, Su Yin sat down on a rock, took out his guitar, and he sang the song The Wind Rises. Upon hearing this song, Lin Zhiyi felt quite touched. After all, she had just graduated from high school. Although Su Yin's singing skills were average, he possessed master-level musical instrument skills. The melody he played perfectly matched his vocal tone, making the entire song sound extremely smooth and harmonious. How was it? After finishing a song, Su Yin looked at Lin Zhiyi and asked. Very good, especially the lyrics are beautifully written. Lin Zhiyi snapped back to reality and praised. Thank you. Is this song also your original? Su Yin replied, it's half original. I wrote the lyrics, and the melody comes from a piece called Little Days. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin started playing again. This song was also one of the songs that came with the song package. It was still very pleasant to hear. You're simply a genius. After listening, Lin Zhiyi complimented, if you become a singer, you will definitely become Ding, congratulations, host goddess Lin Zhiyi's favorability towards you has reached 62 points. A beginner treasure chest is awarded. Would you like to open it? Not yet. Su Yin replied in his heart. But he said you're thinking too much. Nowadays, it's the era of traffic. No matter how good your song is, if it doesn't get recommended, it's hard to become popular. Besides, I have no intention of becoming a singer. True, you are a rich second generation. Lin Zhiyi laughed. All right, we should head back. Su Yin jumped down. Why don't you sing that song again? I haven't heard enough. Lin Zhiyi said pleadingly. You've already earned 2 songs for a cup of milk tea. The monitor can't be too greedy. Su Yin said teasingly. Sing it again, and at most I'll let you take a day off in the future. Lin Zhiyi shook Su Yin's arm. Monitor, where's your principal? Su Yin said speechlessly. When did I say I had principles? Lin Zhiyi started to act spoiled. All right, then I'll sing it again. So Su Yin sang the song he had sung in the morning once more. After listening, Lin Zhiyi wanted Su Yin to sing the previous 2 songs again, but Su Yin refused. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Su Yin received a WeChat message from Lin Zhiyi asking about his. Su Yin casually made up some answers for her, while also scheduling a time with Yun Shuran to sing for her tomorrow evening at the school's back mountain. Yun Shuran's favorability had yet to break through 90 points. Su Yin estimated that after singing her 2 new songs tomorrow evening, her favorability should break 90 points. Why do you think He Shiyun, a freshman, has such a high vote count? She didn't cheat, did she? Zhao Ting stared at the school beauty voting post and couldn't help but voice his doubts. Because He Shiyun's vote count had already skyrocketed to first place. I know this, she really didn't cheat. Su Yin spoke up. Su Yi, please enlighten me. Zhao Ting quickly replied. Just search for an account called Shir on Weibo, and you'll find out. Su Yin said. Don't forget, Su Yin had a master-level hacker skill. So upon seeing He Shiyun's vote count, out of curiosity, he traced some of the voting IPs. He discovered that He Shiyun had an account on Weibo with 200 followers. Her high vote count was all driven by traffic from Weibo. Soon Zhao Ting found the account, named Shir. It featured selfies of He Shiyun and videos of her playing the guqin, while dressed in traditional Han attire. Moreover, each of He Shiyun's posts had a considerable number of comments ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 at the least, with some exceeding 10,000. This isn't fair. Zhao Ting exclaimed, this school beauty should be selected by students from our school. She is using underhanded tactics. What's unfair about it? Didn't you also buy tickets for Fu Mingyue before? Lu Feixiang retorted. This remark made Zhao Ting swallow the rest of his words, his face flushing slightly. The title of school beauty is just a hollow name. Zhao Ting, you shouldn't care too much. Zhang Tao advised. Exactly, even if you win first place, so what? There's no prize. Gao Xiaoming chimed in. Mingyue is my future wife. Since she wants to win first, I naturally must help her. Zhao Ting said with deep affection. Hearing this, Su Yin couldn't help but scoff internally. While Zhao Ting regarded Fu Mingyue as his future wife, she merely saw him as a tool or a sycophant to manipulate. However, he did not plan to dissuade him since this guy had already fallen into Fu Mingyue's hands. Nonetheless, the situation with He Shiyun inspired Zhao Ting. Since she could drive traffic from her posts, Fu Mingyue could do the same. With this thought, he picked up his phone and left the dormitory to call Fu Mingyue. The two of them agreed that they needed to boost Fu Mingyue's fan base. Fu Mingyue also used social media. After all, she was a beauty with an 89 rating, and even with occasional selfies, she had over 5,000 followers. Ultimately, Zhao Ting decided to spend money to increase followers for Fu Mingyue's account first, and once the followers grew, he would drive them to vote. After setting the plan, Fu Mingyue rarely praised Zhao Ting for his cleverness. This made Zhao Ting feel invigorated. He immediately began inquiring how to drive traffic to the account. Next, Zhao Ting searched online and contacted several influencers. For a price, these influencers could drive traffic to Fu Mingyue's account. However, these influencers charged a high price, with the expensive ones asking for over 10,000 and the cheaper ones still costing over 3,000. Therefore, Zhao Ting approached Su Yin. Su, can you lend me some money? His family gave him a monthly allowance of 30,000 yuan. Since the beginning of the semester, he had already spent more than 20,000, and now he had less than 10,000 left. To hire influencers, he needed over 20,000, which was beyond his remaining funds. How much do you need? Su Yin asked. Zhao Ting replied, lend me 20,000, I'll pay you back when my family sends the allowance next month. Sure. Su Yin knew Zhao Ting could repay him, so he transferred 20,000 via WeChat. It's done. Seeing the money arrive, Zhao Ting chose to accept it, and then excitedly ran back to his computer to contact those influencers. Time flew by. The next day at breakfast, the 5 roommates were fast asleep, and Su Yin decided to open the 3 beginner treasure chests he had obtained yesterday. These 3 beginner treasure chests were all from Lin Zhiyi. System: open all beginner treasure chests. Ding, opening beginner treasure chests. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 4,000 cash. The prize has been credited to the host's black card account. Ooh, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 sets of dresses. The prizes have been stored in the system space. Please collect them yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a milk tea shop. The shop documents have been sent to the system space. Oh, please check them yourself. As for the cash, there's no need for introduction. Now, regarding the 2 sets of dresses, one is white and the other is black, both high fashion and valued at 1.2 million each. Though they might not be needed now, they could be useful later. And there's the milk tea shop. Upon accessing the documents, relevant information appeared in his mind. The milk tea shop awarded by the system happened to be located near their school. It was called Weiwei Milk Tea Shop. The shop was not large, only about 40 square meters. It had 1 manager and 2 employees. The daily net income of the milk tea shop ranged between 800 and 1,200 yuan. The manager's salary was 6,000 yuan, while each of the 2 employees earned 4,000 yuan. It is worth mentioning that the shop was also purchased by the system. This meant that Su Yin would earn over 30,000 effortlessly each month. Suddenly, Su Yin had a thought. After spending time with Chen Xian, he had learned about her family situation. She was an orphan taken in by an elderly lady. The elderly lady had already struggled to support her schooling, so Chunzin's monthly allowance was only 300 yuan. Although he occasionally helped her, it still did not solve her issues. Now that he owned a milk tea shop near the school, he thought of introducing her for a part-time job. If she worked 2 hours a day at 10 yuan an hour, she could earn 500 to 600 yuan a month. Alright, let's do that. After coming up with the idea, Su Yin got out of bed, quickly washed up, and put on his sportswear to go for a run. He ran for a while on the playground. Wang Xinglan chased him, panting heavily. Junior, you are so aloof. I sent you a WeChat and you barely acknowledged me. Wang Xinglan's tone carried a hint of grievance. Su Yin slowed down and replied with a smile, Senior, it's mainly because military training is too exhausting. I don't have that much energy. So that's how it is. Wang Xinglan thought to herself, you say military training is tiring, yet you still come for morning runs. How ridiculous. However, considering he was a rich second generation, she didn't mind. As for how she was sure Su Yin was from a wealthy family, it was first due to the Rolex watch he wore, and secondly, because she had seen him drive a Mercedes G-Class. Being able to drive a Mercedes G-Class in college indicates he is not an ordinary rich kid. Even if she couldn't marry him, dating him for a while could yield significant benefits. You must reply to my messages in the future. Su Yin replied, sure, I'll reply when I'm free. Originally, Wang Xinglan wanted to chat with Su Yin while running to build a closer relationship. But she overestimated her stamina. After chatting for a while, she felt unable to keep up. She could only complain playfully, Junior, I can't keep up, can you slow down a bit? Senior, I've already slowed down quite a bit. Su Yin teased, let's just run separately. As soon as he said that, Su Yin suddenly accelerated and quickly left Wang Xinglan behind. Wang Xinglan wanted to curse. This junior truly had no sense of romance. At noon in the cafeteria, Su Yin sat down in front of Chun Xian and directly placed a chicken leg on her plate. He then passed her some meat dishes. Thank you. No need to thank me, it's only right since you helped me wash my clothes. We are in an equivalent exchange. By the way, do you have any thoughts about a part-time job? Chun Xian nodded, waiting for Su Yin to elaborate. Su Yin said, my friend has a milk tea shop outside the school. I can introduce you for a part-time job. It's 10 yuan an hour, and after military training ends you can start working. Ding, congratulations to the host. Goddess Chen Xin's favorability towards you has reached 45 points. You have earned a beginner treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not opening it for now. Su Yin replied in his heart. Thank you, Su Yin. Hearing 10 yuan an hour, Chen Xin's eyes lit up. If she worked part-time for 4 hours a day, she could earn 1,200 yuan a month, using 300 for living expenses and sending the rest back to her grandmother. Hearing the system prompt, Su Yin displayed a thoughtful expression. Previously, he had almost daily interactions with Chun Xian, yet her fondness for him had not increased significantly. Instead, after introducing her to a part-time job, her feelings for him surged dramatically. This indicated that she was a girl who valued herself and aspired to lead a good life through her own efforts. Of course, if he showcased more of his strengths, her fondness would undoubtedly increase. It was also understandable, as most girls are attracted to strong figures. The more impressive a boy appears, the more he will attract them. Thus, Su Yin concluded that he needed to show off more to earn treasure chests. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Fu Mingyue was browsing the campus forum on her phone, specifically the beauty voting post. After Zhao Ting spent money to promote her profile last night, the results were quite good. In just one night, her follower count had already exceeded 10,000. This morning, she had tried her first attempt at promotion, and the results were promising. Her votes had reached the 10th position, and the gap with the 9th position was only a little over 100 votes. As long as she continued to promote herself, she would soon surpass the 9th place, even the 8th and 7th. As for the first place, she had little confidence. After all, Xian's followers numbered over 200,000. You did well this time, thanks. Fu Mingyue said to Zhao Ting, her face adorned with a bright smile. Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback. In response to Zhao Ting's dazed expression, Fu Mingyue's demeanor slightly darkened. Sensing the change in her expression, Zhao Ting came back to his senses and quickly apologized. Sorry, Mingyue, you are just too beautiful, I got lost in thought. Suddenly, Fu Mingyue changed the subject. I've heard that Su Yin from your dormitory is quite popular with girls. Indeed. Zhao Ting nodded. Although Su Yan's looks aren't as handsome as mine, he has a knack for attracting girls. Just in our class, there's class monitor Lin Zhiyi and Chun Xian who are quite close to him. Besides that, there's also a senior sister who often brings him milk tea. And then there's that Song Qingyu from the dinner that day. This guy is simply a scumbag, we should expose him on the campus, Fu Mingyue said excitedly. That night, after Su Yin taught her a lesson, she had initially conceded, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. No way, Zhao Ting said decisively. Why not? Fu Mingyue's eyes turned cold as she looked at Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting hesitated. If he simply stated that Su Yin was not to be trifled with, Fu Mingyue's temperament might trigger a rebellious reaction. Thus he said, last night to promote your profile, I borrowed 20,000 from Su Yin. He just helped us, and if we expose him now, once the situation escalates, we might be labeled as ungrateful and treacherous. Since he has helped us, let's spare him this time. Fu Mingyue said reluctantly. This was a critical moment for her in the beauty contest, and if rumors spread that she was ungrateful, it would affect her greatly. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the lakeside villa area, Lin Yi was enjoying lunch, while Wang Mu. After a while, Lin Yi finished his meal, wiped his mouth and hands, and asked casually, so have you found anything? Wang Mu shook his head. In the past few days that Su Yin has been in military training. Besides discovering that he is somewhat lecherous, I haven't found anything else. Lin Yi frowned, slightly dissatisfied. Keep monitoring him. Sooner or later that kid will slip up. Wang Mu nodded, then took his leave. Time flew by, and evening arrived. Su Yin arrived at the back mountain of the school with his guitar bag. He then spotted Yun Shuren wearing a floral short skirt and white shoes. How long have you been here? Su Yin asked. Just arrived. Yun Shuren replied, though she had actually been there for over 10 minutes. All right then, let's get started. Su Yin set down the guitar bag and took out the guitar. Sitting on a rock, he began to play. Listening to Su Yan's performance, Yun Shuren felt that this boy was glowing with charm and was incredibly captivating. Ding, congratulations to the host. Goddess Yun Shuren's fondness for you has reached 92 points. You have received a high-level treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Not yet, Su Yin replied in his heart. At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. He had finally raised Yun Shuren's fondness to 90 points, which was quite an accomplishment. How does it feel? Su Yan asked Yun Shuran. Beautiful, it's so beautiful. Yun Shuran exclaimed excitedly. And listening to you sing this song feels like telling a story. The imagery is so strong. If you were to release an album as a singer, I would definitely be the first to buy it. Thank you for the compliment. I have another one I want to sing for you. Do you want to hear it? Su Yan asked. Yes, I want to hear it. Yun Shuran nodded vigorously. In the next moment, Su Yan strummed the strings again and began to play the second song. A few minutes later, after finishing the second song, Su Yan curiously checked Yun Shuran's fondness level and found it had increased by another 3 points, reaching 95 points. In fact, he had another song ready, but he decided not to play it now. He would wait a while before performing it for her again. Perhaps he could gain another 2 or 3 points of fondness. Shuran, come sit over here. Let's watch the sunset together. Su Yan beckoned to Yun Shuran. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Shuran moved over to sit beside Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's fingers danced across the strings, producing a serene melody that harmonized beautifully with the surrounding environment. He then began to chat with Yun Shuran. Sunset, gentle breeze, and melodious music. Yun Shuran felt enveloped by endless beauty. A faint smile of contentment graced her lips, and she naturally leaned her head against Su Yan's shoulder. As time passed and night fell, the music came to an abrupt halt. Suddenly coming back to her senses, Yun Shuran blushed and pulled away from Su Yan's shoulder, saying, "Sorry, I didn't know how." "It's fine." Su Yan flashed her a radiant smile. For a moment, Yun Shuran felt flustered and instinctively leaned closer to Su Yan. Gradually, their lips met. Initially, they shared a brief kiss, then pulled away, exchanging smiles. "It's getting late, let's head back," Su Yan said, quickly packing the guitar back into the bag and shouldering it as he quietly descended the back mountain with Yun Shuran. After dropping Yun Shuran off at the girls' dormitory, Su Yan turned towards the parking lot. Once inside the car, he placed the guitar into the spatial ring. Then he commanded the system, open the beginner treasure chest. Ding, preparing to open the beginner. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 in cash. The reward has been credited to your black card account. Please check it. Immediately, Su Yan received a bank notification. His account balance soared past 59 million. System, open the high-level treasure chest. Ding, preparing to open the high-level treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving master-level singing skills. The prize has been credited to the system space. Please claim it. Immediately, Su Yan received a bank notification. His account balance soared past 59 million. System, open the high. Then Su Yan felt a warm energy gathering in his throat, transforming his vocal cords, while a vast amount of singing experience flooded into his mind. After a while, the energy dissipated, and Su Yan's vocal cords had been perfected. As I walk along this path, following the drifting footsteps of youth. Su Yan opened his mouth to sing a line, testing his vocal cords and master-level singing skills. Wow, this is truly amazing, Su Yan exclaimed, feeling as if his ears were about to explode from such beautiful singing. With such a melodious voice, he was sure to win the favor of many goddesses at the welcome party. Su Yan seemed to see a multitude of treasure chests beckoning to him. Calming his emotions, he got off the car and headed towards the boys' dormitory. Upon entering dorm room 504, Su Yan found that aside from Chun Hao, the other 4 roommates were present. Su Yi, thanks to your reminder, Mingyu's votes have reached 6th place. This is for you. Zhao Ting handed over a bottle of frozen cola. Thanks. Su Yan accepted the frozen cola without hesitation, opened it, and took a sip, finding it quite refreshing. Then, after greeting a few people in the dormitory, he sat down at his computer desk. He turned on his computer and logged into the campus forum to check. He discovered that the school beauty leading the vote was now He Shiyun, while Lu Yuyao, who had previously held 1st place, had dropped to 2nd. Moreover, the vote count between the two had widened to over 500 votes. It seemed impossible for Lu Yuyao to make a comeback now. He then glanced at Fu Mingyu's vote count, which indeed had reached 6th place with only a gap of over 200 votes from the 5th. If she continued to draw in votes, she probably wouldn't surpass 5th place. After reading the news online for a while, Su Yan passed the spot to Gao Xiaoming. I must say, although Gao Xiaoming liked to take small advantages, he did so openly. He would ask for your consent before using your things, never sneaking around. For example, Su Yan's computer was always left untouched in the dormitory. Before he returned, Gao Xiaoming would absolutely not touch it. Only after he came back would Gao Xiaoming ask for his permission before using it. Subsequently, Su Yan took his toiletries and went to take a shower. He didn't ask his dorm mates if they wanted to join him because he noticed that the 5 roommates in the dorm seemed to dislike going to the shower room with him. At first he was puzzled, but after a little thought he understood that these 5 guys were all quite insecure. Sure enough, after he finished showering and returned, those 5 finally went off together to take their showers. Lying on his bed, he picked up his phone and started flirting with Pei Nan and Song Qingyu and Yun Shuran. Compared to before, Yun Shuran's enthusiasm was noticeably higher. Just as he was enjoying chatting with the 3 girls, Wang Xinglan suddenly sent a text message Junior, what are you doing? Initially, Su Yin was too lazy to respond. Unexpectedly, the other party sent a photo revealing a leg clad in black stockings. Su Yin stared at the photo for a few seconds before replying, judging by this, these legs could definitely keep me entertained for half a year. Wang Xinglan, so the junior is quite the little pervert, huh? Su Yin, yes, I am a little pervert. Senior sister, send me a few more pictures to critique. Time flew by, and it was the next morning. Su Yin arrived at the track to run as usual. Before long, a fragrant breeze swept by, and Wang Xinglan appeared beside him, teasing. Junior, were you satisfied with the photos from last night? Hearing this, Su Yan's gaze instinctively dropped, landing on Wang Xinglan's long fair legs. Though she wasn't wearing stockings, they still looked quite good. I originally thought the junior was a serious person. Wang Xinglan, sensing Su Yan's gaze, couldn't help but smile, feeling a bit smug. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. I'm just appreciating beauty. Su Yan replied earnestly. Then do you want to touch them? Wang Xinglan asked. Isn't that inappropriate in public like this? Su Yan feigned shyness. Then let's pick a place for you to touch. Wang Xinglan teased back. Senior sister, my mom said that boys should protect themselves when outside. Su Yan said. Uffed. Wang Xinglan laughed and simply stopped in place. Su Yan did not wait for her and continued running ahead. When he lapped Wang Xinglan, she pretended to be angry, saying, Junior, why didn't you wait for me? You have no idea how to cherish a beautiful woman. You are too weak. Su Yan glanced at Wang Xinglan with disdain, realizing that her favorability had not increased at all since the previous night. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't cater to her. You're the weak one. Wang Xinglan, feeling indignant, sped up, but after a while she had to slow down, because she simply couldn't keep up with. After finishing his workout, Su Yan ignored Wang Xinglan, who was still running, and headed directly to the cafeteria for breakfast. In the morning, during break time, Lin Zhiyi came over to Su Yan and informed him about the time and place for the selection tomorrow. Am I the only one in our class to sign up? Yes, just you. Lin Zhiyi nodded. I heard that this year's welcome party was a last-minute decision to include new students, and each class can only submit one performance. In the end, only 3 performances will be selected, so you need to perform well to avoid being cut. Don't worry, it's practically guaranteed. Su Yan said confidently. Before he had master-level singing skills, there was a slight chance he might get eliminated for his singing. But now it was absolutely impossible for him to be eliminated. If it happened, it would surely be due to foul play. How about this? After military training today, I'll accompany you to practice early and get a feel for it. Lin Zhiyi suggested tentatively. I wouldn't bother exposing you. Su Yan gave Lin Zhiyi a meaningful glance. I'm doing this for our class honor, don't slander me. Lin Zhiyi retorted, is that so? Su Yan replied with a smirk, but then quickly shifted his tone, 6:30 tonight, same place. Time flew by, and it was 6:30 in the evening. Su Yan arrived at the back mountain of the school with his guitar. Lin Zhiyi had already arrived early, having changed her clothes and applied light makeup. As the saying goes, a woman beautifies herself for the one who understands her. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Class monitor, you look beautiful today. Really? Lin Zhiyi awkwardly brushed her short hair behind her ear. Su Yan stepped closer and leaned in to sniff. And it smells good too. Hearing this, Lin Zhiyi's ears turned red, and she glared at Su Yan in annoyance. Be serious. Let's get... Alright. Su Yan stopped teasing her, took out his guitar, and sat on a rock. His fingers gently strummed the strings, and soon his singing began to resonate. After just 2 lines, Lin Zhiyi noticed that Su Yan's voice and singing skills had undergone a tremendous... A glimmer of shock flashed in her eyes, but she was quickly captivated by the song, immersing herself in the world constructed by his voice. After the song ended, a system prompt chimed in time. Ding, congratulations, host goddess Lin Zhiyi's favorability towards you has reached 73 points, rewarding you with a mid-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Ding, congratulations, host goddess Lin Zhiyi's favorability towards you has reached 85 points, rewarding you with a mid-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Wow, I actually got 2 mid-level treasure chests at once. Su Yan was a bit shocked and surprised, but more than that, he felt thrilled. Inside the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Su Yan commanded the system. System, open 2 intermediate treasure chests. Ding, intermediate treasure chests are being opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a appearance enhancement card. The reward has been delivered to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique enhancement card. The reward has been delivered to the system space. Please check it yourself. The appearance enhancement card was an old acquaintance. Su Yan retrieved it and used it immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 5 appearance points. Over the next month, your appearance will gradually reach 83 points. The previous card had granted him 8 points, bringing his appearance to 78. This time he only obtained 5 points, yet he was still quite satisfied. After all, a male reaching 80 appearance points could already be considered strikingly handsome. Over 90 points was top tier, and 100 points was supremely handsome. Next, Su Yan took out the physique card. This card could randomly enhance physique by 1 to 10 points. Su Yan chose to use it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 physique points. Over the next month your physique will be elevated to 97 points. Not bad, not bad. A physique of 93 points already far exceeded that of an ordinary male. Once it reached 97 points, even with many girlfriends, he wouldn't have to fear kidney deficiency. Su Yan was not one to forget favors. He decided to properly thank his class monitor Lin Zhiyi. Moreover, Lin Zhiyi's affection had already reached 85 points. Only 5 more were needed to obtain an advanced treasure chest. It was worth his effort. Time arrived at around 8:40 the next morning. Accompanied by Lin Zhiyi, Su Yan headed towards the multimedia classroom. Hey, race an apple for you. Su Yan took out a world no. 1 apple and handed it to Lin Zhiyi. Thank you. Lin Zhiyi accepted it and expressed her gratitude. After a moment's thought she asked, are you nervous? What's there to be nervous about? I'm a max-level pro coming to crush the noobs. Su Yan said with great smugness. Seeing Su Yan's smug demeanor, although Lin Zhiyi agreed with his words, she couldn't help but tease. You'd better pass, or he'll never let you hear the end of it. Then you won't have the chance. Su Yan said. For some reason Lin Zhiyi noticed that compared to yesterday, Su Yan seemed even more handsome today. In truth, overnight Su Yan's appearance had increased by 1 point, reaching 79. Shortly after the two arrived at the multimedia classroom, they found many people already queuing up. Nandu University had 33 colleges, each with 1 to 3 classes. That meant selecting 3 programs from 60 or 70 acts. The competition was quite intense. What's our number? Su Yan asked Lin Zhiyi. 19. Lin Zhiyi said. We'll have to wait. As they spoke, the two sat down in the back row of the multimedia classroom waiting for the selection to begin. Soon the judges arrived. Through Lin Zhiyi's introduction, Su Yan learned the identities of the 3 judges. One was the Student Council President Liu Jing, another was the Minister of Literature and Arts Liu Yuyao, who was also one of Nandu University's campus beauties, currently ranked 2nd. The last was the school's Youth League Secretary Wang Qian. To be honest, although Su Yan was a reincarnator among these 3 judges, he only had some impression of Liu Yuyao. He didn't know Liu Jing or Wang Qian at all. Soon after, the participating students entered the classroom one after another. Ding, a new goddess has appeared nearby. Would the host like to view the goddess information? The system prompt sounded. Su Yan chose to view, and 8 icons appeared before him. That meant there were 8 goddesses in this classroom. No counting Lin Zhiyi, it was 9. He then tapped on the icons of the 8 new goddesses to check their information. Among them 2 judges and 6 students. Not bad. Youth League Secretary Wang Qian's appearance also reached 80 points. However, this woman was over 30 years old, and there would likely be no chance to interact with her in the future. At most, he could obtain an initial treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host. Goddess 1 Yu's affection towards you has reached 12 points, rewarding a basic treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Ding, congratulations to the host. Goddess Han Xingqian's affection towards you has reached 13 points, rewarding a basic treasure chest. Would you like to open it? The system announced 5 times in a row, bringing Su Yan 5 basic treasure chests. There were still 3 who hadn't noticed his presence. But that didn't matter. Once he performed on stage, he could secure their basic chests as well. Choosing not to open them for now, he took out his phone and started reading a novel on a reading website. Soon it was 9 o'clock. A student council officer began calling numbers. Please invite contestant number 1 to perform. Immediately, 2 male students in festive long gowns began performing a crosstalk in the Tianjin dialect. The crosstalk piece they performed was quite famous, having been performed by Guidi Gang and Yu Qian. The two cooperated quite well, and the content was genuinely amusing, making many in the audience laugh. In the end, their score was 82 points. Next, contestant number 2 took the stage. She was a girl with excellent demeanor, performing a solo on the violin. But after listening for a while, Su Yan silently shook his head. The skill was mediocre, and there were several errors, including rushing the tempo. Time gradually passed. Finally, it was Su Yan's turn to perform. He walked onto the stage with his guitar, a smile on his face. He'll dedicate a song Chengdu to everyone. He then plucked the strings and played the intro. His master-level instrumental skill had elevated his guitar playing to a world-class standard. Thus, as soon as the music began, it captivated everyone's ears. Then the system notification sounded 3 times in succession. The basic treasure chest from the other 3 goddesses had arrived. A few minutes later, Su Yan finished playing. The 3 judges began scoring. Su Yan received 98 points, the highest so far. Thank you, 3 judges. Su Yan expressed his gratitude, giving Liu Jing a deep glance. This guy gave the lowest score, 95 points. Wang Qian gave 99, and Liu Yuyao gave 100. Wait a moment, classmate. Is this song of yours an original? Liu Yuyao asked. Yes, it is. Classmate, you're amazing. What's your name? Can I add you on WeChat? Liu Yuyao continued. My name is Su Yan. Su as in Su Sure, Yan meaning keeping one's word. As he answered, Su Yin took out his phone and added Lu Yuyao on WeChat. Then he noticed Lu Jing's face. Returning to the back row, Su Yin heard Lin Zhiyi's sour voice. You sure have quite the charm getting Lu Yuyao to add you on WeChat voluntarily. Then how about I delete your WeChat, and you add me voluntarily too? Su Yin said teasingly. Get lost. Lin Zhiyi replied, exasperated. By the way, do we wait here, or go back and wait for the notification? Su Yin asked. Lin Zhiyi had originally wanted to say they should stay and wait, but noticing the eager eyes of some in the classroom, she quickly changed her mind. Let's go back and wait for the notification instead. There are still dozens of people after us. Alright, let's go. Su Yin also wanted to return to open his treasure chests, because after singing Chengdu, he had secured another 12 chests. In other words, this trip had netted him a total of 20 treasure chests. It was an absolute jackpot. If a mere selection competition yielded 20 treasure chests, then performing on the stage of the welcome party would surely net him 70 or 80 or even 100. Time flew by, and it was already 11:30 in the morning. The morning military training had concluded, and a large number of freshmen in camouflage uniforms surged towards the cafeteria. Su Yin and Lin Zhiyi were among them. However, Lin Zhiyi appeared slightly anxious now. Su Yin naturally knew what was bothering her. She was merely worried that his performance might not be selected. Suddenly, Su Yin felt his phone in his pocket vibrate. He took it out to find a WeChat message from Lu Yuyao. Junior, congratulations. Su Yin replied, Thank you, senior, for the early notice. Lu Yuyao responded, You're too modest, junior. The song you showcased today was truly beautiful. Su Yin said, Thank you for the compliment, senior. It's just something I wrote casually. Lu Yuyao replied, You're being humble, junior. Moreover, your guitar skills are very high. I also like the guitar. Could you give me some pointers sometime? Su Yin replied, Of course, let's exchange ideas in the future. At that moment, Lin Zhiyi leaned over to take a glance at Su Yin's phone screen and deliberately asked, Who are you chatting with? That's Senior Lu Yuyao. Su Yin answered candidly, Hey, you have quite the charm, huh? She's reaching out to you first. Lin Zhiyi said somewhat jealously, Our performance has been selected. Su Yin put away his phone and said with a smile, Really? Lin Zhiyi couldn't help but show her excitement. Isn't that obvious? Su Yin said matter-of-factly. Lin Zhiyi teased, You're so full of yourself. To celebrate our class performance being selected, I'll treat you to a small stir-fry on the second floor of the cafeteria. Su Yin said, Let's go. Soon the two arrived at the second floor of the cafeteria. They ordered their dishes paid and waited for their food. At that moment, 3 people appeared on the second floor, Zhao Ting and Fu Mingyue, with the third being Fu Mingyue's roommate Yang Lulu. It seemed that Yang Lulu had some interest in Zhao Ting. Seeing their group, Su Yan's expression turned somewhat playful. Yo, Su Yi, are you on a date with the class leader here? Zhao Ting greeted with a smile. Zhao Ting, don't talk nonsense. It's Su Yan's performance that got selected, and we're here to celebrate. Lin Zhiyi quickly explained. Su Yi is amazing. Zhao Ting immediately gave a thumbs up. I knew Su Yi's performance would be selected. Are you all talking about the freshmen's performances? Fu Mingyue couldn't help but ask. Of course. Zhao Ting nodded. Our Su Yi is representing our finance class 1, and he got selected. I didn't see that coming, Su Yan. You have such talent. Fu Mingyue said with some surprise, but her tone was rather unpleasant, carrying a hint of sarcasm. Beauty Fu didn't participate. Don't you have any talents? Su Yan retorted directly. It's just a school stage, I don't take it seriously. Fu Mingyue said with a cold smile. Right, you're only focused on the world stage. Su Yan's words hit Fu Mingyue right where it hurt, causing Lin Zhiyi to chuckle. Seeing the two starting to clash again, Zhao Ting felt awkward and quickly pulled Fu Mingyue away, while not forgetting to say to Su Yin, Su Yi, enjoy your meal. Do you have a grudge against her? Lin Zhiyi asked, looking at Fu Mingyue's back. Not really. Su Yin replied. It's just that she's a bit petty, and coincidentally I'm also quite petty, so we can't stand each other. PFF. Lin Zhiyi laughed again. Who admits to being petty? Su Yin, however, nonchalantly said, I dare to face my flaws directly. Amidst their banter, the dishes they ordered finally arrived. Su Yin directly urged Lin Zhiyi to eat. After the meal, Su Yin and Lin Zhiyi parted ways. He didn't return to the dormitory, but instead went to the public parking lot. Nanda University had expanded, and the area was quite large. Therefore, there was a public parking lot. A parking card costs only 10 yuan a month. Back to the main point, Su Yin got into his car and prepared to open the treasure chests. System, open all the beginner treasure chests. Ding, opening beginner treasure chests. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 500 cash. The reward has been deposited into the host's black card account. Please check. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of skin whitening pills. The prize has been deposited into the system space. Please check. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 100 gene of top quality fruit. The prize has been deposited into the system space. Please check. A series of notification sounds continued to ring out. It lasted for several minutes before it ended. Out of 20 beginner treasure chests, 8 of them contained cash. The cash amounts were 5,000, 4,000, and 5,000, totaling 2.9 million. Su Yan's black card account balance directly reached 62.3 million. As for the other 12 beginner treasure chests, the prizes included a bottle of skin whitening pills, 1 gene of top quality fruit, 2 virtual currencies, 2 beginner cashback cards, 10 kilograms of gold, a bottle of golden cold medicine, a bottle of super heart saving pills, 1 intermediate cashback card, and 10 gene of top grade Dahongpo tea. First, the skin whitening pills can be taken by both men and women. Taking one can significantly lighten the skin, but unfortunately, there are only 10 capsules in a bottle. Next, the 1 gene of top quality fruit consists of common fruits, but their quality is top-notch. The 2 virtual currencies are worth a total of 4 million. The 2 beginner cashback cards each have a limit of 2,000. The 10 kilograms of gold consist of 20 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. The golden cold medicine has a total of 100 pills. No matter how severe the cold is, taking one can cure it. The super heart-saving pills have only 10 pills, and taking one can treat any heart disease. The intermediate cashback card has a limit of 5,000 with a maximum cashback of 5 million. The top-grade Dahongpo tea is the kind that money can't buy, totaling 10 gene. Unfortunately, Su Yan is not a tea lover. Having this 10 gene of top-grade Dahongpo in his hands feels like a waste, but he can use it as a gift later. After opening the treasure chest, Su Yan got out of the car and returned to the dormitory for a nap. During the afternoon, military training instructor Hu Gillen came by and called Su Yan to the office. Su Yan, you won't need to participate in military training anymore. Focus on practicing your song to strive for a prize for our class. The performances at the welcome party will also be judged. There are the highest special prizes and the lowest. I heard your song is original and of high quality. I don't have high expectations, but if you can get first prize, that would be great. Instructor, if I manage to win first prize, is there a reward? Su Yan asked with a smile. How about making you the class leader? Hu Gillen said with a smile. That's not okay. Class leader Lin has performed well and has earned everyone's recognition. I can't steal her position. Su Yan immediately rejected. At this point, he took out a pack of special cigarettes, tore it open, and handed one to Hu Gillen. Instructor, if I win first prize, what about me moving out of the dormitory? Seeing the special cigarettes in Su Yan's hand, Hu Gillen's eyes widened. Is this your cigarette? It's just as you think, special supply. If you like this pack, it's all yours. Su Yan directly stuffed the cigarette into Hu Gillen's hand. Isn't this inappropriate? Hu Gillen quickly stuffed the cigarette into his pocket while saying, Come on, it's just a pack of cigarettes. Instructor, what do you think of my suggestion? Alright, since you're bringing glory to our class, if you win first prize, it'll allow you to move out. Stepping out of the counselor's office, Su Yan knew that moving out was secured. He initially wanted to find an opportunity to discuss it with the counselor, but unexpectedly the opportunity came knocking. Now he had the privilege of not participating in military training. If he sat by the playground, it would attract unwanted attention. So he simply returned to his dormitory. Looking at himself in the mirror, Su Yan felt his skin was already fair enough. Forget it, it'll save the whitening pill for my girlfriend. He worried that taking a whitening pill might turn his already fair complexion into that of a pretty boy. What should I do? Su Yan pondered, remembering that the counselor had reminded him that while he could opt out of military training, he also couldn't leave the school. Practicing songs was completely unnecessary. He possessed master-level skills in both musical instruments and singing. As long as he performed normally, he could perfectly render the song Chengdu. There was no need to continue training at all. Forget it, I'll just read a novel to pass the time. Su Yan lay down on his bed, opened a bag of potato chips, and logged into a reading website on his phone. He first finished reading the updated chapters of Su Ruren's Saving the Female Star, then sought out a fantasy novel to immerse himself in. Upon reaching an exciting part, he directly rewarded the author with a Silver Alliance membership. After all, he had accumulated quite a bit of virtual currency online, and leaving it there wouldn't yield any returns. Moreover, subscribing to novels without tipping didn't cost much at all. Time flew by, and it was already the end of September. The military training had completely concluded. During this time, since Su Yan didn't need to attend military training, he often strolled around campus. In fact, it was also to chance upon the goddess. However, the efficiency of such chance encounters was too low, yielding only 7 beginner treasure chests. Out of the 7 beginner treasure chests, 3 contained cash. He was quite lucky, opening 2 worth 500 and 1 worth 400. His black card account balance reached a staggering 63.7 million. The remaining 4 chests yielded 10 boxes of Bordeaux wine, 100 king crabs, 10 sets of high-end men's clothing, and 10 silenced firearms. Su Yan could understand the first 3 prizes, but what was with the 10 silenced firearms? After all, this was a harmonious society. Su Yan estimated that he wouldn't need these items in the short term. Meanwhile, after the military training ended, the school would be having a National Day holiday. After the National Day holiday, there would be a welcome party. Su Yui planned to gather with the girls from Minghua dormitory. What do you think? Zhao Ting had just returned to the dormitory and was seeking Su Yan's opinion. You all go ahead. Su Yan casually replied, I have plans with my girlfriend tonight. He had already made plans with Pei Nan in advance. As for Song Qingyu, he used the excuse of a dormitory gathering tonight to push it to tomorrow. Alright then, since Su Yi has a date, we won't insist. Zhao Ting smiled, though he was a bit worried that Su Yan and Fu Mingyue would start bickering again after meeting. 10 days ago, during their gathering, the two had exchanged barbs in front of everyone, greatly angering Fu Mingyue. She even contemplated exposing Su Yan as a scumbag. Fortunately, he was persuaded by Zhao Ting. By the way, Su Yi, I've transferred the 200 you lent me, Zhao Ting said as he operated his phone. With the holiday coming up, your expenses must be significant. Are you sure you're fine after repaying me? Su Yan asked. I'm fine. Zhao Ting replied, I asked my family for a few more thousand. That's good. Since Zhao Ting was not short on money, Su Yan accepted the transfer and left the dormitory, driving towards the Jingguan community. Upon arriving at the apartment, he found that Pei Nan had actually arrived before him. Yangu, Pei Nan exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards him and jumping into his arms. Su Yan quickly caught her, his hands under her bottom. Yangu, I've missed you so much. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Nan leaned in and kissed him. Having not seen each other for almost 10 days, both were burning with desire. As they kissed, Su Yan carried her up. In no time, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom of the upstairs bedroom, mingled with some other sound. More than an hour later, Su Yan came downstairs to the kitchen to cook. He took out a king crab to steam and opened a bottle of Bordeaux wine to let it breathe. Once the king crab was nearly done steaming, he took out 2 pieces of Kobe beef to fry steaks. Soon enough, the crab was cooked and the steaks were ready. After plating the food and bringing it to the living room table, he went upstairs to call Pei Nan for dinner. They both enjoyed the meal greatly. After dinner, the two went upstairs to continue their activities. When Pei Nan's energy was nearly depleted and she felt drowsy, Su Yan placed a whitening pill at her lips. During the month of military training, although Pei Nan had applied sunscreen, her skin had still darkened significantly. After swallowing the whitening pill, she fell into a deep sleep. Su Yan then picked up his phone to reply to WeChat messages. Some were from Yun Shu and some from Jiang Yao and others from Lin Zhiyi. They all inquired about his plans for the National Day holiday. Originally, he was worried about how to arrange his holiday. However, later Song Qingyu told him she would be returning to Quancheng for the holiday. Thus, he immediately called Liang Mei to invite her to visit Nandu. This way, Pei Nan wouldn't have to return to Quancheng. Liang Mei also missed her daughter, so she agreed to his invitation. The next morning, Su Yan left a note for Pei Nan and went out. He first drove to the vicinity of the school, parked his car, and headed straight for the school gate. He saw Chun Xian waiting there. Waving at her, she quickly jogged over. Have you eaten breakfast? Su Yan, no. Chun Xian replied softly. Let's go eat breakfast first, then go to the milk tea shop. Okay. Chun Xian nodded obediently, following Su Yan. After eating breakfast nearby, Su Yan took her to the milk tea shop. Boss, you're here. The manager Chun Mei greeted warmly. Hello, boss. The employee Zhang Li also chimed in. 10 days ago, Su Yan had already shown up at the shop, so both the manager and the 2 employees recognized him. Let me introduce you. This is my classmate Chun Xian, who shall be working part-time in our shop from now on. Su Yan said, pulling Chun Xian forward. Hello, Chun Xian. I'm Chun Mei. You can just call me Chinjia. Hello, Chinjia. Chun Xian quickly. Hello, Chun Xian. I'm Zhang Li. We have another colleague named Su Yan who happens to be off today. Zhang Li greeted warmly as well. Hello, Zhang Li Jia. Chun Xian responded. I have an announcement. From now on, lunch and dinner in the shop are on the house. Chun Jia, you'll be in charge of ordering. Good, boss, thank you. Chun Mei said, casting a meaningful glance at Chun Xian. Thank you, boss, you're amazing. Thank you, boss. Zhang Li exclaimed in delight. With both meals covered, they would save at least a few $100s a month, and the money saved could be spent on clothes or cosmetics. Chun Jia, I leave Chun Xian in your hands. Teach her well. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. With that, Su Yan left the milk tea shop and drove straight to Nandu Polytechnic to pick up Song Qingyu. Su Yan received a call from Song Qingyu outside Nanwu University of Technology. After getting in the car, Song Qingyu stared at Su Yan for a while and said, I feel like you've become even more handsome. I think so too. Su Yan smiled and said. His attractiveness had now surpassed 80 points, reaching 81 points. Once the effect of the attractiveness enhancement card fully unleashed, his final attractiveness would reach 83 points. Out of curiosity, Su Yan checked Song Qingyu's physique. The effect of the complete nourishment pill was still quite good. Originally, Song Qingyu's physique was only 67 points, but now it had increased to 72 points. It had increased by 5 points. I've never met someone as narcissistic as you. Hearing Su Yan admit it, Song Qingyu couldn't help but say, well, now you have. Su Yan replied. Stop with these lame jokes and take me to eat. I'm starving. Song Qingyu urged. All right, let me replenish your energy first. As he spoke, Su Yan leaned in. Soon their lips were pressed together. After exchanging quite a bit of saliva, they finally separated. Su Yan contentedly took Song Qingyu to have breakfast. During breakfast, Su Yan asked, how are you going back to Quan City? By bus, or is someone picking you up? My dad arranged for someone to pick me up. They should arrive around 11. Song Qingyu slurped a mouthful of noodles while answering Su Yan's question. How long do you plan to stay back? Su Yan asked again. Song Qingyu said, I won't be back until at least the 6th because the 5th is my grandfather's birthday. All right, let me know before you come back. Su Yan said. Sure. Song Qingyu nodded and suddenly hesitated, saying, Su Yan, I only took 8 of the complete nourishment pills you gave me. My grandfather is not well. Can I give the remaining 2 to him? You can, of course. Su Yan said, however, it's best that you give them to your grandfather in secret and also ask him to keep it confidential. You must have felt the effects of the pills firsthand. If word gets out about their effects, it could lead to some dangerous situations. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu suddenly realized. Her family was not ordinary and had considerable influence in the entire Quan City. If it were merely a matter of financial gain, her family could handle it. But the complete nourishment pill involved health and physical enhancement. If some influential figures who were seriously ill or desperate for life learned about it, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Song family. Thinking this, her face paled a bit. Maybe it's best not to give the pills to Grandpa. You decide for yourself. If you think your grandfather can keep it a secret, then give it to him. If not, then forget it. I don't have many of these pills left, and once they're gone, it will be nearly impossible to get more. Su Yan said seriously. The prizes from the treasure chest were all random. Su Yan was uncertain if he would be able to obtain more complete nourishment pills in the future. Hearing Su Yan say this, Song Qingyu couldn't help but feel quite touched. After all, Su Yan had given her such a precious item, which meant he cared for her. She had been frail since childhood. From infancy until she was 5, she fell ill almost every month. It wasn't until she turned 10 and began to exercise that her health improved. But compared to others, while they would recover from a cold after some time, she would be sick for over 5 days every. Since taking the complete nourishment pill, she had obviously felt her health improving, and even her energy was becoming more vibrant. During this time, she caught a cold once. Just when she thought it would take another week to recover, she unexpectedly took some cold medicine that night, and after a good night's sleep, was completely healed. This made her realize just how precious the complete nourishment pill was. By the way, let me give you something. Su Yan took out a talisman. Keep it on you, it has been blessed by a master. Okay. Song Qingyu earnestly accepted the talisman. If it were someone else giving it to her, she would certainly dismiss it, but since it was from Su Yan, it was different. After breakfast, Su Yan took Song Qingyu to a large game hall on the 3rd floor of the mall. He directly bought 200 yuan worth of game tokens, and then they each took a bag of tokens and began playing in the game hall. Driving games, basketball, dancing games, claw machines. Before they knew it, over 2 hours had passed. Su Yan, thank you for bringing me here. I'm really happy today. Song Qingyu actively leaned and wrapped her arms around Su Yan's waist and rested her cheek against him. If you like it, we should come here often. Sure, Su Yan replied. After hugging for a while, Song Qingyu reluctantly said, the driver from home is almost here. Please take me to the school gate. Let's go. They took the elevator down to the underground parking lot of the mall. Then Su Yan drove Song Qingyu straight to Nanhui University of Technology. Upon arriving near the school gate, Su Yan saw a Mercedes-Benz S waiting there. Su Yan, goodbye. See you after the National Day. Song Qingyu gave Su Yan a passionate kiss before pushing open the car door and getting out. After watching Song Qingyu leave, Su Yan drove towards the vegetable market. The high-speed train that Liang Mei was taking wouldn't arrive until noon. Su Yan decided to buy groceries and prepare the meal before going to pick her up. When Su Yan returned home after buying groceries, he specially went upstairs to check. Pei Nan was still sleeping. One must say young people really know how to sleep. So he quietly went downstairs and began to prepare in the kitchen. During this time, he also sent a WeChat message to inquire about Liang Mei's situation. UJIS train would arrive at 1220. After finishing the preparations in the kitchen, Su Yan went upstairs to wake Pei Nan. Brother Yan, I still want to sleep a little longer. Your mom will arrive at the high-speed train station in half an hour. If you don't want Annie to wait too long at the station, get up quickly, Su Yan said with a smile. Oh, Pei Nan suddenly realized, and without a moment to be affectionate, she jumped out of bed to wash up. 10 minutes later, Su Yan and Pei Nan went out and drove towards the high-speed train station. It was only about 10 minutes. They soon arrived outside the high-speed train station. After waiting for a while, they saw Liang Mei carrying a suitcase. Mom, over here. Pei Nan hurriedly opened the car door and ran towards Liang Mei. After a month apart, Pei Nan missed her mother very much. Su Yan also got out of the car and stepped forward to take the suitcase from Liang Mei's hand, saying, Aunt Liang, you must have had a tiring journey. Thank you, Xiao Su. Liang Mei smiled and said, Xiao Su, you've become more handsome again. It seems the food at your university is really nourishing. Yes, Annie, the food at our school is quite good. Su Yan nodded. After placing the suitcase in the trunk, as for the mother and daughter, they both got into the back seat and chatted intimately. Soon the three of them returned to the apartment in Jingguan community. After entering the house and changing shoes, Liang Mei curiously looked around and asked Xiao Su, "Is this house rented by you?" "No, I bought it." Su Yin replied. "Nan, and take Annie to the room. I'm going to the kitchen to cook." Before long, Liang Mei, having set down her luggage, descended the stairs. As she watched Su Yin skillfully busying himself in the kitchen, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Was her foolish daughter really worthy of someone like Su Yin? "You little brat, can't you go in and help Xiao Su?" With that thought, she couldn't help but glare at her daughter. "Mom, it's not that I don't want to help, but Yin Good doesn't want me to." Pei Nan quickly defended herself. 10 days ago, and even yesterday before cooking her, Yin Gu would directly knock her out, leaving her no chance to help at all. However, in front of her mother, she couldn't say that. "Come on, let's go in and help." Unaware of the situation, Liang Mei pulled Pei Nan into the kitchen. "Xiao Su, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be quite impressive," Liang Mei said with a smile. Although she hadn't tasted the dishes Su Yin made yet, she could tell from the way he flipped the pan and the prepared ingredients that his cooking skills were certainly of a certain caliber. "By the way, if you need any help, just let me know, and I'll have Nan help you." "Auntie, no need." Su Yin turned to say, "There are just 2 dishes left to stir fry. If you really want to help, you can take the bowls and chopsticks to the dining table." Before fetching Liang Mei, Su Yin had already simmered a pot of chicken soup and steamed a king crab. "All right then, you've worked hard today." In less than 10 minutes, Su Yin finished stir-frying the remaining 2 dishes, one with shredded pork and green peppers, and the other with spicy and sour shredded potatoes. As Su Yin prepared the dipping sauce for the king crab, he called for Pei Nan to bring the dishes. After placing the prepared sauce on the table, Su Yin looked at Liang Mei and asked, "Auntie, do you prefer white wine or red wine?" "Let's go with red wine," Liang Mei replied. "All right." Su Yin immediately took out a bottle of Bordeaux red wine and opened it. Then he took 2 cans of Sprite from the refrigerator. Pei Nan also followed his habit of mixing red wine with Sprite, while Liang Mei preferred to drink it straight. After pouring red wine into the glass, Su Yin raised his glass and said, "Auntie, welcome to Nandu, let's toast together." Ding! The 3 glasses clinked in midair, producing a crisp sound. Soon after, the 3 began to eat and chat, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. After the meal, when Su Yin was about to clean up the dishes, Liang Mei stopped him and sent Pei Nan to do it. Su Yin joked, "Baby, this dishwashing task is all yours now." "No problem." Pei Nan was not a spoiled young lady. Washing dishes was just a regular chore for her. "Auntie, you go watch TV on the sofa first, and I'll make you some tea," Su Yin called out, then brewed a cup of preaching Ming Longjing tea for Liang Mei. However, she didn't have much knowledge about tea leaves, as she just thought it tasted good and didn't realize it was quite expensive. After making the tea, Su Yin also sat down on the sofa. "Auntie, it's still early. You can watch TV or take a nap. When the sun isn't so scorching, Nan, and I will take you out for a stroll," Su Yin said with a smile. "All right, Auntie, will follow your arrangements," Liang Mei replied with a smile, feeling increasingly satisfied with Su Yin. Before long, Pei Nan, having finished washing the dishes, sat down beside Su Yin. They chatted while watching TV. Around 3 in the afternoon, Su Yin took Liang Mei and Pei Nan out. They then visited a large shopping mall, during which Su Yin also bought several outfits for Liang Mei. This made Liang Mei feel a bit embarrassed. As evening approached, Su Yin took Liang Mei to a high-end restaurant. That night, Pei Nan felt too shy to sleep in the same room as Su Yin, and instead shared a room with her mother. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. During these days, Su Yin took Liang Mei around, and he was very attentive. Originally, Su Yin wanted her to stay a few more days, but she was unwilling. Su Yin didn't want to force her. When he took her to the high-speed train station, just before she boarded, Liang Mei held Su Yan's hand and said, "Xiao Su, don't spoil that girl too much in the future, or she'll become spoiled." "Mom, are you still my real mother?" Upon hearing this, Pei Nan protested. "No, I picked you up from a trash can," Liang Mei replied seriously. "That's not true." Pei Nan pouted. Just then the announcement sounded, reminding passengers to begin checking. Su Yin and Pei Nan waved goodbye to Liang Mei as they watched her leave. Pei Nan tugged at Su Yin and ran outside, saying, "Yin, go, let's hurry back and take a nap." "Are you looking to take a nap or to sleep with me?" Su Yin teased. "Don't you want to sleep with me?" Pei Nan, "Of course I want it badly," Su Yin replied. During these days, with Liang Mei around, it wasn't convenient for them to be intimate. He guessed that Liang Mei was also considering this point, which was why she insisted on returning to Quanqing. On that noon, Su Yin arrived at the milk tea shop. Chen Meili immediately came over smiling as she asked, "Boss, are you here to see Chen Xine? Should I replace her for you? You have good eyesight. I'll give you an extra 200 this month." Su Yin said. "Thank you, boss." Chen Meili replied cheerfully before going to switch Chen Xine out. "Su Yin, you're here." Dressed in uniform, Chen Xine walked over. "Sit down and talk." Su Yin gestured to a chair. "Have you been adjusting well these days?" "Pretty good. Sister Chun and the others have been taking good care of me," Chen Xine replied. "Plus the food here is quite good." This was something Su Yin specifically instructed, telling Chun Mei not to be too concerned about the price when ordering food. Is it tiring? Su Yin asked again. Not at all. Chun Xian shook her head. This is much easier than doing farm work at home. Alright, just work hard, and if you do well I'll give you a raise. Su Yin encouraged. No need. Chun Xian quickly waved her hand. The salary you give is already quite high. For these few days she had been working a full day from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Although she could rest for 2 hours in between, Chun Mei still calculated it as 13 hours, and the salary was paid daily. This meant she could earn 130 yuan a day, which she was very satisfied with. After all, she had earned 390 yuan in just 3 days. This had already exceeded her monthly living expenses. Are you silly? The boss is offering you a raise and you refuse it. Su Yin chuckled as he ruffled Chun Xian's hair. Faced with Su Yan's affectionate gesture, Chun Zin's face turned slightly red, but the disguise she wore concealed it completely. I'm not silly, she retorted. Yes, you're not silly, you're incredibly smart, Su Yin said with a smile. By the way, this is for you. Su Yin took out a box of whitening cream and handed it to Chun Xian, saying, apply it once morning and night, it can make your skin fairer. I don't want it, Chun Xian said, lowering her head. Why not? Su Yin asked deliberately. Actually, I'm quite fair, Chun Xian replied somewhat angrily. Although I don't want to discourage you, your skin is indeed a bit dark. Su Yin managed to suppress his laughter and said, just take it and apply it. Your features are delicate, but your skin is a bit dark. If it could be a little fairer, you would definitely be more beautiful than Lin Zhiyi. Just wait. Suddenly Chun Xian stood up and ran towards the bathroom in the milk tea shop. About 5 minutes later, Chun Xian emerged from the restroom of the milk tea shop. Her dark skin glowed with a radiant brightness complemented by her exquisite features, making her an absolute beauty. In the next moment, Su Yin deliberately feigned a look of shock. You really are Chun Xian? How is it possible that you are so fair? Chun Xian proudly lifted her little head. I told you I'm not dark, didn't I? Now you know. So does that mean you deliberately made your skin darker with makeup before? Su Yin asked intentionally. Chun Xian nodded. My grandma said that if a girl is too beautiful she will attract trouble. Your grandma is right. Su Yin agreed. Being this beautiful, if you don't hide it a bit, it will indeed bring a lot. Not really, I actually look pretty average. Chun Xian felt a little shy from Su Yin's compliments. Looking like this and calling yourself average. How are other girls supposed to live? Su Yin teased. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going back to reapply. After saying that, Chun Xian walked back towards the restroom. Su Yin did not stop her. Chun Xian would still have to show her face at the milk tea shop later, and if she looked too beautiful it would surely attract some trouble. Although Su Yin could protect her, it's better to avoid trouble altogether. Besides, her willingness to show her true appearance to him indicated that Chun Xian had already accepted him. Ding, congratulations to the host goddess. Chun Zin's favorability towards you has reached 56 points, rewarding a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Ding, congratulations to the host goddess. Chun Zin's favorability towards you has reached 63 points, rewarding a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not yet, Su Yin replied in his mind. He guessed correctly. Chun Xian had indeed accepted him, or else her favorability wouldn't have surpassed 60 points. After Chun Xian disguised herself again, Su Yin left the milk tea shop. He was just about to head back to the Jingguan neighborhood when a call from an unknown number came in. Hello, who is this? Su Yin answered the phone. A woman's voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Wang Ling's secretary to General Ji Qing'an. I'm calling to ask if you are available tonight, as our general would like to invite you to dinner. Sorry, I don't know your general, so we'll pass on the dinner. Su Yin thought for a moment, having never heard of Ji Qing'an, and decisively declined. Hearing Su Yan's refusal, Wang Ling immediately explained, I apologize, Mr. Su, it's my fault for not being clear. Our general is also a major shareholder of the Yundao Manor Hotel. Alright, I understand. Just send me the time and location to my phone. Su Yin replied. He had previously opened shares in 2 companies from treasure chests. One was 10 of the shares in Nanyu Group worth over 100 million. The other was 30 of the shares in Yundao Manor Hotel valued at around 1 billion. However, he had not been to either of those companies yet. He had originally planned to visit them later, but unexpectedly they reached out to him first. Okay, Mr. Su, Wang Ling responded. Would you like us to send a car to pick you up? No need, I can come myself. Alright then, Mr. Su, I wish you a pleasant day. That evening, Su Yin drove to a restaurant called Zijin. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant entrance, a well-dressed woman approached him. Are you Mr. Su Yin? I'm Wang Ling, we spoke at noon. Ding, a new goddess has appeared nearby. Would you like to check the goddess information? The system prompt sounded. Then an information bar appeared before his eyes. Name Wang Ling. Level T3. Age 26. Physique 68. Spirit 74. Appearance 84. Figure 83. Favorability 14. Special one time. The second prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host goddess. Wang Ling's favorability towards you has reached 14 points, rewarding a beginner's treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not yet. Su Yan replied in his mind, then nodded at Wang Ling. I am Su Yan. Mr. Su, our general is waiting for you in the private room upstairs. Please follow me. Wang Ling gestured for him to proceed. Soon Su Yan followed Wang Ling to a private room on the 4th floor of the restaurant. Wang Ling lightly knocked on the door and waited for permission from inside. After receiving the go-ahead, she opened the door and gestured to Su Yan. Mr. Su, please come in. Su Yan stepped into the private room, with ease, his gaze landing on a woman. She was dressed in a tailored white women's suit exuding a strong presence, and appeared to be only around 25 or 26 years old. But at first glance one would get the impression of a strong woman. Upon seeing Su Yan, Ji Qinghan's face broke into a faint smile. Mr. Su, you've arrived. I hope you don't mind that I didn't welcome you personally. Ding, a new goddess has appeared nearby. Would you like to check the goddess information? Check. In the next moment, Ji Qinghan's information bar appeared before Su Yan. Name Ji Qinghan. Level T1. Age 24. Physique 62. Spirit 83. Appearance 95. Figure 92. Favorability 48. Special 0 times. She's actually a T1 level beauty, just one step away from T0 in terms of appearance. Su Yan put away the information bar, secretly thought to himself. Then he smiled and greeted Ji Qinghan. You are too courteous, General Ji. Mr. Su, please take a seat. Thank you. Ji Qinghan continued. At that moment, Wang Ling stepped forward, pulled out a chair for Su Yan, and after he sat down, she immediately poured him a cup of tea, saying to enjoy it before stepping back. What surprised Su Yan even more was that Ji Qinghan's favorability towards him was actually 48 points, directly granting him 4 beginner treasure chests. After taking a sip of tea, Ji Qinghan continued, Mr. Su, I have already ordered the dishes. Here's the menu for you to see if it suits your taste. If not, we can change it. No need. Su Yan waved his hand. I'm not picky, you. I can eat anything. That's great. I was worried that the dishes wouldn't suit your taste. Since you're not picky, I'll arrange for them to be served. At this point, Ji Qinghan glanced at Wang Ling. The latter immediately understood and went out to arrange for the dishes to be served. Soon, beautifully prepared dishes were served at the table. Su Yan, with his master-level culinary skills, could tell that every dish tonight was special and not cheap. This entire spread would cost at least 50 to 60,000. Meanwhile, Ji Qinghan also had a bottle of red wine opened. Mr. Su, you've actually helped me a lot with your acquisition of shares in the Yundao Hotel. After toasting Su Yan, Ji Qinghan said with a smile. Oh. Su Yan looked at her in confusion. Ji Qinghan explained, I sold the shares in the Yundao Hotel to raise cash to save the Yunling Group, but for some special reasons no one was willing to take over. Is that so? Su Yan realized, but General Ji, there's no need to care too much. I was just acting on impulse. Even if it was unintentional, you helped me, Mr. Su. Let me toast you again. Ji Qinghan said. Now Su Yan understood why Ji Qinghan had 48 points of favorability upon meeting him. After a meal, Ji Qinghan took out a card and handed it to Su Yan, saying, Mr. Su, this is our Yunling Group's Diamond VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount at our establishments. By the way, I have already loaded 1 million into this card as a token of my goodwill. There's really no need, Mr. Ji. Su Yan waved his hand and replied, as I mentioned earlier, my acquisition of shares was just a casual decision. Then it must be okay for you to help me through this tough time, right? Ji Qinghan smiled. All right, I will shamelessly accept it. Seeing that the other party insisted on giving it, Su Yan felt it inappropriate to refuse. By the way, this restaurant is also under our Yunling Group. If Mr. Su finds the food to his liking, please come visit us. Ji Qinghan personally escorted Su Yan outside the restaurant shortly after. The Zijin Tower arranged for him to have a designated driver. Mr. Ji, please stay. Su Yan waved at Ji Qinghan and got into the car. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who was dining at a high-end restaurant, suddenly received a WeChat message. It was from Wang Mu reporting that Su Yan and Ji Qinghan had dined together that evening, along with a photo of them outside the Zijin Tower restaurant. Damn it. Seeing Ji Qinghan's smiling face in the photo, Lin Yi suddenly felt a surge of anger. Ji Qinghan was the woman he had set his sights on. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also extraordinarily capable. Ji Qinghan was the only daughter of the Ji family. A year ago, both her parents died in a plane crash. The vast Yunling Group fell into the hands of Ji Qinghan, who had just graduated from university less than 2 years ago. Just when everyone thought that Ji Qinghan would surely be unable to manage the Yunling Group, she swiftly eliminated the senior officials within the group who were dissatisfied with her leadership, handling everything with decisiveness. In just over a year, she doubled the profits of the Yunling Group. Naturally, the market value of Yunling Group soared to over 30 billion, a full doubling from before. As a result, she entered Lin Yi's sights. He began to pursue Ji Qinghan. However, what infuriated Lin Yi was that despite his distinguished status, Ji Qinghan showed him no respect and directly rejected him. Feeling humiliated by the rejection, he became furious and started causing all sorts of trouble for Yunlin Group. He indeed made it difficult for Yunlin Group, and due to his schemes they faced a cash shortage. Additionally, he had contacted banks and various investment companies, making it impossible for Ji Qinghan to sell shares of the Yundao Manor Hotel for cash. He was waiting for Ji Qinghan to be cornered and come to him for submission. At that point, he would be able to reap both wealth and power, considering that Ji Qinghan held shares of Yunlin Group worth around 20 billion. Moreover, the Yundao Manor Hotel was worth several billion. Just at this moment, that Su Yan intervened and bought 30 of the shares in the Yundao Manor Hotel. This thwarted his plans. Previously, he had worried that Su Yan had another identity and felt apprehensive. But now he couldn't care less. He had to teach that brat a lesson. He warned him not to interfere with Ji Qinghan's affairs. With that thought, he stood up and left. In the restroom, he dialed Wang Mu's number. Find a few people to give that brat a good beating, or it would be best if he ends up in the hospital for a few months. Also remember to warn him not to meddle in Ji Qinghan's affairs. Wang Mu responded, "Got it, young Master Lin." When Su Yan returned to his duplex, Pei Nan was watching TV in the living room. As soon as she saw Su Yan come home, she rushed over and took out the slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them under his feet. "Baby, you are so considerate." Su Yan changed into the slippers and wrapped his arms around Pei Nan's slender waist, saying, "Yangu, have you been drinking? Did you drink too much? If you did, I'll make you some hangover soup." Pei Nan reached out to support Su Yan's arm. "I did drink too much, but I want you to help me sober up." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan suddenly lifted Pei Nan off the ground, and amid her surprised cries, he strode upstairs. The next morning, Su Yan woke up feeling refreshed and saw Pei Nan sleeping soundly in his arms. The wild events of the previous night flashed through his mind. Quietly getting up, he washed up and then went to the gym to run. After his run and a quick shower, Su Yan decided to open the treasure chests from yesterday. Yesterday, he had obtained a total of 7 beginner treasure chests, 2 from Chun Xin, 1 from Wang Ling, and 4 from Ji Qinghan. System: open all beginner treasure chests. Ding, beginner treasure chests are opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 100 servings of delicious breakfast. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 cash. The prize has been credited to the host's black card account. Please claim it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of all-purpose recovery pills. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. The next 4 prizes included 400 cash, virtual currency, worth 1,300 cash, and 1 absolute sun pill. After the cash increase of 1.2 million, Su Yan's account balance reached 64.9 million. As for the delicious breakfast, each serving could be paired with 4 different foods. This aspect was something Su Yan quite liked. If he could choose freely, he wouldn't get tired of it. The all-purpose recovery pill was an old friend. There was no need to introduce its effects. He also wondered if Song Qingyu had given the 2 all-purpose recovery pills to her grandfather. As for the virtual currency, there was no need to elaborate. It was just 1 million less than previous times. Now regarding the final absolute sun pill. This was a time-sensitive pill. As long as one took it, no woman could conceive for a year. Without any hesitation, Su Yan took the pill and swallowed it. Then he went to the bedroom and called Pei Nan to get up and freshen up. He went downstairs first, taking out 2 servings of breakfast from the system space and placing them on the table. During breakfast, Su Yan said, "After we finish eating, I'll take you to a place." "What place?" Pei Nan asked while eating her noodles. "A clubhouse." The clubhouse Su Yan was referring to was Yunding Clubhouse. Before coming to Nandu, he had drawn a membership card for Yunding Clubhouse, and it was a gold card worth 800. After obtaining the master-level hacking skill, Su Yan had researched Yunding Clubhouse through his hacking skills, knowing it was a very interesting place. Moreover, the identity of the owner behind Yunding Clubhouse was quite extraordinary. After the meal, the 2 of them walked down hand in hand and drove straight to Yunding Clubhouse. The clubhouse was located in the city center, covering a vast area comparable to Nandu University. Just the land price was astronomical. This is a private area. If you have a membership card, please show it. As soon as they arrived at Yunding Clubhouse, they were stopped by the security guard. Su Yan had just parked his car in the parking lot of the Yunding Club when 2 young and beautiful waitresses approached, opening the doors for him, and Pei Nan with smiles saying, "Welcome to Yunding Club, sir, miss." "Thank you," Su Yan replied as he got out of the car. Ding. A new goddess has appeared nearby. Would you like to check her information? The system prompt sounded. Su Yan chose to view. The 2 new goddesses were the waitresses who had just opened their car doors for them. One had a beauty score of 80, while the other had a score of 81. One must admit that the Yunding Club is indeed impressive. Even the guiding waitresses are goddess level. Soon the system prompt sounded again. The charm badge activated, and both women had a favorability score exceeding 10 points, granting him 2 beginner treasure chests. Su Yan felt he had truly come to the right place. Next, he encountered 2 beautiful receptionists, both of whom also reached goddess level in beauty. They brought him 2 more beginner treasure chests. After swiping his gold card, the receptionist smiled and returned the card to Su Yan, asking, "Mr. Su, is this your first visit?" "Yes, it's my first time." Su Yan nodded. The receptionist then asked, "Are you aware of the benefits you can enjoy as a gold card holder?" "Not really." Su Yan shook his head. The receptionist explained, "As a gold card user, you enjoy 3 major benefits. First, you can bring 3 friends to consume here. Second, you will receive a 20% discount on purchases in the regular area. Third, you can access the VIP area for consumption." "What makes the VIP area special?" Su Yan inquired curiously. "You will naturally find out when you go there." The receptionist smiled mysteriously. Since the other party was unwilling to say more, Su Yan did not press further and instead asked, "To obtain a new gold card, do I need recommendations from 3 existing members?" "Yes, Mr. Su." The receptionist nodded. "What about the silver card?" Su Yan asked again. The receptionist replied, "You only need 1 gold card holder to recommend you for the silver card." "Then tell me what benefits silver card holders enjoy." Su Yan said. "Silver card members enjoy a 10% discount in the regular area. If you want to access the VIP area, you need to apply and verify your funds. Additionally, you can bring 2 friends here." "Then let's get a silver card for my girlfriend," Su Yan said. "All right, Mr. Su, I will handle it for your girlfriend," the receptionist said. "Yengu, your gold card allows you to bring 3 people, so there's no need to get a card for me." Pei Nan Nan tugged at Su Yan's sleeve and whispered, "You're silly. After I get you a card, even if I'm not around, you can come by yourself or bring friends," Su Yan said with a smile. "Besides, we're not short on money. Getting you a card is just more convenient." "All right then." Hearing Su Yan say this, Pei Nan Nan stopped opposing. The receptionist asked Pei Nan Nan for her name and phone number and promptly issued her a silver card. "Mr. Su, will you be paying the membership fee with a card or another method?" Su Yan took out his black card and handed it over, saying, "Just swipe the card." The receptionist took the black card, swiped it on the card machine, entered the amount, and asked Su Yan to enter his password. At the moment, the payment was successful. The system prompt sounded. Ding. The host used a mid-level cashback card, receiving 6 times cashback. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 million. Ding. It has been detected that the host spent 500 on Pei Nan Nan, triggering 8 times cashback. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 4 million. After spending 500, he earned back 7 million. He had practically made a fortune. This was also the reason why Su Yan insisted on getting a card for Pei Nan Nan. Next time he brought Song Qingyu, he would get her a card too. After this cashback, Su Yan's account balance directly reached 71140 yuan. "By the way, can I recharge here?" Su Yan suddenly remembered something and asked. "Yes, Mr. Su." The receptionist nodded. "Then please recharge 1 million into both my card and my girlfriend's card." Su Yan continued. "All right, Mr. Su, I will take care of it for you." Soon 2 million was deducted from Su. However, with the system prompt sounding, 8 million was credited back. The account balance directly reached 7774000. "Keep the card safe." Su Yan handed the silver card to Pei Nan Nan. "Yengu, you've spent so much money today, I'm feeling embarrassed," Pei Nan Nan said as she tucked the card away. "It's fine, just work hard tonight up there," Su Yan whispered in her ear. "That's annoying." Hearing Su Yan say this, Pei Nan Nan's cheeks instantly flushed, turning red all the way to her ears. At that moment, a woman in sportswear arrived. She slightly bowed to Su Yan and Pei Nan Nan, saying, "Mr. Su, Miss Pei, hello. My name is Jiang Wan, and I will be your guide." Ding. A new goddess has appeared nearby. Would you like to check her information? Without saying the new goddess was Jiang Wan, Su Yan chose to view. Her beauty score reached 87, higher than the previous 4 goddesses. Moreover, she was not very old, only 21 years old. Special score of 1. Thanks to the charm badge, her initial favorability score directly reached 16 points, granting Su Yan another beginner treasure chest. "Then I will trouble Miss Jiang next," Su Yan said with a smile. "Of course," Jiang Wan politely replied, extending her hand in a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Su, Miss Pei, this way, please." Upon entering the club, Jiang Wan led the 2 to a sightseeing car. As the car slowly glided, Jiang Wan began to explain. "Mr. Su, Miss Pei, the area you are entering now is our club's regular area, which includes most sports activities such as basketball, soccer, badminton, bowling, as well as golf, horseback riding, and more. In addition, there are various beauty and massage services, and our beauticians and masseurs are all rigorously trained using only the most high-end products on the market." After introducing the various services, Jiang Wan mentioned that there is also a restaurant here offering both Chinese and Western cuisines. At this time, Su Yan asked, "What if I want to play soccer, but there aren't enough people?" Jiang Wan smiled and replied, "Our club can provide dedicated personnel to play with you." Su Yan nodded and turned to Pei Nan Nan beside him, saying, "Baby, what do you want to play first?" Pei Nan Nan replied, how about we go play golf? She had only seen golf on TV and was very curious wanting to try. Then let's head to the golf course, Su Yin said to Jiang Wan. All right. Jiang Wan nodded and instructed the driver to go to the golf course. Soon the sightseeing vehicle brought Su Yin and his group to the entrance of the golf course. Upon entering, Jiang Wan proactively asked Mr. Su, Miss Pei, do you need us to arrange a coach for you? Is there a fee for the coach? Su Yin inquired. Yes, there is. Jiang Wan replied, we have both regular and premium coaches here. The fee for a regular coach ranges from 1,000 to 2,000 yuan per hour, while a premium coach costs between 300 and 500 yuan per hour. Then please arrange for us 2 premium coaches, preferably female, Su Yin stated. Certainly. Jiang Wan nodded, and then led the two to a hall. Next, she called over an employee to bring a tablet, performed a simple operation, and placed it in front of Su Yin. Mr. Su, there are 24 premium coaches available at this golf course, and you can choose any of them that show as free. Su Yin took the tablet and began to browse. He found that the screen displayed the coaches' photos along with brief introductions. He casually clicked on one of the photos, which revealed more detailed information about the coach, including age, height measurements, as well as the schools attended and graduated from. After some selection, Su Yin chose coaches named Lan Lan and Fei Fei. From their photos, both women were exceptionally beautiful, definitely of goddess level. The only regret for Su Yin was that the staff member who brought the tablet was male. At that moment, Jiang Wan also brought 2 sets of sportswear for Su Yin and Pei Nan Nan, introducing Mr. Su, Miss Pei, these 2 sets of sportswear are brand new and have been cleaned by our staff, so you can wear them with confidence. All right, thank you. The two then took the sportswear and entered the changing room. It must be said that Jiang Wan had a good eye. The sportswear fit Su Yin perfectly, neither too big nor too small. When he came out of the changing room, the 2 female coaches he had chosen had already arrived. Ding! A new goddess has been detected nearby. Would the host like to check the goddess information? Su Yin chose to view it. Name Su Lan Xin. Level T2. Age 20. Physique 69 points. Spirit 70 points. Appearance 87 points. Figure 90 points. Affection 11 points. Special 5 times. Name Zhang Yunfei. Level T2. Age 22. Physique 70 points. Spirit 67 points. Appearance 88 points. Figure 86 points. Affection 10 points. Special 7 times. One must say this Yunding clubhouse is simply a paradise for goddesses. Both coaches were actually T2 level goddesses, and it was likely that other female coaches also reached the goddess level. He would have to come here often. It wasn't that he was lecherous, but this place had plenty of opportunities to earn treasure chests. Then 2 system notification sounds rang out, indicating that these 2 female coaches had brought him 2 beginner treasure chests. Great, I've only been here for less than an hour, and I've already unlocked 7 beginner treasure chests. Su Yin thought to himself. Just then Pei Nan Nan also walked out of the changing room and directly sat beside Su Yin. Hello, Mr. Su and Miss Pei, I am your premium coach Lan Lan, and I am very pleased to serve you. Hello, Mr. Su and Miss Pei, I am your premium coach Fei Fei, and I am very pleased to serve you. Both women smiled as they introduced themselves. Baby, you choose first. Su Yin said to Pei Nan Nan. I will choose Coach Lan Lan. All right, then Fei Fei will be my coach. Su Yin said, by the way, we are both beginners, so please don't mind us. Lan Lan smiled and said, no problem. Actually, most of the guests here are beginners. By the way, Mr. Su and Miss Pei, let us first take you to select golf clubs. Soon Su Yin and Pei Nan Nan followed the 2 women to the golf club room. According to their introduction, the golf clubs could be used for free, rented, or purchased. When Pei Nan Nan casually pointed to a golf club that looked nice and asked for the price, she fell silent. The club actually cost over 100,000. When Pei Nan Nan casually pointed to a golf club that looked nice and asked for the price, she fell silent. The club actually cost over 100,000. A single ball costs several hundred, and golf clubs are even more expensive, with the most expensive custom clubs costing up to several million. Therefore, a club costing over 100,000 is hardly considered anything. Thus Su Yin smiled and said, if you like it, just buy it. No need. Pei Nan Nan shook her head. I just want to try this golf ball. Oh, I don't know if I will like it, so there's no need to buy a club. Then it's up to you. Su Yin did not insist. Although he wanted the spending rebate, he would not buy it without considering whether Pei Nan Nan liked it. So the 2 rented a golf club each and followed the 2 women towards the golf course. Su Yan's spiritual strength was as high as 90 points, and his memory was already incredibly good, combined with a physique above 90. His athletic ability was exceptional. Therefore, after Fei Fei demonstrated it twice, he was already hitting the ball quite well. Pei Nan Nan's physique was also good, and she was not slow-witted. Within just over 10 minutes, she had also grasped the gameplay. As their coaches Lan Lan and Fei Fei provided ample emotional support, praising the 2 for being smart, quick learners, and good at hitting. After playing for nearly an hour, Pei Nan Nan proactively suggested stopping. Su Yin took out 2,000 yuan in cash and distributed it to the 2 coaches, saying thank you for your hard work. This is your tip. Thank you, Mr. Su and Miss Pei. The two women immediately expressed their gratitude. Then Fei suggested, Mr. Su, could we add each other on WeChat? When you come next time, you can inform me via WeChat, so I can prepare to serve you in advance. While speaking, she subtly threw a flirtatious glance at Su Yan. No need to add WeChat. Oh, I'll just call you next. Su Yan casually dismissed, as he definitely would not choose her next time. It wasn't that Fei's service was poor, rather he wanted to earn treasure chests from other beautiful coaches. Alright then. Seeing that Su Yan was unwilling to add her on WeChat, Fei felt a bit disappointed. Yingo, when a beautiful girl adds you on WeChat, why do you refuse? Is it because I'm here that you're embarrassed? After leaving the golf course, Pei Nan teased deliberately. It's not that with such a stunning beauty like you around I have no thoughts about other women. Su Yan said with a smile. Really? Of course it's true. Su Yan nodded seriously. Soon Zhongwan arrived with the sightseeing vehicle and asked Mr. Su, Miss Pei, what would you like to do for your next activity? Yingo, I want to go horseback riding, Pei Nan said looking at Su Yan. Then let's go horseback riding. Su Yan nodded. Once the two got in the car, the driver drove towards the horse ranch. 2 minutes later they arrived at the horse ranch. Similarly, they first changed into their gear under Zhongwan's guidance before going to select horses. Since both were beginners, Zhongwan suggested that they choose a gentle mare. After selecting the horse, they then went to choose a coach. This time Su Yan still chose a female coach. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. While both female coaches looked decent, they did not reach an appearance score of 80. This left Su Yan slightly regretful, as he felt both female coaches had an appearance score above 75. However, he soon came to terms with it. There are few female coaches, and even fewer who are beautiful. Under the guidance of the two coaches, Su Yan and Pei Nan first fed the two selected mares, nurturing their bond and rapport. Following that, at the coach's nod, they gently stroked the horses' heads. The two horses cooperated well, nudging their heads against their hands, which greatly excited Pei Nan, who couldn't help but say to Su Yan, brother, Yan, they are just too adorable. Indeed, quite adorable. Su Yan nodded in agreement. Soon after, according to the coach's instructions, Su Yan and Pei Nan led the two mares out of the stable. The coach then taught them how to control the horses. After confirming that both had understood, he told them they could mount. However, at first, when Su Yan and Pei Nan mounted the horses, the two coaches led the horses at a slow pace. Su Yan found it uninteresting. So he said to the coach assisting him, Coach, let me try holding the reins myself. Sir, how about we take a couple more laps to help me and the horses get more familiar? The coach suggested. No need. Su Yan insisted. Seeing his determination, the coach had no choice but to say, then Mr. Su, please run slowly and not too fast. Okay. After taking the reins, Su Yan began to guide the horse around the arena. At first his speed was not. Moreover, he sensed that the horse beneath him seemed to not be too comfortable. So he sped up. His sudden acceleration startled the coach, who immediately signaled the staff to be prepared in case Su Yan fell off the horse so that they could provide emergency aid. Fortunately, their worries were unfounded. After running several laps, Su Yan was perfectly fine. Well, Su Yan pulled the reins to stop the horse near Pei Nan. Brother Yan, you looked so impressive just now. Can I try? How about you take me for a run? Pei Nan said, looking at Su Yan with eager eyes. Coach, can this horse carry two people? Su Yan, yes it can. The coach replied. Then come on up, babe. Su Yan reached out to Pei Nan. Immediately, she slid down from the other horse and came over to Su Yan. With a pull, Su Yan helped Pei Nan onto his horse, placing her in his arms. Leaning against him, Pei Nan felt an overwhelming sense of safety and happiness. Giddy up! Su Yan exclaimed softly and began to control the horse to run around the area, increasing the speed. Pei Nan nestled in his embrace, spread her arms wide, and joyfully shouted into the wind. After taking Pei Nan for a ride around a few laps, she was finally satisfied. Su Yan guided the horse back to the starting point, dismounted first, and then helped Pei Nan down. However, Pei Nan's face was slightly flushed, not knowing if it was from excitement or, are we riding again? Su Yan asked. Not today, let's come back next time. Pei Nan shook her head. After giving the two coaches a tip of 2,000 yuan, Su Yan and Pei Nan went to change out of their gear. Here. After changing, Su Yan handed Pei Nan a bottle of water. What else do you want to play? Su Yan asked. I'm a bit tired. Pei Nan said, cuddling Su Yan's arm in a spoiled manner. Thus Su Yan turned to the approaching Zhongwan and asked, do you have any activities here that don't require much physical exertion? Yes, mister. So we have a 5D cinema, as well as internet cafes and game halls, Zhongwan replied. Su Yan looked at Pei Nan. She thought for a moment, let's go watch a 5D movie. Alright. Su Yan agreed without objection. Then under Zhongwan's lead they arrived at the 5D cinema. However, a single 5D movie doesn't last long, only about 20 to 30 minutes. The two watched 3 movies before leaving the cinema and heading to the game hall. Before they knew it, it was noon. Considering Su Yan's appetite, Pei Nan decided to go for Chinese food. The restaurant and the club could serve dishes from all 8 major cuisines. Su Yin and Pei Nan only ordered 6 dishes, 3 from Sichuan cuisine and the other 3 from different cuisines. Brother Yin, it's not as good as what you make. After tasting all 6 dishes, Pei Nan said softly, My culinary skills have reached a master level, but the chef's skills for these dishes are quite good, probably reaching a grandmaster level. Su Yin commented, Wow, I didn't expect you to be so amazing, Brother Yin. Didn't you gain something? Su Yin joked with a smile. Indeed, I gained something. After finishing their meal, they walked out of the restaurant when Jiang Wan approached them again. Miss Jiang, have you eaten? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su, I have already eaten. Jiang Wan smiled and added, By the way, Mr. Su and Miss Pei, where would you like to go now? Didn't I hear that you have beauty treatments and massages available? Why don't you recommend a beauty treatment for my dear babe? Su Yin said. Sure. Jiang Wan nodded and began to introduce the options. In the end, Pei Nan chose a beauty package priced at 2,888 yuan. By the way, Mr. Su, how do you plan to arrange your next activities? Jiang Wan asked again. Find me a masseuse for a massage. Su Yin thought for a moment and replied. Under Jiang Wan's guidance, they reached a building. The beauty treatments were on the 5th floor and massages were on the 6th floor. The two temporarily parted ways. Su Yin was taken to a room. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. Then a young female therapist walked in. Ding, there is a new goddess in the vicinity. Would the host like to check the goddess information? Su Yin chose to view. The therapist's name was Tang Hongmei, 23 years old. Her appearance scored 83 points, but her figure was excellent, reaching 92 points. However, the special score was 9 points. Immediately after, the system notification sounded again, bringing Su Yin a beginner treasure chest. Soon the female therapist began to give Su Yin a massage. I must say the skills of the club's therapists are quite impressive, making Su Yin feel very comfortable. Thus, he simply closed his eyes and began to enjoy. He had no intention of engaging in conversation with the female therapist. During the session, the therapist also attempted to chat with Su Yin. However, seeing that Su Yin only responded with grunts, she chose to remain silent. After all, those who come to Yinding Club to spend are either rich or noble. There was no need to offend the customer. After more than an hour, the therapist completed her service and gently asked, Sir, would you like to extend the session? No need. Su Yin waved his hand. You can go out first. I want to rest for a while. All right, it was a pleasure serving you, and I wish you a pleasant day. After the therapist exited, Su Yin picked up his phone and opened WeChat. He found several messages, one of which was from Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu, Su Yin, I secretly gave my grandfather the Shirkwan Dabu Wan, and now his spirit and physical condition are much better. Upon seeing this message, Su Yin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Song Qingyu to choose to secretly give her grandfather the Shirkwan Dabu Wan. Indeed, it was a wise move. So he replied, Qingyu, darling, you are so smart. Song Qingyu, of course. By the way, what are you doing right now? Su Yin took a photo and sent it to Song Qingyu, then typed, I just finished a massage out today. I went to a club to play golf and ride horses, and now I'm relaxing with a massage. When you come to Nandu, I'll take you to try it. There are many activities here, and you can find anything you want to play. Song Qingyu, then I'll come to Nandu tomorrow. Su Yin, do you need me to pick you up at the station? Song Qingyu, no, my dad will arrange for someone to take me. Su Yin, alright, contact me when you arrive. After chatting with Song Qingyu for a while, Su Yin received a WeChat message from Pei Nan asking him which floor he was on. Su Yin told her to come to the first floor, and he would come down right away. Upon arriving at the first floor, Su Yin saw Pei Nan looking radiant. He couldn't help but smile. It seems the effects of their beauty salon are quite impressive. You look much more beautiful. Really? Pei Nan said happily. At that moment, Jiang Wan reappeared hesitantly, saying, Mr. Su, Miss Pei, our club has a rather special competition today. I wonder if you are interested. What kind of competition? Su Yin asked. A fighting competition, Jiang Wan replied. Upon hearing it was a fighting competition, Su Yin instantly became interested and asked, when does it start? In half an hour, Jiang Wan said. If you're interested, you can also place bets. Then let's go take a look, Su Yin said. Please follow me. Jiang Wan led Su Yin and Pei Nan into another building and took the elevator down to the 3rd basement level. As they exited the elevator, they saw 2 huge red doors. In front of the doors stood 4 tall security personnel in black suits wearing sunglasses. After Jiang Wan negotiated for a few moments, they were allowed to enter. Upon stepping through the door, Su Yin saw rows of tiered seating surrounding the arena. In the center of the audience area was an octagonal cage. Currently, over 100 spectators were already seated. Mr. Su, would you prefer front row, middle row, or back row? Jiang Wan asked. Let's sit in the middle row, Su Yin replied. Although the front row offered the clearest view, Su Yin was concerned that the bloodshed from the fights might scare Pei Nan. All right. Soon Jiang Wan arranged for Su Yin and Pei Nan to sit on a sofa in the middle row. Then, picking up a tablet from beside the audience seats, she introduced Mr. Su. Today's fighting event has 3 matches. This tablet contains the profiles of 6 fighters along with past fight videos and their win rates. If you want to place bets, you can also do so through the tablet by entering your membership card number. Alright. Su Yan nodded and picked up the tablet to browse through the profiles of the 6 fighters with Pei Nan. The 6 fighters were named Zhao Feng Ma Li Zhang, Jian Chen Xiaoyan Su Donglai, and Jiang Ming. Among them, Zhao Feng Ma Li and Zhang Jian had all been provincial Sanda champions. Chen Xiaoyan was the national Sanda bronze medalist. Su Donglai had won a Muay Thai championship abroad. The last fighter, Jiang Ming, practiced Xingyi Quan, a form of traditional martial arts. Among them, Su Donglai had the highest win rate. He had competed 18 times in this venue with 17 victories and 1 draw. Out of curiosity, Su Yin pulled up his past fight videos. Wow, this guy is fierce. Upon seeing Su Donglai's performance, Pei Nan couldn't help but exclaim. In the video, he executed a knee strike that sent his opponent flying several meters, leaving their face a bloody mess. Afterwards, Su Yin watched several more of Su Donglai's matches. The opponent's fighting style remained brutal and swift, seizing every opportunity without giving the opponent a chance. Su Yin, possessing master-level fighting skills, could tell that Su Donglai's Muay Thai had reached an extraordinary level not far from master-level proficiency. Judging by the power and speed of his strikes, Su Donglai's physical attributes exceeded 80 points, likely around 85 points. After that, Su Yin opened Jiang Ming's fight video to take a look. He found that Jiang Ming's Xingyi Quan skills were also very high, however his fighting style was rather mediocre. In the few matches he won, but it seemed somewhat laborious. But with Su Yan's keen eyes, he could determine that this guy's Xingyi Quan was quite impressive, not at all weaker than Su Donglai's Muay Thai. Moreover, his physical condition should be quite strong, likely even surpassing Su Donglai. In today's match, Su Donglai and Jiang Ming would be opponents. However, betting on Su Donglai would only yield a 1.5 times return, while betting on Jiang Ming would yield a 3 times return. Babe, who do you think will win between these two? Su Yan asked Pei Nan. I don't know. Pei Nan shook her head. Then how about you pick one based on your gut feeling? Su Yan asked again. Pei Nan thought for a moment and said, I'll choose Jiang Ming. Alright then, we'll bet on him. I'll use my card to bet 5,000, and you can also use your card to bet 5,000. Su Yan said. Oh, isn't that too much? What if we lose? Pei Nan said worriedly. No worries, I think you're a lucky star, you will definitely win. Su Yan encouraged her. Well, okay then. So Su Yan and Pei Nan each used their membership cards to bet 5,000 on Jiang Ming. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the venue. However, as they walked past the middle row toward the front row, Su Yan casually glanced and was somewhat surprised to find that the woman was actually the military training instructor Qin Xian. Sensing Su Yan's gaze, Qin Xian instinctively turned her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She then said to the man beside her, I ran into an acquaintance, oh, let's sit in the middle row. Sure, whatever you like. The man beside Qin Xian said nonchalantly. Seeing Qin Xian approaching, Su Yan stood up to greet her. Hello, Instructor Qin. I didn't expect to see you here. The military training has already ended, so I'm no longer your instructor. If you don't mind, you can call me Qinjia or Xianjia. Qin Xian replied with a smile. Alright, Xianjia. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Pei Nan. Nanan, this is our military training instructor. Hello, Xianjia. Pei Nan stood up to greet politely. Hello, Nanan. Qin Xian nodded with a smile toward Pei Nan. Xianjia, is this your boyfriend? Suddenly, Su Yan's gaze fell on the man accompanying Qin Xian. Qin Xian shot Su Yan a reproachful glance, saying, Don't talk nonsense, this is my childhood friend Lin Cheng. Hello, Mr. Lin. Su Yan, oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Su Yan said with a smile, extending his hand. No need to be so formal, just call me Lao Lin or Qingge. Lin Cheng replied warmly. Alright, from now on I'll call you Qingge. Su Yan laughed in response. Soon Lin Cheng and Qin Xian settled into the seats next to Su Yan and the others. After a while, once Qin Xian had reviewed the profiles of the 3 teams, she asked Su Yan, what do you think of these 3 teams? I think Su Donglai and Jiang Ming are the strongest. Su Yan replied. Then who do you think has the better chance between the two? Qin Xian asked again. Su Yan said, my girlfriend and I both bet 5,000 on Jiang Ming to win. So you are quite optimistic about Jiang Ming? Not exactly. We are just taking a chance because Jiang Ming has higher odds. Since you are so optimistic about Jiang Ming, I will also bet 5,000. Qin Xian picked up the tablet and started placing her bet, evidently not her first time here. Xianjia, I picked randomly, so don't blame me if we lose. Su Yan reminded her. No problem, I trust your judgment, Qin Xian said with a smile. Seeing Qin Xian trust Su Yan so much, Lin Cheng was somewhat surprised and curiously asked, Brother Su, are you good at fighting? This is the first time I've seen our Miss Qin trust someone like this. Before Su Yan could answer, Qin Xian replied for him. Don't underestimate Su Yan, his fighting skills are quite strong, and am not his match. No way, even you can't match him. Lin Cheng was taken aback, knowing that their group couldn't even stand up to Qin Xian before she joined the army. After she enlisted, she became even stronger, making it even more impossible for them to compete. He invited her here to watch the fighting competition because he knew she liked it. I really am not his match. The gap between us is significant, Qin Xian admitted frankly. Hearing this from Qin Xian, Lin Cheng became very interested in Su Yin and immediately took out his phone saying, "Brother Su, let's add each other on WeChat and exchange ideas when we have time." But Qin Xian glared at Lin Cheng. "He's still a student, Xiao Cheng. I warn you, you better not lead him astray." "Don't worry, we are just having fun. How could we lead him astray?" Lin Cheng hurriedly replied. Su Yin took his phone and added Lin Cheng as a friend. "By the way, brother, do you have any other hobbies?" Lin Cheng, satisfied, put away his phone and asked Su Yin. "Reading novels, fishing, listening to music. Aren't those hobbies?" Su Yin smiled and asked. Lin Cheng said, "These hobbies are too gentle. By the way, do you like cars? If you do, I can pull you into our car club." "Xiao Cheng, have you forgotten my warning? Street racing is too dangerous. Don't drag Su Yin into it." Qin Xian glared at Lin Cheng. Immediately Lin Cheng shrank his neck and quickly changed his words. "Haha, I was just asking, the match is about to start. Let's watch the fight." 2 minutes later, the fighting competition officially began. First up were Zhao Feng and Ma Li. Both were provincial champions in Sanda, with Zhao Feng from the Southwest Province and Ma Li from the Shangbei Province. As the host introduced them, the two stepped into the octagonal cage fighting arena. Neither wore gloves, so instead they wrapped their fists in white cloth. The rules of the match were simple: one side falls down or concedes defeat. There was no halftime break. Therefore, the battles would be even more intense and passionate. After a brief period of testing each other, both fighters became serious. At first, they executed beautiful moves, but as time passed and their stamina waned, they stopped using techniques. Instead, they resorted to the most basic and energy-efficient means of attack. After more than 10 minutes, Ma Li, with slightly more stamina than Zhao Feng, won the match. Most of the audience found it quite thrilling, as the fight was indeed brutal and bloody. Many people shouted, "Beat him to death." Lin Cheng boasted to Qin Xian, "How about it, Miss Qin? I told you this place is great." "It's okay." Qin Xian nodded, acknowledging that both Zhao Feng and Ma Li's fighting levels were comparable to elite soldiers. However, if they faced off on the battlefield, they would surely not match the soldiers' prowess. "They'll get you a membership card. Come here when you have time." Lin Cheng continued. "No need." Qin Xian waved her hand. "I will transition to being a police officer, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to come here anymore. Moreover, what's so great about being a police officer?" Lin Cheng's words were cut short as he was fixed with a cold gaze from Qin Xian, causing him to swallow the rest of his words. After a 5-minute break, the second match began. This was a clash between the provincial Sanda champion and the national Sanda third-place winner. Originally, everyone thought Chen Xiaoyun, the national Sanda third-place winner, would be stronger. However, the reality was that from the start, Zhang Jian dominated Chen Xiaoyun. In just 5 minutes, Chen Xiaoyun was knocked down and chose to concede. This was met with a chorus of boos from the audience, as many had bet on Chen Xiaoyun to win. Pei Nanan, witnessing this for the first time, asked, "Brother Yin, why are these people so uncivilized?" Su Yin replied, "Because most people here are just looking to relax and vent. They are merely shedding their..." "Brother Su, although you're young, your words are quite insightful." Lin Cheng heard Su Yan's words and chimed in disdainfully, "Don't be fooled by how this group presents themselves in suits and ties. In reality, most are opportunistic and morally bankrupt, full of scoundrels and harlots." "Xiao Cheng, you understand quite deeply," Qin Xian remarked pointedly. "I've just seen more." Lin Cheng smiled and replied. Moments passed and another 5 minutes went by. Finally, it was time for Su Donglai and Jiang Ming to take the stage. Unlike usual, Su Donglai seemed much more cautious when facing Jiang Ming. Su Yin could see that Su Donglai now resembled a venomous snake retracting his fangs. But if Jiang Ming showed even the slightest flaw, those fangs would viciously sink into him. Similarly, Jiang Ming maintained his usual moderate approach. Time passed and 6 or 7 minutes flew by. Su Donglai started to grow impatient. His strength and speed might be slightly superior to Jiang Ming, but in terms of endurance, he could not compare. If this continued, he would eventually be worn down. Thus, he chose to launch a fierce attack. Once Su Donglai decided to go on the offensive, his moves poured out like a torrential storm towards Jiang Ming. Qin Xian in the audience watched with bright eyes, imagining that if she were in Jiang Ming's place, she certainly wouldn't be able to withstand Su Donglai's assault. However, Jiang Ming on the stage remained remarkably calm in the face of Su Donglai's onslaught, completely giving up on attacking and opting only to evade and defend. Though it is said that a long defense will eventually fail, Jiang Ming's defense now had an almost impenetrable quality to it. Su Yin also realized something through the clash of the two on stage. The system's reward for his physique had enhanced all aspects of his strength, speed, endurance, and defense, leaving no weaknesses. Unlike others who all have existing weaknesses. Take Su Donglai as an example. His weakness is insufficient endurance. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, has slightly less strength, but his endurance is exceptionally formidable. This is likely due to his practice of internal martial arts. 2 minutes later, Su Donglai's round of attacks came to an end. However, he had expended a significant amount of energy, his clothes soaked in sweat, and his breathing had become heavy. At that moment, Jiang Ming began to counterattack. With just 3 moves, he knocked Su Donglai out with a half-step burst punch. Brother Su, you truly are impressive. At this time, Lin Sheng excitedly gave a thumbs up. Just luck. Su Yan smiled. Hey, I bet 2 million and earned 4 million. How about I treat you tonight? Sounds good, we'll be counting on you, the big spender. Su Yan agreed with a smile. Let's find a place to have some tea and chat for a while before we go for dinner. What do you think, Brother Su? Lin Sheng smiled as he asked Su Yan. We have no objections. Su Yan replied. Thus the 4 of them exited the fighting arena and arrived at a tea house in the Yunding Club. They chose a window-side seat to chat leisurely while enjoying the view outside. Outside the tea house was an artificial lake filled with lotus flowers. Although the blooming season had passed, a few sparse lotus flowers still graced the surface of the lake. Sister Xian, since you turned to the police, do you work at the city bureau or the district bureau? Su Yan casually asked. At the Jinjiang district bureau. Qin Xian replied. Great. You happen to be in charge near our school, so if we run into trouble in the future, we can call on you for help. Su Yan expressed with some surprise. All right, just contact me if you need anything. Qin Xian readily agreed. Time flew, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. After some casual chatting, the 4 had gotten somewhat familiar with each other. Lin Sheng said, It's about time, I've already booked a table. Let's go eat. Thus the 4 of them left the tea house and took a sightseeing car to the parking lot. Xiao Qingzi, you lead the way and I'll ride with Su Yan. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Qin Xian got into Su Yan's car. Lin Sheng had no objections and drove his Ferrari 488 ahead as the leader. However, after driving a short distance, Lin Sheng received a report from his bodyguard. Young Master Lin, ever since you left the club, a van has been following you from behind. Hearing this, Lin Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly he had a thought and instructed the bodyguard, Don't act too hastily, I'll wait for my orders. After hanging up, Lin Sheng called Qin Xian. Meanwhile, Qin Xian, who was chatting in the back seat of a Mercedes G-Class with Pei Nan, and frowned when she answered the call. Hello, what's the matter? Lin Sheng's voice came through the phone. There's a van following us. Aren't you supposed to report to the police station tomorrow? Why not capture these guys and get some credit for it? As Su Yan was driving, he heard Lin Sheng's voice on the phone and immediately activated the spatial coverage of his spatial ring, quickly spotting the van trailing over 100 meters behind them. There were 8 people in total, including the driver. They had dyed hair and tattoos. One of them was wearing a gold chain around his neck, clearly a thug from the streets. Apart from the driver, the other 7 were armed with steel pipes and baseball bats. Following the van were 2 SUVs, each containing 4 individuals, all dressed like bodyguards, with 2 of them carrying handguns. As expected, the bodyguards in those 2 SUVs belonged to Lin Sheng. Clearly, Lin Sheng's status was not that of an ordinary wealthy second generation. Thinking further, Qin Xian likely had a strong military background, so anyone who could associate with her could not be of low status either. Suddenly, Su Yan had a thought. Since both Lin Sheng and Qin Xian had respectable backgrounds, how could a group of thugs dare to trouble them? Could it be that this group of thugs was coming after him? The figures of Fu Mingyue and Li Shui flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Although Fu Mingyue was not on good terms with him, it had not reached the point of life and death. At most, they just disliked each other and exchanged a few heated words. Fu Mingyue would not hire thugs to deal with him. Moreover, the other party was from Beijing, unfamiliar with the area, so how could they find thugs to deal with him? As for Li Shui, although there had been a minor conflict, Su Yan had used the misfortune card on her, and she had no idea it was him. How could she possibly find thugs to come after him? For a moment, Su Yan was puzzled about who had sent thugs after him. He then said, Sister Xian, it's very likely that these people are coming for me. Coming for you. Did you offend someone? Qin Xian asked in surprise. No, not at all. Su Yan replied, feeling somewhat speechless. You know, I've been at school all this month. During the few days after the holiday, I was mostly with Nan and hardly interacted with anyone, so I'm puzzled. When you catch them later, help me ask who exactly I offended. Sure. Qin Xian quickly agreed, speaking into the phone. Xiao Qingzi, did you hear that? Those people are likely coming for Su Yan. Have your bodyguards capture them and interrogate them. Got it'll give the order right away. Lin Sheng readily agreed, then hung up and called the head of the bodyguards. Upon receiving the call, the head bodyguards sprang into action. The 2 SUVs accelerated and in less than 2 minutes cornered the van. Lin Sheng and Su Yan both stopped their cars and walked towards the back. The 8 thugs inside the van had already been subdued by Lin Sheng's bodyguards. All of them were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. Tell me who sent you. Who were you trying to deal with? Lin Sheng kicked one of them and demanded. Although the thugs knew they had kicked a rock, they were unwilling to speak. Old Zhou, give them a lesson to make them talk, Lin Sheng said, displeased. The bodyguard called Old Zhou immediately grabbed one thug's hand, and the thug began to scream, "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts, let go of me, and he'll tell you." "Speak," Old Zhou asked coldly. The thug glanced at Su Yan and said, "Brother Ergo sent us to teach him a lesson, preferably to make him lie in a hospital bed for a few months." "Brother, do you know who Brother Ergo is?" Lin Zhiyi asked Su Yan. "I have no idea." Su Yan shook. One of the thugs said, "I know Brother Ergo is also working for someone. He got a call and sent us to deal with it. Brother Su, what do you think? I can have Old Zhou take someone to find Brother Ergo and find out who the mastermind is. We can continue our dinner after that." "Sure, that would be great." Su Yan expressed his gratitude. "No problem, just a small matter." Lin Zhiyi replied unconcerned. Afterward, the four of them continued to get in the car and headed to the restaurant, while one SUV followed closely behind. The other one went to take care of business. When Lin Zhiyi brought Su Yan and the others to the dining place, Su Yan's expression became somewhat strange, because the place he brought them to was actually the Yundao Manor Hotel. After getting out of the car, all four walked towards the lobby, and Su Yan smiled. "Brother Ching, I fear you won't be treating us today." "Why, oi?" Lin Zhiyi looked at Su Yan in confusion. "Because I am one of the shareholders of this hotel. Do you think I would let you treat us?" Su Yan explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyi also laughed. What a coincidence. Suddenly Lin Zhiyi seemed to think of something, and said, "Brother, I think I know who wants to trouble you." "Who?" Su Yan asked, puzzled. "Lin Yi." Lin Zhiyi replied. "It's him." Su Yan realized, then looked at Lin Zhiyi and said, "Brother Cheng, you all share the surname Lin, it can't be." "Don't talk nonsense, I have no connection with that guy." Lin Zhiyi's face showed disgust and disdain. "That guy is just a hungry wolf doing things without any decorum. With his current style, he will eventually face retribution." After a short while, Su Yan and his three companions arrived at a private room in a hotel. After ordering some dishes, Su Yan finally spoke up. "Brother Cheng, what kind of person is Lin Yi?" Lin Zhiyi hesitated slightly and said, "His brother is Lin Yuan, who was transferred to Nandu 2 years ago. That kid relies on his brother's name to extort money everywhere. His behavior is quite disgraceful. Recently, that fellow has set his sights on Ji Qinghan, plotting to benefit from both her wealth and beauty. Unfortunately, Ji Qinghan's temperament is fiery, and she refuses to yield. He then resorted to coercive tactics, indeed cornering Ji Qinghan, who was in dire need of money to escape her predicament. However, Lin Yi made it known that no one dared to help Ji Qinghan. Later, it was heard that a mysterious person had acquired 30% of the shares in Yundao Manor Hotel. This person helped Ji Qinghan through her crisis, and unexpectedly that mysterious individual turned out to be you, my brother. I suspect it was you who thwarted Lin Yi's plans, which is why he holds a grudge against you and seeks to deal with you. You need to be cautious. Even if he failed this time, there will likely be a next time. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Cheng. I will be careful," Su Yan said calmly. Seeing Su Yan so composed, Lin Zhiyi felt a bit of admiration, while also being curious about his newly recognized brother, whether he was truly confident or simply naturally emotionally stable. After the meal ended, the two parties went their separate ways. Inside the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Su Yan placed his hand on Pei Nanan's and said, "Don't worry, I will resolve this matter. There won't be any problems." After hearing Lin Zhiyi mention Lin Yuan's name, Pei Nanan searched for it on her phone, and upon discovering Lin Yuan's position, she was startled and began to worry. "Is everything really okay?" Pei Nanan looked at Su Yan. "When have I ever lied to you?" Su Yan smiled, and feeling his calm demeanor, Pei Nanan's anxiety gradually eased. Inside a Ferrari 488, Lin Zhiyi curiously asked, "Miss Qin, what is the background of this brother Su?" "I don't know." Qin Xian shook her head and said, "Before this he was a student, and I was a military training instructor. I only know that his combat skills are exceptionally high." "How high?" Lin Zhiyi pressed further. "My father's bodyguard might not even be his match." Qin Xian replied indifferently. "Wow, that's impressive." Lin Zhiyi was somewhat shocked, knowing that his father's bodyguards are among the best in the military, their combat skills extraordinarily high. Even the fighters who appeared at the Yunding Club today, when combined, would likely not be a match for Qin Xian's father's bodyguard. No wonder Miss Qin looks at him with such different eyes. Lin Zhiyi thought to himself that upon returning he would arrange for someone to investigate him. Meanwhile, Wang Mu also received news of the failed operation. However, after learning the reason for the failure, he was taken aback, as this incident surprisingly involved the young master of the Lin family and the young lady of the Qin family. The identities and backgrounds of either of these two are far stronger than Lin Yi. If they misunderstood that their young master was targeting them, it would definitely be a huge problem, potentially affecting the big boss. Thinking of this, he immediately dialed Lin Yi's number. When the call connected, Lin Yi's voice came through. "Has the matter been handled?" Wang Mu swallowed hard, his tone anxious as he spoke. "Young Master Lin, the plan failed, and it also involved Miss Qin Xian and young Master Lin Cheng of the Lin family." "What?" Lin Yi's voice suddenly rose. "How could you let it involve those two?" Wang Mu continued, "Young Master Lin, it was all a coincidence. The people doing the job were following Su Yin when he happened to be with Miss Qin and young Master Lin Cheng. Young Master Lin Cheng's bodyguard thought those people were a threat to him, so they captured them. However, I didn't make any moves myself, though instead I instructed someone to pass the buck to Lu Ergu. We shouldn't be traced back to us in the short term." You fool immediately arranged for the messenger to flee. Lin Yi cursed angrily. Though greedy and arrogant, he wasn't foolish. Moreover, since Miss Qin and young Master Lin Cheng were not harmed as long as they have no evidence, and with his older brother stepping in, it shouldn't have too much of an impact on him. Thus, after ending the call with Wang Mu, Lin Yi immediately called Lin Yuan. As he expected, Lin Yuan scolded him, but after the scolding he indicated that he would help resolve the matter. However, he told him to keep a low profile during this time. If he caused more trouble, he would definitely be dealt with severely. Lin Yi acted very submissively, claiming this incident was merely an accident and he would never make the same mistake again. He was someone who understood the situation. His arrogance stemmed from his elder brother, so in front of him, he always behaved quite obediently. And on the other side, after Su Yin returned to the duplex with Pei Nanan, he began to comfort the startled Pei Nanan. Once she was calmed down and fell into a deep sleep, Su Yin went to his study. He started using his master-level hacking skills to search for Lin Yuan's itinerary. Lin Yi's arrogance relied on his elder brother Lin Yuan. Therefore, he did not plan to deal directly with Lin Yi, but instead aimed to resolve the issue at its source by targeting Lin Yuan. Su Yin felt fortunate, because Lin Yuan would be attending a public event tomorrow morning at 1030, cutting the ribbon at the groundbreaking ceremony for the Xinjiang Development Zone. Suddenly, Su Yan's eyes lit up. By the way, there are still 8 treasure chests left to open. System, open all 8 beginner treasure chests for me. Ding, opening beginner treasure chests. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5000 cash. The bonus has been credited to the host's black card account. Ooh, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a novel gift pack. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan fragment card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 intermediate cashback card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a song gift pack. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 virtual currency. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a luxury apartment. The property certificate has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5000 cash. The bonus has been injected into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Su Yin was quite surprised by this treasure chest opening. He only opened cash twice. After adding 1 million cash, his black card balance reached 78. For million, getting closer to a small target. Speaking of the novel gift pack, it was a USB drive storing 10 novels. Among them, 3 were web novels. Coincidentally, he had read all 3 of those web novels. They were all popular novels. If handled properly, these 3 web novels could bring him at least 100 million in income. It's just that the monetization period is relatively long. In addition, there were 4 traditional novels and 3 campus novels. Both the 4 traditional novels and the 3 campus novels had significant popularity. The 4 traditional novels had all been adapted into television dramas in his past life, while the 3 campus novels were turned into movies. Even after publication, earning royalties and adaptation fees, these 7 novels could bring in tens of millions in profits. If used to develop into dramas or movies, the earnings would be even greater. As for the Cullinan fragments, once another fragment is obtained, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan can be synthesized. If he remembers correctly, the price of this car is over 6 million. The intermediate cashback card is an old acquaintance. Tomorrow he will take Song Qingyu to get the card. Additionally, there is a song package which, compared to the last one, has 2 more songs totaling 5. Another reward in the form of a novel alongside a reward of songs. Does the system want him to play in the entertainment circle? Or is it hinting that there are many beauties in the entertainment industry? The next prize is a virtual currency worth 2 million, also an old acquaintance, so no introduction is necessary. Furthermore, the luxury apartment is much larger than the last one, measuring a full 120 square meters. It is in the same community as the apartment from the last reward, just a few buildings apart. The next morning at 10 o'clock, disguised as Su Yan, appeared near the groundbreaking ceremony in the Xinjiang Development Zone. Although Lin Yuan had not yet arrived, the security personnel were already in place and had set up a red rope. Fortunately, Su Yan did not need to get close to Lin Yuan. He merely played the role of an onlooker, curiously gazing from nearby. Time passed, gradually approaching 10:30. At 10:25, a black convoy arrived. Then a group of people waiting here immediately stepped forward to welcome Lin Yuan. At the moment Lin Yuan stepped out of the car, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. He took out the attribute adjuster from the system's space. He directly locked onto Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, already in his 40s, was well preserved. Through the detection of the attribute adjuster, his physique was a solid 71 points, while his spirit reached an impressive 82 points. Su Yin could choose to lower either his physique or spirit by 50 points. After some consideration, he decided to reduce his spirit by 50 points. Thus, Su Yin began to issue the command. Ding, command completed. Over the next 3 days, the target's spiritual power will drop to 32 points. Since the purpose had been accomplished, Su Yin had no reason to linger and turned to leave. However, Lin Yuan, who had just stepped out of the car, suddenly felt dizzy, causing him to stagger and nearly fall to the ground. Fortunately, his secretary was there to support him and asked with concern, "Boss, are you all right?" Lin Yuan waved his hand, pretending to be calm. "I'm fine, probably just a bit tired from staying up late lately." If he had an attribute panel, he would have noticed that his spirit had directly dropped by 10 points, leaving him with only 72 points. Next, Lin Yuan hurriedly completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the groundbreaking and did not linger. He left directly by car, appearing exceptionally low-key. He realized that his mind had become quite dull. Meanwhile, Su Yin did not respond to Shifang Shi, as he had already spoken with Pei Nan and in the morning, telling her to have fun today as he had things to do. Indeed, Song Qingyu returned to Nandu today. He needed to meet Song Qingyu and then take her to the Yunding Club. However, he had just contacted Song Qingyu through WeChat. She was still on the road, and by the time she arrived in Nandu, it would probably be around noon. Thus, Su Yin drove to his milk tea shop. As soon as he arrived outside the shop, he noticed Chen Xian skillfully making milk tea. He did not disturb her and walked straight into the shop, finding a table to sit down. After finishing a cup of milk tea, Chen Xian was sent over by the manager. "Hello, boss," Chen Xian said softly. "Sit down and chat for a while." Su Yin gestured to a chair. Once Chen Xian sat down, Su Yin smiled and said, "It seems you have fully adapted to this job now." "Yes, everyone here is quite nice," Chen Xian replied. Afterwards, Su Yin and Chen Xian began to chat casually in the shop. Approximately at 11:31, Su Yin received a WeChat message from Song Qingyu. She informed him that she had exited the expressway and, barring any accidents, would arrive at Nandu Polytechnic in about 10 minutes. Thus, after bidding farewell to Chen Xian, Su Yin drove to Nandu Polytechnic University. He waited outside the school for less than 5 minutes. Then a Mercedes-Benz S-Class quietly arrived. The car door opened and Song Qingyu stepped out, waving to the driver inside the car. After the Mercedes-Benz S-Class left, Song Qingyu jogged toward the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Soon she pulled open the car door and got in. "Qingyu, sweetheart, I missed you so much. Come on, let's kiss," Su Yin said with a big smile. "You're the one who missed me, right? You've been having a lot of fun these past few days." "Not at all. Without you, I don't know how lonely I would feel." Su Yin pretended to be aggrieved. "All right, didn't..." Song Qingyu seemed to have genuinely been fooled by Su Yin and immediately leaned in. Their lips touched, seemingly sticking together without separation. A few minutes later, they parted their lips. But after a few breaths, Song Qingyu leaned in again. This time the kiss lasted longer and was more intense. After separating their lips again, Su Yin said, "Let's go, I'll take you to Yunding Club. Didn't you go there yesterday? Aren't you tired of going again today?" Song Qingyu took out a tissue, first wiping Su Yin's lips, and then her own. "I went yesterday to scout. By the way, how is your grandfather's health?" Su Yin asked. "Much better than usual," Song Qingyu replied. "I gave him 2 health pills. No worries, I'll give you 10 more later for you to use yourself." Su Yin said. "Don't you need them?" Song Qingyu had already realized that these health pills were more precious than she had imagined. "Though it's not much, I kept a portion for myself." Su Yin smiled. The two chatted and laughed. Unknowingly, they arrived at Yunding Club. This time the security did not stop Su Yan's car, because his license plate was already recorded in the system, allowing him to pass directly. After parking the car, 2 female attendants came to open the car doors for Su Yin and Song Qingyu. To Su Yan's surprise, they were not the same 2 from yesterday. Then the system's prompt sound rang out. "Ding, there are new goddesses appearing nearby. Would the host like to check the goddess information?" Check. Indeed, the 2 new attendants both had an appearance rating of 80 points, bringing Su Yin 2 beginner treasure chests. "This Yunding Club truly is my lucky place," Su Yin thought to himself as he made his way to the club's hall. Surprise struck again. The 2 receptionists from yesterday were gone, replaced by 2 new receptionists. Then another system prompt sounded, bringing Su Yin 2 more beginner treasure chests. "This is my girlfriend. Please process a silver card for her," Su Yin said. "Why do you need to get a card? Can't you just use yours?" Song Qingyu asked. At this moment, the beautiful receptionist explained, "Ma'am, our membership cards can only be used by the person who applied. I'll get you a card so you can bring friends here to play in the future." Su Yin whispered. "All right then." After indicating for Song Qingyu to provide her name and phone number, the receptionist quickly processed a silver card for her. Meanwhile, Su Yin took out his bank card and swiped it for 1.5 million. 500 was for the card fee, while 1 million was loaded onto the card. At the same time, Su Yin also used an intermediate cashback card and fortunately received a 20-fold rebate, earning a 10 million bonus. Additionally, the 1.5 million also earned an 8-fold rebate, bringing Su Yin another 12 million. This brought his account balance to 98.9 million. Only 1 million short of breaking through a small goal. Just as Su Yin handed over the silver card to Song Qingyu, a receptionist arrived. Mr. Su, Miss Song, I am Wang Qi, the receptionist at our club. It is a pleasure to serve you. As expected, Wang Qi was also a stunning beauty of goddess level. For a moment, Su Yin was curious about where the owner of this club managed to find so many beautiful women. Could it be that they had a harem of beauties? Without a doubt, a beginner treasure chest would be added. First, take us to the restaurant to eat. After getting on the sightseeing car, Su Yin directly instructed Wang Qi. Of course, Mr. Su. Wang Qi immediately instructed the driver to head towards the restaurant. Su Yin then wrapped his arm around Song Qingyu's waist, introducing, the chef at their restaurant is quite skilled. I sampled the food yesterday for you. By the way, would you prefer Chinese cuisine or Western cuisine? I can have either, just let me know what you choose. Song Qingyu leaned her head on Su Yan's shoulder, a look of happiness flashing across her face. In that case, let's go with Chinese cuisine, Su Yan said. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had just finished a meeting and returned to his office. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, making him feel drowsy. If he could check his attributes, he would find that his mental attribute had dropped to 62 points. A direct loss of 20 points of mental power left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. Lin Yuan's secretary also noticed something was off and asked concernedly, Boss, you don't seem well. How about going to the hospital? No need. Although Lin Yuan was lacking in energy at the moment, his willpower remained strong, and he raised his hand to refuse his secretary's suggestion. Now was a crucial period for him. If news of his health issues got out at this time, it would be quite detrimental to his future development. He asked, what appointments do I have this afternoon? The secretary replied without hesitation. We only have one appointment this afternoon, a visit to Soin County. What time do we depart? Lin Yuan asked again. We leave at 2:30, expected to arrive by 3:20, the secretary replied. All right, I'll rest in the office for a bit. Wake me at 2. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. Yes, boss. After the secretary left, Lin Yuan got up, lay down on the sofa, and closed his eyes to sleep. Time passed quickly. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yuan's secretary entered his office quietly, seeing Lin Yuan still frowning in deep sleep on the sofa. He crouched down in front of him and called softly, Boss, it's 2 o'clock. From his understanding of Lin Yuan, he was usually very alert. Even in sleep, he would wake immediately upon someone entering his office. But today Lin Yuan did not wake. Even after calling out once, there was still no sign of him waking up. A layer of worry crossed the secretary's face. As Lin Yuan's secretary, he was somewhat bound to him. The higher Lin Yuan's position, the smoother his own career would be. If Lin Yuan were to have problems now, without arranging for his secretary, he might end up sidelined in the future. Thus he carefully reached out and nudged Lin Yuan. Boss, it's time. Wake up. This time Lin Yuan, but soon his brow furrowed again. In the past, when he felt tired, even a few minutes of rest would restore a lot of energy. But today he had slept for a full 2 hours and still felt groggy and lacking in energy. Could it be that he couldn't help but doubt. First, he went to the restroom to splash cold water on his face. Upon returning to the office, he heard his secretary asking if he wanted to eat. Bring it over. Soon the secretary brought in a boxed meal. Although it was a boxed meal, the food was quite exquisite. However, after forcing down a couple of bites, Lin Yuan lost his appetite. Seeing that it was already 2:20, he directly commanded to depart. Meanwhile, Su Yin, the instigator, was taking Song Qingyu around the club. After having lunch, they first went to the game hall, then watched a 5D movie, and now they had arrived at the horse race. Unlike Pei Nan and Song Qingyu had been wealthy since childhood, so she knew how to ride horses. Choosing 2 gentle little mares, the two began to gallop around the racing grounds. After running a few laps, the frustration in Song Qingyu's heart was swept away, and her smile became radiant. This time she returned home. Besides celebrating her grandfather's birthday, her parents also wanted her to settle down with Ning Yuan. But she had already fallen for Su Yin, so how could she agree to this marriage? Thus, she directly rejected her parents' proposal. Her refusal drew intense dissatisfaction from her father. Fortunately, her mother stood by her side, plus her grandfather was quite fond of her. Otherwise, her father would have forcibly pushed the marriage. But she knew she could escape the initial proposal, but not the final decision. Her father would eventually bring it up again. As for why she wouldn't reveal that she had a boyfriend, it was because she worried her father would cause trouble for Su Yin. To her, although Su Yin had some money, he was still no match for the Song family. This led to her feeling repressed. Time flew by, and it was evening. Originally, Su Yin suggested having dinner at the club restaurant. But Song Qingyu expressed that she wanted hot pot. So the two left the club and headed to a hot pot restaurant. Su Yin felt that today's gains were quite good. He had acquired 9 treasure chests at the Yunding Club. The other 4 treasure chests were won in the game hall. One was from the front desk staff, and the other 3 were from female guests he encountered in the game hall. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, they reserved a small private room. After ordering dishes, Su Yin prepared to make the dipping sauce. But Song Qingyu stood up to join him. Both being from the southwest, they often ate hot pot, and were quite familiar with making dipping sauces. However, after gaining master-level culinary skills, Su Yin had new ideas for the sauce. Under his guidance, the dipping sauce Song Qingyu made today tasted much better than before. The two enjoyed the hot pot fully satisfied. After finishing their meal, they walked hand in hand nearby. Time flew, and it was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Song Qingyu suddenly whispered in Su Yan's ear, "Su Yan, let's stay at a hotel tonight." "Okay, I'll book a room right now." Su Yan excitedly took out his phone, realizing that if he couldn't understand such a hint, it would indicate a problem with his intelligence. Soon Su Yan booked a high-class suite at a nearby 5-star hotel online, and then drove straight to the hotel. After completing the registration at the front desk, as they stepped into the elevator, Su Yan could clearly sense that Song Qingyu had become tense. Beep. Swiping the card to enter the room, the lights turned on as he inserted the card. After surveying the room, Song Qingyu softly said, "I'll go take a shower first. Shall we go together?" Su Yan asked with a smile. "No way." Song Qingyu immediately refused. Seeing this, Su Yan did not insist, knowing that Song Qingyu was still very shy, so he said, "All right, you go ahead." The wait felt interminable. Su Yan simply turned on the television and tuned in to a variety show that was currently airing. About 20 minutes had passed. Finally, the bathroom door opened. Su Yan instinctively looked up and saw Song Qingyu impeccably dressed. He couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at?" Song Qingyu looked at Su Yan in confusion. "Is there something wrong with me?" Su Yan got up from the sofa, wrapped his arms around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "Since you're going to take it off anyway, why are you dressed so neatly? Aren't you afraid it'll be a hassle later?" "What are you talking about? Hurry up and take a shower." Song Qingyu playfully punched Su Yan's chest. "Then you go wait for me on the bed, it'll be quick." Su Yan teased again, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll lock you out of the bedroom and make you sleep in the living room tonight." Song Qingyu's face flushed, seemingly a bit embarrassed and angry. "No, my dear, I was wrong. He'll go shower right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan dashed toward the bathroom. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Song Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. 5 minutes later, Su Yan, wrapped in a towel, walked out of the bathroom. Not seeing Song Qingyu in the living room, he headed straight to the bedroom. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, and Su Yan pushed it open. He noticed the light in the room was dim, with only a softly glowing bedside lamp turned on. As for Song Qingyu, she was lying in bed, covered by a blanket, facing away from him. A neatly folded set of clothes was placed on the bedside table. Su Yan casually closed the door, walked to the bedside, untied the towel, and slipped under the blanket, slowly inching closer to Song Qingyu. As he reached out, Su Yan placed his hand on Song Qingyu's body and turned her to face him. However, Song Qingyu had her eyes tightly shut, too nervous to look at Su Yan. "Baby, don't be nervous. Open your eyes and look at me. I don't believe you can keep them closed." Uff. Hearing this, Song Qingyu burst into laughter again, instinctively opening her eyes. Their gazes locked in a heated collision. "Qingyu, you're so beautiful, I adore you." With that, Su Yan leaned as they kissed, their bodies intertwined. Half an hour later, the beautiful girl Song Qingyu finally completed her transition into adulthood. She still pressed her body against Su Yan, slightly tilting her head, and worriedly asked, "I won't get pregnant, will I?" "Don't worry, you won't," Su Yan assured her confidently. Having consumed the system's reward, the absolute child pill, he would be unable to make any woman pregnant for the next year. "Really?" Song Qingyu still seemed a bit concerned. "More genuine than gold. If you do get pregnant, well, get married on the spot," Su Yan vowed earnestly. Although Song Qingyu knew this was impossible given their age, she was very pleased with Su Yan's attitude. "Let's rest for a bit, then we'll go take a shower." Song Qingyu obediently nodded. A few minutes later, Su Yan carried Song Qingyu to the bathroom. Time passed, and Song Qingyu's voice grew softer until it finally faded into a gentle snore. Unfortunately, Su Yan had no time passed, and Song Qingyu's voice grew softer until it finally faded into a gentle snore. Unfortunately, Su Yan had no intention of sleeping. First, he used the attribute adjustment tool to check on Lin Yuan's situation. He learned that the opponent's mental strength had been weakened by 20 points and would be reduced by another 10 points after midnight, followed by a further drop of 10 points by noon the next day. Thus, by noon the next day, Lin Yuan's mental strength would fall to 42 points. Would the opponent fall into a coma at only 42 points of mental strength? Su Yan was very much looking forward to this. If anything happened to Lin Yuan, without his support, Lin Yi would inevitably face a dire fate, even without Su Yan having to lift a finger. System: open all the beginner treasure chests. Ding, opening beginner treasure chests. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 cash, which has been deposited into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a traffic card worth 100 million. The prize has been deposited into the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 100 shares in Tianxia Literature Network. The stock documents have been deposited into the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 cash, which has been deposited into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Soon all 9 beginner treasure chests have been opened, revealing all the prizes. 4 of the treasure chests contained cash totaling 1.5 million. Su Yin felt somewhat emotional. He had only been reborn for about 3 months and already possessed a fortune of 100 million in cash. The shares he owned were also worth over 1 billion. In his previous life, after struggling hard, he had only amassed about 10 million in total assets, including real estate and cash. For an ordinary person to become wealthy, they either had to be reborn or possess a system. He had both, making it difficult not to get rich. Next was the traffic card worth 100 million. As soon as Su Yan's consciousness touched the card in the system space, he understood its usage. In simple terms, it was a traffic card that could designate where the traffic would flow, such as to a specific short video, a certain website, or a particular novel or film. Moreover, the 100 million traffic could be used multiple times, but each time at least 1 million. Next was the 100 shareholding in Tianxia Literature Network. This website was a relatively new online novel platform, having only been established for about 8 months. It was a very new site with only over 500 novels, and only 22 of them were currently being serialized and updated. Currently, the website's account only had a little over 500 left. After paying the author's fees and employee wages from last month, it would be left with only a few hundred. Coincidentally, he had won a novel package yesterday and was worried about where to publish it. He didn't expect the system would directly reward him with a novel website. Publishing on other websites would mean that once signed, half of the copyright would belong to the website. Knowing that these novels had enormous economic value, Su Yin would be foolish to sign a contract with them. Now that he had his own website and a traffic card, he wasn't worried about his novels not becoming popular. Now for the last 3 treasure chests, which contained a high-spec Audi A4. Su Yin planned to gift this car to Song Qingyu. It also contained a virtual currency worth 2 million and a bottle of bone-strengthening pills. This bottle contained 10 pills, each capable of enhancing his skeletal strength. Su Yin took one and swallowed it. He then felt a tingling sensation in his bones. After enduring for 30 seconds, that feeling disappeared. The next morning at Lin Yuan's home, after Tang Yu prepared breakfast, she glanced at Lin Yuan's room and felt a bit. She then walked to the door and knocked. After receiving no response, she pushed the door open and found Lin Yuan still sound asleep. She quietly approached the bed and called out, "Old Lin, it's time to get up." However, Lin Yuan remained unresponsive. She reached out and gently pushed him, but still no reaction. This made Tang Yu's heart skip a beat, and she pushed him harder. Upon discovering that Lin Yuan still showed no signs of waking, her heart sank. She placed her hand in front of Lin Yuan's nose and felt his breath, which relieved her slightly. Just as Tang Yu was contemplating whether to call an ambulance or what to do, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. "Old Lin, what happened to you? Don't scare me." Seeing Lin Yuan waking up, Tang Yu spoke with a trembling voice, "Call Lin Yi and have him come here to take me to the hospital." Lin Yuan replied weakly. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if he lost all his strength and closed his eyes again. Although Tang Yu was not fond of Lin Yi, she couldn't care less at this moment. She immediately dialed Lin Yi's number. The call quickly connected and Lin Yi's polite voice came through. "Hello, sister-in-law, what can I do for you?" Tang Yu said in a serious tone, "Your brother has some problems, you need to come home quickly." Hearing this, Lin Yi panicked. "What happened to my brother?" Tang Yu replied, "I don't know yet. Your brother told me to have you come over to take him to the hospital." Lin Yi said, "Okay, sister-in-law, take care of my brother, he'll be there right away." On the other end, Lin Yi hung up the phone, his expression turning extremely grim. If one looked closely, they could see the panic and unease deep within his eyes. His brother was his biggest support. Without that support, he knew how many people would want to tear him apart. In the 2 years since arriving in the southern city, he had shown no mercy in competing for interests. Forcing himself to calm down, he first took his bodyguards with him, and then called Wang Mu to arrange for a high-end private hospital. Inside the hotel, Su Yin felt a tickle in his nose. When he opened his eyes, he found Song Qingyu teasing him with her hair. "You little rascal, starting to act up as soon as you wake up." Su Yin pulled Song Qingyu's soft body into his embrace. In that moment, their eyes met and their breaths brushed against each other's faces. Then the two kissed. After a short while, the battle began. Compared to last night's initial skirmish, the morning's second round saw Song Qingyu's fighting power significantly increase. An hour later, Su Yin carried Song Qingyu to the bathroom. After more than 10 minutes, he brought her back and placed her on the bed, asking, "What do you want for breakfast?" "I want to eat you." Song Qingyu gazed at Su Yin dreamily. "Haha, can you handle it?" Su Yin teased. "Wait until I rest a bit, then we'll see." Song Qingyu stubbornly replied. Then eat something to replenish your energy. Su Yin reminded her. I want beef noodles, salt, eggs, and soy milk. Song Qingyu stated. Alright, I'll arrange that. Su Yin picked up his phone and called the hotel front desk to order 2 servings of beef noodles, 2 salt eggs, and 2 cups of soy milk. In less than 10 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Su Yin got up to bring the breakfast into the living room and placed. He then entered the bedroom asking, Are you coming out to eat, or should I carry you? Carry me. Song Qingyu opened her arms. Su Yin stepped to the side of the bed only to see Song Qingyu leap into his arms. He immediately embraced her long, beautiful legs wrapping around his waist. The rest of the morning was spent by Su Yin and Song Qingyu in the hotel. As noon approached, Song Qingyu lay in Su Yin's embrace weakly saying, Didn't they say that a field that is not cultivated will not be ruined? How come it doesn't work for me? There can't be something wrong with you, right? Facing Song Qingyu's skeptical gaze, Su Yin smiled helplessly. It's you who are too weak, not that there's something wrong with me, all right. In matters like this, men are absolutely unyielding. Besides, the stronger I am, the more fortunate you will be in the future. After a moment's thought, Su Yin added, By the way, it's almost noon. What do you want to eat? Song Qingyu felt too hungry now and had many things she wanted. She directly listed several dishes. After Su Yin took note, he called the hotel to place an order. In less than half an hour, the food arrived. After finishing the meal, Song Qingyu said, Su Yin, take me back to school. Can't you go back tonight? Su Yin asked, No, I'm afraid he'll die in bed if I wait until tonight. Song Qingyu replied, All right then. Su Yin chuckled and agreed, actually feeling quite protective. But that certain little weakling's competitive spirit was too strong. Thinking this, he took out a bottle of energy pills and handed one to her. You can take one. Song Qingyu's eyes brightened. She took the bottle, opened it, and poured out a pill to swallow. Her previously weak and sore body felt much better immediately. After dropping Song Qingyu off at Southern University of Technology, Su Yin checked the attribute adjustment tool and found that Lin Yuan was in a coma. His mental attribute had dropped to 42 points. He then drove to the Tianxia Literature website. After more than 40 minutes, Su Yin arrived at Wenlin District on the 3rd floor of an old office building. Who are you looking for? When Su Yin arrived at Tianxia Literature website, the receptionist asked. I am your new boss, Su Yin. Su Yin announced his name. Hello, boss. The female receptionist immediately showed a delighted expression. Welcome to inspect. I'll open the door for you. She had some understanding of the company's situation. The funds in the account were nearly depleted after paying last month's salaries if Su Yin hadn't purchased the website. This website would either have closed down or struggled to hold on for a while owing employees wages. There weren't many employees at this website. 1 receptionist, 1 accountant, 4 employees in the editorial department, and 1 employee in the technical department. The 4 employees in the editorial department consisted of 2 regular editors, 1 chief editor, and 1 editor-in-chief. A typical ragtag team. As for the boss, he had already taken the money and left. Moreover, the company's area was not large, only about 100 square meters. However, with so few employees, it felt quite spacious. The editor-in-chief was Liao Xing, a man in his 30s with a slightly plump build. The chief editor was Han Yang in his late 20s. Both of them had a fair amount of work experience at other novel websites. Their former boss was originally the chief editor of a certain novel website who brought both of them to start a business. Unfortunately, starting a business was not as easy as he had imagined. After barely holding on for 8 months, they ran out of funds. Upon meeting, Su Yin stated that everyone's positions would remain unchanged. He then called in the accountant to inquire about the salary payment date. The accountant replied that it was on the 15th of every month. Following that, Su Yin announced that he would inject 2 million yuan into the company. At the same time, this month's salaries and manuscript fees would be paid in advance. The employees, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but cheer. Then Su Yin logged into the Tianxia Literature website using the company's computer and created a writer account. He uploaded 30,000 words of the web novel titled Supreme that he received as a system reward. He then approached the chief editor Liao Xing, asking him to sign a contract for the novel Supreme. Boss, which contract model do you prefer? Liao Xing inquired. Our website has a revenue-sharing contract model, a guaranteed minimum contract model, and a buyout contract model. This novel is written by me, so I will only sign the electronic revenue-sharing model, and all other rights belong to me. Su Yin stated. All right, boss, I will prepare the contract right away. Liao Xing nodded, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. He secretly thought, could it be that the boss bought this website just to publish his own novel? In less than 10 minutes, the contract was completed, and the novel's status changed to signed. Boss, do we need to push this book heavily? Liao Xing asked. Then let's feature it on the homepage. Su Yin replied. Although the website had little traffic, he thought that even a mosquito's leg is still meat, so he wasn't picky. From his understanding, the best subscribed books on Tianxia Literature had around 100 subscribers at most, while the worst had none at all. Okay, boss, I will arrange that. As he spoke, Liao Xing was about to get up. The site's graphic design was managed by an ordinary editor simultaneously. For the homepage feature, a new cover needed to be created. Wait, Su Yin shouted, the company is too understaffed, we need to fill all the vacant positions. Understood, boss, I got it. Liao Xing nodded again. When Su Yin returned to his duplex in the Jingguan community, he found Pei Nan watching TV in the living room. Brother Yin, are you done with work? Pei Nan wearing pajamas immediately rushed over. Yeah, I'm done. Su Yin nodded. Have you stayed at home these past 2 days without going out to play? No, staying at home is quite nice. Pei Nan replied. Sorry to trouble you. Su Yin said, kissing her. Not at all, actually staying at home is quite good. I can watch TV, eat snacks, play games, and work out. Pei Nan shook her head. After being cozy with Pei Nan for a while, Su Yin went to the study upstairs. He opened the computer and logged into the Tianxia Literature website again, discovering that not only was the cover done, but the homepage feature had already been updated. So he directly copied and pasted, uploading 100,000 words in one go, bringing the total word count of the novel to 130,000. Then he took out a traffic card worth 100 million and commanded the system to inject 1 million traffic into the book Supreme. 1 hour later, in the Tianxia Literature office, an ordinary editor named Zhang Peng, out of curiosity, opened the book Supreme. Upon seeing the data, he was momentarily stunned. Because the clicks on Supreme had already exceeded 100,000 and the collections directly surpassed 30,000. In addition, there were over 10 rewards. The comments section also gained over 100 messages. Could it be that the boss inflated the data himself? He then contacted Lu Ming from the technical department. But Lu Ming told him that the data was all real, though it was external traffic. Suddenly he understood it was likely that the boss had driven traffic to this book. He did not read the novel's content, but opened the comments section. After reading most of the comments, he was surprised to find that the majority were positive, with several long reviews being quite substantive. Thus he clicked to read the main content of the novel. 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 3 chapters. As he read, Zhang Peng felt unable to stop. Only after finishing the latest chapter did he let out a long breath. Yet there was a lingering feeling of wanting more. This book was exceptionally well written. The plot was intricately woven, the protagonist was portrayed deeply, and even the supporting characters were vividly alive. He was certain that if this book were placed on the largest reading website, achieving 10,000 subscriptions would be easy. At that moment, he checked the book's data again. The clicks had reached 300,000, collections exceeded 50,000, and there were over 100 rewards. The comments directly surpassed 1,000. Meanwhile, Su Yin updated Supreme to 130,000 words and set it for timed updates. 3 chapters of 9,000 words, each would be updated daily. As evening approached, Su Yin and Pei Nan worked together to bring the dishes. Su Yin prepared to the table and began to eat. After dinner, the two tacitly went upstairs to take a shower. Following that, the battle of passion ensued. The next morning, after having breakfast at home, Su Yin and Pei Nan went downstairs together, each driving to school. Around 8:30, Su Yin appeared in the classroom and sat down next to Chen Xian. Good morning, Chen Xian. Good morning, Su Yin. Chen Xian softly replied. Have you had breakfast? Su Yin asked. Yes, I have. Chen Xian used to skip breakfast to save on living expenses. Now she worked part-time at a milk tea shop, earning 910 yuan during the 7 days of the National Day holiday, and under Su Yan's suggestion, the manager Chen Meili rounded it off and gave her 1,000 yuan. It wasn't that Su Yin didn't want to give more, but he knew that even if he did, she wouldn't accept it. Now that she had money, she wouldn't scrimp on a few yuan to starve herself. Since they hadn't seen each other for 7 days, the classroom was lively, with many sharing their experiences from the National Day holiday. There were 2 minutes left until class started. Counselor Hu Gilin entered the classroom, and the noisy classroom gradually fell silent. All right, the holiday is over. Everyone should focus now. Let's start selecting the class monitor. Besides Lin Zhiyi, does anyone else want to run for class monitor? After finding no one else running, Counselor Hu Gilin directly announced Lin Zhiyi as the class monitor of Class Finance 1. Then all the students began to applaud. Class monitor Lin, please come up and say a few words. Hu Gilin smiled. Lin Zhiyi was not shy and directly stood up from her seat, approaching the podium. Dear classmates, thank you for supporting me as your monitor. In the upcoming semester, I will. After Lin Zhiyi finished her speech, Hu Gilin spoke again to select a vice monitor, stating that it would be best if the vice monitor were a boy. Compared to the previous silence, there was a larger participation in the vice monitor election. Lu Feixiang, a fan of official positions, also actively participated. It was unclear if he was simply not cut out for leadership, but he was still unsuccessful, losing to a boy named Huang Qi. They then elected the study committee member, the league secretary, the life committee member, the music committee member, and the sports committee member. The class committee members elected this time were somewhat different from his past life. In his past life, the sports committee member was Tu Zhuang, but this time Lu Feixiang took the position. Lu Feixiang, who finally became a class committee member, was very happy. If it weren't for being in the classroom, he would definitely be dancing with joy. After the class committee elections, it was time to collect the books. As the class monitor, Lin Zhiyi called names to move the books. Then Su Yin was lucky enough to be chosen. After leaving the classroom, Lin Zhiyi casually asked Su Yin, "Where did you go to play during the National Day holiday?" In response to Lin Zhiyi's inquiry, Su Yin smiled and said, "There are too many places to mention, it would take too long, so let's not talk about it." Hearing Su Yin's unique reply, Lin Zhiyi couldn't help but laugh in anger, giving him a glare before choosing to ignore him. The vice class monitor seized the opportunity to say to Lin Zhiyi, "Class leader, as your vice class monitor, I hope you will guide me, and if there's any errand, just let me know." Lin Zhiyi was so beautiful, and the boys were not blind. Naturally, many had a good impression of her. The vice class monitor Huang Qi was one of them. However, he had not had the chance to engage with her before. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally had to perform well. He lowered his stance considerably. He even positioned himself as someone who would run errands. But Lin Zhiyi was not swayed by his tactics. She replied lightly, "In the future, we will just cooperate with each other." "Of course, I will definitely cooperate fully with the class leader in the future." Huang Qi patted his chest, looking very much like a sycophant. Lu Feixiang, who was with them, disdainfully glanced at Huang Qi and walked over to Su Yan's side. "Brother, Yin, have you been having fun these past few days?" "Not bad." Su Yan curved his lips into a smile. This holiday had indeed been fruitful. He had opened quite a few treasure chests, and even one over Song Qingyu. "What about you? Where did you go during the holiday?" Su Yan countered Lu Feixiang. "What a joke." Lu Feixiang replied, feeling speechless. "I was helping at the family hotel all the time." His family owned a hotel located near a scenic area. During the National Day holiday, there were many tourists, and the hotel had plenty of guests. With only 2 staff members, his parents asked him to help out. Fortunately, his parents did not make him work for nothing. They gave him an extra 2,000 yuan for living expenses when he returned to school. "It's alright, I'll get to play this weekend. After all, there are no classes at university on weekends." Su Yan reassured him. "True." Lu Feixiang nodded. The two chatted along the way until they arrived at the place to collect their books. After Lin Zhiyi went to negotiate, everyone carried the books back to the classroom. Once the textbooks were distributed, Lin Zhiyi sent the class schedule for the week to the class WeChat group. "Su Yan, can I copy the schedule?" Chen Xian asked softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her phone was too old to use WeChat. "Sure, I'll read it out, you write it down." Su Yan replied. After noting down the schedule for the week, Chen Xian whispered a thank you to Su Yan. Suddenly, Su Yan had a thought. "Classmate Chen Xian, I have an old phone, only 500 yuan. Would you like to buy it?" As he spoke, he took out his old Huawei phone, powered it on, and handed it to Chen Xian for inspection. "This phone looks quite new," Chen Xian remarked as she examined the phone. "Phones depreciate in value quickly." Su Yan explained, "If you think it's expensive, I can lower it by another 100 yuan. How about it? Do you want it?" "No, 500 is fine." "Alright, here's the charger and headphones, all yours. As for the payment, you can give it to me whenever it's convenient," Su Yan said as he handed her the phone, charger, and headphones. "Here." Chen Xian took out 500 yuan and handed it to Su Yan, then switched her old phone SIM card to the Huawei phone. She began to play with it, unable to put it down. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" Su Yan asked. "It indeed works very well with many features." Chen Xian nodded. Then she looked up at Su Yan and said earnestly, "Thank you, classmate Su Yan." Suddenly, Su Yan's expression turned serious as well. "I say, classmate Chen Xian, could you stop thanking me all the time? At school we're classmates, outside I'm your boss. Let's not be so polite." "Alright, I'll remember that." According to the schedule, there was a big class this morning. So after this class ended, everyone hurriedly took their textbooks and moved towards the lecture hall. Su Yan and Chen Xian went together, naturally sitting next to each other. However, just after they sat down, Lin Zhiyi came over and sat down in the seat to his right. "Su Yan, I just received news that the orientation party rehearsal starts at 2:30 this afternoon. I'll go with you then," Lin Zhiyi said softly. "Sure, I got it." Su Yan nodded. Seeing that Su Yan did not refuse her company, Lin Zhiyi felt a surge of joy in her heart. However, she did not show it. Suddenly, she lowered her voice again, saying, "You seem to care a lot about Chen Xian." "Do I? I don't feel that way at all." Su Yan feigned ignorance as he looked at her. "Alright, maybe I misread it." Lin Zhiyi smiled and said, "Let's switch seats. I have something to discuss with Chen Xian." "Okay." Su Yan stood up and switched seats with Lin Zhiyi. "Chen Xian, our class has 3 slots for financial aid for needy students. Do you want to apply?" Lin Zhiyi whispered to Chen Xian. Su Yan was quite perceptive, and even though Lin Zhiyi's voice was low, he heard clearly. At the same time, he agreed with Lin Zhiyi's approach. At the age of 18 or 19, self-esteem is very strong. If Lin Zhiyi were to directly ask in front of the whole class who wanted to apply for financial aid, many students with poor economic conditions would likely not apply. Thus, discussing it privately is the most prudent approach. Chen Xian was taken aback, not expecting that Lin Zhiyi was looking for her to talk about this. Originally, she thought Lin Zhiyi was going to make trouble for her, because she saw her getting too close to Su Yan. Girls are very sensitive in certain aspects. She could vaguely sense that Lin Zhiyi looked at Su Yin differently than how she looked at regular boys. Thank you, class leader. I'm already working part-time, so I won't apply it. Part-time. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyi frowned slightly, having researched quite a bit to be a good class leader. She was aware of scams specifically targeting college students seeking part-time jobs. Are you sure your part-time job provides stable income and that it can be sustained long-term? Moreover, our primary focus should be on studying. Won't working part-time hinder your studies? My part-time job is quite stable and it won't interfere with my studies. Chun Xin affirmed. How about this? Tell me where you're working part-time and I'll ask around to see if it's reliable. Lin Zhiyi said again. No need to inquire. Seeing Chun Xin's troubled expression, Su Yin interjected. The place where she works part-time is the Weiwei milk tea shop near the school. I'm the boss. You opened a milk tea shop outside. Lin Zhiyi looked at Su Yin in surprise. I took over a transfer. I know the previous owner, and he urgently needed money. I just happened to have some spare cash, so I took it over. Su Yin said calmly. Then he looked at Chun Xin. But I think what the class leader said is also correct. Working part-time might affect your studies. Chun Xin, you can apply for this financial aid. If you receive it, you can work less. You're not reluctant to pay her salary, are you? Lin Zhiyi teased. Am I that stingy? Su Yin replied with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing Su Yin's advice, Chun Xin chose to apply for financial aid. Just as she finished filling out the form and handed it to Lin Zhiyi, the class bell rang. Su Yin took out his textbook and flipped through it while waiting for the teacher to arrive. Meanwhile, he felt puzzled that the system notification sound hadn't gone off. Could it be that Class 2 of Finance doesn't even have a single beauty with an 80-point appearance? The system's prompt did not sound, not even once, until Professor Lin, the instructor for this class, arrived. Su Yin was now utterly certain there was no woman in Finance Class 2 whose beauty score reached 80. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, it was already 11:30. The first major lecture since the start of the semester had finally concluded, and Su Yin had listened with genuine attentiveness. Professor Lin's lecture truly stood out. Su Yin detected a remarkable foresight in its content. As the class ended, the professor announced dismissal. Huang Qi did not head toward the classroom exit. Instead, he strode purposefully down the aisle towards Su Yan's room. He approached Lin Zhiyi and said, Class President, I've coordinated with the other student leaders. We'll have lunch together at noon. I'm treating everyone. I've already reserved a table at Xiaonangua, just outside campus. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyi's expression darkened slightly. Su Yin, meanwhile, suppressed a wry smile. Had Huang Qi truly lost his senses? To win Lin Zhiyi's favor, he'd chosen precisely the wrong approach. Su Yin could tell Lin Zhiyi deeply valued her position as class president. For a gathering of student leaders to be arranged without consulting her first, it was nothing short of a direct challenge to her authority. I'm sorry. I have prior commitments this afternoon, so I won't be joining you. Please go ahead without me, Lin Zhiyi replied coldly. Su Yin knew instantly she was indeed offended. But everyone's going. How can you stay behind? That wouldn't look right, would it, class president? Huang Qi's voice tightened with discomfort. If the class president refuses, then I won't go either. At that moment, Lu Feixiang's voice rang out. He cast a disdainful glance at Huang Qi, inwardly scoffing. You dare compete with Brother Yin for the presidency? You're not even worth mentioning. So you didn't inform the class president in advance. Then neither will I attend. Tongji Shu Huang Henin spoke calmly. Earlier, Huang Qi had messaged her about the lunch gathering at Xiaonangua. She'd assumed Lin Zhiyi had authorized the arrangement through him, only to discover Lin Zhiyi had learned of it last. Lin Zhiyi possessed both capability and credibility. Naturally, Huang Henin aligned herself firmly with the legitimate class president. As for Huang Qi, merely roadside dust. But I've already reserved the table. If no one goes, it'll be a complete waste. Huang Qi protested, his tone strained. Who gave you permission to act unilaterally? Lu Feixiang sneered dismissively. Let's go, Chun Xin. We'll eat at the cafeteria. Seeing that most students had already left the classroom, Su Yin called out to Chun Xin and rose to head for the door. Chun Xin followed silently. Su Yin, wait for me. Lin Zhiyi called out, striding after him without sparing Huang Qi a single glance. Brother Yin, I'm coming with you. Lu Feixiang shouted, springing up to chase after them. The others exchanged knowing, faintly mocking glances at Huang Qi. No one was foolish enough to miss his clumsy intentions. Alas, his maneuver had backfired spectacularly, not only failing to win Lin Zhiyi's favor, but actively alienating her. Moments later, Su Yin and his companions arrived together at one of the university's cafeterias. After queuing and collecting their meals, they gathered around a shared table, chatting animatedly over lunch. When the meal ended, Chun Xin quietly picked up Su Yan's tray to wash it. Lu Feixiang had grown accustomed to this, but Lin Zhiyi felt an unsettling pang. Su Yin, are you bullying Chun Xin? Making her wash your dishes? Class president, you've misunderstood. Su Yin has helped me countless times. I wash his dishes voluntarily to express my gratitude. Chun Xin hurriedly clarified, her provincial accent slipping out in her fluster. It seems our classmate Su Yin is remarkably generous and helpful. Lin Zhiyi's expression stiffened, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. Sensing danger, Lu Feixiang sprang to his feet. I'll wash dishes too. Chun Xin, don't stand there. Hurry and wash the dishes. Don't let your part-time job suffer. Su Yin urged. Oh. As Chun Xin carried off the tray, Su Yin gestured to Lin Zhiyi, beckoning her closer. What is it? Lin Zhiyi feigned reluctance, but still leaned in. Are you jealous? Su Yin murmured softly, his voice barely brushing her ear. Jealous? Lin Zhiyi jerked upright, startled. How could I possibly be jealous of you? Really? Su Yin gazed at her with a faint, knowing smile. Humph, too lazy to argue with you. Lin Zhiyi snorted, rising with her tray and walking away. Su Yin smiled faintly, then stood and strolled leisurely out of the cafeteria. He hadn't gone far before Lu Feixiang caught up. Brother Yin, you're incredible. I bet even the class president will soon fall into your clutches. Lu Feixiang gave him a thumbs up. Don't talk nonsense, Su Yin replied. I get it. Lu Feixiang nodded vigorously. You don't get anything. Su Yin shot him an exasperated look. Back in his dormitory, he sat before his computer, logged onto Tianxia Literature Network, and navigated directly to the page for Supreme Sovereign. His eyes scanned the statistics. Page views had surpassed 1 million, collections had soared past 200,000. Over 500 readers had sent rewards, book reviews and comments exceeded 1,000. Is the traffic conversion rate provided by the system really this high? Su Yin mused, inwardly mildly astonished. Or is it that the system's traffic predominantly draws dedicated fiction enthusiasts? A hypothesis formed in his mind. He then accessed his author dashboard. The reward earnings since yesterday had already totaled more than 3,000 yuan. That equaled roughly 3 alliance lords. The primary reason for such generous support was undeniably the novel's exceptional quality. Should I invest another 1 million units of traffic? He pondered quietly. After reflection, he decided against it, for now. The novel's word count remained low. He'd wait until its official release, then deploy several million units of traffic all at once. Next, he checked the attribute adjuster, and found Lin Yuan's attribute had plummeted to 30 points. Why did it drop 2 extra points? After a brief pause, he understood. Both mental acuity and physical constitution possessed natural thresholds. If deterioration crossed those boundaries without effective intervention, decline would accelerate uncontrollably. Clearly, Lin Yuan's condition had spiraled beyond control. His deterioration was ongoing. His mental attribute would likely continue dropping over the next few days. A quiet smile touched Su Yan's lips. He wondered what Lin Ye's state of mind must be like now. Was it anxiety, terror, or perhaps both? As the old saying went, what goes around comes around. Once people confirmed Lin Yuan's true condition, they would inevitably turn their attention and their knives toward Lin Yi. According to Lin Cheng, Lin Yi had behaved shamelessly these past 2 years in Nandu, alienating numerous powerful figures. Without Lin Yuan's protection, he was utterly insignificant. And indeed, as Su Yin had predicted, though Lin Yuan's wife Tang Yu and Lin Yi had done everything possible to contain, the news word of Lin Yuan's hospitalization and coma leaked out nonetheless. Many were already discreetly inquiring whether Lin Yuan might ever awaken. If recovery proved impossible, Lin Yi, a plump, vulnerable target with no solid foundation or backing, would become fair game for swift, decisive action. At 2 p.m., Su Yin received a WeChat message from Lin Zhiyi urging him to attend rehearsal. He replied briefly, then left the dormitory to meet her. As Su Yin descended the dormitory stairs, he took out his guitar from the space ring and slung it over his shoulder. On his way to the school auditorium, he encountered Lin Zhiyi. Will you be nervous on stage? Lin Zhiyi asked. It's just a small event, how could I be nervous? Su Yin replied confidently. In his past life, he had been a seasoned veteran in society for over 10 years, and now with the skills granted by the system, he felt no anxiety. I hope your skills are as strong as your words. Lin Zhiyi snorted, clearly still bothered by what happened at noon. How could I only have strong words? I have plenty of skills. Su Yin chuckled. You're a rogue. Lin Zhiyi blushed. I meant various skills. Where did your mind wander? Su Yin teased Lin Zhiyi. Hearing this, Lin Zhiyi looked flustered. Who made your words ambiguous? Is it ambiguous? I don't think so. It's just your thoughts that are too dirty. Su Yin laughed. Shut up, don't say any more. Lin Zhiyi said, somewhat flustered. All right, I won't say anything. Seeing that he had teased her enough, Su Yin stopped. After they arrived at the school auditorium, the rehearsal had not yet begun. Su Yin and Lin Zhiyi found a place to sit. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. A new goddess has been detected nearby. Would the host like to check the goddess information? Su Yin decisively chose to view. In the next moment, 13 goddess avatars appeared before him. He chose to open the information of all 13 goddesses and reviewed their details. Among them, 3 had a beauty score of over 90. One of them, Su Yin, had heard her name numerous times. Speaking of He Shiyun, one must mention the campus beauty rankings. The moderator had already announced that the voting for the campus beauty rankings would end after the welcome party. So far, this newcomer, He Shiyun, still firmly held the top spot in voting. Lu Yuyao, the former campus beauty, had also struggled, but had privately called on others to help her vote. Unfortunately, He Shiyun was able to draw attention from the Weibo side. As for Fu Mingyue, with Zhao Ting's help, she barely squeezed into 6th place. However, surpassing the top 5 would be very difficult. It seemed her ranking would only stop at 6th. Suddenly, Su Yin thought of something. In his past life, He Shiyun had participated in the welcome party, playing a piece on the guzheng, while wearing a custom-made hanfu, winning the hearts of many young men. However, she had not participated in the program selection for newcomers earlier. Yet she was now at the rehearsal site, which meant she would still perform. This suggested that her performance must have been internally decided. Su Yin felt no dissatisfaction regarding this, as such things could happen anywhere. Besides, what if she was simply too outstanding and was directly chosen rather than having any connections? Then the system notification rang 5 times in quick succession. This indicated that Su Yin had received 5 beginner treasure chests. After all, everyone present was busy preparing for the rehearsal, and it was not surprising that no one noticed him. At this moment, the student council president Lu Jing picked up the microphone and announced, "Now please come forward to receive your rehearsal numbers." Students in the audience immediately got up to retrieve their numbers. "I'll go get it, you just wait here," Lin Zhiyi said to Su Yin before standing up and heading to the front, giving him no opportunity to argue. Seeing this scene, Su Yin pondered. Lin Zhiyi was quite protective of her interests. A few minutes later, Lin Zhiyi returned with an unhappy expression. "What's wrong?" Su Yin asked. "We're number 22. Lin Zhiyi said, somewhat displeased. "I feel like that damn student council president is targeting us. During the preliminary selection, he gave you the lowest score, and now we're number 22, clearly targeting us. There are only 22 performances in total for the welcome party. Getting number 22 means we're the last to rehearse. Should I go beat him up?" Su Yin pretended to get up. Seeing this, Lin Zhiyi quickly pulled him back. "What are you doing? I was just casually speculating. Besides, someone has to get number 22. If you really hit him, the school will definitely think we have no reason." "That makes sense, then I'll find a chance to deal with him," Su Yin replied. "Don't go acting recklessly." Lin Zhiyi lowered her voice. "I've inquired. It seems Lu Jing's uncle is the vice principal, and his family has a pretty deep background. If you hit him, you'll definitely be the one to suffer. Then doesn't that mean we've taken this insult for nothing?" Su Yin asked. Lin Zhiyi replied, "As long as you perform well on stage and win the grand prize, the guy will definitely be very displeased, and we'll have vented our anger." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Su Yin seemed to agree, but he was a bit petty. Although Lin Zhiyi made sense, he wouldn't let Lu Jing off so easily. At this moment, Lu Jing stood up again with the microphone. "Now please have the student with number 1 come on stage for rehearsal." 2 individuals stood up from the audience and went on stage to rehearse. After putting down the microphone, Lu Jing sat back down. However, just as he sat down, his expression suddenly twisted in pain as he jumped up angrily, discovering a sharp bar-shaped stone under his chair. Suppressing the pain, he looked around and growled, "Who did this? Senior, are you all right?" Lu Yuyao, sitting next to Lu Jing, saw the sharp stone on his chair, and noticing Lu Jing's contorted face, suppressed a laugh and feigned concern. However, there was no one in the 2 rows behind Lu Jing. On the left-hand side of the podium was the secretary of the Youth League, and on the right-hand side was Lu Yuyao. Neither of them had a reason to do this, so it probably wasn't them. For a moment, even if Lu Jing wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, he couldn't find a target. Meanwhile, Su Yin, seated several rows back, wore a faint smile. Indeed, it was his doing. He had used the space rings function to move the stone under Lu Jing's seat. "Lu Jing, are you hurt? If you are, I can have someone help you go to the school infirmary." The Youth League secretary Wang Qian asked with concern. "Wang secretary, I'm fine. The rehearsal is important." Lu Jing waved his hand, picked up the stone from his chair, threw it aside, and sat back down. "Su Yin, what happened to Lu Jing just now?" Lin Zhiyi leaned close to Su Yin and whispered. "I don't know, he's probably just having a bad day," Su Yin said deliberately. "Sure enough, evil gets its due," Lin Zhiyi remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. A few minutes later, the first performance was completed. Lu Yuyao announced that the second performer should come on stage. After a few more minutes, the second performer finished, and Lu Jing picked up the microphone, preparing to announce that the third performer should come on stage. However, just as he stood up, he couldn't help but let out a scream. He immediately dropped the microphone, sat back down, and took off his leather shoes to shake them, but nothing came out. "Senior, what's wrong with you?" Lu Yuyao instinctively distanced herself from Lu Jing and covered her nose to avoid the odor coming from his shoes. "It's nothing. Something was poking my foot in my shoe," Lu Jing replied awkwardly. He had clearly felt something jabbing at the sole of his foot, causing him pain, but after taking off his shoes, he found nothing. It was all too strange. Indeed, this was also Su Yan's doing. He had deliberately moved a small pebble into his shoe. After the pebble had fulfilled its mission, he quietly moved it away again. After putting his shoes back on, Lu Jing scowled as he picked up the microphone, urging contestant No. 3 to take the stage for rehearsal. Having humiliated Lu Jing twice, Su Yin decided to teach him another lesson. Suddenly, he noticed the durian stored in his spatial ring. An idea struck him. He took out a piece of durian flesh and then fetched some yellow mud from the flower bed outside the auditorium. He mixed the durian flesh with the yellow mud and added water, stirring it together. After his mixing, the concoction bore a striking resemblance to excrement, about 70 to 80% similar. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, contestant No. 8 had finished their rehearsal. Lu Jing picked up the microphone again and announced, "Now please." But as he uttered just 3 words, he suddenly felt a foreign object in his mouth. "Atu." Instinctively, he spat the object out, and it landed precisely on the table of the rostrum. Seeing the object on the table, both Youth League Secretary Wang Qian and Lu Yuyao widened their eyes. Faintly, they detected a foul odor. Instinctively, they both rose and stepped away from Lu Jing, casting deeply strange looks at him. As for Lu Jing, he was utterly dumbfounded. He had actually spat out a piece of excrement. Especially seeing Wang Qian and Lu Yuyao avoiding him as if he were a plague, he wished he could dig a hole to bury himself. This was utterly humiliating. Witnessing this miraculous scene, some had already taken out their phones to record it. This was nothing short of colossal news. The student council president had actually spat out excrement on stage. Lu Jing, get rid of that thing immediately. Wang Qian reminded him. Secretary Wang, I don't know. Lu Jing tried to defend himself, but Wang Qian cut him off without giving him a chance, urging, dispose of that. Fine. Lu Jing gritted his teeth, immediately took out a tissue to wrap the object on the table, and threw it into the trash bin. Dispose of the trash bin too. Wang Qian frowned. Lu Jing's face darkened further as he suppressed his frustration and anger, picking up the trash bag from the bin and walking out of the auditorium. At that moment, Su Yin moved the fake excrement from the trash bag and tossed it into the flower bed, leaving no evidence behind. Yuyao, have someone clean the table. On the other side, although Lu Jing had removed the object from the table, Wang Qian still felt deeply disgusted. All right. Lu Yuyao called over a male student who fetched a bucket of water and a rag, scrubbing the table vigorously several times. Then Wang Qian picked up the microphone. Don't spread what just happened, especially don't post it online. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Someone had already uploaded the scene of Lu Jing spitting out excrement to the internet. In the audience, Lin Zhiyi whispered to Su Yin, "Su Yin, how could Lu Jing have spat out something like that? Maybe he has too much crap in his stomach." Su Yin analyzed with a straight face. "You, that's disgusting." Lin Zhiyi said. "Didn't you start it?" Su Yin replied helplessly. "Forget it, don't talk about it. It's getting grosser the more I think about it." Soon the rehearsal resumed. But Lu Jing, who had left, did not return to the auditorium. Meanwhile, news of him spitting out excrement began to spread on the campus forum and the internet. However, after the incident went viral on the campus forum, the posts were quickly deleted. Yet the news spread by word of mouth across the campus. Within just a couple of hours, Lu Jing, the student council president, became notorious throughout Nandu University. Of course, he could have the videos on the campus forum removed, but the ones circulating on the internet could not be deleted. Thus, he gained fame outside the university as well. Along with it, Nandu University also became famous as people gossiped. "I heard there's a student at Nandu University who spat out a piece of excrement while talking." Time flew by, and it was just past 4 o'clock. Contestant No. 15 took the stage for rehearsal. It was He Shiyun. With his sharp eyesight, Su Yin could see He Shiyun clearly on stage. She was indeed exceptionally beautiful, her face appearing almost flawless. No wonder she's a T0 level beauty. Indeed, He Shiyun's appearance score had reached 98 points, making her an absolute T0 level beauty. Then the sound of the guzheng began. Su Yin nodded to himself. He Shiyun's proficiency in playing the guzheng was also very high, reaching the master level. Moreover, she was not far from the grandmaster level. It seemed she had remarkable talent in the guzheng as well, for reaching this level at the age of 18 required not just hard work, but also innate ability. Time passed. Approaching 5 o'clock, it was finally Su Yan's turn to rehearse on stage. As he appeared on the stage, system notification sounds rang out one after another. It was the effect of the charm emblem activating when other goddess-level girls saw him. 8 basic treasure chests were credited directly. Su Yan gently plucked the guitar strings, played the prelude, and then began to sing. With his grandmaster-level guitar skills combined with grandmaster-level singing, Su Yan's performance was flawless. In the audience, Lin Zhiyi, though she had heard Su Yan sing multiple times, still found herself unable to resist. Her affection for him increased by several points, reaching 89. Similarly, Lu Yuyao, hearing Su Yan sing for the second time, was deeply captivated by his song. When the song ended, today's rehearsal concluded. As Su Yan stepped off the stage, Lu Yuyao caught up to him. "Junior Su Yan, how about having dinner together tonight?" "Since the senior invites me, of course I'm fine with it." Su Yan nodded. "Alright, I'll contact you on WeChat later." "Sure." Su Yan nodded. The reason he agreed to have dinner with Lu Yuyao was that her affection level had reached 67 points. With a little more effort, he could obtain an intermediate treasure chest. It was worth mentioning that after his performance, he had gained a total of 24 basic treasure chests, a considerable harvest. Are you very familiar with that, Lu Yuyao? After Su Yan came to Lin Zhiyi's side, she asked with some displeasure. Not familiar, this is our second meeting. Su Yan said. Then why did she take the initiative to talk to you? Su Yan replied, because I'm charming. Narcissist. The two bickered all the way as they walked out of the school auditorium. By the way, I feel like having milk tea. How about we go to your family's milk tea shop? Lin Zhiyi suggested. Sure, the class monitor worked hard this afternoon. He'll treat you to milk tea. Su Yan said with a smile. You do have a conscience. Soon the two arrived at Weiwei Milk Tea Shop. For some reason, Lin Zhiyi really liked the name of this shop. Boss, class monitor, you're here. Chen Xian, standing at the counter, immediately greeted them. Su Yan smiled and said, Chen Xian, make us 2 cups of milk tea. He'll have the pearl original milk tea. Class monitor, what would you like? He'll have the taro flavored one also with pearls. Lin Zhiyi said. All right, please wait a moment. Chen Xian replied and began preparing the milk tea. After a while, Chen Xian brought over 2 cups of milk tea and placed them before the two. Try them quickly, see if they suit your taste. Su Yan took a sip and nodded, very good. Indeed, it's nice. Lin Zhiyi also took a sip and praised. Thank you. Receiving their praise and approval, Chen Xian felt very happy. After chatting idly in the milk tea shop for a while, the time reached 5 o'clock. Lin Zhiyi said to Chen Xian, what time do you finish work? Let's go eat together. Chen Xian replied, shyly, class monitor, the shop will provide dinner, so I won't go eat with you. All right then. Seeing Chen Xian decline, Lin Zhiyi naturally didn't insist, and turned to Su Yan saying, come on, let's go eat. Su Yan smiled and said, I have an appointment tonight. He'll treat you to snacks tomorrow. An appointment? With whom? Lin Zhiyi asked instinctively. Su Yan chuckled but did not answer. Ding, the favorability of the goddess Lin Zhiyi has decreased to 88 points. Since you have an appointment, I won't disturb you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Zhiyi stood up and left. Su Yan did not chase after her. He would not indulge a girl with strong, controlling, and possessive tendencies. Because the more you indulge them, the stronger their controlling and possessive tendencies become. Moreover, he did not want to confirm a relationship with Lin Zhiyi too soon. They were in the same school and the same class. If he confirmed a relationship with Lin Zhiyi coupled with her possessiveness, wouldn't they be stuck together every day? How would he then go on dates with Pei Nanan and Song Qingyu? And how could he possibly have time to boost the favorability of other goddesses? Therefore, he had to cool things down with Lin Zhiyi. Moreover, from today's situation, Lin Zhiyi was already showing signs of interfering in his life. This was something he could not tolerate. If he were just an ordinary college student and managed to get a girl like Lin Zhiyi as his girlfriend, it would definitely be quite an honor. But he was not. He was a reborn individual and also had a system. Under such circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for him to remain faithful. In his past life, he had also read some pure love novels about rebirth. Every time he saw such a setting, he would silently curse the protagonist for being foolish. They were reborn after all. Playing at pure love was simply brainless. Just then, as Lin Zhiyi angrily left, Chen Xian secretly glanced at them, and a barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of her lips. At this moment, Su Yan received a WeChat message from Lu Yuyao Jr. See you at the East Gate at 6 o'clock tonight. Su Yan replied with a message, okay. After that, Su Yan stayed in the milk tea shop chatting with Pei Nanan and Song Qingyu on WeChat. Unknowingly, the time had already reached 5:50. Su Yan stood up and left. He arrived at the parking lot, drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the school's East Gate. After 3 minutes, a red BMW Mille appeared at the school gate. The driver was Lu Yuyao. So Su Yan took out his phone and sent Lu Yuyao a WeChat message, Senior, do you see that Mercedes-Benz G-Class? It's my car. You lead the way, and he'll follow behind you. Lu Yuyao, who glanced at her phone for a moment, instinctively looked up at the nearby brown Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a bit surprised. She did not expect this talented junior to be so affluent, driving a luxury car worth over $3 million. As for how she recognized the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, she had been working part-time since her sophomore year. She often worked as a car model and a print model. That BMW Mille was purchased through a mortgage from the money she earned from her part-time jobs. Suddenly she had a thought. She directly parked the car in an empty spot on the nearby auxiliary road. Then she opened the door and got out, coming to the passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Su Yan pressed down the window and heard Lu Yuyao say, Junior, it's enough to take one car to dinner. Do you mind if I hitch a ride with you? Of course I don't mind. Senior, please get in. Su Yan replied graciously. Ding, congratulations to the host. The favorability of the goddess Lu Yuyao has reached 77 points. Would you like to open a medium treasure chest? Not opening it for now. Su Yan replied in his heart. At the same time, he was secretly delighted that Lu Yuyao's favorability had reached 77 points so quickly. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to raise it to 80 points tonight. After getting in the car, Lu Yuyao curiously looked around at the interior decorations. After fastening her seatbelt, she casually asked Junior, "This car is the top configuration, right?" "Yes." Suyin nodded. "I didn't expect Senior to know so much about cars. By the way, Senior, where is the restaurant you reserved? Please give me a name, and I'll navigate." After Lu Yuyao directly mentioned the name of a restaurant, Su Yin searched for the route on the navigation and drove there. Lu Yuyao spoke again. "Junior, did you study music specifically? I'm sure that your performance of Chengdu at the welcoming party will win a first prize." As for why she didn't mention the special prize, she knew that the special prize for this welcoming party was likely to go to that Junior not only had an exceptionally high level of performance, but also had a very strong background. Even if no one gave her a heads up, the school wouldn't mind giving her a special prize due to her connections. As for how she knew this, she happened to overhear a private conversation between Wang Qian and a certain leader. "I haven't specifically studied it, I just like musical instruments." Su Yin humbly replied, "As for winning awards, I'll just borrow your good word, Senior." After that, the two chatted all the way, and before they knew it, they arrived at the restaurant Lu Yuyao had reserved. The restaurant Lu Yuyao reserved was a mid-range Western restaurant. The interior decor of the restaurant was quite chic, with a single price of around 150 yuan. After ordering the main dishes, Lu Yuyao asked Junior, "Would you like to drink some alcohol?" Su Yin waved his hand. "No need for alcohol. I still need to drive later." "Alright then, let's have 2 cups of juice." "What juice would you like?" Su Yin said watermelon juice. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Lu Yuyao casually asked Junior, "The girl you were with today, is she your girlfriend?" "No, she's the monitor of our class. Well, she seems to care about you quite a bit, as she even followed you during rehearsal. She must be worried that I might mess it up." Su Yin shrugged. "I don't think so. I feel like she likes you." Lu Yuyao said with a light laugh. "I think so. So will you accept her, Junior?" Lu Yuyao asked curiously. "Not in the short term." "Why?" "Her possessive nature is quite strong, and I don't like being constrained, so in the short term there can't be any result." "It seems Junior has a clear self-awareness." Lu Yuyao praised. "By the way, Senior, you're so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend?" "No." Lu Yuyao shook her head. "Isn't anyone pursuing you, Senior?" "Don't underestimate my charm, Junior. Actually, there are quite a few people pursuing me, but since I started part-time work in my sophomore year, and have seen more of the outside world, I feel that the boys in school seem a bit immature and not mature enough, so I can't accept them." "Do you still need to work part-time, Senior?" Su Yin asked, somewhat surprised. "Of course, the down payment for my car was made with the money I earned from my part-time job." Lu Yuyao replied truthfully. "But Junior's family condition seems pretty good. You drive a luxury car worth millions just after starting college." Just then, Lu Yuyao's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that the caller was her mother. In the next moment, Lu Yuyao picked up the phone and stood up, saying to Su Yin, "Junior, I'm sorry, I need to take a call." Su Yin waved his hand. Then Lu Yuyao walked to the side, answering her mother's call. Before she could speak, her mother's panicked voice, tinged with tears, came through. "Yuyao, your dad has suddenly suffered a brain hemorrhage and needs immediate surgery. What should I do?" "What?" Lu Yuyao exclaimed, her face turning pale. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she asked, "Mom, when did this happen?" Her mother replied, "It happened not long ago. While having dinner, your dad drank a few glasses of wine and suddenly collapsed, bleeding from his ears, nose, and mouth. I quickly called an ambulance and got him to the hospital. After examination, the doctors said he has severe bleeding and must undergo surgery immediately." Lu Yuyao asked again, "Can the family's savings cover the surgery costs?" Her mother said, "The doctor mentioned we need to pay 50,000 first, but after the surgery he'll need to stay in ICU, and the hospitalization and medication costs will require at least 200,000. We only have 30,000 in savings, and I borrowed 20,000 from your 2 uncles to cover the surgery fees." Lu Yuyao replied in a low voice, "So we still need to prepare at least 150,000. Can the family—" Her mother was silent for a moment before saying, "I plan to mortgage our old house to borrow over 100,000. That shouldn't be too difficult." Lu Yuyao exclaimed, "Mom, don't mortgage the house." Lu Yuyao gritted her teeth and said, "I will find a way for the remaining money." She had paid a 10,000 down payment for her car and had only been driving it for less than half a year. If she sold it, getting 20,000 should be easy. Paying off the loan would leave her with about 70 to 80,000. Furthermore, she had 2,000 in cash on hand and could borrow a few thousand from friends, which should cover the remaining medical expenses. Upon hearing that Lu Yuyao was trying to gather medical funds, her mother immediately said, "Yao, don't push yourself. You're just a student. How can you gather so much money?" Lu Yuyao responded, "Mom, it's fine. I can manage. You just take care of Dad, and once I gather the remaining money, I will come back." After hanging up, Lu Yuyao walked towards the dining table, but at that moment, she had lost her appetite to eat with Su Yin. After all, she was still thinking of ways to sell her BMW mealie. "Junior, my family is facing some urgent matters that I need to deal with, so I can't have this meal with you. I'll settle the bill first. Please enjoy your meal." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yuyao grabbed the kunbeo from the sofa and prepared to leave the restaurant. "Wait, senior sister, are you encountering some trouble? If you tell me, maybe I can help." Su Yin called out to her, his tone sincere. This. Lu Yuyao hesitated, thinking that while Su Yan's family might be wealthy, he might not have much cash on hand. She had encountered some rich second-generation individuals before who drove luxury cars and used high-end products. However, they really didn't have much cash. After thinking about it, she decided to take a chance and said, "My father suffered a severe brain hemorrhage and is currently in the operating room. We need over 100,000 for his treatment, and I plan to gather the funds." "How do you plan to gather it?" Su Yan asked again. "I plan to." Lu Yuyao explained her ideas for gathering money to Su Yan. Su Yan pondered for a moment before looking at Lu Yuyao and said, "Senior sister, I have a suggestion. Why not mortgage your car to me? I can give you 200,000 in cash. How does that sound? But my car is on a loan, and I've only paid for half a year, but it's not worth that much." Lu Yuyao replied, "It's fine, I trust you, senior sister." Su Yan said earnestly, "If you agree, we can sign an agreement now, and I can transfer the money to you on the spot." Su Yan said, "Okay." Regarding her father's treatment fees, Lu Yuyao didn't mind being overly polite and agreed immediately. They handwrote 2 agreements and signed them. After signing, Lu Yuyao gave one agreement to Su Yan and took the car keys from her bag, handing them to Su Yan. "Junior, here are the car keys, and I have another key in my dormitory. They'll give it to you when I return to the dorm." "No need." Su Yan smiled and pushed it back. "I trust your character, senior sister. You wouldn't default for 200,000. So you can keep the car. After all, if I take it, I'll need to find a place to park it." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyao was taken aback and then felt a bit emotional, saying, "Thank you, Junior." After struggling outside for over a year, she had seen many people who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. Few could do what Su Yan had done. Ding, congratulations, host. The goddess Lu Yuyao's favorability towards you has reached 86 points. You have received a medium treasure chest. Would you like to open it? The pleasant system prompt sounded in Su Yan's ears. He silently responded, "Not for now." He replied to Lu Yuyao, "Senior sister, there's no need to be so polite. We are all alumni. By the way, could you please give me a bank account number? They'll transfer the money to you." "Sure, my bank account number is 622. After Lu Yuyao provided her account number, Su Yan immediately took out his phone and logged into the banking app to proceed. "Done. I've transferred the money and you should receive a notification shortly." As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Lu Yuyao's phone received a text message from the bank confirming the deposit. Su Yan's black card account was quite special. The transfer had no delay. After Lu Yuyao received the money and thanked Su Yan, she immediately transferred the 200,000 to her mother's account. However, her transfer would have a certain delay. "Senior sister, will you be going back home to see your uncle?" Su Yan asked, "If you want to go back now, I can drive you." "No need." Lu Yuyao waved her hand. "My dad is in the operating room. Even if I rush back, it wouldn't help. Plus, I need to return to school to ask for leave, so I plan to go back tomorrow." At that moment, the waiter brought their ordered dishes. With her mind worried about her father, Lu Yuyao had no mood for it. Thus, the meal was somewhat rushed and silent. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Yuyao apologetically said, "Junior, I'm sorry for ruining your mood today. When I come back from my hometown, I'll treat you again. All right, let's head back." Su Yan drove all the way back to the school parking lot. Then he waved goodbye to Lu Yuyao, watching her leave without departing immediately. He intended to stay in the car to open the treasure chests. Today, he had collected 24 beginner treasure chests and 2 medium treasure chests. Since he had invested 2 million in the Tianxia Literature Network, Su Yan's account balance had dropped to a small target once more. However, he had also earned 24 beginner treasure chests today. His account balance was sure to return to a small target again. System, open all the beginner treasure chests for me. Ding, opening beginner treasure chests. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 500,000 in cash and the bonus has been credited to your black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a medium cashback card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a novel gift package. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please check it yourself. Soon the system's announcements were completed. A total of 24 prizes were revealed, among which cash rewards were awarded 11 times. The amounts were 5,000,4 and 3,000. In total, it amounted to 3.6 million. The account balance reached 101.8 million, bringing him back to a small goal. The remaining 13 prizes included 2 intermediate cashback cards, 2 beginner cashback cards, a novel gift pack, a song gift pack, a fruit gift pack, a luxury apartment, a piece of Rolls-Royce Cullinan fragment, 100 Apple laptops, virtual currency worth 2 million, a latex mattress worth 1.5 million, and a 50 million traffic card. There's no need to introduce the intermediate cashback cards and beginner cashback cards. Let's talk about the novel gift pack directly. This time, the novel gift pack contained only 8 works for male-oriented novels, and 4 female-oriented novels, all of which are expected to become hits in the future, especially the 4 female-oriented ones that have been adapted into films or TV series. The song gift pack included 5 songs, all of which are future hits. The fruit gift pack contained dozens of fruits, each weighing 100 g. Some fruits he had never seen, even in his past life. The luxury apartment is over 90 square meters and is not in the same community as the 2 apartments awarded last time. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan fragment was something he had drawn last time as well. 2 fragments can directly combine to form a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Combine. Su-Yin directly used the 2 fragments. Then a brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan appeared in the system space. According to the information provided by the system, this car is the Starry Sky roof model, which was owned by every big internet celebrity in his past life. Su-Yin did not mind this and felt no drop in status. Next, there are 100 Apple laptops, each worth 200, totaling 2 million. Su-Yin contemplated whether he should give one to Pei Nan and Song Qingyu. The virtual currency needs no introduction. He still had plenty left from previous draws, and he decided that when Supreme goes online, he would register a small account to give $1 billion as a reward. Su-Yin decided to go to Jingguang Community tomorrow to exchange the mattress for this one. The last prize is a 50 million traffic card, which is half of the 100 million traffic card he drew. Su-Yin decided to go to Jingguang Community tomorrow to exchange the mattress for this one. The last prize is a 50 million traffic card, which is half of the 100 million traffic card he drew last time. After some thought, Su-Yin decided to open dual accounts on Tianxia Literature. However, this time, he would focus on female-oriented novels. Female-oriented novels only need to upload 500 to 100 words for free to be directly listed. The beginner treasure chest has been opened. Now it's time for the intermediate treasure chest. System open both intermediate treasure chests. Ding, opening intermediate treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please collect it yourself. With a thought, the physique card appeared in Su-Yan's hand. Relevant information also surfaced in his mind. This physique card can generate a bit of physique each month. This attribute can be added to himself or others. Add points. Su-Yin decisively added this month's physique attribute points to himself. He called up the system panel. After adding points, he found that his physique had reached 97 points. Last time he obtained a physique enhancement card, which added 4 points to his physique. However, it would only take effect fully after a month, so before adding points his physique was 96 points. After the effect of that physique enhancement card is fully realized, his physique will reach 98 points. As for the spirit card, its function is the same as the physique card, generating a bit of spirit attribute each month. Su-Yin still chose to add points immediately. His spirit reached 91 points. There was no special feeling, just a slight coolness in his head. After opening the treasure chest, Su-Yin got out of the car and headed towards the boys' dormitory. When he pushed the door open and entered the dormitory, he was surprised to find Zhao Ting had returned early. After greeting his roommates, Su-Yin prepared to grab his toiletries to take a shower. Su-Yi, let's talk outside, Zhao Ting said, pulling Su-Yin along. Could it be that you want to borrow money? Su-Yin asked Zhao Ting. Su-Yi, I've overspent this month. I need to borrow some money to tide me over, Zhao Ting said with an awkward smile. How much do you need to borrow? Su-Yin inquired. 30000. Zhao Ting replied, explaining that he had asked his family for extra money this month, which was enough. However, Fu Mingwei insisted on breaking into the top 3 of the campus flower list. Reluctantly, he could only continue spending to help Fu Mingwei gain attention. Moreover, during the National Day holiday, expenses were relatively high. Therefore, his living expenses were overspent again. Alright. Su-Yin knew Zhao Ting could repay it, so he took out his phone and transferred 300 to him. Thank you, Su-Yi. After the welcome party tomorrow night, I'll treat you to dinner. No need, I'll treat you. Su-Yin waved his hand. The next morning, Su-Yin resumed his morning run. As soon as he appeared on the playground, Wang Xinglan chased after him and said, Junior, I heard you're going to sing an original song at the welcome party. Ding, congratulations to the host. Goddess Wang Xinglan's favorability toward you has reached 22 points. You have earned a beginner treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not opening it for now. Su-Yin replied, feeling a bit surprised as to why Wang Xinglan's favorability had increased for no apparent reason. He responded, is that so? How did you know, senior? Wang Xinglan said, my roommate will also perform. So that's how it is. I heard your original song is amazing. I will come support you at tonight's welcome party. Thank you for your support, senior. Su-Yin smiled. Today there were 3 classes in total, 2 minor classes and 1 major class. Both minor classes were in the morning. The major class started at 2:20 p.m. At 8:30 a.m. Su-Yin went to the classroom with the 4 guys from his dorm. He sat down next to Chen Xian. Su-Yin, here are your clean clothes. As soon as he sat down, Chen Xian handed him a bag containing the cleaned and neatly folded clothes. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yan said, then took out a lychee and handed it to Chen Xian. This is for you. Chen Xian accepted the lychee and softly said thank you, as she had grown accustomed to Su Yan's generosity. At that moment, Lin Zhiyi walked to the podium and said, everyone quiet down. Tonight's welcome party starts at 7:30 p.m. Our classmate Su Yan will perform an original song. If anyone wants to attend the party, come to me for tickets. The auditorium is not large enough to accommodate all the students in the school. Therefore, the school has set up ticketed entry, otherwise returning students would take up all the seats and new students wouldn't be able to enter, which wouldn't count as a welcome party. I'll go get tickets. Are you going tonight? Su Yan asked Chen Xian. I'll go, especially since you'll be performing. Chen Xian replied with bright eyes. All right. Su Yan went up to the stage to take 2 tickets from Lin Zhiyi. However, Lin Zhiyi seemed still upset about yesterday's incident and didn't even smile when she saw him. Soon the first class of the morning began. It was taught by an associate professor. After reaching a mental capacity of 90, Su Yan remembered most of his past life clearly. At least he recalled a majority of his memories. Therefore, it could be said that he was reviewing the material in class, combining it with his future knowledge. Listening in class still brought new insights. Although he already had a system and would not lack money in the future, he didn't want to be seen as a useless person who only had money. Thus, knowledge was still something to be learned. Moreover, it was quite easy for him to study now. He could treat learning as a spice in his life. Ding ling ling. The class bell rang. The teacher left the classroom with the textbook. The students engaged in casual conversations or went to the restroom. Su Yan also got up to head to the restroom. Su, you want one? Upon arriving at the restroom, he saw Zhao Ting and Gao Xiaoming hiding there smoking. Haven't you two been able to break the habit formed in high school? Su Yan looked at the two with curiosity. In high school, smoking was prohibited, so those who wanted to smoke generally hid in the restroom or a corner of the campus. But in university, the school did not prohibit smoking. While smoking in class was frowned upon, no one would say anything about smoking in the hallways. Zhao Ting smiled awkwardly, saying, Mingwei doesn't like me smoking, and there are too many eyes outside. Fine, you can smoke all I want. Su Yan waved his hand and went to the restroom stall. In his past life, he also smoked. After all, during overtime it was hard to get through without cigarettes and coffee. Thus he was also a heavy smoker in his previous life. However, after being reborn and using gene liquid, Su Yan found that his craving for cigarettes had disappeared. As for the special cigarettes rewarded by the system, he had only consumed 3 packs so far. 1 pack was given to Instructor Mu and another to Counselor Hu Gillen. The last pack had been opened for a while, but he had only smoked 3 cigarettes from it. After Su Yan finished, he went to the sink to wash his hands. He noticed that Zhao Ting had already discarded his cigarette, but Gao Xiaoming was still puffing on a nearly burnt-out butt. What rank is Fu Mingyue at now? Su Yan casually asked. The voting for the school goddess would end tonight. As of 9 o'clock this morning, she has surpassed the previous 5th place. Zhao Ting replied excitedly, saying that after borrowing some money last night, he had found several influencers to promote Fu Mingyue's campaign. This morning, Fu Mingyue posted a call for votes and successfully ranked her 5th. Haven't you considered that the more famous Fu Mingyue becomes, the more competitors you'll have? Su Yan said with a half smile as he shook off the water from his hands and headed back to the classroom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting's expression suddenly stiffened. Then he comforted himself, saying, I have confidence in Mingyue. Girls from Beijing don't marry outside their circle. Although there are students from Beijing at our school, they can't compare to me. Then good luck. Su Yan said. It's hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. Once Zhao Ting boarded Fu Mingyue's ship, he was unlikely to get off. Even if Fu Mingyue ended up betraying him, he would probably still be willing to take the fall. Returning to his seat, Su Yan took out his phone and started replying to WeChat messages. There were messages from Song Qingyu and Pei Nannan. There was also a thank you message from Lu Yuyao, who had boarded the high-speed train back home at 8 this morning, stating that she would treat Su Yan to a meal when she returned. Su Yan wished her a safe journey. There was also a message from Yun Shuren inquiring about his performance order tonight. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Su Yan arrived backstage at the school auditorium with his guitar. Earlier at noon, Su Yan received the news that he had been scheduled to perform 12th. After signing in, he found a place to sit backstage and began replying to messages on his phone. After a while, a girl approached Su Yan and asked, Are you Su Yan from Class 1 of Finance? Yes, senior sister, what can I do for you? In 20 minutes, come to the makeup room for makeup, the other party said. That's unnecessary. I can go on stage without makeup, Su Yan replied. The senior sister said, Junior, you've never performed on stage before, have you? No, I haven't. Su Yan nodded. The other explained. If you go on stage without makeup, the lights will amplify your facial flaws and your face will appear yellow and dark. Alright, I'll do my makeup. Su Yan decisively changed his mind. As the saying goes, it's wise to listen to advice. Today's performance was related to treasure chests, and if he appeared unattractive on stage, it would affect his ability to collect treasure. Then come in 20 minutes. After dropping this line, the senior sister left to notify others about makeup. 20 minutes later, Su Yin arrived at the makeup room. He found that the small room was quite crowded with 3 makeup artists working. 2 of them seemed to be older and not students. The third one appeared to be a senior sister from the school. She had just finished doing makeup for another actor and waved at Su Yin saying, "Come sit here." "Thank you for your hard work, senior sister," Su Yin politely said. "It's my job, no need to mention it." Xiao Xiao smiled. Xiao Xiao had appeared in the auditorium yesterday and had already earned a junior treasure chest from Su Yin with a favorability score of 16 points. "By the way, what should I call you, senior sister?" After sitting down, Su Yin asked again. "My name is Xiao Xiao, just call me senior sister. By the way, your skin is really nice, better than many girls." Suddenly Xiao Xiao said with surprise. "Really?" Su Yin replied casually. During the makeup time, he chatted with Xiao Xiao. He learned that she was also a member of the student council and had become a temporary makeup artist because she liked makeup and was quite good at it. Ding, congratulations to the host, the goddess. Xiao Xiao's favorability towards you has reached 22 points. Reward, a junior treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not yet, Su Yin replied. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Su Yin's makeup was completed. How does it look? Xiao Xiao asked, examining Su Yin in the mirror. Su Yin nodded in agreement, saying, "It's pretty good, your skills are impressive, senior sister. It's mainly because of your good base." Xiao Xiao chuckled. "Senior sister, please have an apple." Su Yin took out an apple and handed it to Xiao Xiao. "You're so thoughtful, Junior. I'm actually a bit hungry. By the way, Junior, you aren't trying to pursue me, are you? Unfortunately, you're late. I already have a boyfriend." "That's a real shame," Su Yin replied, pretending to show disappointment. "Actually, I can break up with my boyfriend. What do you think, Junior?" Xiao Xiao stared at Su Yin. "I'd rather tear down 10 temples than destroy a single marriage. Senior sister, please forgive me. I must take my leave." Su Yin stood up holding his guitar and left the makeup room in a manner reminiscent of a hasty retreat. After running out of the makeup room, Su Yin regained his composure, but laughter like silver bells echoed from inside, clearly amused by Su Yin's actions. Ding, congratulations to the host, the goddess. Xiao Xiao's favorability towards you has reached 31 points. Reward, a junior treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Not yet, Su Yin silently replied, thinking to himself that this could be considered an unexpected. The welcome party begins at 7 o'clock. Therefore, at 6 the school sent lunchboxes for the performers to eat, ensuring that the students on stage would not be drained of energy. Su Yin also took a lunchbox to eat. After finishing the meal, he sat on a chair to rest. Suddenly Xiao Xiao came and sat down next to him. "Junior, I've broken up with my boyfriend. Can you accept me?" Su Yin could tell that Xiao Xiao was teasing him, so he played along. "Oh, you broke up? Your ex-boyfriend won't send someone to beat me up, will he?" "It's fine, senior sister will protect you." "So are we dating or not?" Xiao Xiao continued to ask. "With such a beautiful senior sister wanting to date me, of course we should. Let's share a kiss first." As he spoke, Su Yin leaned toward Xiao Xiao's cheek, startling her, and she quickly dodged. "You little rascal, not a If I can't even get a kiss, then I'm not dating." Su Yin feigned a look of grievance. "Haha, I was just teasing you, senior sister, I'm just playing along with you." Su Yin resumed his serious demeanor, smiling. "Oh, you dare to mess? Wasn't it senior sister who messed with me first?" At that moment someone shouted, "He Sure Yun is here." As a result, everyone's gaze turned toward the backstage entrance, and they saw He Sure Yun entering, while she had already changed into her performance hanfu and put on makeup. Her already high beauty level made her look even more stunning. Her makeup was exquisite, clearly done by a professional. Once she got on stage, she would undoubtedly become the highlight of the evening. "What do you think, Junior? Isn't she beautiful?" Xiao Xiao whispered to Su Yin. "She is indeed very beautiful." Su Yin nodded. He thought He Sure Yun's natural beauty scored 98 points, almost flawless. After this makeup, her beauty reached at least 99 points, almost hitting 100. "However, I heard she has a strong background. It's fine to admire her, but don't get your hopes up, or you might end up unrequited." Xiao Xiao joked. "Really?" Su Yin seemed unconvinced. As a reincarnated person and system host, he was confident enough to say he wouldn't be deterred. Even if He Sure Yun had a deep background, he would still dare to pursue her. However, he wouldn't be a sycophant for her. If he could win her over, that would be great. If not, it was no big deal. After all, there were many beautiful women in the world. He wouldn't be missing out on just one. Once He Sure Yun entered the backstage, she looked around and quietly found a place to sit. She then took out her phone and put on Bluetooth earbuds, appearing aloof and uninterested in interacting with others. But in reality, Su Yin knew that He Sure Yun was definitely not the cold personality she was pretending to be. If she were really that aloof, she wouldn't compete for the title of campus beauty, nor would she manage her social media. In her past life, she was a famous internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. Such a person must love the spotlight. As time passed, 7 o'clock arrived, and the welcome party officially began. 2 hosts took the stage one after another, and after their opening remarks, they invited the principal to speak. Fortunately, our principal knew that the students below didn't like lengthy speeches and only spoke for a few minutes before stepping down. The first program of the welcome party was a dance performance. The second program was a choral performance. The third program was a skit. Although the performances were all done by students, they were quite decent. Before they knew it, they had reached the 8th program. After the performers of the 7th program finished their act, the volunteers for the evening quickly set up tables and chairs. Then He Shiyun took the stage with her guzheng. Before long, the sound of the guzheng echoed through the stage. A few minutes later, after her performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience mixed with shouts from certain boys. In her past life, He Shiyun shone brightly at the welcome party. Her performance video was pinned at the top of the campus forum for over a month, and she became the indisputable first campus beauty of Nandu University. Even at that time, Suyin, focused on part-time jobs and studies, had heard of her fame. 11 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for Suyin to take the stage. Tonight he was dressed quite ordinarily in jeans and a white shirt with casual shoes on his feet. A faint smile hung on his face. He exuded a sunny and confident vibe reminiscent of the legendary white moonlight. After positioning the microphone and sitting on the stool, Suyin gently strummed the guitar strings. Into the microphone, he said, "This song is for everyone," titled Chengdu. In the audience, Yun Shuran gazed at the dazzling boy, unable to stop clutching her chest. "So handsome, I'm really captivated." Especially with Su Yan's understated outfit today, it completely struck a chord with her. On stage, Su Yan raised his eyes, seemingly locking onto Yun Shuran through the crowd. Even before he started singing, Yun Shuran's affection for him skyrocketed, reaching a full 100 points. "Letting tears fall, not just last night's wine, made me reluctant to part, not just your tenderness." The gentle melody spread throughout the entire auditorium. Everyone who heard the song felt as if they were pulled onto a dim street. "Walking with me in Chengdu until all the lights go out, we will not stop." As the song concluded, the audience was still lost in the atmosphere. Only when Su Yan stood up with the guitar and bowed did they awaken from their reverie. Thunderous applause once again filled the auditorium, and Su Yan's figure had already disappeared from the stage. "Junior, your performance was amazing." "Xiao Qiao." "Thank you, senior sister, I think I performed steadily." Su Yan smiled humbly. At that moment, he felt a pair of eyes on him, turned to look, and found it was He Shiyun. Their eyes met, and Su Yan slightly nodded. She responded with a faint smile, then turned away without looking back, carrying her guzheng as she left the backstage. "Senior sister, I'm off now." Su Yan waved at Xiao Qiao and stepped out of the backstage. Tonight's performance was indeed rewarding. He earned a total of 52 basic treasure chests. Among them were 4 intermediate chests, as well as 2 advanced chests and a special chest. He made quite a fortune. He couldn't wait to go back and open the treasure chests. Notably, 1 advanced chest and the special chest were both provided by Yun Shuran. Another advanced chest was provided by Lin Zhiyi. Her favorability directly reached 95 points. Additionally, Chen Xin also provided an intermediate chest. Her favorability also reached 78 points, making it easy to obtain another intermediate chest from her. However, what puzzled Su Yan was Fu Mingwe surprisingly provided him with 4 basic chests, and her favorability reached 54 points. Her roommate Zhang Caiqi also reached 52 points and provided several treasure chests. Su Yan did not go back to the dormitory, but instead went to the parking lot and got into that Mercedes-Benz G-Class. System, open all the basic treasure chests. Instantly, 52 golden treasure chests appeared in his car, filling the space inside. Ding. The beginner treasure chest is opening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 cash, which has been credited to the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-tier Long Quan sword, which has been credited to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 30 million traffic card, which has been credited to the system space. Please check it yourself. A series of system announcements echoed continuously in Su Yan's mind. However, he did not feel annoyed at all. Instead, he found those voices extremely melodious. After a while, the announcements ceased. Out of the 52 beginner treasure chests, 25 contained cash. The amounts were 500, 300, 400, 400, 400, In total, 8 million. The account balance also reached 110.6 million. As for the remaining 27 beginner treasure chests, the prizes included 1 top-tier Long Quan sword, 1 bottle of fitness pills, 1 30 million traffic card, 2 50 million traffic cards, 1 100 million traffic card, 3 intermediate cashback cards, 2 beginner cashback cards, 2 novel gift packs, 1 music gift pack, 1 TV drama gift pack, 1 movie gift pack, 100 calming incense sticks, a red wine. Gift pack a top-tier tea. Gift pack a top-tier cigarette. Gift pack a top-tier white liquor. Gift pack a top-tier foreign liquor. Gift pack a top-tier champagne. Gift pack a box of special supply cigarettes, 1 bluefin tuna, 1 seafood gift pack, and 1 zero gene of special quality rosy rice. The top-tier Longquan sword is crafted from super alloy, a true divine weapon capable of cutting through iron like mud and severing hair with a blow. According to the system's pricing, it is worth 3.2 million. However, in reality, this sword would surely auction for much more than 3.2 million. Unfortunately, in modern society, if it were in ancient times, such a sword would be worth a fortune. As for the fitness pills, each bottle contains 10 pills, and they can comprehensively enhance physical constitution after consumption. Su Yin decisively poured out one and swallowed it, feeling a surge of warmth rushing through his body, quite comfortable. After a while, the warm sensation faded. He checked the system panel and saw his constitution had increased to 98 points. Therefore, he took out another pill and consumed it. There was still a warm sensation, but upon checking the system panel again, his constitution remained at 98 points. It seemed his overly strong constitution affected the effectiveness of the fitness pills. However, he could give them to his women. If their constitution had not reached 80 points, taking one would likely increase it by 23 points. I want to elaborate on the traffic cards and cashback cards. Oh, everyone knows their functions. Now regarding the novel gift pack, this time he drew two. One gift pack included 10 male-oriented web novels, while the other contained 5 male-oriented and 5 female-oriented web novels. Suddenly, he had so many popular web novels. Su Yin felt that there was potential for literary greatness in the world. The music gift pack also contained 5 hit songs. The subsequent movie and TV drama gift packs each contained 3 popular scripts. The scripts were written in great detail and even included shot breakdowns along with guidance on how to shoot, how to light, and where to place cameras, making it accessible even for a novice director. With the scripts obtained from the system rewards, one could follow the guide and successfully produce the TV dramas and movies. Suddenly, Su Yin thought of a question. If the novels, music, and television movies he obtained are not published or filmed when the original timeline arrives, will the original authors or screenwriters recreate these works? Upon thinking this, he directly asked the system. The answer given by the system was affirmative. That's a bit of... Su Yin was speechless. If he didn't use these works and the original authors created them, then wouldn't his rewards be wasted? I want to introduce the remaining prizes. Let me introduce the special quality rosy rice. This rice was exclusively provided to the royal family in ancient times, and ordinary people couldn't eat it. It can only be grown in specific soil conditions, so its yield is extremely low. In modern times, this rice hardly appears on the market. The price of special quality rosy rice is around 200 yuan per gene. After opening the beginner treasure chests, it's time for the intermediate treasure chests. System, open all the intermediate treasure chests. Ding. The intermediate treasure chest is opening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop nano mosquito, which has been credited to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a teleportation card, which has been credited to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an industry card, which has been credited to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villa card, which has been credited to the system space. Please collect it yourself. First, regarding the prop nano mosquito, its size is similar to that of an ordinary mosquito, but it has flying and recording functions. It is definitely a powerful tool for covert recording. Moreover, it features a solar charging mode, allowing it to run for 72 hours after just 1 hour of charging, with a massive storage capacity of 100 GB. Now for the teleportation card, it can be used twice a day with a teleportation range of 100 kilometers. Then there's the industry card. This card is quite interesting. As long as the host sets their eyes on an industry valued at around 1 billion, the system will purchase it and place it under the host's name. This made Su Yan's eyes light up slightly. This card is really nice. It's equivalent to gifting him an industry worth 1 billion. Lastly, regarding the villa card. After use, it randomly grants a villa. Use. Su Yan held the card and silently invoked its use. Then he found a document bag in his hand containing the ownership documents for a villa in a lakeside area. According to the information provided by the system, the ownership area of this villa is 800 square meters with a garden of 400 square meters. The market price is as high as 120 million. Wow, tonight's gains are simply enormous. Su Yan thought to himself. System, open the advanced treasure chest. Ding. The advanced treasure chest is opening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill master level dance, which has been credited to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master level calligraphy, which has been credited to the system space. Please collect it yourself. In the next moment, 2 light spheres appeared in Su Yan's hands. After selecting fusion, the 2 light spheres flew into his forehead. He then acquired master-level dance ability and master-level calligraphy ability. System: open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding. The mysterious treasure chest is opening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 of the shares in Qingtian Group, and the equity document has been stored in the system space. Please collect it yourself. Su Yin took out the document bag, and the corresponding equity price appeared in his mind. Qingtian Group is not a real estate company, but a clothing company. Its current market value is around 8 billion. 20% of the shares is equivalent to 1. In the boys' dormitory, Su Yin was registering a writer's account on his computer. Since the novels rewarded by the system had a time limit, he naturally had to publish these works ahead of time. Currently, there were 22 male-targeted novels, 12 female-targeted novels, and 4 traditional popular novels rewarded by the system. Su Yin planned to publish the 22 male-targeted novels under 6 accounts. The 12 female-targeted novels would be published under 4 accounts. As for the 4 traditional novels, he could update them on Weibo and let the publishers approach him. Alternatively, if one day he won shares in a publishing house, he could directly hand the works over for publication. After a short time, Su Yin had registered 6 male-targeted writer accounts and 4 female-targeted writer accounts. Although his memory was quite good, he still wrote down all these account names and passwords to avoid forgetting them one day. Then he created a book under each account and uploaded 30,000 words. Next, he sent a message to Liao Xing on WeChat asking him to prepare 10 contracts similar to Supreme. He planned to visit the company in person tomorrow. As for the remaining TV series and movie scripts, Su Yin pondered whether to use an industrial card to acquire a film production company. Thinking of this, he utilized his hacking skills to search for local film companies in Nandu. However, to Su Yin's dismay, there were indeed quite a few film companies in Nandu, totaling dozens of them. Among these companies, the one with the highest market value was only worth a bit over 400 million. If he used the industrial card to acquire this company, he would incur a loss of 600 million. If we talk about the most numerous film companies, they would undoubtedly be in Beijing and Modu. Several major film giants in the country are based in Beijing. Thus, Su Yin thought for a moment and decided to search for film companies with a market value around 1 billion. Soon he found results. There were a total of 6 film companies that met his requirements. 3 of them were in Beijing, 2 in Modu, and 1 in Hangzhou. Subsequently, Su Yin used his hacking skills to obtain detailed information about these 6 film companies. After reviewing the detailed information of these 6 companies, he formed an idea to directly acquire a company named Happy Media in Modu. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the production team of this company was very strong, with 2 production groups under its name, allowing them to simultaneously start 2 projects. Second, the artist management of this company was modeled after that of South Korea, thus having over 100 trainees within the company. Among them, there were 32 male trainees while the rest were female trainees. Those who could be selected as female trainees would at least not be lacking in terms of appearance. At that time, Su Yin would just need to show up in front of these female trainees at the company. He could easily earn dozens of beginner treasure chests. If he further nurtured some of the more outstanding ones, would they develop a good impression of their boss, he might also obtain intermediate and advanced treasure chests. System: I want to use the industrial card to acquire Happy Media in Modu. Ding. Industrial acquisition in progress. Please wait patiently for 1 day for completion. At that moment, the phone rang. Su Yin picked up his phone and saw it was Zhao Ting calling. Su Yi, where are you? The welcome party is over. Su Yin replied, I'm in the dormitory. Wait for me at the main gate, I'll be there soon. Zhao Ting then awkwardly said, Su Yi, Mingwen knows we are celebrating with you and insisted on bringing her roommate along. What do you think? Su Yin nonchalantly said, sure, the more the merrier, it's not like I can't afford it. Zhao Ting instantly brightened up. Su Yi is generous, thank you. Su Yin hung up the phone and got up to walk towards the school gate. At the gate, he saw Zhao Ting, Lu Feixiang, Gao Xiaoming, Chun Hao, and Zhang Tao waiting there. Yin Gu, your performance tonight was amazing. Gao Xiaoming gave Su Yin a thumbs up as soon as he saw him. Lu Feixiang nodded in agreement. I didn't expect Yin Gu to sing so well. I estimate you will at least win a first prize. By the way, we have already voted for you on the campus website. The school uploaded videos of all performances tonight to the campus forum where students would vote. The highest votes would win the special prize, while the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places would receive first prizes. The 5th to 7th places would receive second prizes, and the 8th to 10th places would receive third prizes. Currently, the song Su Yin performed was in 2nd place, just behind He Shiyin. Although her playing skills were not as good as Su Yan, she was beautiful. In the face of beauty, playing skills mean nothing. Thus, He Shiyin had a higher vote count, but Su Yan didn't mind. Moreover, he had already received the biggest reward, so whether he won the special prize or not was of no importance to him. As long as he could get a first prize to satisfy the instructor, Hu Gillen, he would be fine. Thank you all. Tonight feel free to eat and drink as much as you want to, I'll cover it. Su Yin smiled. By the way, Zhao Ting, didn't you say Fu Mingwei and the others would come? Where are they? Su Yan asked. They all went back to the dorm to change. Zhao Ting said, we can go to the restaurant first, and then send them our location. That works. Thus the 6 of them left the classroom and found a barbecue stall named Laobing nearby. They first ordered a few stir-fried dishes and 2 cases of beer. Everyone went to get barbecue. As they finished selecting their barbecue, Fu Mingyue and her group appeared. Tonight Fu Mingyue was dressed quite eye-catchingly, wearing a crop top that exposed her belly button and short. Those long, straight, and slender legs were extremely dazzling. After greeting her, Su Yan let them help themselves to the barbecue they liked. At that moment Su Yan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Yun Shuran calling. He stepped aside to answer the call, asking, Shuran, what's up? Yun Shuran replied, Su Yan, your performance today was fantastic. I'd like to celebrate with you. Is that okay? Su Yan smiled. What a coincidence. I'm celebrating with my roommates at the Laobing barbecue shop outside the school right now. If you don't mind, you can come join us. Yun Shuran asked, will it disturb you? Su Yan replied, of course not. My roommates are very easygoing, and besides I'm treating tonight. Yun Shuran said, okay, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Yan put away his phone and glanced at Fu Mingyue, who had sneakily come over to eavesdrop, saying with annoyance, why are you eavesdropping on my call? Yun Shuran asked, will it disturb you? Su Yan replied, of course not. My roommates are very easygoing, and besides Su Yan explained, it's Yun Shuran from our school, also my high school classmate. You're such a scumbag. Fu Mingyue sneered. Likewise. Su Yan replied indifferently. What do you mean? Fu Mingyue glared, clearly dissatisfied with Su Yan's remark. Figure it out yourself. Su Yan, too lazy to argue with her, walked directly to the table. Hey, clarify your words. But Fu Mingyue was not willing to let it go and reached out to grab Su Yan's arm. Su Yan swiftly dodged Fu Mingyue's claws and turned back to warn, don't get Hansen or don't blame me for retaliating. You actually want to hit a woman. Fu Mingyue seemed to have caught Su Yan's slip, exclaiming, you are mistaken. I Su have never struck women or children while traversing the martial world. Su Yan spoke seriously, but after a pause he looked at Fu Mingyue with a playful glint. But you're not a child, so it doesn't count as breaking my promise. Hearing Su Yan's words, Fu Mingyue was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, pointing at Su Yan. Su Yan, I find you quite amusing in person. Stop laughing. Go play with your Zhao Ting. If you keep bothering me, I might really hit you. Fu Mingyue replied, tossing a flirtatious glance at Su Yan. Zhao Ting is dull. Oh, I want to find. Fu Mingyue said, still provocative. Get lost. Su Yan, tired of entangling with her, turned and left. Zhao Ting is Fu Mingyue's devoted admirer. If something happens between them, he would likely turn against Su Yan. Though he wasn't afraid, it wasn't necessary. With so many beautiful women in this world, why should he pursue Fu Mingyue? Besides, he didn't like her personality. Hearing the word, get lost, Fu Mingyue's expression darkened suddenly. But she soon thought that Su Yan had quite some character, unlike Zhao Ting, who was submissive in front of her like a sycophant. Ding, congratulations, host. Goddess Fu Mingyue's favorability towards you has reached 71 points. A mid-level treasure chest is awarded. Would you like to open it? As Su Yan just took his seat, the system prompt sounded directly. This surprised him slightly. What's going on? How did Fu Mingyue's favorability increase again? He even told the woman to get lost, yet her favorability rose. Does she have a masochistic tendency? Not opening for now. Su Yan silently replied in his heart. Then footsteps approached, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, as Fu Mingyue boldly sat down beside Su Yan. Don't come near me. Su Yan glanced at her and replied irritably. I will. Fu Mingyue replied triumphantly, her eyes revealing a hint of provocation. Are you asking for a beating? Then go ahead and hit me. Fu Mingyue challenged. At that moment, Zhao Ting and others returned together. Su Yan said to Zhao Ting, Zhao Ting, keep an eye on Fu Mingyue and make sure she doesn't provoke me. Sorry, Su Yi. Zhao Ting quickly apologized and then approached softly, advising, Mingyue, please don't mess with Su Yan. He has a bad temper. Just because he has a bad temper, does that mean I must have a good one? Fu Mingyue looked at Zhao Ting displeased. Can I beg you not to? All right. Fu Mingyue waved her hand. I'll give you face this time. Mingyue, you're so nice. Zhao Ting couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and flatter her. By the way, you like that LV bag, right? He'll buy it for you in a few days. No need, Bill, buy it myself. Fu Mingyue said indifferently. It's nothing, but it's only 30,000. Zhao Ting pretended to be unconcerned about money. All right. Fu Mingyue said, slightly impatient. Zhao Ting chuckled awkwardly, sitting next to Fu Mingyue while pondering whether to ask his family for money or borrow from his sister to buy a bag for Fu Mingyue. While Zhao Ting was chatting with Fu Mingyue, Su Yan changed his position again. Time passed. Su Yan received a WeChat message from Yun Shuran. He got up to greet her outside the store and brought her in. This is my friend and high school classmate Yun Shuran. Su Yan introduced Yun Shuran to everyone. Zhao Ting and others were not unfamiliar with Yun Shuran, as she occasionally had meals with Su Yan in the cafeteria. Hello everyone, I'm Yun Shuran. Nice to meet you all. Yun Shuran shyly greeted the crowd. Hello Yun Shuran, I'm Fu Mingyue. Fu Mingwei replied calmly, but felt a bit displeased. Su Yin was clearly a scoundrel, but deliberately avoided her. In her view, Yin Shuran was not even as pretty as her. Does Su Yin like the ugly ones? Hello, Hi, I'm Yang Lulu. Everyone responded one after another, introducing themselves. After a brief familiarization, they began chatting while drinking. The conversation mainly revolved around the welcome party that night and some gossip. As time passed, it was nearing. The late-night snack came to an end. Everyone returned to their dorms together. The next morning, Su Yin arrived at the playground for morning runs as usual. He encountered Wang Xinglan again. Her favorability rating had directly increased to 33 points. Clearly, she had also attended the welcome party last night. Seeing Su Yan's arrival, Wang Xinglan's eyes lit up as she ran to his side. Good morning, Junior. Your performance last night was fantastic. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Su Yan smiled. By the way, I downloaded the song you sang last night onto my phone. Do you want to listen? Wang Xinglan handed Su Yan a Bluetooth earphone. Sure. Su Yan took the earphone and put it in his ear, then they started running together. This girl had previously shown no change in favorability, so Su Yan naturally didn't bother with her. Now that her favorability had risen to 33 points, he didn't mind getting to know her better. After all, it was for the treasure chests, it wasn't embarrassing. Half an hour later, Su Yan finished his morning run, greeted Wang Xinglan, and prepared to head to the cafeteria. Junior, why don't we go together? Wang Xinglan suggested. Sure. The two went to the cafeteria together. Wang Xinglan gestured for Su Yan to sit first while she went to buy breakfast. Su Yan had no reason to be polite, and immediately found an empty table to sit down. Shortly after, Wang Xinglan returned with breakfast, smiling shyly. Junior, I wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I bought a bit of everything. Su Yan glanced at the breakfast on the table and said, I have a good appetite, this isn't too much. He quickly devoured the breakfast Wang Xinglan had bought. Wow, Junior, you really can eat. Wang Xinglan exclaimed. Even though the breakfast she bought could probably fill 2 people, Su Yan finished it without a care. I have a good constitution and digest quickly. Su Yan said, All right, Senior, thank you for the breakfast. I need to get breakfast for my roommate, so I'll take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan got up to buy 5 breakfasts to take away. Wang Xinglan felt a bit disheartened, thinking that this breakfast seemed wasted. She hadn't achieved the results she wanted at all, unlike other men who would jump for joy over the slightest. After finishing the morning class, Su Yan left the classroom and headed to the parking lot, driving straight to the office of Tianxia Literature. In the Tianxia Literature office, Liao Xing had prepared 10 contracts for electronic revenue sharing as instructed by Su Yan. He had already read the previous book, Supreme. He had also been following the latest chapters these past few days and was quite curious whether the book was written by the boss or if the boss had hired someone to write it. Out of curiosity, he read through all 6 new books uploaded by the boss and was greatly astonished as the quality of these 10 books was exceptionally high. If these books were published on a major site like Qijian, each could easily earn over $1 million in royalties from revenue sharing, and that was a conservative estimate. If the site was willing to promote them, the royalties could at least double. Where did the boss get these books? Following Su Yan's instructions, he hired several new employees. Time passed, and while working, Liao Xing heard a knock at the door. Come in. In the next moment, Su Yan pushed the door open. Seeing this, Liao Xing quickly stood up. Boss, you're here. Are the contracts ready? Su Yan asked. All ready. Liao Xing replied. Boss, please sit. I'll get the contracts for you. By the way, what would you like to drink? No need. Su Yan waved his hand. Soon Liao Xing placed the 10 prepared contracts in front of Su Yan. After briefly reviewing them, finding them to be standard contracts with no issues, he signed them directly. By the way, boss, I have hired a few new employees as per your instructions. Would you like to meet them? As Liao Xing divided the contracts into 2 sets, he handed one to Su Yan while asking, let them come and have a look. Su Yan nodded. After a while, Liao Xing brought in 4 young people. This is our website's boss, Su Yan. Liao Xing introduced them on behalf of the 4. Hello, boss. The 4 greeted in unison. Ding, detecting a goddess nearby. Would the host like to view the goddess's information? View. Su Yan responded. Namely, level T2, age 22, physique 67, spirit 71, appearance 88, figure 86, favorability 14, special 0 times. Hello everyone, I am Su Yan. If you work hard, there will definitely be bonuses for you. After briefly instructing them, Su Yan let them leave. It is worth mentioning that Li Yuno was the newly hired graphic designer. After triggering the charm medal, Su Yan also obtained a beginner treasure chest from her. Boss, should we arrange for an editor to be specifically responsible for the 11 works you published? Liao Xing sought Su Yan's opinion. Sure. Su Yan nodded. By the way, are there any difficulties the company is facing? If so, just tell me directly, I can solve them. Liao Xing said, boss, our website is currently facing 2 major problems. The first is a lack of readers, and the second is a lack of works. What's the reason? Su Yan asked. Liao Xing replied, the reason for the lack of readers is simple. We haven't spent money on promotion. However, recently your work Supreme has brought in quite a bit of popularity indirectly promoting our website. Yet to attract more readers, we still need to invest in promotion. As for authors, with so few readers on our site, it's difficult to attract quality authors. To gain more quality authors, we would either need to offer significant guarantees or buy them out. After hearing Liao Xing's explanation, Su Yin pondered, I will arrange for the promotion. As for offering large guarantees and buyouts, that's unnecessary. I still have a batch of excellent works on hand. For the time being, we will focus on promoting the 11 works I uploaded. As long as these 11 works achieve results, they will naturally attract more authors. Alright boss, I understand. Liao Xing nodded, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Then Su Yin stood up to take his leave. Liao Xing personally escorted him to the company entrance. To be honest, Su Yin did not have plans to expand Tianxia literature. Web literature has already passed its wild growth phase, and soon free literature will rise. Meanwhile, Tianxia literature is following the paid literature model. If he truly wanted to make Tianxia literature big and strong, he would need to invest a lot of money. Of course, if he chose to pursue multimedia literature, he could still make a profit. But for Su Yin, the cost outweighs the benefits, as he has a system that allows him to earn cash back directly from Pei Nan and Song Qingyu. Now there's also Yin Shuran. Why earn hard money when he can get cash back? Sitting in the car downstairs, Su Yin thought for a moment and took out a 100 million traffic card, hesitating before saying, System, inject 2 million traffic into Tianxia literature. This site has few good works, and even if we inject more traffic, it won't keep people around. It's better to test the waters with 2 million. If the effect is good, we can continue injecting traffic. If the effect is average, then we can focus on injecting traffic for his own works. As for the 10 new works published, they can wait until their word count reaches 100 before injecting traffic. However, the updates for Supreme can be accelerated, increasing to 200 words daily, as this book has a total of over 5 million words. Even with a daily update of 200 words, it can last over 200 days. By the way, I still haven't opened the intermediate treasure chest I obtained from Fu Mingwei yesterday. System, opened the intermediate treasure chest. Ding, opening intermediate treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the smooth sailing card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. In the next moment, a golden card appeared in Su Yan's hand, and corresponding information surfaced in his mind. This smooth sailing card can be used for the enterprises under his name. After using this card for the next 3 years, everything related to the company will go extremely smoothly. Su Yan thought that he had just used the enterprise card to purchase Happy Media. Once this company is in his hands, he will use the smooth sailing card on it. System, open the beginner treasure chest as well. Ding, opening beginner treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 5000 cash. The bonus has been deposited into the host's black card account. Please check it yourself. By the way, I also won a set of villas yesterday. Su Yan decided to take the opportunity to take a look now, so he drove directly to the lakeside villa. This is a villa area located in the city center with only 72 villas in the entire community. The villa Su Yan drew is Villa No. 8. After Su Yan reported his name, the security guard directly let him through. Soon he drove to the front of the villa, took out the electronic key, and pressed it against the door, which opened. He drove in. This villa has a total of 10 parking spaces, 4 on the ground and 6 underground. Of the 4 on the ground, 2 are in the yard, and the other 2 are specially constructed garages. The 6 underground spaces are located on the 3rd underground level. After parking, Su Yan toured the villa both inside and out. The total area of the villa is 800 square meters, divided into 3 above ground and 3 below ground. The 3rd above ground level features a rooftop garden and swimming pool. The 2nd floor includes bedrooms, a study, and a cloakroom. The 1st floor consists of a living room, kitchen, servants' room, storage room, and so on. The 1st underground level includes a bar and gym. The 2nd underground level features a game room and multimedia room. The 3rd underground level consists of a garage and wine cellar. Su Yan recalled that he currently owned a luxurious villa and a duplex apartment of over 200 square meters. Additionally, he had 3 apartments, 2 of which were in one community and the 3rd in another. Having too many houses is impractical, or should I rent some out? But after thinking it over, Su Yan decisively rejected the idea. He was destined to become a sea king, who it didn't matter if he couldn't live in all the houses now, as there might not be enough in the future. As noon approached, he decided to head back to school for lunch. Meanwhile, at Nandu Financial University, Pei Nanan and Su Qing walked out of the classroom together. However, their path was blocked by a tall boy named Xiao Hong, a sophomore. Nanan, a new French restaurant, has recently opened in the city. I've already made a reservation. Would you like to join me to taste their food? Xiao Hong flashed a self-proclaimed handsome smile as he spoke to Pei Nanan. What's wrong with you? My Nanan has clearly rejected you several times, yet you keep pestering her. Before Pei Nanan could refuse, Su Qing shot a disapproving look at Xiao Hong. Xiao, senior brother, thank you for your kindness, but I can't go out with other boys because my boyfriend gets jealous. Pei Nanan followed up, clearly having turned Xiao Heng down before, and even stating that she had a boyfriend. Yet this guy still clung on like a stubborn piece of gum. A delicate lady is best matched with a gentleman. Nanan, I don't mind that you have a boyfriend. Xiao Heng continued to smile. Knowing someone has a boyfriend, but still chasing them your character, is quite questionable. Su Qing scoffed. Xiao Senior brother, please stop bothering me. My relationship with my boyfriend is excellent. Pei Nanan stated solemnly. Your having a boyfriend is your business, but I also have the right to pursue true love. Xiao Heng put on a heartfelt expression. Moreover, I believe my sincerity will eventually win you over. Nanan, it's pointless to argue with someone like him. Oh, let's go. Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Heng and pulled Pei Nanan away from him. Watching the two girls walk away, a hint of amusement flashed in Xiao Heng's eyes. He wasn't infatuated with Pei Nanan at first sight. Rather, he had noticed that Pei Nanan's family was likely quite affluent. Although the car she drove was only worth around 300,000, the watch she wore was worth nearly 100,000. Her backpack was also not cheap. The phone she used was also the latest model. He was a poor student from an average family receiving only 1,000 yuan a month from home. This was barely enough for him. However, during the second semester of his freshman year, he dated a rich second-generation girl, which opened the door to a new world for him. Unfortunately, the rich girl was fickle. After dating for only one semester, they broke up. Fortunately, she was generous and gifted him many things. After selling some of the gifts, he made around 50 to 60,000 yuan, allowing him to show off among his roommates and friends. But after breaking up with the rich girl, he lost his source of income. The money he earned from selling the gifts given by the rich girl had almost run out. So when he met Pei Nanan, in his eyes, Pei Nanan should also be a rich second-generation girl, just more low-key. If he could win her over, as long as he knew how to flatter her, she would definitely be willing to spend money on him. On the other side, Su Qing and Pei Nanan were on their way to the cafeteria. Nanan, how do you plan to deal with that sticky guy? Su Qing asked. Su Yan was generous, and everyone in their dormitory had a good impression of him. Now that someone was trying to steal Su Yan's girl, they naturally had to step in to protect him. I don't know either. Pei Nanan showed a troubled expression. How about telling Su Yan and letting him handle it? Su Qing suggested. Alright, I'll call Yan Ge right now. Pei Nanan's eyes brightened as she took out her phone to dial Su Yan's number. The call connected quickly, and Su Yan's voice came through. Nanan, you called me because you miss me. Yan Ge, what are you doing? Pei Nanan asked. Su Yan replied. I just went out to handle something, and am on my way back to school. Pei Nanan said. Why don't you come to our school? I have something to tell you. Sure. Su Yan readily agreed. It's almost noon, they'll find a restaurant outside your school, and we can talk while we eat. Great. 20 minutes later, at a Chinese restaurant near the financial university, Su Yan parked his car and walked towards the restaurant, spotting Su Qing and Pei Nanan waiting at the entrance. Baby. Su Yan approached and naturally wrapped his arms around Pei Nanan's waist and nodded at Su Qing. Hello, Su Qing. After exchanging simple greetings, the three of them entered a private room in the restaurant. After ordering, Su Yan asked, Baby, what's the matter? Pei Nanan replied with some irritation. There's a guy named Xiao Heng who keeps pestering me. I've clearly rejected him multiple times, and even told him I have a boyfriend, yet he still won't leave me alone. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. Do you know anything specific about him? Pei Nanan replied. He's a sophomore in the English department. I don't know anything else. Alright, give me 2 days and I guarantee he won't dare to bother you again. Su Yan said. Yan Ge, you're so kind. Pei Nanan immediately showed a happy expression and even kissed Su Yan on the cheek. Ugh, I can't stand you two lovebirds, that's so nauseating. Su Qing couldn't help but interject. If you can't stand it, hurry up and find a boyfriend. Then when you two are all lovey-dovey, I promise I won't mind. Pei Nanan laughed playfully. If I'm not looking for a boyfriend, I want to focus on my studies. Su Qing said. Having a boyfriend doesn't interfere with studying. We'll talk about it later. After lunch, Su Yan escorted the two girls back to school. When parting, Su Yan directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Pei Nanan and reminded her, don't hesitate to spend it. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Pei Nanan nodded and kissed Su Yan on the cheek again before heading back to school with Su Qing. Meanwhile, the cashback from the system had also arrived. It was equivalent to giving Pei Nanan 100,000 yuan while he earned 700,000. Damn, this money is too easy to make. I feel like I'm not living in reality. Su Yan shook his head and drove towards the school. Back in the dormitory, he sat down at his computer and began using his hacking skills to search for information on Xiao Heng. The information on an ordinary student was quite easy to find. Soon he located what he was looking for. After reading Xiao Heng's information, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This guy is pestering Pei Nanan. He must not be doing it for mere affection, but rather for her money. After all, his ex-girlfriend Hu Jiao was not particularly good looking. Her appearance maxed out at 60 points, and she was somewhat overweight. However, Hu Jiao was rather generous. After dating for a few months, she had spent at least 200,000 on Xiaohong. Now that he had his sights on Pei Nanan, it was simply because she showed signs of wealth, and Xiaohong was looking to live off her. Hey, you've miscalculated. Su Yin scoffed. With a thought, Su Yin released the nano mosquito and instructed it to find Xiaohong at Nandu Financial University. At the same time, he got up and left the dormitory. He went to purchase some items. Soon Su Yin bought a baseball cap and a mask at a supermarket near the school. Su Yin's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a video sent by the nano mosquito. At that moment, Xiaohong was seen coming back from a meal, playing on his phone as he walked towards the school. Thus, Su Yin put on the cap and mask and drove straight to Nandu Financial University. He did not enter through the main gate, but instead climbed over the wall. Through the live feed from the nano mosquito, Su Yin observed that Xiaohong did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he went to flirt with another female student. Su Yin found a place to sit down nearby, pretending to play on his phone. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Xiaohong left the classroom and walked downstairs. Su Yin directly moved a round stone under Xiaohong's feet with a thought. The latter exclaimed in surprise, slipping and tumbling down the stairs. Fortunately, the stairs were not too long. Although he sustained several scrapes, at least he didn't break any bones. Damn it, how can I be so unlucky? Xiaohong cursed as he got up and checked his new phone, relieved to find the screen unbroken, otherwise it would cost him over 2,000 to replace. At that moment, he received a text from an unknown number. Upon opening it, he found a threatening message. This is a little lesson for you. If you continue to pester Pei Nanan, you will bear the consequences. Seeing this threatening message made Xiaohong furious. He immediately called the number only to hear a message indicating it was disconnected. Unable to get through, he decided to send a text. However, when he opened his messages, he found that the threatening text, "Could it be that my mind got scrambled and I imagined it?" Xiaohong thought frantically. He quickly checked his call history and was horrified to see that his dialing record had also been deleted. A chill rose from the soles of his feet, spreading throughout his body. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Pei Nanan is the daughter of a top-tier family? Did her family find out about my harassment and send someone to warn me? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He hurriedly ran back to the dormitory. He considered calling the police, but unfortunately the text was gone, and so was the call record. What could he report? Perhaps the police would blame him for making a false report. Moreover, the disappearance of the text and call record could indicate that his phone had been infected with a virus. It might have been deleted by a hacker. Suddenly, he felt a spark of inspiration and shouted at his phone, "I admit my mistakes. He'll never pester Pei Nanan again, spare me." Ding! 2 seconds later, he received another text. "Good to see you're being sensible." Xiaohong stared at the screen, and indeed in the next moment the text vanished into thin air once more. Who? Xiaohong exhaled heavily, vowing to avoid Pei Nanan in the future. The power behind her was simply too terrifying for him to provoke. He only wanted to enjoy a comfortable life. But losing his life for that was simply not worth it. Meanwhile, Su Yin tucked his phone into his pocket and headed towards the wall. It seemed that Xiaohong had given up on pursuing Pei Nanan. However, he decided to keep the nano mosquito watching him. If he gave up so easily, Su Yin wouldn't bother him further. If he still acted recklessly, then Su Yin would have to intensify his measures against him. Just as he returned to his school, he received a call from Liao Xing. The caller was reporting good news to him. First, the covers for the 10 new books he uploaded had been completed. Second, the website had attracted a lot of traffic. This had significantly boosted the data for several books, but the most benefits were seen by Supreme and the 10 books he uploaded today. Especially Supreme. Currently, its views had exceeded 2 million, and its favorites reached 300,000. Liao Xing suggested it could be published after 20,000 words. Su Yin agreed. Upon returning to the dormitory, he updated all 11 books, including Supreme, with an additional 20,000 words. Supreme had surpassed 150,000 words, nearing 160,000. The other 10 books also reached 50,000 words. Su Yin checked the covers of the 10 new books and found them all beautifully designed. Moreover, they were quite fitting with the themes of the novels. Clearly, the designer of the covers had put in a lot of effort. Time passed quickly, and it was now 3 in the afternoon. Su Yin, along with Gao Xiaoming, Zhang Tao, and Lu Feixiang, headed to the classroom. As for Chun Hao and Zhao Ting, they were not in the dormitory. Everyone was used to it by now. Zhao Ting was probably thinking about how to please Fu Minghua. As for Chun Hao, it was needless to say, he was certainly in the school library reading. Upon arriving at the lecture hall, Gao Xiaoming and the others wisely did not sit next to Su Yin. After a while, Chun Xian hurried in, already sweating on her forehead. "Here, wipe this." Su Yin handed her a tissue. "Thank you." Chun Xian smiled at Su Yin. Shortly after, Lin Zhiyi also entered the classroom. However, she pretended not to see Su Yin and sat down in another vacant spot. Su Yin checked her favorability score, still at 95 points. He couldn't help but shake his head in private. This girl had quite the temper. However, Su Yin would not take the initiative to please her. If she liked to be angry, then so be it. After all, with Lin Zhiyi's favorability at 95 points, it would be very difficult to increase it without clarifying their relationship. Before long, the teacher arrived, and class officially began. In the blink of an eye, an hour and a half passed, and the class ended. Suddenly, there was activity in the class WeChat group. Su-Yin opened the group chat and saw that Lin Zhiyi had everyone. The school clubs are now recruiting new members. Interested students can check it out. Su-Yin remembered that in his previous life Lin Zhiyi had also mentioned the clubs in the group. Unfortunately, he was too busy working part-time at the time and had never looked into it. In this life, Su-Yin did not want to miss out. So he picked up his phone and started searching for which clubs had the most female members. With the charm medal, as long as any goddess saw him, it would increase his favorability by 10 points, thus earning him a basic treasure chest. Therefore, joining clubs with more girls was also a way to gain treasure chests. According to Su-Yan's search results, the English Club, Hanfu Club, Dance Club, and Literature Club had the most female members. This was somewhat unexpected for Su-Yin, as he initially thought the Music Club and Painting Club would have the most girls. Yingu, are you planning to join a club? At this moment, Gao Xiaoming leaned over. We'll go take a look first, Su-Yin. Alright then, let's go together. Thus, Su-Yin, Gao Xiaoming, Lu Feixiang, and Zhang Tao headed to the club recruitment area together. Which club do you think has the most beauties? Gao Xiaoming asked on the way. Before long, Su-Yin and his companions arrived at the club recruitment area, which was still bustling with activity. Many clubs had devised various enticing ways to attract new members. For instance, the food club was preparing food on-site, inviting everyone to come and taste. The tea art club had arranged for a beautiful woman in a qipao to perform tea ceremony skills. The taekwondo club had set up performances featuring board breaking and dazzling kicking techniques, leaving Lu Feixiang, Zhang Tao, and Gao Xiaoming utterly mesmerized. However, clubs with a predominantly female membership did not arrange any performances. At most, they had people handing out flyers, as they had no worries about attracting applicants. Indeed, their recruitment points had long queues, especially at the dance club, which had the longest line, mostly comprised. What these boys wanted by joining the dance club was obvious. Yingu, it might be a bit difficult for us to join the dance club, Gao Xiaoming said disheartenedly after watching for a while. The recruitment requirements for the dance club demanded a certain level of dance skills. If you lack even basic skills, they won't accept you, especially for girls. The requirements are even higher for boys. This is discrimination, Lu Feixiang exclaimed, feeling somewhat frustrated. Why should boys have higher standards? Hee. Su-Yin chuckled, not bothering to address Lu Feixiang's complaint. He then pondered internally about which club to join. After some thought, he decided to first try joining the English club. In his past life, he hadn't abandoned English after leaving school, when in fact his job often required him to use business English. Thus his proficiency in English was significantly better than when he left school. Perhaps he lagged a bit in written exams, but in spoken communication, he was very smooth and could chat effortlessly with foreigners. Su-Yin. At that moment, a cheerful voice called out. It was Yun Shuren, accompanied by two girls. One of the girls she brought along was quite pretty, reaching goddess level. However, she had also attended the welcome party, and her fondness for Su-Yin had already reached 24 points. Thus, she could not provide him with a treasure chest today. Shuren, are you also here for the club recruitment? Su-Yin responded with a smile. Yes. Yun Shuren nodded. Let me introduce you. This is my roommate Wang Hui and Li Zhaozhao. Hello, Su-Yin and Wang Hui. Hi, Su-Yin and Li Zhaozhao. I also attended the welcome party. Your singing was simply amazing, Li Zhaozhao said excitedly. Hello, I'm Su-Yin. Su-Yin greeted them with a smile, and then introduced Lu Feixiang, Zhang Tao, and Gao Xiaoming. Soon everyone grouped together to explore and learn more about the clubs. After touring a bit, Yun Shuren asked Su-Yin, which club do you want to join? I plan to sign up for the English club and the literature club. Whichever accepts me, I will join, Su-Yin replied. What if both accept you, Yin? Go. Gao Xiaoming chimed in. Then we'll join together, Su-Yin said. In that case, I'll sign up with you. Yun. At that moment, Li Zhaozhao said, Su-Yin, since you sing so well, why don't you join the music club? Su-Yin replied, my musical ability is already quite strong. Joining the music club would be like showing off. That's true. Li Zhaozhao nodded in agreement, not at all thinking Su-Yin was arrogant. Instead, she felt his words were factual and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Ding. Goddess Li Zhaozhao's fondness for the host has reached 34 points. Would you like to open the beginner treasure chest? What a pleasant surprise. Su-Yin thought to himself, then replied in his heart, not yet. Afterwards, everyone went to the clubs they were interested in to collect registration forms. Lu Feixiang, being a fan of officials, after some consideration chose to join a volunteer-type club. Gao Xiaoming opted for the food club. This was because the food club offered the chance to enjoy free food. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. As for Zhang Tao, he chose the music club because he noticed that Su-Yin, who was musically talented, seemed quite popular. Joining the music club might help him learn a few skills and make it easier to find a girlfriend later. Yun Shuren's roommate Li Zhaozhao also chose the English club and the literature club along with her and Yun Shuren. After getting the registration forms, Yun Shuran suggested they all go eat together. Su Yin nodded. Sure, let's go to the little south country outside the school. They'll treat you. Great. Yin Go is so... Gao Xiaoming immediately applauded. There were indeed many restaurants outside the school, but the little south country had better flavors at reasonable prices, so many students chose to go there. Before long they arrived at the little south country. They had wanted a private room, but unfortunately there were none available, so they found a table in the main hall. Yun Shuran naturally sat down next to Su Yin. Once seated, she casually picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Su Yin first. Seeing this scene, Gao Xiaoming and Lu Feixiang exchanged glances, both feeling that Su Yan's romantic luck was truly outstanding. With 2 girlfriends outside of school, and within school, he also had the class monitor Yun Shuran and a senior named Jiang Yao. They felt envious, truly envious. After the meal, it was still early. Yun Shuran whispered to Su Yin, a movie that has recently been released is quite good. Would you accompany me to see it? Sure. Although Yun Shuran's fondness had already reached 100 points, she had provided him with so many treasure chests. He couldn't just use them up and throw them away. That would make him a true scoundrel. That's wonderful. They'll book the tickets right away. Seeing Su Yin agree, Yun Shuran couldn't help but feel very happy. Seeing this scene, Gao Xiaoming and the others wisely found excuses to leave. Li Zhao and Wang Hui followed suit, but a hint of regret flickered in Li Zhao's eyes. Ding! Goddess Li Zhao's fondness has dropped to 21 points. Watching Li Zhao's back, Su Yin smiled, inwardly realizing that Li Zhao was a very rational girl. Originally, she had a fair amount of fondness for him, but seeing him and Yun Shuran appear to have mutual feelings, she decisively chose to give up. However, Su Yin did not care. He never intended to flirt with her. Li Zhao and Yun Shuran were roommates, and there are no secrets that do not come to light. If he truly chose to flirt with Li Zhao, it would surely become a scandal later on, making him a scoundrel everyone despised. This would create many obstacles for him to gain favor in school. Therefore, before graduation, he would do his best not to establish romantic relationships with girls from the school. After all, he would have 3 more batches of younger sisters in the next 4 years. These pretty younger sisters were also his targets for treasure chests. Afterwards, Su Yin took Yun Shuran back to the school's parking lot, got in the car, and headed straight to the nearby cinema. During the movie, Su Yin behaved very properly. Although Yun Shuran could pick him at any time, he didn't want to, because once he was picked, he would have to give an explanation. Su Yin never expected this. He did not take the initiative, yet Yun Shuran chose to take the lead. Looking at their intertwined fingers, Su Yin instinctively glanced at Yun Shuran. However, she remained focused on the large screen ahead, as if the person whose fingers were intertwined with hers was someone else. Naturally, she could not simply let go. Nevertheless, he could talk to Yun Shuran after the movie. Time passed. The film finally ended and the lights in the cinema brightened. Yet Yun Shuran still had no intention of releasing Su Yan's hand. Shuran, let's talk, Su Yan said. Yun Shuran nodded, emitting a short sound from her nose. I already have a girlfriend, do you know that? Su Yan asked. Is it that Chen Xian? Yun Shuran inquired. It's not her. It's Song Qingyu. Su Yan replied. Oh, why her? Yun Shuran was quite surprised. Why couldn't... Su Yan smiled, saying, You are a good girl, I don't want to hurt you. Hearing this, Yun Shuran fell silent. Su Yan could see her struggle. After a while, she lifted her head, looked at Su Yan, and mustering her courage said, Then let's have a secret relationship. Have you thought it through? I have. Shuran, you are truly wonderful. Su Yan leaned closer and kissed Yun Shuran's lips. At first it was just a light kiss, but to his surprise, Yun Shuran initiated a counterattack, extending her tongue. Naturally, he had to retaliate. After a while, their lips parted and Yun Shuran rested her head in Su Yan's embrace, softly saying, So this is the taste of kissing, it's really nice. Then let's do it again. Su Yan said with a mischievous smile, lifting Yun Shuran's chin and kissing her once more. After a while, footsteps were heard outside as the cinema's cleaning staff came in to clean. The two immediately separated and walked out hand in hand. Afterward, the two left the cinema and drove back to the school. However, Su Yin personally dropped Yun Shuran off at the dormitory entrance. Li Zhao, who had just finished showering, looked Yun Shuran up and down as she entered the dormitory, then teased, I thought you weren't coming back tonight. Don't say nonsense. Yun Shuran replied somewhat shyly. So how's your progress? Have you two kissed? Li Zhao asked again. We are just friends, how could we do that? Yun Shuran lied, considering her secret relationship with Su Yin. So you're just friends, huh? Then I also have my eyes on Su Yin. I plan to pursue him. Li Zhao said deliberately. But knowing better, she smiled and said, All right, you go ahead and chase him. Seeing that Yun Shuran was not fooled, Li Zhao felt somewhat disappointed. She thought to herself, could it be that these two really have nothing going on? Meanwhile, Su Yin returned to the dormitory only to find that the other roommates were not there. So he simply decided to open the beginner's treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a motorhome. The prize has been issued to the system space. Oh, please retrieve it yourself. A motorhome. Su Yan's gaze fell directly into the system space, and sure enough, he found a gigantic motorhome inside. This is not an ordinary motorhome. Su Yan immediately judged. His mind reached out to the motorhome, and corresponding information appeared in his mind. Wow, this motorhome is actually worth $2 million. Su Yan was quite astonished. He never expected that a beginner's treasure chest could yield such an expensive motorhome. The full name of this motorhome is Loki Prevost LE Limited Edition. It boasts 550 horsepower and is a luxurious 45-foot bus. The interior features a Nordic minimalist-style dual bathrooms, a chef's kitchen, and a starry sky ceiling. Even with 7 or 8 people living in it, it wouldn't feel crowded. For a moment, Su Yan wanted to go in and take a look. Unfortunately, he couldn't take it out right now. Moreover, this thing is too big. Even if he took it out, it would be hard to find a place to park it. Better to leave it in the system space for now and take it out when needed later. Ding, the system has completed the acquisition of Happy Media and all certificates have been issued to the system space. Please check them yourself. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Su Yan retrieved a file bag from the system space and opened it, and sure enough, it was the equity document for 100 of Happy Media. The phone rang, and when Su Yan picked it up, he saw it was a number from Magic City. So he answered. As soon as he answered, a respectful voice came through the phone. Hello, Director Su, I am Pan, the General Manager of Happy Media. I just received the news that you have fully acquired the company's shares. I wonder when you will be able to visit the company for guidance so I can prepare for your reception. Hearing the other party's self-introduction, Su Yan replied, Hello, Manager Pan, I can't come to Magic City for now. They'll notify you later. As for the company, everything remains the same for now. Upon hearing this, Pan, on the other end of the line breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Director Su, I will definitely manage the company well for you. Then thank you, Manager Pan. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan suddenly remembered the Nanyu Group. He had held 10 of Nanyu Group shares for several months now. But strangely, no one from Nanyu Group had ever contacted him. He hadn't paid much attention before receiving. However, after receiving Pan-E's call, he suddenly felt that the people from Nanyu Group were being quite inconsiderate. With that in mind, he decided to investigate the situation at Nanyu Group thoroughly. So he opened his computer and quickly gathered information about Nanyu Group using his hacking skills. Half an hour later, after reviewing the information he collected about Nanyu Group, Su Yan felt quite speechless. The chairman of Nanyu Group is named Su Changfeng. He is already 65 years old and currently has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Su Long, is already 40 years old and serves as the general manager of Nanyu Group. The second son, Su, who is 38 years old and serves as the deputy general manager of Nanyu Group. The youngest daughter, Su Meng, is a department manager at Nanyu Group. In other words, Nanyu Group is a family business. As for the shares of Nanyu Group, the Su family directly holds 61. Su Changfeng has the most shares, holding a full 40. Su Long has 8, Su, who has 7, and Su Meng has 6. As for why they ignored Su Yan, the reason is simple. Su Long and Su, who are busy fighting for the inheritance. This was before Su Yan obtained the shares. Su Changfeng was in a car accident and became paralyzed. He has been lying in bed for the past few months and needs someone to take care of him. Moreover, according to the doctor, the chances of Su Changfeng recovering are slim. Under such circumstances, the chairman of Nanyu Group naturally had to change. Therefore, both Su Long and Su, who acted as devoted sons, running to Su Changfeng's hospital room to attend to him. They were waiting for the old man to agree to transfer his shares to the 2 brothers. But for some reason, Su Changfeng refused to relent. Everyone knows he cannot recover, yet he still refuses to transfer the shares to his eldest or second son, and even refuses to let go of the chairman's position. In such a situation, how could the brothers Su Long and Su, who have the mood to deal with Su Yan, this minor shareholder? What if I sell my shares in Nanyu Group? Su Yan suddenly came up with an idea. Since the Su brothers are fighting for the inheritance, if he approached one of them, they would likely be willing to pay for his shares to gain an advantage. Immediately, Su Yan found and recorded the phone numbers of Su Long and Su Hu. He planned to call this pair of brothers tomorrow. If they are willing to buy, he will sell them the 10% shares. If not, he will look for other buyers. If all else fails, he would have to sell in the stock market. However, with the market cap of Nanyu Group being just over $1 billion, if he were to suddenly put out over 100 million, the stock price of Nanyu Group would likely crash. Thinking of this, Su Yan directly checked the stock price of Nanyu Group. As he expected, the market value had already fallen below 1.3 billion, sitting at 1.2 billion. It was probably affected by the car accident involving Su Changfeng. Subsequently, Su Yan logged into the campus forum. Checking the votes, it was as he expected. He Shi Yan still firmly held the first position. He could only settle for second place, but his position was still relatively stable. The gap between him and third place was quite large. Even if third place surpassed him, it didn't matter. His first prize was secure. At that moment, Gao Xiaoming, Lu Feixiang, and Zhang Tao returned together. Oh, Yin Go, we thought you wouldn't return to the dormitory tonight. Gao Xiaoming teased with a smile. If I don't return to the dorm, where else would I go? Su Yan laughed. By the way, where have you guys been? Why are you only back at this time? Gao Xiaoming replied. Nowhere in particular, just went to the aviation school to look at beautiful girls. There are quite a few universities near Nandu University. The Aviation University is one of them. It is a specialized school mainly training flight attendants and pilots. Relatively speaking, there are more flight attendants. Are there many beauties? Su Yan asked curiously. Yes, of course there are many, and the girls from that school have Gao Xiaoming enthusiastically introduced. Next time when you go, take me along. Su Yan's heart stirred. As long as the goddess can see him, he can unlock treasure chests. This is not just about looking at beauties, it's simply about treasure hunting. No way, Yinga, you don't lack beauties, why would you go to look at beauties? Lu Feixiang couldn't help but interject. Looking at beauties puts me in a good mood. Su Yan replied. By now he had basically unlocked treasure chests from all the goddess students in their first year at Nandu University. To unlock more treasure chests, he naturally had to develop new treasure hunting grounds. Time passed, and another night went by. Morning. Su Yan changed his clothes and went to the playground to start running. Junior, congratulations on winning the first prize. Wang Xinglan ran over to congratulate Su Yan. Thank you, senior. Su Yan replied politely. Actually, with your level, winning the special prize wouldn't have been a problem, but unfortunately those votes were all cast for He Shi Yun's looks. Wang Xinglan expressed her regret for Su Yan. It's alright, the first prize is already pretty good. Su Yan replied calmly. Aren't you angry? Wang Xinglan asked. What's there to be angry about? Su Yan replied nonchalantly. Let's start running. Sure, but run a bit slower, I can't keep up. Alright. Su Yan nodded. He didn't mind treating Wang Xinglan a bit better. Perhaps he could unlock a treasure chest. After running for half an hour, Su Yan stopped and said to Wang Xinglan, Senior, are you going to the cafeteria for a meal? Let me treat you. Sure. So the two of them walked towards the cafeteria, chatting and laughing. After eating in the cafeteria, Su Yan packed 5 breakfasts to take back to the dormitory. He first went to the bathhouse to freshen up, then returned to the dormitory to change clothes. Only then did he head towards the classroom with the 5 guys from the dorm. Class monitor, here is my club application form. Su Yan handed 2 application forms to Lin Zhiyi as he passed her seat. Lin Zhiyi glanced at the 2 application forms. She noticed that Su Yan applied for both the English and literature clubs. This made her suspect that Su Yan was primarily attracted to the girls in these 2 clubs. Therefore her expression turned slightly cold. Got it, I will help you submit them. Thanks, I'll treat you to milk tea sometime. Su Yan replied. When oi? Lin Zhiyi asked. Su Yan was taken aback. This was Lin Zhiyi signaling a reconciliation. How about noon? After lunch, let's go to Weiwei milk tea shop. Understood. Lin Zhiyi replied faintly. Upon reaching her seat, Chen Xian had already arrived early. Seeing that she seemed a bit lacking in energy, Su Yan said, Make sure to end your part-time job earlier in the future, don't tire yourself out too much. He had learned from Chun Meili that Chen Xian was quite dedicated, often leaving her part-time job after 9 o'clock. Oh, got it. Chen Xian replied somewhat perfunctorily. Clearly she hadn't paid much attention to Su Yan's words. Currently, Chen Xian's favorability rating had already reached 78 points. It originally was just over 60 points, which increased after seeing his performance at the welcome party. A thought crossed his mind. Su Yan took out a complete recovery pill and handed it to Chen Xian. Take this. What is this? Chen Xian asked. Poison. Su Yan replied playfully. Hearing this, Chen Xian directly put it in her mouth, then took a sip of water and swallowed the pill. Aren't you afraid it's really poison? Su Yan asked curiously. I'm not stupid. Chen Xian shot a disdainful glance at Su Yan. Feeling her disdainful gaze, Su Yan felt insulted regarding his intelligence, and explained, This is a tonic, it can enhance your physical fitness. Su Yan wouldn't do good deeds anonymously. Thank you. You're welcome, after all you are working for me. If you overwork yourself, people might think I as the boss am exploiting you. Su Yan said with a light laugh. Ding, congratulations to the host goddess. Chen Zin's favorability rating towards you has reached 81 points, rewarding you with a medium treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Not opening it for now. Su Yan replied in his heart. At the same time, he felt a bit excited, thinking that this complete recovery pill was worth it. After the morning classes ended, Su Yan originally planned to go to the office to find Hu Gillen, but unexpectedly he directly came to the classroom. Hu Gillen said, I have good news to report to everyone. Our classmate Su Yan won the first prize in the welcome party. Let's applaud and congratulate him. Clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted. Su Yan, come up and give a speech about your award. Hu Gillen waved at Su Yan. Su Yan wasn't shy. He walked directly to the podium. Thank you for your congratulations, classmates. I also feel happy. I have a bad habit. When I'm happy, I like to treat people. Tonight at 8 outside at Laobing Barbecue, I'll treat everyone to a midnight snack. Upon hearing that Su Yan was treating, a wave of cheers erupted below. Some even shouted, Boss Su is generous. Su Yan, I want to have your baby. After everyone calmed down, Hu Gillen laughed and said, Su Yan, you're treating your classmates, but what about me, your instructor? If the instructor can come, that would be even better. Su Yan quickly replied. Then thanks to Boss Su, I wish you happiness every day and go crazy every day. Hu Gilin joked. Instantly, there was another wave of laughter. Afterwards, Hu Gilin walked out of the classroom, but Su Yan followed him. Is there something else? Su Yan took out a cigarette and handed it to Hu Gilin. Instructor, do you remember the bet we made earlier? Let me think. Hu Gilin pretended to recall, but his eyes were fixed on the pack of cigarettes in Su Yan's hand. After receiving the application form for the walk-around, Su Yan smiled and said, there's no better day than today. I will fill it out in your office and hand it to you once I'm done. Hu Gilin asked with a smile, are you that eager to get it done? If it can be finished earlier, why not? Before long, Su Yan followed Hu Gilin to his office. He filled out the application form on the spot and handed it over. Hu Gilin put away the application and said, he'll go meet the class teacher shortly. Once he signs, this matter will be settled. Then he'll trouble you with that, and don't forget tonight. Get lost. Hu Gilin jokingly scolded. After leaving the instructor's office, Su Yan pondered how to contact Su Long. After thinking for a while, he decided to ask someone for advice. This involved a deal worth 100 million, definitely not something that could be settled with just a few words. There would definitely be a process of negotiation. He didn't want to waste time on it. Therefore, the best approach was to delegate this matter to someone else. With this in mind, Su Yan quickly made his way to a corner of the campus. He then dialed Lin Cheng's number. As soon as the call connected, Lin Cheng's cheerful voice came through. Su, brother, what a surprise to hear from you. Aren't you in class? Su Yan replied, I just finished class and have a question I'd like to ask you, Brother Cheng. Lin Cheng said, go ahead. Su Yan continued, I hold 10% of the shares in Non-Yu Group and want to sell them to Su Long or Su Hu, but I find it troublesome and would like to ask you who would be suitable to contact. On the other end of the line, Lin Cheng pondered for a moment. Su, brother, you've got the wrong people. Su Long and Su Hu likely don't have the capacity to take on your shares. Hearing this, Su Yan frowned slightly. In that case, he'll look for another buyer. Lin Cheng hurriedly said, don't rush, brother. I do know someone willing to take your shares. I can ask around, and if the other party is interested, we can set up a meeting. Su Yan replied, that would be great, Brother Cheng. Once this is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. All right, it's a deal. I'll keep you posted. Lin Cheng readily agreed. After hanging up, Su Yan headed back to the dormitory. He then continued to investigate the details of Su Long and Su Hu using hacking skills. After reviewing the financial situation of the two, Su Yan was left speechless. No wonder Su Changfeng was bedridden and reluctant to hand over the shares and the chairman position to his two sons. Let's talk about his eldest son, Su Long. He was an investment genius. Every project he invested in ended up losing money. All of them incurred losses. Over the years, he had invested over 100 million without recouping a single cent. Both Su Changfeng and his wife had repeatedly advised him to be more prudent and avoid reckless investments. But he refused to heed their warnings. He insisted on investing. To date, he only had 2 million in cash, and all his assets combined barely exceeded 10 million. He truly lacked the capacity to acquire his shares. As for Su Hu, he didn't care for investments either. But this guy indulged in all sorts of vices, especially gambling. Over the years, he had lost 70 to 8. The most severe incident involved him going to Australia to gamble, losing not only all the money he brought, but also borrowing 20 million in high-interest loans. In the end, he was detained by the loan shark company in Australia until his father sent someone with money to bail him out. Su Hu returned beaten by Su Changfeng and spent a month in the hospital before he could get out of bed. At the same time, Su Changfeng issued a stern warning: if Su Hu gambled again, he could forget about inheriting any of his estate. It's unclear whether Su Hu truly learned his lesson or was just pretending to be well-behaved. Over the past 6 months, he had indeed not gambled. However, all his previous money was lost, and now he could only rely on a meager salary. He owned only one house and one car. It would be a joke to expect him to come up with 100 million to buy shares. After reviewing the information on this pair of brothers, Su Yan was truly speechless. How could such a smart person as Su Changfeng raise such two sons? It should be noted that Non-Yu Group was founded by Su Changfeng from scratch. Then Su Yan continued his search for information related to Non-Yu Group, hoping to identify potential buyers interested in it. Although Lin Cheng had already agreed to help him contact potential buyers, he couldn't just wait around. It didn't take long before Su Yan really identified a few potential buyers. He first recorded these people. If Lin Cheng's introduction didn't work out, he would reach out to these individuals. After shutting down the computer, Su Yan said to the system, open the intermediate treasure chest. Ding, opening intermediate treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a local information card. The prize has been issued to the system space. Please claim it yourself. In the next moment, a card appeared in Su Yan's hand. The corresponding usage information also surfaced in his mind. Wow! Upon learning the functions of this card, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. This local information card has two major functions. First, it provides one free question per day covering a wide range of topics, but limited to the area where the host is located. For example, since Su Yin is currently in Nandu, he can only ask questions about Nandu. Secondly, he can pay to ask questions. Paid questions will cost an amount of money based on the complexity of the question. For instance, if he asks where there is treasure to be dug up, such a question might cost several million or even tens of millions. Considering the issue regarding shares in Non-U Group, Su Yin used his free question, who is most eager to buy 10% of Non-U Group's shares. Then the answer appeared in Su Yan's mind. Unbelievably, it's her. The answer provided by the local information card was surprisingly Su Changfeng's daughter Su Ming. Moreover, the local information card not only provided the answer, but also offered information about Su Ming. Indeed, she only served as a department manager at Non-U Group. However, her husband is a young master of a 2 billion group. Although her husband is merely a young master, her father-in-law has already relinquished most of his power. As soon as the transition period is over, he will hand over full control of the company to her husband. Initially, Su Changfeng gave Su Ming over 50 million as a dowry, and combined with her savings over the years, she does have the capacity to acquire 10% of Non-U Group's shares. Moreover, Su Ming's capabilities far exceed those of Su Long and Su Hu. Unfortunately, Su Changfeng is quite conservative. Even though his daughter is capable, in his eyes a married daughter is like spilled water. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yin decided to update Supreme to 2 words in one go. He would then invest in traffic and directly launch it at midnight tonight. Thus, he quickly copied and pasted to publish multiple new chapters reaching the 2 word mark. He then contacted the editor assigned to him to activate the VIP feature. The other party immediately agreed, stating that it would be activated shortly. In less than 2 minutes, the VIP feature was successfully activated, and Su Yin uploaded 30 VIP chapters in one go. Of course, all were set for timed updates scheduled for midnight. Then he took out a 100 million traffic card to allocate 5 million traffic for the book Supreme. So far, only 8 million of the 100 million traffic card had been consumed, leaving 92 million remaining. Additionally, he had 3 cards of 50 million traffic and 1 card of 30 million traffic. There was no shortage of traffic. As Su Yin poured in the traffic, a vast number of readers flocked to the book Supreme, and its data began to soar. Originally, Su Yin intended to keep an eye on it for a while. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhiyi sent him a WeChat message. Does the offer to treat me to milk tea still stand? Su Yin replied, it does. Where are you? He'll come find you. Lin Zhiyi responded, I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Su Yin said, okay, I'll be there soon. Thus, Su Yin shut down his computer and headed towards the school gate. Shortly after, he arrived at the school entrance and saw Lin Zhiyi standing nearby. Su Yin approached and asked, how long have you been here? Lin Zhiyi replied, just arrived. Su Yin continued, let's go eat first, then we can have milk tea. Lin Zhiyi asked, you're treating right? Su Yin smiled, yes, I am. Can you give me some face, class leader? Lin Zhiyi finally displayed a hint of a smile. All right, for your eagerness, I'll give you this favor. Su Yin said, then let's go. After consulting Lin Zhiyi, they chose a clay pot restaurant. The prices there were reasonable, with meat dishes at 18 yuan and vegetarian dishes at 10 yuan. They ordered a pork rib clay pot, a meatball clay pot, and a tofu and vermicelli clay pot. While waiting for the dishes, Su Yin casually asked, class leader, I heard you and Zhao Ting went to the same high school. Lin Zhiyi nodded yes. Outside of school, just call me Zhiyi. Su Yin smiled and asked, so do you know when Zhao Ting started pursuing Fu Mingyue? After a slight hesitation, Lin Zhiyi said they were childhood friends. It seems Zhao Ting started pursuing Fu Mingyue since the first year of high school. Su Yin exclaimed, he has been pursuing her for such a long time. Su Yin was somewhat astonished. 3 years of high school and 4 years of college. Although Zhao Ting was a persistent pursuer, he was surprisingly patient. Indeed, Lin Zhiyi said disdainfully, it's not that I look down on Zhao Ting, but Fu Mingyue has repeatedly stated that she has no feelings for him, yet he still refuses to let go. However, Fu Mingyue has her own issues. What issues? Su Yin inquired. Lin Zhiyi said she is vain and likes being adored. Although she has clearly rejected Zhao Ting, she doesn't turn down his various gestures of goodwill. It's said that over the years Zhao Ting has spent quite a bit of money on her. Then what do you think is the reason Fu Mingyue is unwilling to accept Zhao Ting? Su Yin asked. Lin Zhiyi thought for a moment. It should be that they are too familiar with each other, lacking the impulse of romance. It's also possible that Fu Mingyue wants to keep him hanging. What do you think? Su Yin smiled. I haven't interacted much with them, so I can't tell for now. In fact, Su Yin had already summarized. First, Zhao Ting is too humble in front of Fu Mingyue. Girls tend to admire strength. Generally, most girls cannot be won over by merely pursuing them. They need to be attracted. Second, Fu Mingyue takes Zhao Ting's kindness for granted. Under this mindset, no matter how well you treat her, she won't take it seriously. Third, Fu Mingyue feels no competitive pressure. If one day a girl appears next to Zhao Ting, Fu Mingyue might just feel a sense of crisis. Once the meal was finished, Su Yin and Lin Zhiyi strolled to the milk tea shop. Indeed, Chen Xin had already arrived here for work. They ordered 2 cups of milk tea and casually chatted in the shop. However, Su Yin noticed that today Chen Xin occasionally sneaked glances at them. As for the reason, Su Yin naturally understood. After all, Chen Xin's favorability towards him had exceeded 80 points. At 80 points, it was no longer mere liking, but had blossomed into admiration. Around 2 in the afternoon, Su Yin returned to the dormitory. Zhao Ting and Chun Hao were still not in the room. Gao Xiaoming and the others were there. Gao Xiaoming was sleeping, while Lu Feixiang and Zhang Tao were teaming up to play games. After greeting them, Su Yin sat down in front of the computer and reopened the Tianxia Literature website, navigating to the page for Supreme. With 5 million traffic invested, the book's data surged alarmingly. The number of clicks had surpassed 6 million and the collection had directly exceeded 60,000. As for the reviews, they had broken 10,000. Just today, there were over 5,000 rewards with the total amount exceeding 10,000 yuan. Although all 5 million traffic was invested in Supreme, the website also benefited significantly. Similarly, the data for the other 10 books recommended on the homepage also showed noticeable growth. In the afternoon, Su Yin called the owner of the Laobing barbecue restaurant to reserve 6 tables for them, as they would arrive by 8. The owner naturally agreed without hesitation. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Yin brought his dormitory mates to Laobing barbecue. After waiting for a while, the other classmates arrived one after another. Su Yin smiled and said, "Everyone feel free to take whatever you want to eat, don't be polite. A girl teased since Boss Su has said, so we certainly won't hold back." After a while, the instructor, Hu Gillen, also arrived. Everyone greeted him warmly. This barbecue was they only dispersed near 10 o'clock. At the same time, after this gathering, everyone's relationships improved significantly. The only one feeling displeased was the vice class leader Huang Qi. Everyone felt grateful to Su Yin for treating them while he thought they were just enjoying the limelight. As they were leaving, Hu Gillen patted Su Yin on the shoulder and said, "Your application has been approved, you can move out now." Su Yin's eyes lit up. "Thank you, instructor. Here, take this pack of cigarettes." While speaking, Su Yin handed a pack of special agent cigarettes to Hu Gillen. "Then I won't be polite, a thank you." Hu Gillen accepted the cigarettes without making a fuss. Back in the dormitory, Su Yin said, "I have an announcement starting tomorrow. I will be moving out." "Yingo, why are you moving out?" Gao Xiaoming asked reluctantly. Su Yin replied with a smile, "It's stricter for freshmen. It's more convenient to move out." Hearing this, everyone displayed an understanding expression. Time flew by, and it was now early morning. In the office of Tianxia Literature, the workday had long ended, yet the lights in the chief editor's office were still on. Chief editor Liao Xing and 2 other editors remained in the office, with the latter 2 having moved 2 chairs to sit behind Liao Xing. Their gazes were fixed on the computer screen. "The VIP chapters have been unlocked," exclaimed editor Zhang Peng with some excitement. "Boss, how many subscriptions do you think Supreme will get in the first 24 hours? Another editor, Chen Dong, asked. Liao Xing replied, "Before it was published, this book had reached 700 collections. If we calculate at a ratio of 10 to 1, then there will be at least 700 subscriptions on the first day. Of course, 10 to 1 is the most ideal scenario. Even at a ratio of 30 to 1, we could still get over 200 subscriptions. If we take a step back, even at 50 to 1, we would still have over 100 subscriptions. You must understand, our website's best subscriptions have only reached over 100 on average. As long as we can secure 100 subscriptions, we can make a name for ourselves. At that time, we would be able to attract a group of authors with the success of this book. Boss, I estimate that this book's subscriptions can at least reach 30 to 1 because the reader engagement is very high. I checked the views of the public chapters, and there were over 300. Even if only 1/10 of the readers subscribe, we could still get over 300 subscriptions. Let's hope for the best," Liao Xing said, as he also wished for good results from this book. A website that has no results will eventually go bankrupt. Only when a book achieves results and makes money can the website continue to operate. Boss, quickly refresh the subscriptions and see how many there are. At that moment, Zhang Peng urged. Upon hearing this, Liao Xing immediately refreshed the page. His gaze then fell on the subscription numbers for the first chapter's VIP section. "So many!" Zhang Peng exclaimed in surprise, while Chun Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. The subscription count for the first chapter had already reached 3549. The number of other chapters continues to sharply decline, but this is a normal phenomenon. It has only been 3 minutes since the VIP chapters were unlocked. The subsequent chapters have not yet been read by everyone, so it is natural for the numbers to drop. Hoo-hoo! Liao Xing exhaled a breath of stale air. His expression relaxed as he said, "This book is stable. I estimate that the subscriptions in the first hour will exceed 10,000. If the first hour can exceed 10,000, then wouldn't 24 hours be able to exceed 100,000? Zhang Peng shouted. "It's very possible." Liao Xing nodded. "By the way, are you too hungry?" "Order takeout, it's on me." "Thank you, boss. The boss is generous." After ordering takeout on his phone, Liao Xing couldn't help but refresh the page again. Upon seeing the subscription numbers, he couldn't help but check the time. It was only 10 minutes past midnight. But the first subscriptions for Supreme had already soared to 9,865. He had previously estimated that it would take an hour for the first subscriptions to exceed 10,000. Now, it seemed he was too conservative. Just 10 minutes had passed. The first subscriptions were approaching 10,000. Could it be that it would exceed 30,000 in 1 hour? Time passed. Almost every few minutes Liao Xing would refresh the page. Each refresh would see the first subscription numbers increase by several thousand. By the time an hour had passed, the first subscriptions for Supreme had exceeded 30,000, reaching over 38,000, with the average subscription directly hitting over 36,000. This subscription count was simply astonishing. Even the top deities of the leading reading websites would find it extremely difficult to achieve an average subscription of 36,000 in just 1 hour. Alright, you two can clock out and go to sleep. They'll be resting in the office tonight. After calming down, Liao Xing began to usher them out. Boss, I'm not going back either. I want to stay and witness the miracle with you, Zhang Peng said. And then he had a thought. Boss, I think we should start promoting this. Okay. Liao Xing nodded. Zhang Peng, you're in charge of promoting online, and Chun Dong, you will spread the word about this achievement among the author community. All right, boss. The two responded enthusiastically. It is well known that online novel authors are generally night owls. Therefore, even at 1 o'clock, many authors are still very active. Thus, as editors Zhang Peng and Chun Dong promoted the news that Supreme had achieved 38,000 first subscriptions and over 36,000 average subscriptions within an hour, it quickly spread throughout the industry. Initially, most authors thought this was fake news. After all, many had never heard of the Tianxia literature website. Those who had heard of it knew that it was a newly established site, barely a year old, that couldn't even be considered a third-rate site. How could a small site produce such astonishing subscription figures? As a result, many authors opened the Tianxia website and clicked on Supreme with skepticism, doubt, and in his past life, Supreme was the debut work of a novice author, and it had achieved tens of thousands of average subscriptions on the leading subscription sites where numerous gods gathered. From this, it can be inferred that the quality of this book is quite exceptional. Moreover, it had sold a considerable amount of copyright, making the author quite wealthy. Forgot to mention, this book started serialization in 2019. This means it has a certain level of foresight and innovation, which places it a step above current novels. Thus, after the renowned authors read this book, they had to admit that it was well-written and innovative. However, some astute individuals also pointed out, although the quality of this book is beyond reproach, it is likely a facade the website has put tremendous effort into promoting. It is too difficult to replicate. It's hard to imagine a second one appearing. Time swiftly passed, and it was 5 in the morning. Liao Xing could no longer hold on. Meanwhile, the subscription growth for Supreme also slowed down. Even so, the average subscription for this book had reached a terrifying 66000. On the day of its release, it would definitely surpass an average subscription of 100,000. It's important to note that even on the day of its release, no leading website could produce a book with 100,000 average subscriptions. Therefore, he knew that once the news spread, it would bring great fame to Tianxia literature. In the early morning, Su Yin got up, went through a simple wash, and went for a run as usual. However, he did not see Wang Xinglan today, probably because her relatives came to visit her. Su Yin didn't care about this and continued running. Half an hour later, after finishing his workout, he headed straight to the cafeteria. Suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Liao Xing. He answered, "Hello, what's the matter?" Liao Xing's voice sounded a bit hoarse. "Boss, your book's performance has exploded, and the average subscriptions have now surpassed 70000. It will definitely exceed 100,000 in 24 hours. Su Yin responded in a calm tone. "Okay, I got it. Notify everyone that this month's bonuses will be doubled." Upon hearing Su Yan's calm voice, Liao Xing couldn't help but marvel. He was indeed the boss. His emotions were too stable. In fact, he did not understand Su Yan's mindset. First of all, no matter how many subscriptions there were, it was pocket change for Su Yan. Secondly, he was not the true author of this book. Lastly, considering how much traffic he had poured into this book, it would be strange if the performance were poor. This was something he had long anticipated. However, after returning to his dorm with breakfast, Su Yan still opened the author's backend to check the performance, and currently the first chapter subscriptions had reached 7500, with the average subscriptions also surpassing 7200. He estimated that it would exceed 100 before noon. After thinking for a moment, Su Yan poured another 2 million in traffic into this book. After all, he didn't lack this little traffic. Around 9 in the morning, Su Yan received a call from Lin Cheng. "Brother Su, I've found a buyer for you. They are interested in acquiring the 10% share you hold, but I suggest you keep those shares for now." "Why do you say that, Chingo?" Su Yan asked. Lin Cheng continued, "From what I've gathered, the Non-Yu Group has a residential project under development that is nearing completion. Once the construction is finished and the remaining units are sold, it's estimated to yield at least 300 million in profit. In addition, Nanyu Group also has a piece of undeveloped land. Originally, Su Changfeng intended to advance its development, but unfortunately he had an accident and the development has been put on hold. The price of this land has already increased by 12% in just a few months. Whether for resale or development, it presents substantial profit. Therefore, despite the current dip in Nanyu Group's stock price, once they overcome this hurdle, the stock price is bound to rise. So holding onto your shares is better than selling them. Hearing the truth from Lin Zhiyi, Su Yan hesitated about whether to sell his shares. Noticing his silence, Lin Zhiyi understood he was deep in thought. After a while, Su Yan said, "Chengge, thank you for sharing this information, but I still plan to secure my gains." He was well aware of the Su family situation. If Su Changfeng could return to normal and take charge of Nanyu Group, Su Yan still had considerable confidence in the company. However, the chances of his recovery were slim, and if Nanyu Group fell into the hands of Su Long or Su Hu, it was likely that these brothers would not be able to lead the company to greater heights. Su Yan was a reborn individual. In his past life, he had merely heard of Nanyu Group and did not have a deep. This indicated that in the future Nanyu Group might have already declined. Furthermore, he was aware of the future national conditions. The real estate market had already reached its peak. Soon housing prices would begin to drop. The project nearing completion at Nanyu Group was likely to turn a profit, but the other piece of land was uncertain. On the other end of the line, Lin Zhiyi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Su Yan to still want to sell his shares. He said, "When are you free? I'll arrange a meeting with the buyer." "How about 2 in the afternoon?" Su Yan replied. Today he only had one major class in the morning and was free in the afternoon. "Sounds good." Lin Zhiyi readily agreed. "By the way, I have some good news to share with you." "What good news?" Su Yan asked. "That guy Lin Yi's backing has collapsed, and he has been taken away by the authorities. It seems he won't have the chance to trouble you again." Lin Zhiyi laughed heartily. "That truly is good news." Su Yan responded enthusiastically, although he had already anticipated Lin Yi. Over the years, he had seized so much wealth that as soon as Lin Zhiyi fell, there would be plenty of people seeking to settle accounts with Lin Yi, even without him having to intervene. "All right, brother Su, see you this afternoon." "See you this afternoon." After hanging up, Su Yan headed towards the classroom. He had just arrived when Lin Zhiyi. "Your club applications have received feedback. Both the English club and the literature club have responded. The English club has approved your application, but the literature club requires you to attend an interview. There are dozens to hundreds of clubs in the school. Smaller clubs have fewer members, and you can join anytime if you wish. However, some larger clubs have certain requirements." "When is the interview?" Su Yan asked. Lin Zhiyi replied, "After class you can go for the literature club interview." "All right." Su Yan nodded. "Thank you for the notification monitor." "No problem." Lin Zhiyi smiled. After taking a seat, Su Yan chatted with Chen Xian for a bit before suddenly asking, "Chen Xian, are you planning to join?" "I want to work part-time." Chen Xian replied. "Got it, I understand." Su Yan nodded, not trying to persuade her. Despite Chen Xin's quiet demeanor, she was quite opinionated. Before long, the class bell rang, and the professor arrived. In the blink of an eye, the major class was over. Su Yan left the classroom and walked towards the literature club. "Su Yan, wait for me." Lin Zhiyi chased up from behind. "You also want to join the literature club?" Su Yan asked with a smile. "What? Is that a problem?" Lin Zhiyi replied irritably. "Of course not, then let's go together." A few minutes later, the two arrived at the literature club. In the literature club's premises, there were 3 people, 2 girls and 1 boy. "We are freshmen here for the interview. May I ask who we should look for?" Lin Zhiyi politely inquired. "Please take a seat, you two." A girl with glasses who exuded a quiet demeanor smiled and said, "I am one of the 3 vice presidents of our literature club. My name is Ranning. May I ask your names? I will conduct your interview." Su Yan felt a bit regretful. Ranning was quite attractive, scoring at least 78, maybe even 70, just a point or 2 shy of 80, and he could have earned a beginner's treasure chest. "I'm Lin Zhiyi, a student from class Finance 1. "I'm Su Yan, also from Finance Class 1. "You are Su Yan." Ranning looked at Su Yan with some surprise. "Senior sister, have you heard of me?" Ranning immediately became enthusiastic. "Yes, I've heard of you. I even watched your singing video, although the quality was a bit poor. I thought you looked familiar. I didn't expect it to be you. By the way, with your self-accompanied singing skills, you should be in the music club. Why did you come to our literature club? What do you think of my level senior sister?" Su Yan smiled and asked. "You seem quite popular. Wherever you go, people add you on WeChat." After leaving the literary club, Lin Zhiyi said with a hint of jealousy, "Is the class monitor feeling jealous?" Su Yan asked with a smile. "I would never be jealous of you." Realizing her reaction was a bit excessive, Lin Zhiyi immediately retorted, "Then it must be a beautiful ghost." Su Yan said with a teasing smile, "You're the ghost." While bickering, the two arrived at the English club. Although there was no interview for the English club, they still had to register. The receptionist was also a vice president. This vice president was quite good-looking, reaching an attractiveness score of 80. but her initial favor had already been harvested by Su Yan. Therefore, she still did not manage to obtain a treasure box. After completing the registration, Su Yan inquired about the activities of the English club. The other party informed him that every week the English club would screen English films twice, and all members were welcome to watch. The other party also quietly told him that some English films were not available in the country. They were purchased by their president through contacts abroad. Additionally, after joining the English club, one could also find an English partner. The day after tomorrow afternoon, all new members would be gathered for partner pairing. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyi instinctively looked at Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not express any opinion, which made Lin Zhiyi feel a bit angry. "Senior, may I ask you a question? Who is our president?" Su Yan asked again. The other party replied, "Our president is Fu Yutong, who is currently a junior and one of the school flowers." Su Yan was a bit surprised, not expecting the president to be Fu Yutong. He smiled and said, "All right, thank you for clarifying. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." After leaving the English club, Lin Zhiyi said, "Su Yan, how's your English?" Upon hearing this, Su Yan knew the other party was still holding on, so he replied, "It's okay, at least I'm fine with conversations." "That's great. I'm all right with dictation, but not so good with speaking. How about we pair up as partners?" Lin Zhiyi looked at Su Yan, her expectations hidden deep in her eyes. "Sure." Su Yan readily agreed. "Let's go, it's getting late, let's have a meal at the cafeteria together." Su Yan said, "All right, I'm in a good mood today. Let me treat you to some stir-fry at the cafeteria." Lin Zhiyi said with a bright smile. Shortly after, the two of them soon arrived at the cafeteria. Just as they reached the second floor, they saw Zhaoting, Fu Mingyue, and Yang Lulu sitting together. However, they also seemed to have just arrived, as the dishes had not been served yet. "Su Yi, class monitor, you guys are also here for a meal, want to join us?" Zhaoting greeted warmly. Fu Mingyue, however, kept glancing back and forth between Su Yan and Lin Zhiyi, and then intentionally said, "Zhaoting, how can you be so oblivious? Can't you see they're on a date? By the way, some people need to keep their eyes peeled to avoid being deceived." Hearing Fu Mingyue's sarcastic tone, Su Yan had a premonition, knowing this woman wanted to stir up trouble. Lin Zhiyi's expression turned cold beside him. "Fu Mingyue, who are you being sarcastic towards?" "I was just speaking casually." Fu Mingyue replied meaningfully. "Class monitor, ignore her, let's stay away from her." At this point, Su Yan reached out and took Lin Zhiyi's hand, leading her towards a corner of the small cafeteria. Originally wanting to retort a few words back to Fu Mingyue, Lin Zhiyi's anger disappeared in an instant when Su Yan grabbed her hand. She felt a bit shy inside. Seeing that Su Yan did not refute her and directly took Lin Zhiyi away, Fu Mingyue couldn't help but show a triumphant expression, thinking Su Yan was feeling guilty. At the same time, Su Yan decided to give Fu Mingyue a hard time, lest this woman always provoke him. "Mingyue, can you please stop provoking Su Yan? I'm begging you." Zhaoting pleaded. "Are you still a man? What's so scary about him? Besides, he's just a scumbag. What's there that I can't say?" Fu Mingyue retorted defiantly. "Mingyue, let me give you some advice. Su Yan is really not someone to mess with." Zhaoting continued to plead. All right, I got it. As long as he treats me well in the future, I won't bother exposing him." Fu Mingyue said impatiently. At this moment, Su Yan was handing the menu to Lin Zhiyi for her to order dishes. Suddenly, a notification sound came from his phone. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Zhaoting, simply apologizing on behalf of Fu Mingyue and hoping he wouldn't hold it against her. "Su Yan, thought for a moment for your sake, I'll let it slide just this once." Zhaoting, who received Su Yan's reply, showed a distressed expression, as he knew Fu Mingyue might not listen to him, and he couldn't help but worry about what to do if Fu Mingyue provoked Su Yan again. After lunch, Su Yan and Lin Zhiyi strolled around the campus for a while before returning to their dorms. Upon returning, Su Yan began packing his personal belongings and stuffed them into his suitcase before heading out of the dorm. He went to the parking lot, put his things in the trunk, and headed towards Jingguan Community. As for the villa, it was too empty. It was fine to stay occasionally, but it wasn't necessary for long-term residence. Moreover, Jingguan Community was close to the school. After settling down in the duplex apartment, Su Yan opened his computer and logged into the author's backend of Tianxia Literature. His gaze swept over the subscription data, and an involuntary smile appeared on his lips, as the average subscription had reached 9800 and would soon break the 100 mark. Now Su Yan could be completely certain that the traffic brought in by the flow card was all effective traffic from readers who loved novels, not ineffective traffic from those completely uninterested in them. He had to admit that the system was indeed very intelligent in this regard. Su Yan roughly estimated the subscription price of Tianxia Literature to be 4 cents per 1,000 words, with each chapter being 300 words priced at 12 cents. Thus, for an average subscription of 100, the sales revenue for one VIP chapter would be 1200. With 30 chapters updated today, that amounts to 36000. If he updates 6 chapters daily in the future, that would yield a daily income of 7200. His contract was split 7-3 with the website taking 30 and him 70. Every month the subscription income alone would be around 1.5 million, totaling at least over 10 million in a year. If the other 10 books could also reach an average subscription of 1.0, wouldn't that mean he could earn $1 billion just from subscriptions? After calculating this, Su Yan's eyes lit up. He then quickly registered a secondary account using a virtual card to recharge 2 million first subscribing to all VIP chapters. Then he directly gave a tip of $1 billion alliance. Zhang Peng, the editor who had been closely monitoring the Supreme data, soon noticed that a reader had tipped the $1 billion alliance. He immediately stood up and ran to the chief editor's office, barging in without knocking. Chief editor, good news. Someone has tipped $1 billion alliance for Supreme. Liao Xing, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up. What did you say? Zhang Peng repeated his words. After hearing this, Liao Xing also showed an expression of ecstasy. Quick, spread this news. Soon the news of Supreme receiving $1 billion alliance spread throughout the web literature circle. Many authors and readers came to inquire. Stimulated by the $1 billion alliance, the data of Supreme surged again, quickly breaking through an average subscription of 1.0. At this moment, Su Yan happened to drive to a tea house. After parking his car, he headed towards the tea house. The waiter led Su Yan to a private room on the second floor. He knocked on the door and entered. A middle-aged man who was chatting with Lin Cheng turned his head to look. Brother Su has arrived, please take a seat. Lin Cheng stood up. Cheng-gu, Su Yan called out. Lin Cheng pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced him. I am not worthy, not worthy. The middle-aged man waved his hands repeatedly, exuding a certain streetwise aura, his voice resonant. If Brother Su thinks highly of me, just call me Lao Luo. Then I won't be polite. Su Yan responded with a smile and shook hands with Luo Hu. After some brief pleasantries, the three took their seats. Lin Cheng personally poured a cup of tea for Su Yan. Su Yan took it and thanked him. No need to be polite, Lin Cheng said. Luo Hu's voice rang out again. Brother Su, I am a straightforward person, and I heard from Lin Xiao that you plan to sell your shares in the Non-Yu Group. Su Yan took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and slowly said, that's true, I hold 10% of the shares in the Non-Yu. How about 1.3 billion? Luo Hu said, his tone somewhat probing. This price is already quite above market value, but if he could acquire it, there would still be a significant profit. Agreed. Su Yan nodded. Brother Su is straightforward. Luo Hu was overjoyed and immediately called his lawyer to come and draft the contract. While waiting, everyone engaged in casual conversation. Luo Hu asked Brother Su, what industry are you in? Perhaps we will have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Su Yan replied, I am still a student. Although I have some businesses under my name I haven't taken over yet. I see. Luo Hu showed a thoughtful expression, but then smiled. No worries. If you need anything from me, just speak up. In this area of Nandu, I still have some capabilities. By the way, let's exchange contact information. Sure. Su Yan smiled. After that, the two exchanged mobile numbers and WeChat IDs. A little over 10 minutes later, the lawyer arrived and began drafting the agreement on site. Although Su Yan was just a freshman now in his past life, he was a seasoned veteran in the workplace and was naturally familiar with contracts. After reviewing it and finding no issues, he signed it directly. After securing the agreement, Luo, who said, little brother, according to the rules, I should only give you an advance payment today. The remaining amount will be paid after the process is completed, but I trust Lin Xiao, and I trust you. So for this 1.3 billion, I will transfer it to you directly. No need, no need. Let's stick to the rules, Su Yan said with a smile. It's fine, let's do it this way. Lao Luo appeared quite generous. He immediately ordered the money to be transferred. 5 minutes later, Su Yan received the payment of 1.3 billion. Luo, who smiled and asked, Brother Su, did you receive the money? Su Yan nodded. I received it. Lao Luo, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Good cheers. Lao Luo laughed heartily and then invited Lin Cheng and Su Yan to dinner together in the evening. But Lin Cheng waved his hand. Lao Luo, I want to chat with Brother Su for a while. If you have something to do, go ahead. As for dinner, we can talk about it another time. All right, let's do it, as Lin Xiao says. Luo, who immediately changed his tone and said goodbye to Su Yan before leaving. Once Luo, who left, Lin Cheng slowly spoke. Luo, who is a decent guy, quite righteous, but his rise wasn't very clean. He can be associated with, but not deeply. If you encounter anything unsavory, you can ask him for help. Thank you for the reminder, Lin Gu, I understand. Su Yan said gratefully. He took out a porcelain bottle and placed it on the table. What do you mean by this? Lin Cheng glanced at Su Yan. 10,000 complete restoration pills. Su Yan said, it's a family heirloom. Oh, I can't bear to give it to outsiders. I'm perfectly healthy, I don't need this stuff. Lin Cheng said somewhat speechlessly. Su Yan replied, this thing can directly enhance your physique. If it weren't for you Cheng-gu helping me, I wouldn't be willing to give it. Is this thing really that miraculous? Lin Cheng doubted. You can have someone try it, but I strongly advise against it, because if you give one to an outsider, you'll have one less for yourself. Su Yan reminded, let me show you. The next moment, Su Yan directly reached out with one hand to grab the coffee table in front of him and lifted it up. Wow. Seeing this scene, Lin Cheng's eyes widened. You have this much strength. Could it be that you took this? What do you think? Su Yin gave a vague answer. And keep it a secret. You can take it yourself or give some to your parents, but don't let it out, or it'll cause trouble. Thanks, brother, I understand. With Lin Cheng's background, how could he not understand this logic? If this 10,000 complete restoration pill is as good as Su Yin said, it really shouldn't be disclosed to others. By the way, brother, how do you take this medicine? Lin Cheng asked. Just take it directly. There are no taboos. Su Yin said. Then I'll try it now. Lin Cheng picked up the porcelain bottle, opened it, and poured out one pill to put in his mouth. After waiting for a while as the medicine took effect, he felt warm all over and his energy became exceptionally vigorous. After a while, he could increasingly feel the benefits of the pill. So he looked at Su Yin and asked, brother, do you have any more of this medicine? I can pay to buy some. None left. Su Yin replied directly, it's been passed down. I had 100 pills, I took 90, and the remaining ones are here. Is there no prescription? Lin Cheng continued to ask. None. Su Yin shook his head. Oh, what a pity. Lin Cheng looked disappointed. Then he solemnly put away the remaining 10,000 complete restoration pills, silently calculating how to do. He definitely had to give some to his parents, and some to his grandmother as well. As for his grandparents, he could only forget it since there were only so many pills. Xingu, I'm off. Su Yin prepared to get up and say goodbye. Don't go. Since you're already out, let's have dinner before you leave. Lin Cheng insisted. It's still early, I'll have dinner next time. I plan to go on a date with my girlfriend. Su Yin said. Looks like I'm not as important as your girlfriend. Lin Cheng pretended to be aggrieved. Xingu, don't do this, I'm scared. Su Yin deliberately hugged his arms and instinctively took 2 steps back. Get lost, I'm not. Lin Cheng was greatly angered. All right, I'll take my leave then. Su Yin replied and left the box, driving straight to Nandu University. On the way, he sent a WeChat message to Pei Nan Nan. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of Nandu University, he saw the graceful Pei Nan Nan. Yingu. After getting in the car, Pei Nan Nan couldn't help but pounce on Su Yin. Su Yin naturally did not hold back, wrapping his arms around her slim waist and kissing her tender lips fiercely. After exchanging saliva for a few minutes, Pei Nan Nan finally asked Yingu, where are we going? Su Yin replied, I made some money today. Oh, I'll take you shopping. Buy whatever you like. At the Wanxiang Mall on the 3rd floor, there is a Hermes boutique. Miss, this bag is a global limited edition made from Irish calfskin and is entirely handcrafted, priced at 480 yuan. Upon hearing the sales assistant's introduction, Pei Nan Nan was taken aback, not expecting the bag to be so expensive. It's too pricey, I think I'll look at other options. Pei Nan Nan waved her hand. It's fine if you like it, just buy it. At that moment, Su Yin spoke up. No need, Yingu, it's really too expensive. Pei Nan Nan whispered in Su Yan's ear. Besides, I'm still a student. Carrying such an expensive bag isn't appropriate. All right, then let's find something cheaper. Su Yin thought about it and realized that she had a point, so he didn't insist. However, after looking at several bags, Pei Nan Nan found that even the cheapest ones were over 800 yuan. Thus she quietly said, Yingu, why don't we switch stores? Everything here is so expensive. Baby, let me tell you a secret. I made over 100 million today. Do you still think it's pricey? Su Yin whispered in Pei Nan Nan's ear. Ah, you earned that much. Pei Nan Nan replied in a hushed tone. Choose whatever you like, don't hold back for me. Su Yin said indulgently. Then I won't hold back. Pei Nan Nan smiled sweetly, ultimately selecting a bag priced at over 130 yuan, but with additional accessories, she spent over 200 yuan. Yingu, does this count as forced selling? Pei Nan Nan asked. It probably does. Su Yin thought for a moment and replied, but it doesn't matter, we aren't short on cash. But I still feel a bit uneasy. Pei Nan Nan said. All right, from now on we won't come back here. Su Yin immediately responded. After leaving the Hermes store, Su Yin and Pei Nan Nan went to another shop. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. At the Wanxiang Mall, Su Yin and Pei Nan Nan spent over 700 yuan, with Pei Nan Nan spending over 400 yuan, and the rest being various outfits she paired for Su Yin. After leaving the Wanxiang Mall, Su Yin used 2 cashback cards, one with a limit of 200 yuan and another with a limit of 500 yuan. The 200 yuan card earned a 5x cashback totaling 1 million yuan. The 500 yuan card earned a 9x cashback totaling 5 million yuan. Additionally, for the 430 yuan spent on Pei Nan Nan, he received an 8x cashback totaling 44 million yuan. Thus, although Su Yin spent 740 yuan, he actually earned 2 million yuan. With the 130 million yuan from selling shares today, his balance had surpassed 250 million yuan. After placing the shopping bags in the back seat, Su Yin asked, Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? Yingu, I want to eat the food you cook yourself. Pei Nan Nan clung to Su Yan's arm and said sweetly, Ever since you cooked, I find the cafeteria food hard to swallow. All right, let's go buy groceries and cook. Su Yin ruffled Pei Nan Nan's little head and then drove towards the nearby market near the Jingguan community. At 6 in the evening, Su Yan and Pei Nan worked together to serve the dishes on the table. Then they began their dinner. After the meal, Su Yan patted Pei Nan on the backside as she was about to clean up the dishes. "I'll wash the dishes, you go take a shower, and wait for me." Pei Nan's pretty face flushed slightly. "Okay, then you hurry up." After Su Yan finished washing the dishes and went upstairs, he found Pei Nan still in the shower, so a mischievous smile appeared on his lips as he took off his clothes and pushed open the bathroom door. Next came a tempest. Approaching 10 o'clock, Su Yan, at the cost of a pack of cigarettes, drove Pei Nan, who was already weak in the legs, directly to the girls' dormitory of Nankai. Then he drove back to the Jingguan community. Originally, Su Yan intended to have Pei Nan stay over, but they had inspections by the student council every night. He could only send her back. Back home, Su Yan still had plenty of energy. He opened his computer and logged into the author backend again. Glancing at the subscription data, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded to himself. Not bad. The average subscription had reached 12000. Moreover, he noticed that the website had hung a banner for Supreme, as the average subscription had surpassed 100. Should I inject another wave of traffic? Su Yan thought to himself. However, after considering it, he felt it was better to wait, since the word count of this book was still too low, only about 300. Once the word count exceeds 1 million, he would inject 10 million in traffic at once, yielding greater rewards. He then checked the data for his other 10 novels. The data was steadily increasing, with the best performing one having over 300 collections. This was still without him injecting traffic. It must be said that Supreme has brought a lot of traffic to literature worldwide. Time flew by, and Su Yan changed into his workout clothes and went for a run in the community. His speed was much faster than that of ordinary people, so he quickly caught up with a girl running in sports shorts. The girl had long, straight legs and an attractive figure from behind. He couldn't tell if it was a case of backview killing. Thus, as he passed her, Su Yan turned to take a glance. He found that the girl was actually wearing a mask, but the part of her face not covered by the mask looked somewhat familiar to him. After a moment of recollection, he realized that this girl resembled He-Shiyun very much. With a thought, he activated the system to investigate. Looking at the information bar, Su Yan confirmed his guess. This girl was indeed He-Shiyun. However, since she was wearing a mask, it was clear she did not want to be recognized. Su Yan withdrew his gaze and continued running, soon leaving He-Shiyun behind. In fact, He-Shiyun had also noticed Su Yan. She realized that Su Yan was looking at her. Originally, she wanted to greet Su Yan, but unexpectedly Su Yan just ran off. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and Su Yan finished his morning run. He headed straight towards the apartment building. However, upon arriving, he found He-Shiyun standing at the entrance. "Hi Su Yan, do you live in this building too?" He-Shiyun proactively pulled down her mask and greeted him with a smile. "Yes." Su Yan nodded. "I thought you looked familiar while running earlier. I didn't expect it to be you, He-Shiyun. You weren't waiting for me on purpose, were you?" "Don't flatter yourself. Oh, I forgot to bring my access card." He-Shiyun rolled her eyes. Beep. Su Yan swiped the access card and opened the door. He-Shiyun stepped inside and thanked him. Su Yan followed her in. Then they both entered the elevator. "Which floor do you live on?" Su Yan asked He-Shiyun. "The 8th floor, thank you." So Su Yan pressed the buttons for the 7th and 8th floors. "You live on the 7th floor?" He-Shiyun asked. "Yes, isn't that a coincidence?" Su Yan smiled, and a faint fragrance wafted through the enclosed space, likely from He-Shiyun. "It is quite a coincidence." He-Shiyun said, "By the way, besides the original song Chengdu, do you have any other songs?" "Yes," Su Yan replied, "and quite a few, some of which are even of better quality than Chengdu." "Really?" He-Shiyun's eyes lit up. "So you are quite good at writing songs." Su Yan said, "It's alright, Gil, let you experience it when you have the chance. Then let's add each other on WeChat." He-Shiyun suggested proactively. After finishing his morning routine at home, Su Yan took out a breakfast from the system and had it. He did not rush to school, as his first class of the day would not start until 10 o'clock. It was still early, so Su Yan opened his computer and logged into the author backend. After a night passed, the subscriptions for Supreme had increased another level. The subscriptions had reached 133,000. He then checked the tipping situation and was somewhat surprised to find that there were more than 10 new tips from the leaders. After some thought, Su Yan decided to add another chapter for each leader and expressed his gratitude to those readers who tipped in a single chapter. Just then a WeChat notification sounded. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Su Wanwan. "Brother Yin, when are we going to meet? It's been days since school started, and you still don't have time." From Su Ranruin's words, Su Yan sensed a hint of melancholy. Previously, her favorability had reached 92 points, and he wondered if it had increased during this time. He felt it was time to meet Su Wanwan. So he replied, "Do you have time tonight? If so, let's meet up." In his rented apartment, seeing Su Yan's reply, Su Wanwan was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of joy surfaced on her pretty face, feeling as if happiness had suddenly arrived. Fearing that Su Yin might change his mind, she quickly replied, great. Where shall we meet, and at what time? Su Yin replied, aren't you still owing me a meal? You can choose the location and just send me the address and time once you've decided. Su Wan, okay, they'll choose a place for our meal and let you know once I've selected it. Su Yin, alright, sounds good. After ending the chat, Su Wan remained immersed in excitement. After a while she finally came back to her senses and took out her phone to start filtering through places for their date. In the end, she chose a well-reviewed private restaurant. She called to reserve a small private room and then sent the restaurant's location and time to Su Yin. Su Yin received. Do you need me to pick you up tonight? Su Wan immediately felt a sense of being valued and replied, it won't take up too much of your time, will it? Su Yin, no, my classes end at 5 o'clock. I will have plenty of time. Su Wan, then I'll trouble you, brother Yin. See you tonight. She then sent her rental apartment address to Su Yin. Su Yin replied again, I should arrive by 5:40 p.m. Time flew by, and soon it was 9:40 a.m. Su Yin took his car keys intending to take the elevator to the basement to drive to school. Unexpectedly, as he stepped into the elevator, he saw Yun. This time not only was she wearing a mask, but she also had on a baseball cap. However, Su Yin recognized her at a glance. After all, she was tall and had prominent curves, features that were unmistakable. Su Yin nodded at her, and she slightly bowed her head in response. Since there were other people in the elevator, they did not speak. Soon the elevator arrived at the basement level and the two exited in succession. Class. Yun spoke first. Su Yin nodded. You too? Yeah. Yun nodded. Do you participate in any clubs, Su Yin? Su Yin replied, I joined the literature club and the English club. Yun asked, with your guitar skills and singing abilities, why don't you join the music club? Su Yin smiled, you're not the first to ask me that. The reason is simple, I'm too good at it. It feels pointless to go there and just show off. That's true. Yun nodded in agreement. By the way, when can I enjoy your other works? Su Yin thought for a moment. If you're free at noon today, you can come to my place, or we can go to yours. Let's say 1230. He'll come to your place. Yun replied. As they spoke, Su Yin had already arrived at his car, taking out the keys to unlock it, saying, sure. Nice car. Yun glanced at Su Yin's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. She also took out her keys and pressed the button on a nearby Maserati Quattroporte. Your car is nice too. Su Yin complimented. Thank you. Then they both got into their cars and drove out of the underground parking lot heading toward South University. However, upon reaching near the school gate, Su Yin noticed that Yun drove into the faculty apartment complex next to the university. No wonder he had never seen this Maserati in the parking lot before. It turned out Yun didn't park it in the public parking lot of the school. Upon reaching the classroom, there were 5 minutes left before class. Chen Xian had not yet arrived. It wasn't until 2 minutes before class that she hurriedly ran into the classroom. Here, wipe off your sweat. Su Yin handed her a tissue. Thank you, she replied gratefully. Soon the class bell rang and the teacher for this period entered the classroom as the bell rang. After taking attendance, class officially began. Su Yin listened attentively, but did not take notes, unlike Chen Xian, who was both listening and taking notes. At noon, after having lunch at school, Su Yin drove back to Jingguan Community. As it approached 12 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Su Yin opened the door and invited Yun in. Let's go downstairs. Su Yin led Yun downstairs. Your house is actually a duplex. Yun said with some curiosity. Yes, what would you like to drink? Su Yin asked while gesturing for her to sit. Yun had changed into a shirt and jeans, making her legs look even longer and straighter, definitely captivating. Just plain water is fine. Wait a moment. After handing a glass of water to Yun, Su Yin took out his guitar, cradling it in his arms and plucking the strings. After the prelude, Su Yin sang Walking Along This Road, following the traces of youth drifting. Yun listened intently. Especially with Su Yin's master-level singing and expert-level instrument skills, her mind was completely immersed in the world created by the song and lyrics. Until the music faded away, she felt as if she had returned from another world. Ding Goddess, Yin's favorability towards you has reached 22 points. A beginner treasure chest has been rewarded. Would you like to open it? Ding Goddess, Yin's favorability towards you has reached 35 points. A beginner treasure chest has been rewarded. Would you like to open it? Not yet. Su Yin replied, somewhat puzzled. Last time she listened to him sing Chengdu, her favorability remained in the low. Why did singing The Wind Rises suddenly increase her favorability by over 20 points? What did you think? Su Yin asked. It was beautiful. It felt much better than the last time you performed Chengdu. Yun praised. So you like pop songs? Su Yin remarked. Not really. Yun shook her head. To me, music has no hierarchy. I enjoy it simply because I like to listen to it. I misunderstood you. Su Yin said, acknowledging that there is indeed a hierarchy in the music industry, with rock singers looking down on folk singers and folk singers looking down on pop singers. Su Yin, do you have any other songs? Can I continue to enjoy them? Yun softly asked. Su Yin thought for a moment and replied, then I'll sing one more. Su Yin recalled the song Rewarded by the System and ultimately decided to use it. The song chosen by Su Yin is titled Dislocated Time and Space. I must commend the system for being truly considerate as it provides two versions, an original version and a special version for the May 4th movement. Su Yin gently strummed the strings, and a wave of sorrowful music flowed from his fingertips. After a brief prelude, he sang In That Year You and I Were of the Same Age Young, like an immature song. Just after hearing 2 lines, He Yun was completely moved by this song. Especially seeing Su Yan's slightly solemn and handsome face, her heart was deeply touched. Yet in order to create that new world in her dreams, you hurriedly turned and walked into the wind and rain. As the 3rd and 4th lines of lyrics came out, He Yun instantly understood what Su Yin was expressing in this song. She reluctantly shifted her gaze and closed her eyes. The drifting melody pulled her into that turbulent era with the images of revolutionary martyrs flashing before her eyes. I gazed at the starry sky you once saw, crossing 100 years of time to meet again. The smile you had before turning around, I understand it all. That touch of red swaying in the wind deep in my heart. The song concluded. Tears unconsciously slid down the corners of He Yin's eyes. Su Yin noticed her tears and handed her a tissue from the table, saying, "Wipe your tears." "Thank you." He Yun took the tissue and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, forcing a smile. "I'm sorry for making you laugh." "It's okay." Su Yin smiled, but thought to himself, could it be that He Yin's elders were also revolutionary martyrs? He felt this possibility was quite high. After a while, He Yun stabilized her emotions and looked at Su Yin, asking, "Su Yin, are you planning to publish your works?" "Not for now, we'll talk about it later." "Ding, congratulations, host the goddess. He Yin's favorability towards you has reached 48 points. You have earned a basic treasure chest. Would you like to open it?" "Ding, congratulations, host the goddess. He Yin's favorability towards you has reached 53 points. You have earned a basic treasure chest. Would you like to open it?" "Ding, congratulations, host the goddess. He Yin's favorability towards you has reached 61 points. You have earned a basic treasure chest. Would you like to open it?" "Not opening for now," Su Yin replied in his heart. He Yun spoke again. "You are a creative genius. The songs you've written are all exquisite, especially that last one, Dislocated Time and Space, which can be considered a classic. It would be a pity not to publish it. We'll talk about it when the opportunity arises." Su Yin smiled and said, after the holiday, he would visit Joy Media and MO due to select a few suitable artists to sing. "Then make sure to inform me when you release a song," He Yun said again. "Sure." Su Yin readily agreed. At this moment, He Yin's expression became somewhat hesitant. "Su Yin, are you selling your songs? Are you interested?" Su Yin asked her. "Yes." He Yun nodded. "Actually, I've always had a dream of becoming a singer. I recorded 3 songs during high school and put them online, but unfortunately, they didn't create much of a splash." Knowing that He Yun was a popular internet celebrity in her previous life, it was not surprising that she wanted to buy. "How about you sing a song as a trial, and I'll try to help you write one," Su Yin suggested. "Sure." He Yun exclaimed happily. "I'll sing Encounter. I heard the winter leaving, and I woke up in some year and month." Su Yin patiently listened to He Yun finish this song. To be honest, her singing was decent, barely reaching the level of a professional singer. However, her voice lacked uniqueness. Singers who achieve fame usually possess distinctive vocal qualities. Without such characteristics, unless one has skills that reach a master level like Su Yin, it would be difficult to win the audience's affection. Thus, to captivate listeners' ears, one must find a different approach. This led Su Yin to think of a certain type of song, opera style. "So how confident are you?" He Yun looked at Su Yin nervously. "Give me some time. Once I finish writing the song, I will contact you." Su Yin smiled. "That's great," He Yun said with delight, then could not help but stepped forward to hug. But after the hug, she immediately realized she had overstepped and quickly retreated, blushing as she said, "Sorry, I got a bit too excited just now. It's fine. I'm not losing anything." Su Yin winked at He Yun, still savoring the bouncy collision. "Then I'll take my leave." He Yun stood up. "Let me see you off." Su Yin rose to escort her. After sending He Yun away, Su Yin went downstairs and bought a stack of A4 paper, a fountain pen, and ink at the supermarket in the neighborhood. He had already decided to transcribe that song for He Yun. Since he was moved by the 54th version of Dislocated Time and Space, the opera-style song, Chiliong, would undoubtedly win her favor. As for why he handwrote it, it was simply so Su Yin could show off his calligraphy. In less than 5 minutes, he had finished the lyrics and melody. He stored it in his spatial ring. He did not plan to give her the song in the next 2 or 3 days. He intended to wait a week before giving it. After all, if it was too easy to obtain, it wouldn't be cherished. By the way, today he had also received 5 basic treasure chests from He Yun. System, open all the basic treasure chests. Ding, opening basic treasure chests. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received 1 million cash. The bonus has been deposited into your black card account. Please check it yourself. While the price actually went up, Su Yin was somewhat surprised. It used to be a maximum of 5,000, and and now it has opened to 1 million. Could it be because He Shiyun is a T0 level beauty? Ding, congratulations host, you have received a song package. The prize has been sent to the system space. Please check it yourself. Not bad, not bad. I just used one and I immediately got my ammunition replenished. Ding, congratulations host, you have received a 100 million traffic card. The prize has been sent to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding, congratulations host, you have received a high-level cashback card. The prize has been sent to the system space. Please collect it yourself. Ding, congratulations host, you have received 5 million virtual currency. The prize has been sent to the system space. Please collect it yourself. The prize draw was completed. Su Yin began to check his prizes. As for the cash, there's no need to mention it. Let's talk about the song package, which contains a total of 10 songs, all in opera style. He had heard these songs in his previous life, and they were all very popular. I must say T0 level beauties are indeed impressive. The basic treasure chests they yield are much stronger than those from other levels of goddesses. But that is to be expected, as T0 level beauties are extremely rare. Since acquiring the system, he had encountered many goddesses, but only He Shiyun reached T0 level in appearance. It is uncertain whether he will encounter someone with an even higher appearance than hers in the future. Moreover, He Shiyun's figure is also exceptional. With a T0 level appearance and an outstanding figure, such a combination is even harder to find. I want to elaborate on the traffic card. As for the high-level cashback card, the limit is 1 million with a maximum of 50 times cashback. If he is lucky enough to get 50 times, that would be 50 million. Similarly, the virtual currency also exceeded the limit, reaching 5 million. The value of the basic treasure chests far exceeded the past. Oh, what about the intermediate and advanced treasure chests? After the afternoon class ended, Su Yin returned to the Jingguan community for a quick shower and changed into a high-end casual outfit from the treasure chest. These clothes had no obvious logos, yet they suited Su Yin perfectly. Once worn, they significantly elevated. At 5:37, Su Yin arrived at the building where Su Ruanruan's rental apartment was located. A quick glance revealed Su Ruanruan standing in the shade of the hallway. Her outfit today was not extravagant. She wore a fitted white shirt paired with a floral short skirt, and her legs were clad in white stockings. On her feet were a pair of white shoes. Her hair was tied up in a bun. With a beauty score exceeding 90, she appeared fresh and approachable rather than overly seductive. System, open Su Ruanruan's information panel. Su Yin commanded. In the next moment, Su Ruanruan's information panel appeared before his eyes. Name Su Ruanruan. Level T1. Age 20. Physique 61 points. Mental 73 points. Beauty 94 points. Figure 84 points. Favorability 95 points. Indeed, as he expected, Su Ruanruan's beauty was extraordinarily high, just a notch below the T1 goddess threshold. Moreover, her favorability towards him was also quite high, reaching 95 points. Could it be him? Seeing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but speculate. Then the window rolled down and a head popped out. Don't just stand there, get in the car quickly. Upon recognizing Su Yan's appearance, Su Ruanruan hurriedly ran over with her bag. However, instead of pulling the passenger door, she headed for the back seat. Su Yan immediately said, "Come sit in the front, it's easier to talk." Su Ruanruan felt a thrill of joy in her heart, as there is a saying that the front passenger seat is reserved for a girlfriend. So she quickly closed the back door and opened the passenger door to climb in. As she got in the car, she unconsciously bent down, and a flash of white caught Su Yan's eye. Not bad at all, Su Yan thought to himself. Su Ruanruan was not particularly tall, barely over 160 centimeters, and her frame appeared slightly frail, yet unexpectedly her petite figure was quite alluring. Once seated and buckled up, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but scrutinize Su Yan. Although they had video chatted before, today marked their first meeting in person. She realized that Su Yan was much more handsome in real life, and the sunny, confident aura he exuded captivated her. "Hello Yingo. You look way better than in the videos." Su Ruanruan waved her hand towards Su Yan. "You too. I really like your outfit today." Su Yan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan felt very pleased. She had spent quite a bit of time on her appearance, and even called her good friend Su Ranan for advice. "Thank you for